It is day 2 here at the Blast Premier Open Porto, and we're ready to rock and roll with 4 more best of 3s coming your way. Exciting stuff throughout, as was yesterday, and 2 very happy and excited gentlemen alongside me. We got Summer Shirt Pimp out in the business right now. I like this. This is good from you, man.
I'm just trying to manifest that just because we're nearing the end of the summer, we can still celebrate, we can still walk outside. You know, I know it's going to rain in Denmark for the next 10 days, apart from today, so I'm just soaking it all in, James.
Rugger, you actually killed it yesterday for us on desk. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Me.
And you
Sorry.
And you actually came back for another day, so that is a positive side. You didn't run away from this all. How did you find it, mate?
I found it quite easy in a way, because I've been used to being on.
Our job is easy. He's not lying. He's not lying.
Been on camera for most of my career, but it also helps the good questions, good interviews, also to bounce back and have stories upon. So really good first day.
Definitely, and maybe if Vitality win today, we'll get some more of your ex-players to join us up on here. But I need to keep things moving forward. I need us to look at what was happening in these groups, starting with Group A. Obviously, we've had plenty of games coming your way, and looking at this Group A, right, we got maybe the banger first game actually ended up being cooler than what the 2-0 shows, right, in that G2 Aurora matchup, because of this crazy comeback we got to see.
Yeah, I mean, it was at times a competitive game. I think Aurora was slightly disappointing, whereas for G2, they lived up to the expectations, stepped up massively. Second map making a sick comeback, you know, and I guess the big story for me in that game was Wrinkle just going above and beyond and securing the 2-0 for G2.
Yeah, I think G2 showed what we hoped they would show, and I think that's a good sign for them as well, especially with the new player coming in, that they are still competitive at this level and can, quite easily, at least on map 1, take care of a team like Aurora. That's a good sign for them.
And then looking over towards Group B, we were obviously not on this side of things, but Roger, you decided to message me late last night, and you were like, you seen the Na'Vi M80 score? Yeah, I was watching it live. Oh my God, what was going on here? You're shaking your head already, Pimp.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at what point do we start to ring the alarm bells for Na'Vi? You know, coming out of the break, a lot of people thought that they were going to make roster change. I advocated for changing the roster because I think as a foundation, they have what it takes to be maybe the best team in the world, especially in a circuit that's open right now. Without the roster change, I was fearing they would stagnate, but stagnation at this point maybe even be a good thing, because it seemingly feels like they're getting worse and worse and worse. EWC, not great, losing 13-6, 13-6 2 times in a row against M80. Sure, they played well, but that's unacceptable if you're Na'Vi.
I think they're at kind of a crossroads thing, because normally if you look at the big teams and the teams that are competing for the titles, it's teams that have been together for a long time, right? Yeah. Na'Vi has gotten that. They are at that point now where you either go all in on these 5, or you start thinking, okay, what can we actually do to bring some new energy in? But yeah, for me, I wouldn't call it completely this is it, but I think they need to step up for sure.
Well, you know, one team that did step up over in Group B was Furia. They stepped up against Pain, and they made it look oh so easy in that one. Yakinda was pulling off heroics. I saw Fallen was having a great game as well. I mean, they really were unhappy from what Yakinda was saying. He said he was angry, right, of what happened at EWC.
Yeah, played with a bit of anger, you know, and once again, I guess it's a domestic matchup, you know. It used to be a fun game between Pain and Furia. They used to be somewhat equal, you know, a couple of years ago, even looking back at the Austin Major, where Pain beat them in the quarterfinal at the Major. But, oh my, you know, speaking of a team we should ring the alarm bells for, Pain have just, stagnation would be a flattering word. They've gone and they decreased almost tournament by tournament by tournament. Every time they make a roster move, seemingly gets worse and worse and worse. So I'm at a point now where I don't even know what to say about Pain. I feel like they were an interesting team. They had some cool elements to them, but for me, they're not interesting anymore. I don't really care about Pain because I don't consider them to be a top team or anywhere near close to that circuit.
I think they need to find out what exactly their identity should be, because every time they have a good upswing, it's because they bring something new. They try something unorthodox, and then they solidify themselves, and then they try to play normal CS, and then it falls back, you know. So I think they just need to stay true to kind of how I see Big Ozera, like this playmaker that does some crazy things, take these weird chances at times to bring his team in winning positions, because when they play by the book, I don't think they're good enough.
Yeah, completely agree. We've seen it time and time again. They keep going in this cycle loop with it all, but we also need to understand who might be winning Blast Premier Open Porto, and we'll do that with our partners at Polymarket. Guys, it is It is tough to say this early on for sure. We can maybe say, well, obviously we haven't seen all the elite teams play at this point, but I mean, Spirit right now, 27% chance, a high prediction from many people in looking at like what could be the eventual winners off the back of EWC. But is it that clear cut? Do we maybe give a look into someone like Falcons? Can the stand-in buff help Vitality? Where are we at with it? Starting with you, Pim.
I mean, it's open, you know. I think it's fair enough that Spirit are the favorite considering what's happened so far this second part of the season. 2 finals in a row, 1 trophy to the name just recently, a couple of days ago in Paris. So to claim they're not favorites, I think would be unfair. But as you can see by the percentages as well, it's close. And even a Vitality with a stand-in is almost equally as big a favorite as Spirit.
Okay.
Do I agree with that? Not necessarily, but I think, you know, when you look at
it.
Yeah, but when you look at Vitality, you know, it's a better scenario for them now, you know. Messi for JL, that can work out. I don't think that's too big of a change, where when they switch out Apex for JL, it's going to be different. So I get why people still have a bit of faith in Vitality.
I would look to, if there were teams to challenge them, I would look for Falcons and Furia, just because of the anti-stratting element, which I also talked about yesterday, that Spirit are still one of the teams that are a little bit more prone to have gaps in their game. So notoriously, Falcons and Furia are the teams that are like super good at anti-stratting. So if there's a case there, yeah.
It's also value for money, you know. If you get Furia at 9% right now, do you tell me that there's a world where you play this tournament 10 times and Furia wins it, 1 out of 10 times? I'd say yes, you know. So I think it's good value for money in that regard.
If they could harness all that anger that Yakinda was talking about and build that into games where they dominate, well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll keep you updated across the tournament as you'll be watching these games coming at you with it. And we need to look at the schedule for today because we've got 4 more bangers coming your way. Starting from the bottom here, at the very end of the day, we've got Falcons versus Lynn Vision. It should be a very one-sided affair, but you know, you never know what you're going to get with the Falcons. You know, something could go horribly wrong. You lose 1 2v5 situation, and then it all fumbles.
Yeah, but I know what I get from Lynn Vision, and that's nothing. So that shouldn't be a game.
FUT Legacy, this is the game I am most excited for. Are you agreeing with me here, Raga?
Yes, it's the coach's nightmare, because it's like you can't expect structure, you can't expect, you know, things that normally happen. It's like gonna be a full brawl, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we're starting with a good game here because we get to have the debut of JL in the Vitality jersey. It's Vitality taking on Inner Circle.
When you come in tournaments, you can't say, guys, we just want to play good Counter-Strike. That's not enough for them. But the vibe is still good because we have Justin, so it's definitely a special tournament. We didn't have time to think about what we want to improve as a team. We think about Justin first to make him comfortable. So I will say we are okay.
To be honest, in my opinion, that they have stand-in today is better for them, because like they have big expectation from themselves, but now they have stand-in and like maybe not that big expectations. And like as we know, they have Lurker of their player of their IGL of their and like now MVP major. So like they can shoot pretty hard, but anyway it's CS like, and maybe like in mentally part we can be better today, and like anyone can win. And yeah, of course, like the most important to us here is to enjoy and to like take it as a chance and appreciate the moments that we are here.
I really like those words there from Onyx, right? Appreciate the moment that is there, but there's a lot of aura that's been added now to this Vitality lineup. The vibes that JL will bring is immaculate, but also we want to look at what he can bring as a player in this role for this team. This is an exciting matchup because they've never played each other, right? You could say this is maybe a nice warm-up game for Vitality with a stand-in, but Inner Circle are no slouches on this tier 2 level, right? Trying to break through.
No, not at all. They've been dominating that part of the scene as of recently. I think they've won 11 out of the last 12 games, which is quite impressive, you know, in a world where it's very hard to find consistency in tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike. Inner Circle have done that, so I agree they're gonna probably put up a decent fight. If anything, the main storyline for me is the timing for Vitality. I think the fact that they've been struggling a little bit lately, the fact they didn't get what they wanted out of the major, EWC wasn't a success either, probably a big disappointment considering it was at home turf. I think the timing to bring in, you know, a bit of fresh energy, a bit of moody guy in JL who can, you know, bring up the mood and maybe play into some of the more fun sides of these players, it's probably a good time to shake the tree a little bit, because it hasn't been looking too great for Vitality the last couple of months.
Yeah, like completely agree. Like it's one of these moments where if there was a time where you would need that fresh energy, this would be it, because like zero expectations. Obviously we have expectations for Vitality, but from inside the team that it's not a given they will win the trophy. Maybe that unleashes, you know, a little bit more flames, a little bit more Robs, who has had a hard time lately, that they get more duels that they feel comfortable with by being a little bit more happy. Who knows?
Let's see how it goes with him. And I actually managed to speak to JL a little bit before this to get a lowdown on everything that's going on with him. So have a listen. JL, when we spoke on the podcast, you were saying that the practice had been going well. Obviously, it's very limited in that. But can you just explain to everyone who maybe hasn't seen everything, hasn't watched everything, how you got ready for this role with Vitality? Because it was weird from sitting there into doing some practice and to not doing some practice. And now you're here.
I'll be honest. The first week of us being together, I just watched them play because they had the EWC practice.
Yep.
And I just watched them. It's weird because as not a sixth player, but just a man who's watching everything from a side and you hear the voice comes, it feels like you can see the bigger picture. I never understood how coaches like saw the game, and I'm like, when I'm up top and I see all the POVs, I'm like, wait, it's actually kind of easy to maneuver the team around. As a coach, you see more and you're like, there's a gap here, or you're not doing this enough. So it kind of helped me see the game in a different way. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of that, though, how much actual practice have you had, like, as in playing games with these guys? Be realistic.
Be real?
Yeah, I need the real truth.
10 maps.
10 maps?
Yes. I mean, that's the most we could do.
Okay,
I would much rather focus on knowing what to do than just playing together. Because we've played the game for a long time, it doesn't matter, but you need to know what you're playing. So.
What was it like first coming to that practice room, meeting up with the guys, and just seeing everyone to actually be at this event?
Weird. I mean, it's weird because for me, everyone's like, here, you know what I mean? Like very high. And they're so down to earth and very humble and just welcome me in as I'm their teammate. So it felt very good to be there.
And I have to ask this, right? Flamesy, personality-wise, I think you guys match up really well. And if I work this out, if you're sitting in Mezzi's spot, you're right next to him. So am I expecting carnage from the very beginning with you two next to each other? How's Dan going to deal with this?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Flames is the guy that shows it on camera. The other guys are the same, but just off camera.
Okay.
I didn't expect this.
You going to have some fun, though?
Of course. If you're winning, it's fun. If you're not winning, it's not fun. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you're going to keep the wins going for yourself. But I know there's big expectations from you yourself, right? We spoke about this before, and you always want to be much better than what you were before. How much better do you think you'll be here compared to when you stood in for MOUZ?
Ooh. I mean, first, I've had the lesson with MOUZ that I should not replicate a player one-to-one. I should play my game. I do his responsibilities, and I play my game. And I feel like that's the strongest aspect of me right now. So I will see how it goes. We have no official games, and practice has been going good. But practice is practice. You know what I mean? Even in practice, I was a little bit stressed. I'll be honest. Yeah. So maybe officials is a little bit different because now we know what we're doing. Like we have a. It's set in stone. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I want to play the game. Can we start it now?
Almost time to see this game go down, but a little bit on jail, right? Obviously, during his Na'Vi time, it wasn't the highest rated stats, but it was a good team performance. He still netted himself in the big moments on stage on it. For MOUZ, it was an acceptable level, 2 third places in there, but you know it wasn't the heights of his level.
No, true, but JL is an impact player, you know. As you said, back in Na'Vi, he was an impact player. He stepped up in moments. He had that ability to maybe go missing in 2, 3, 4 rounds, and all of a sudden he could string together 2 or 3 rounds where he would make the difference. And make no mistake, you know, you may not like JL for different reasons, or you may like him, but as a Counter-Strike player and as a raw talent, I think he's up there. You know, he's a great player. Also, it helps him, as he said, that he's already had a stand-in, you know, tenure in MOUZ. A lot of learning from that, so he should be, I guess, more well-rusted coming into this role in Vitality.
I think he's a really, really good player. I think he's underrated among a lot of other players, teams, whatever.
Yeah.
The things he brings to the table, for me, he's a low resource type of player, and that he has these things that you talk about, where he's standing out, delivering in 2-3 rounds in a row might go missing, but that you can do that as a low resource player, that means a lot for the rest of the players.
Yeah.
And coming in as a stand-in, that's basically the dream scenario for the other 4.
Especially with the players you have on Vitality, right? When those resources are going to be applied to your Flamesy, to Zyru, to Robson here. But I want to ask you, Rugger, how hard is this for Vitality to integrate a player like JL and deal with this? Because this is just the beginning of integrating him in basically twice.
I think the first iteration of the standing in is gonna be the easiest one. Like, it's always gonna be a mix of, you know, how much do we continue playing like we used to do, and how much do we make it easier for the new guy coming in. And I think for a team like Vitality, having Apex there, who does a lot of microing, it obviously helps that he can pinpoint him at certain places, you know, that he doesn't need to activate, like wait for himself to activate, that he can help him a little bit during the things. But obviously having less of an ideal preparation period as well. They have had him like for some of the practices, as he said, but it's 5 days ago since they played in EWC or whatever it is, right? So it's not a lot of time to integrate a player into a team that wants to win the trophy.
Yeah, and it's going to be very hard for sure to do that. I want to look at it from your perspective, Pim. You said in terms of his ability, right? Do you expect him to at least be able to keep up the same kind of numbers of Mezzy, who's been struggling as of recently?
I think he can, you know, to some extent. If anything, we also get to learn a bit about Vitality as a system, you know. The easier the system is to slot into, I think you'd argue the better the system is, you know. So for a guy like JL, who obviously knows how to play Counter-Strike at a high level, who have shared some of the common roles with Messi in previously teams, it should be a good fit. Is he going to put up better numbers than Messi, worse numbers than Messi? I don't think that necessarily is the bigger issue. As long as the rest of the guys and Vitality feel comfortable still playing their game, then whatever JL does should be enough. If anything, the only thing he should avoid is be a liability. You know, he cannot be a liability. He cannot be playing just his own game and maybe mess around with rotations in terms of that changes how Zyru is approaching the game, how Robs is playing his game. So as long as you just slot in and you're not a liability, I think that's 90% of the job done.
I like that. Thank you very much for that input. But we need to turn our attention to Inner Circle as well. This is a team that you spoke about, Pim, on a rise, winning so many good games back and forward in this, and also grinding their way up the VRS, which is very hard to do when you're trying to break through.
It's kind of like a team of, it sounds harsh to say, but misfits, you know, some of these players that's been around for a long time who haven't really made the breakthrough, and now they found together and they're doing a good job. You know, you have a guy like Captain Gutka who's been around for a long time, and I feel like he's been a talent for a long time. Hetrick coming back from a time in NIMP, a time in B8 coming into this lineup as well. So it's names that you've seen around before, but names that hasn't really had a big breakthrough up until this point, where, as I said, Roger, you know that from being in Astralis, grinding the VRS, winning 11 out of 12 games, regardless of the opposition, tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike, that's pretty impressive.
It means they have a solid identity, because you don't just like rise out of nowhere if you don't know what you're doing, because then you will get the losses like every now and then. So they 100% know what they want to do, and that identity is also what they should try to bring into this matchup, and not just, you know, treat it as, oh, it's the big dogs, we need to change this here, change that. No, they need to go out and play their game.
And in terms of that, right, what has really impressed me about Inner Circle is they've lost some of their key players. Their star players were taken away from them as they were on that grind at the end of 2025. I think it was back at EPL. And they've still been able to bounce back like this. This goes to credit Onyx, the IGL. And also, I heard from him, he's getting some help from Hetrick right now, who obviously has all this experience on international teams in Tibet. And also Hetrick, he might actually be back. I know it's on a lesser level, but this is him playing the way I used to see him play, to a much higher standard than what we saw at the end of Bait.
It's an opportunity to rediscover yourself as a player, you know, and maybe at a less level. Sure, he wasn't necessarily bad in Bait either, I think, and hasn't been bad in this team either. And even in NIP, I don't necessarily think that he was the issue, right? So that's what I mean about a team of misfits. It's good players. It's players who have a solid foundation, but they maybe just need, you know, an extra 10, 5, sometimes 20%. And if you're in an environment where you feel trusted, you feel comfortable, you gain a bit of experience and also get more confidence under your skin, then who's to say they can be great players and a great team overall?
I completely agree, and also I think what makes Hetrick this version of himself here is that the supporting cast is a little bit more aggressive mindset-wise than his previous teams, right? That everyone was looking at Hetrick like, why are you not doing anything? Like, you're just holding this angle. But that becomes a little bit easier and smarter if you have people around you that makes this chaos, so people start making mistakes, which then, of course, run into the AWP.
And then he can punish it. Beautiful stuff here, but it is time for that all-important moment. It's time for the veto. Now, Roger, we spoke a lot yesterday in terms of vetoes. Can you maybe do some sort of surprise thing here? Can you throw anyone off? Would you like an inner circle to play it standard or go for a wild one?
I'm hoping that they go completely to their own style, like go to their own best maps. But let's see, Vitality has that effect on someone that you sometimes deviate.
Yeah, we spoke about what Vitality could pick, right? Used to be Dust 2, Inner Circle is a good team on Dust 2. Anubis coming in from Inner Circle, you know, not a bad pick. I think that's a tough map to integrate a stand-in in as well.
Yeah.
I think especially CT side, that could be difficult for JL to find footing, so that makes sense. Vitality did go for cash, and that's what we spoke about as well. You know, it's a new map and probably a map where you don't have a big playbook yet, which means the integration of JL becomes significantly easier. So for me, it was between D2 and cash, and they went for cash, which they also played at EWC and looked quite solid on, especially Saivu was all over the place.
But yeah, common ground for the third map. I think it's it's a cornerstone in both teams' map pool. If I'm in a circle and they lose Anubis and never get to play Dust 2, I would feel a little bit unhappy for them because this is their map.
Yeah.
So it's for me, it also tells me that they Vitality prepped Dust 2, which is why they leave it in for the third, because that map they have a good handle on how to how they want to actually deal with Inner Circle. But at the end of the day, it's a banger to go out. It's two good teams on Dust 2, so let's see if we go the distance.
So it's really important here for Inner Circle to pick up that first map of Anubis and just get the ball rolling to give them any hopes inside of this.
That's what I'd call an entry ticket into the game. Without winning Anubis, I don't see them win the next 2 maps in a row, not against the Vitality. And let's not forget, you know, as much as we praise Inner Circle, as much as we're building up this game that it could be competitive, Vitality are the favorites, you know. Without a shadow of a doubt, they are the favorites. And they're also favorites to win the game 2-0. But again, I think Inner Circle have proven enough that they can make the games competitive. And if they can push it to Dust 2 against JL with a stand-in, then maybe we have a fun game at our end.
Well, it is time for JL's debut in the Vitality jersey. It's Inner Circle taking on Vitality with the beautiful voices of Anders and Henry G.
Oh yes, indeed. Thank you very much, James. Day 2 here at Blast Open Porto, and we've got an exciting one. Maybe not on paper, but the fact we've got the JL wildcard factor here, I'm kind of excited for this game, Anders.
He does make you smile, doesn't he? Even in the interviews, he's just a funny character, and it's kind of good to have him back, even if the circumstances are a bit strange. And we get to see Cash again. That's exciting too. In terms of the predictions over on Polymarket, Henry, I mean, surely they're going to be favoring Vitality at the moment.
They certainly are. According to them, it looks like a bit of a landslide, but I don't know. I feel like, considering the performance Inner Circle have been putting out in Tier 2 right now, as the boys mentioned, 11 out of 12 wins recently, and the fact we've got a stand-in, I think this could go 3 maps. The fact we got Cash in there, that's another wildcard factor into this best of 3. So that's why I'm excited for it. I think there is a chance
That's
Inner Circle could win this.
I like that. I like that. A third map in this one. And yeah, you're right. Like Anubis, Cash, 2 maps, and with a stand-in, you never really know what's going to happen. We're going to find out right now as we head into the opening map. We are on Anubis, and it will be Vitality starting on the CT side and Inner Circle on that T side to begin with. We know this is going to be important early on for the Vitality squad to win the pistol round here on the T side, on CT side. And they've actually massively stacked the A-bomb side, and that could be a bit of a blunder.
It could be. JL, he's going to be tested here. Bear in mind, he's playing Mezzi's positions. He's just slotting right into the team. He's going to have a bit of a shooting gallery here, and he sees the bomb being thrown across. Bomb planted, and here we go, a 5-on-5 retake. There is a kid in play, and a smoke, and a couple of flashes here.
A strange way to start the round. You're right, you see the C4 flying through the bomb sites, but here comes the retake, and it starts well. JL with the headshot. Oh, it's a drive-by as well. He's taking down Zero. And next up, Robs with the kill on the Captain Kirker. It leaves Apex alone now that Onyx has picked up Robs. He does tap it. He does have a kit as well, but he's actually forcing them into it. He's not going straight for the defuse. Picks up another USP instead of reloading. And now he does it again. It's another fake. He's actually got his own knife out, expecting Headtrick to come and find him, but he's outside with the P250. And he couldn't have found a better angle.
Well, that's what we're looking for. Those sort of rounds. High-octane counter-strike right there. JL, great job. The solo B-hold. Manages to get a couple of kills there, but with the bomb planted, the 5-on-5 retake just ran out of time there. Apex did very well to make them uncomfortable in the 2 versus 1, but ultimately will be in a circle picking that pistol up. And it begs the question now whether we take the force buy in the second. Time will certainly tell. Looks like we're going to be going eco. A couple of deagles, some 5-7s. Some open runway here for Inner Circle. This is the sort of round you can't afford to lose against Vitality, Anders.
True.
This has to be a gimme. A clean conversion.
notoriously, if you let them in the rounds like these, that's where they really just run away with the game. So I did like that punch in that last round from Inner Circle, kind of stepping up and you know, nothing complicated. They were quick to execute onto the bomb site. Really nicely done.
Absolutely. So going through the motions here, A split looking very likely. 4 players towards middle. Opening frag falls in favor of Inner Circle. And it should be easy does it. Have to make our way towards A. Couple of headshots. Getting a little bit uncomfortable now, but ultimately all the kills landing in favor of Inner Circle. So just Apex remaining. Can he get a kill? Looks unlikely. Okay, well, there's one. We'll take that.
Yeah,
Don't know what happened there.
Oh, it must have been just a fading Molotov that he runs into. That's pretty funny.
Well, there we have it.
It's a good way to start the game. Like a little bit of laughter going into the 3rd round. We're pretty quickly through that one. And because of the save in the last round, Vitality are going to be somewhat well equipped. Not massively so, but got some M-Force out.
Well, this is exactly what Inner Circle needed.
Hell yes.
Pistol victory. Nice conversion. And we got a buy now from Vitality. Rifles across the board. It's one of those buys that slightly compromised. You can see concessions having to be made. A couple of players without helmets. No kits. Utility's not great. They're up against the Galils here. See if they can step up. Very important first gun round here. Going through their default here. You can see them spread across the map. Waiting for any sort of CT aggression. This version of Anubis lends itself to that sort of gameplay. And you'd feel like with the stand-in and not many reps, Vitality are going to be a little bit looser than usual. They're going to be going for those aggressive plays and trying to dominate with their skill.
It's something that we saw yesterday, right? Nuts pushing out of that A bomb site quite a bit, like some of that CT. So it's really fun. Like I think it does provide some interesting pressure. A wrinkle also with the AWP, I believe. So we saw some fun Anubis tricks.
He was excellent. He got like 35 kills.
He was sick. And look at Flames pushing into the corner here, looking for the opening. He spots both. He actually dinks the second player as well. Rob's there to pick up the slack, and that's the bomb on the ground on the wrong side. Given up by Inner Circle now. It's Onyx and Etric in a 2 versus 4. Yeah, and unless you get like a kill through a smoke like that, I don't think you're going to be winning the round any longer. So just 1 player left, and a little bit of damage would be nice, I suppose.
Well, that certainly sets the tone. Robs with a magnificent sequence there towards A main. Perfectly timed, double kill, finds the bomb, smoke on top, job done, round over. Onyx, in-game leader, trying to, as Anders mentioned, cause a little bit of financial trouble here, and, well, I didn't expect him to win that fight. Nice shot. Probably all he gets.
It actually would be really cool to see like a slow-mo replay of how Flames takes that first fight, because once his first target dips into the corner, he realizes that he's actually getting baited into another fight, like someone else is going to swing him, and it's really heads-up play to be able to adjust that quickly. Jail taking the last one there. They will survive with 3 members, and they will steal an AK-2.
2-1. Impressive first gun round there from Vitality, as we said. Concessions there, didn't have all the utility, didn't have helmets on a few players. Now they've got the kits, now they've got all the bells and whistles to take on Inner Circle with their force buy here. I'm expecting a couple of pistols at least. See how many rifles they can bring out. What are they offer Mac 10s? Oh, can see it now. 3 AKs, 2 Deagles. Man, not much in terms of util. This is going to be a bit more like DM. And I'm expecting something early, something pacey here. 3 players towards Rugs. Oh my goodness, they get absolutely domed by the grenade. Looks like a contact play in towards A, Anders.
I don't hate it. I think
straight up contact play.
Yeah, I think Onyx thrown, well, he tried to throw smoke into the bomb site. He actually did, and that failed, but that's a bit unfortunate.
That's the fake. He just smoked outside the B-bomb site.
Not ideal, but let's see if the entry is going to work. Captain Kirker's great work so far. He's taking down Cyber at the back of the site here. And by the cake, they've got 1 player isolated. It couldn't have been better for Captain Kirker, but here's another grenade. They're already soft from the first one, but they dodged most of the damage. I thought that was going to be way worse for them. So 5-on-3, make it a 2 versus 5 now. As Dawi's picked up Flames. JL and Apex find themselves alone. Honestly, time to pull the plug on this round. I don't know why they're sticking around. I feel like this is already done for. What a great entry from Inner Circle onto the site.
Well, like we said, resources were low. Times were hard. Contact play in towards A. Works very nicely indeed. Captain Kirker stepping up. 2 massive entries there. Round was pretty much done. See if anything can be done with this Desert Eagle. Be amazing to find this frag.
It all counts. It all helps at the end of it. If you could do a little bit more damage, then sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets to upgrade to a rifle now as well.
But you called it right from the start, Henry. It's true. They didn't have a lot of utility, so I guess like slow playing and doing deep fakes or whatever is not really available when you don't have the extra.
Well, they tried the fake. I'd love to see.
Did they though?
I guess he was just trying to smoke the left-hand side of the B bomb site, but didn't matter either way. Good stuff. Inner Circle stepping up here, 3-1 in their T-side campaign. It is their map pick after all. Money should be okay with a saved rifle for Vitality. Here's Rops that had no choice. Could feel that pressure. Had to swing, take the challenge. Got taken down. So we're not going to be forcing for Vitality here. Going for the more conservative approach. A couple of rifles from the previous round and USPs otherwise. Rops will have a 5-7 and Kevlar. Flames and JL operating with a bit of utility and is going to try and support their teammates here, but Freebie, ZywOo 0-5 right now, yet to get going here on Anubis. Looks very likely now to be a 4-1 game.
I wouldn't be too worried. It's rare that we see ZywOo kind of dip out of these games for a long time. But they do spot that. That's actually super important for Zero, right? He sees that they're pushing out of the B bomb site, so at least they're not going to get shot in the back anytime soon. This is an exciting start. I love the energy out of Inner Circle as well. I feel like 25 was kind of the year that the Tier 2 scene really came to life. And then it's just become better ever since. Now you see these teams like Dendele yesterday, obviously looking super well prepped and scary. And, you know, they were up against Spirit and Donk, so that was hard, but they were looking good.
The level of Counter-Strike has never been higher. These Tier 2 teams are not messing around.
Yeah.
If anything, they have more time, more reps on specific maps and can have more time to do theory. Anti-strat you, they're hungrier.
They definitely are. Okay, it's a USP shot there, hat trick, finding a couple in return, and they'll take down Flames as well. Only losing a single player once again, and money is going to be great on the Inner Circle side of things. Let's see what Vitality could do. They still don't have the AWP for the ZywOo, which, I mean, we always say is a bit of a hybrid, but with 0 kills, be a nice addition to that CT side.
So the idyllic starts here for Inner Circle. It is a T-sided map, one of the few we have left in this CT meta it feels that we're moving into. Let's have a look. Can they keep it going? Their map pick. So far, so good. Rifles back out for Vitality once again. Deep smoke in towards E-Box. See whether this could force any sort of aggression here. You can see leaving middle open now. This is becoming quite meta around us. We're seeing this more and more. CT's not playing anyone middle, just watching from the camera, aware of potential flanks, and then bolstering the B defense, having 2 towards A.
Yeah, we would bringing this up with a bit of curiosity yesterday when it was Aurora that were playing it and leaving this mid portion empty a lot.
It's because even if you play middle, if the Ts go through the correct execution, as it were, to take mid control, there's not much CTs can do about it. You get Molotov smoked off, and then they'll smoke towards Temple, and then Molotov towards Cameron. You can't do too much. So you definitely change things up and go for little gambits and plays to try and shut them down. But I think it does make sense to allow them to have middle and try and block once you know they have that control. The idea was to block their Anders, but Doi will get one through the smoke clean on towards Flames.
He'll take it. Rob's back here, tapping away. He realizes somebody could be flanking him as well, but ZywOo getting there for the attempted help out. It's not going to be working at all. Captain Kirker takes down Rops. He was doing great work, Rops, staying alive behind that pillar, and he was doing that so that ZywOo could have come in to help him out, but it just never really happened in time. Now it's JL up on the high ground. The bomb is planted. Did he find someone? They don't realize that he's there already, and what a surprise. Huge double. It leaves Captain Kirker in a bad position here. Does have the AK, and that's only one of them. Knew that JL was going to be up there. It's a huge clutch for Captain Kirker. A triple in the round. Remember, he got the double opening in the previous round as well, or one of the previous rounds anyway. That is a massive impact.
Just a great understanding of the situation he's in there. Peeks towards heaven with the off angle. They have no idea. A split coming in once again. It looked like Rops would do enough there to hold them off. So much damage, huge output, but pressure from either side. It was JL's contribution. You thought that'd be enough to win the round. That's the off angle I'm talking about. Not fully exposing yourself to heaven, but if they commit to the drop down, you're going to catch him. Oh, that's what happens if you play middle.
I guess that's the other problem, right? Is that now the T's can boost and look through that new window, the hole in the wall. So
Exactly, yeah.
yeah, you're just in it's an uncomfortable position now. I guess that's true. Interested to see how the T sides adapt. If people are going to be playing less aggressively on the CT side of middle, if we're going to be seeing more of these kind of pushes. There definitely are teams that love pushing middle quite a bit.
Anders,
go on.
Let's be honest. If Inner Circle win this, which is right now, from what we can see, looks likely, right? In terms of momentum, we got Cash next, which is a bit of an unknown quantity.
Nobody knows anything about, yeah.
I feel like that is a very interesting prospect for this particular series. Like, this has got upset potential just for that second map in mind. Obviously, the JL factor. JL's playing very well, just to note. And it's early days here, and it's a very T-sided map. I'm just kind of getting everyone interested, you know? Just speculating as to what could happen now.
That is part of your job, Henry, so I'm glad that you're doing that. I mean, we had the interview before the game. JL said it is more fun when you're winning. They're not currently doing that.
Not a lot of fun right now. ZywOo's certainly not having fun and doing the James Bond 07. Don't see that too often.
It's good to know that he's human after all.
Early days, Anders. Even though it's 6-1, they can still come back and get a 6-6 half here.
Oh, yeah. Worth remembering, it is, like you said, a T-sided map, so if Vitality get up to, 3 or 4 grounds, then it's still somewhat competitive. There's still something to be done.
Now, begs the question, what's the response here from Vitality? Stick to their guns, get ZywOo on the AWP, perhaps?
I mean, some of the more successful stuff we saw yesterday from Anubis, and I feel like it's quite meta as well, is doing those aggressive pushes out towards that outside of A area, like even pushing through the canals. It'd be fun to see Vitality try that.
I'd like ZywOo to be disruptive. We talked about Wrinkle on Anubis yesterday, changing position each and every round, finding the opening pick and giving you that nice early advantage. I think ZywOo needs to get into this game. He's got the AWP now. They've taken a tactical timeout. Let's see what his spawn looks like. We're on the server right now. So he hasn't got an amazing spawn, but he is looking towards middle/A. I'd like to see an opening gambit from him.
Okay, well...
Get himself in the game, start having some impact. Let's get into it. He's making do with the, I was going to say, MP9. He's upgraded to an M4.
All right, there we go. He's your super weapon, right? So having him be a little bit on the back foot, not really contributing as much as you'd otherwise want, it obviously is going to have an impact. But yeah, let's find out if he can disrupt this Inner Circle T side. That's looking great at the moment.
He's heading towards A with the AWP right now. Nothing super aggressive, just going to be holding the line. You can see middle.
Wow.
Under a lot of scrutiny right now. CT's trying to play it, Anders, and they are keeping their head above water for now. Rops will trade out Onic. 4-on-4. Response coming through. Going to be getting aggressive towards B main.
I love the confidence.
He knows, though.
Should have this kill pretty much every single time. They're right on top. Yes, Apex goes down.
Great movement. Nice awareness.
Now they're wrapping around. This backline into the B bomb site puts JL in a very awkward position.
He's ready for it.
Spray down one, but the spacing is just perfect for it. Hetrick ready to take on over, and they don't even have to face this CT spawn position. They could just plant the bomb and be fine with it. This is awesome. Onic, that fight in the middle, if you just kind of strip the HUD and forget about the player names, you're not thinking, oh, he's playing Vitality. He just doesn't care. He's just in there fighting, saying, yeah, whatever. Like, you might be flames on the other side, but I'm going to take this fight.
Well, we discussed why it's challenging for CTs and Midlanders. You could see how Vitality was scrambling there with all the util flashes going through, knives out, jumping away. I'm sure they got the trade from camera, but ultimately you can see like very uncomfortable when the full exec, as it were, comes in towards middle, all the util drops. And another very convincing round here from Inner Circle. 7-1. 3 of them survive. ZywOo will continue with the AWP into the next round. Might need another tactical timeout here. This one's starting to spiral a little bit.
I want to say in the past, I could be making this up, but I think Captain Kirker is one of the players that used to be an IGL, and now it's Onic instead.
So, money not too bad for Vitality, goes without saying. Maximum loss bonus at this stage. No AWP required here for Inner Circle. Looking comfy, and we're getting a bit aggressive, and it's what we wanted to see. ZywOo setting up for an opening pick. Not hyper-aggressive, but you can see a layered setup. Player next to him as well. And we're going for that mid control once again. We talked about it. No CT presence there whatsoever. In a circle trying to exploit it. Robs takes map control in response.
That's one of the things that wasn't happening that much yesterday on the map, is the actual T side exploiting this much of the mid control. But they definitely are right now. They've left Onyx to kind of walk through the middle, so he's going to be lurking his way solo through. And Zero, he goes down straight away. Nice push out of Apex and JL. They actually win both the fights. And that's such a shame because it put such a slowdown on everything else. Onyx going to be found. This is a round from Inner Circle, in my opinion, that's almost directly lifted out of a bet boom kind of meta. They do this thing a lot with Boomage pushing alone like that. It just doesn't work out.
Well, you can see how the system is designed now for Vitality. Once they realize mid control's been given up, T side are going to be using 3 players at least to take middle like that. So as soon as they lose the mid control, pushing out on the extremities of the map. B main out towards A as well. Get that information and potentially find the stragglers who are holding for those flanks. And yeah, that's a perfect example of how they want the rounds to be going when they lose middle.
Guess if you're an Inner Circle fan, this is also where you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, right? Because 7-2, it still looks like a great lead, and it kind of is, but
it is.
It doesn't take a lot, does it, for this to be a very different kind of affair? Like, if they get up to 4 or 5 rounds here, Vitality, it'll be a very different half.
It'll be more than enough. That's if they get there.
Still haven't even activated Cyber.
That's true.
He's chilling.
But he did have impact somewhat there. Him holding the aggressive line at the start with the AWP allowed Robs to push out in towards a canal. So, sure, didn't get fragged, but he is contributing in that sense. It was a good move.
Creating a bit of space.
Yeah, exactly. Got Robs in a promising position. Good round from Vitality there. JL looking solid. Been grinding recently.
He absolutely is. He's bringing the vibes. That pre-game interview, just, what did he say? The best thing he can do is just kind of play his own game.
I think they're missing their mid-Molotov more often than not.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Great flashes, though. That was JL setting up Apex to pick up that kill. So Dawi goes down straight away. Deep HE doesn't
really connect. Get him in the game. Let's go.
Nice. It took about 9 rounds. We're in the 10th here before we picked up a kill, but you know what? We'll take it.
We'll take it all day long. Looks like a comfy one here for Vitality. Resetting the round. Set up the crossfires. And rot the clock. Next move has to be made by Inner Circle here. In terms of their cash, money's still quite good. Could definitely give this one a look. Head trick. Minute remaining. Tip of the spear here. AWP, of course. Full belts of util on the remaining players here for Inner Circle.
50 seconds. And I mean, there's no pressure on Vitality to do anything more than what they're doing right now.
Zywu giving the AWP over to Apex. Patrolling middle, looks like the perfect crossfire. Flames take first contact, Zywu swing after that, and it should be absolutely fine.
Okay, that's a good protocol. I just like that. There is the peek coming in, and it's a pretty good double spray down. Head trick.
Round still on.
It is on. He's still got about 30 seconds, and there's nobody else on the bomb site. So he goes straight for the bomb plant. Does plant in a position where he can't really go out to main. Yeah, so he's going to go up to the high ground instead. Already scoped up, but he misses the chance there. There was an opportunity. Apex very low on health there.
Thankfully up against the AWP. USP did the job. It's uncomfortable, but the round is secure. 7-3. Really nice crossfire there towards middle. 3 kills for Zywu. He's off to the races, got that frag towards the B bomb site. Off with the AWP up to Apex there. Double kill from the Temple side. Oh, the flashbang was brutal there from JL.
Yeah, it was.
You can see all 3 of them dancing around. Nice crossfire. Comfortable finish from Apex once he misses that AWP shot.
Come on.
Let's go. Lock in.
3rd round, it all counts here. It is... Perhaps a bit worrying for Vitality. That's a 5-on-3 that they almost sort of give up.
The round's around, Anders.
All right. I'll retract.
That's where they're at right now. A round is a round.
Just pick it up. All right, fair enough then. Sideways up to 3 kills as well now, so it's slowly but surely going in their direction. Looks like it could be a faster B hit this time, and there's only 2 defenders, so I kind of like this. For once, Vitality are actually holding the middle, and Inner Circle have found a great round to pull this one off. Apex gets 1, but he's immediately sprayed down, and Onyx will find JL at range. So that's the bomb plant now.
Lots of dinks, though. Confirmed damage, Anders, and Zywu will find one of the low HP players. Captain Kirk at 21 points of help as well. Bomb just planted. Zywu towards B main. Rifles coming in with him as well.
It's planted Oh, it is planted on the other side. I was going to say for Hetrick, otherwise he's in a weird position, but it's actually planted on the right side for him. So this could be a very difficult retake. They must go for it, surely. Trying to get their way through. Flashbang is completely blind. Captain Kirk! He doesn't realize that Robs has already walked past him. And now this 2-on-3 really begins. Bomb trying to be defused now. A couple of seconds left. He misses the HE. Oh, and Hetrick couldn't get activated. I thought he'd be in a position there towards CT spawn to do more, but they just had no idea. That's pretty shocking. He must have been planted on the wrong side anyway. I swear it looked like it was towards CT spawn.
Well, either way, missed the HE. And looked like it was a pretty comfortable retake in the end. ZywOo coming to life now. Good work from Apex. Like I said, confirmed damage. He only gets 1 kill, but he knows he dinked another as well. This was a crazy moment. Nice work from Robs to double check it. So yeah, he wouldn't be able to see the bomb either way from Dark, so it wouldn't have mattered too much. Him getting that HE either way.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, it's Russian middle. We've talked about this being wide open almost every single round. Picking up the pace now. In we go.
Oh, Flames is already here, and the flashbang set up for it is so good. He ducks back down. He doesn't want to die right away. He's trying to hide inside of it. Robs, the ultimate teammate, gets the kill on Onyx, and he set up the flashbang for Flames to get the first one, so fantastic work. ZywOo there to pick up the kill, and suddenly it's 0 alone versus 5. And Vitality, kind of a dreadful start with a 0-7 ZywOo. Got nothing done at the beginning of the half, but now they're looking to pick up a 5th round here, and that is plenty enough for Vitality to be dangerous on this map. 0. I mean, they're not even fighting. They're not even giving him a chance here to do anything with the bomb down in front, and eventually they're going to be wrapping around him because the Apex is getting kind of closer here. It's Robs with a headshot. It's a 7-5 end of it.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitality. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitality need, and they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing, here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitality do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 3 or 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock. They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flames is in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzi, backside. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here, his bit responds, the headshot, Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi, and they end it right here.
MOUZ are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake util's being set up, but MOUZ aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop MOUZ's approach. Over it goes, Flames again forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitality, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzi falling short of the finals in London. And MOUZ, the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality, well, they're back now into the grand final.
Well, Vitality might do it in 2 if they keep it up. They were down and out. It was looking rough, but towards the tail end of that first half, things were looking quite promising, Anders, and I feel like they might be able to bring this one all the way back.
Yeah, they played so well in a circle at the start of it, but I think you're absolutely right. Vitality clawing their way back 5 rounds is kind of a scary prospect. The second half is coming up now. It's Vitality. Their turn for the T side. And we've got a bit of utility to work with as well.
We certainly do. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a Molotov. Quite a technical pistol round here on the T side. Yeah, setting some util up towards the B bomb sites. So first smoke's already deployed. So maybe a B splits here, or it could be a ruse in towards A. Good God.
Just works. Oh, I can't believe it, but Flames has picked up a kill there. What a surgical shot coming out from Captain Kirker. He wants another one.
How's he away?
Dancing his way out. Robs, how is he alive? The bomb is being planted on the other side, but Onyx is right there in the smoke next to them. Does he want to pull the trigger? It's a 3-on-3. If he dies, he's putting his team in a weird position, so he's trying to wait it out. There's the kill for Onyx. Finally, Apex, he gets completely run down, and now Rops, who is already low on health, trying to sneak in a kill here. They've already tapped the bomb once. They might not have a kit, but they'll have plenty of time for the defuse. A critical round, I think, for Inner Circle to get this game back on track for them.
Well, there we have it. The B splits looked effective for a second there, but the backstab from the canals. CT's pushing out of that A bomb site, found a couple of freebies. Absolute pandemonium here as well. It looked like those couple of kills would be enough. This is the moment I'm referencing. Lots of damage, lots of pressure, and a solid retake from Inner Circle. But the bomb was planted, Anders, and we know what that means.
What does it mean, Henry?
It means there will be a potent force buy. And when I say potent, I mean it. We've got Robson, Zywoo on AK-47s here. It means a couple of players will sacrifice their own round. That's going to be Apex and Flames this time. They'll have to drop the AKs, of course, but let's see what we have in store for us here. Aggressive play from Doorway, actually getting down towards the canals. And speaking of aggression, Captain Kirker pushing out of Dark as well. Robs can't find the double. Relentless aggression here from the CTs.
What's he doing dancing around? Shoot the gun! Flames just gonna find him in the corner. You know what? He still did a pretty good job. It looked kind of awkward there for a minute. Dink from the FAMAS, and that puts JL down to 27. But Captain Kirker's not lacking in confidence right now.
I'm really enjoying this Inner Circle, taking the game to Vitality, not resting on their laurels, letting the round come to them.
Yeah,
they're up close and personal.
Like, just taking Flames out. They don't allow them to escape. They know they've got the man advantage.
Because they know they're going to be a little bit uncomfortable in general. They're not going to be as prepared and as well-regimented as they normally would be with Mezzi. So presenting this sort of aggression and discombobulating the offense, like, this is a really great approach to kick things off in the second half. Inner Circle 9, Vitality 5. Has to be the eco now. Both pistols in the bag.
I mean, yeah, Messi is, in my opinion, probably an irreplaceable part of this Vitality team, especially maybe CT side anchoring. Zero pushing down. He's going to find a couple there with the MP7. That's a nice little gift here. He sees the gun barrel. He knows someone's there. Nice shot on that Tech 9.
Crazy shot.
How's he found that?
Looks like the round is over. We'll take something spectacular from JL. Not going to happen. They know where Robs is as well. Recovers the bomb at the very least, but it's a 4-on-1. 0% chance of doing much more than maybe a kill. Timing eludes him and the player towards T-spawn.
Yeah, they're really far away at the moment.
He's down.
Wait, they're coming back. Actually waits for him to turn around. You know, we were watching Dendele yesterday. Even if they ultimately got donked, I still feel like the lack of respect that they had for Spirit, like they just played their own game. I think it's really admirable. I feel like Inner Circle are kind of bringing the same vibe here. They don't care. They're not really scared of Vitality at all.
Well, it's a kind of a zero pressure game for them, right? This is like a top 5 team versus, I think, Inner Circle ranked 34th. They've been farming the tier 2 circuit. Like we said, I think 11 out of 12 wins recently. They're in form. They're hungry. And yeah, they don't look scared at all. Applying the pressure. And Vitality now, a very important first gun round here. They managed to win the first one in that first half. Let's see if they can replicate that sort of form. The relentless aggression has subsided for the defense for now.
And you know it's going to be a slow round.
You can see how high alert everyone is right now as well. Thinking there's going to be some sort of push.
And they've dropped the bomb back towards T-spawn, right? So they're always going to be waiting around like this for a long time. With all the Molotovs, I mean, it could just be a straight-up A execute, which... Honestly, the positioning here is kind of interesting for Captain Kirker if he stays in this corner. I don't know if any of the grenades they're going to throw will actually touch him. So I'm kind of curious about this. Look at the push. That's late in the round for a double push out middle. And they're going to find JL in the middle of it, and they're not going to see anyone else. Yeah, here comes the full AXU, but look at this position. I don't think any of the grenades are going to hit back here. Captain Kirker trusting in his aim, and that's very nearly a double. He might have died, but look at the follow-up. Head trick. The human barbecue happening in the A-bomb site. Apex to go down, and now ZywOo alone against 4. Grenade right on top of him. They have no respect once again. Dowie's taking him down in a circle, looking great.
So still an aggressive round, but they were waiting until they were lacking information.
Yeah.
That's when the push towards top of middle comes through. JL can do nothing about it. Oh no, he was lining up his grenade as well. That's the grenade that goes towards Temple, I believe. Oh no, you're right, the human barbecue. It will be a double kill with that Molotov towards A main, and now 11-5 touching distance of dominating this first map before we move on to Cash, which is an unknown quantity, to be fair. We will see ZywOo on the AK. He's gone all in. Partial buy otherwise. This is for map points. ZywOo 6-12. Right now, needs to be the hero.
That position of Captain Kirker is so cool, right? Because all of the Molotovs and the smokes are landing pretty much anywhere on the bomb site but him.
He did like 80 damage to 2 players.
Yeah.
They're the 2 players that go down to the Molotov.
Yeah, I mean, if he had an AK instead, he probably kills both of them instead, so...
Nice work.
How it is.
Feels like this is a done deal. Inner circle, just so much momentum behind them right now. And you're up against pistols. Couple of rifles to secure map point. Give yourself 7 opportunities to close this one out. No aggression this time. More of a default round from the CTs.
I know we were making excuses for ZywOo when he was at 0-7 and all of that, but you look at the scoreboard now, it does kind of feel like, again, it could have been a very different game here if ZywOo had a couple more kills in some of the important rounds here. Robs is at 14, JL is at 9, Apex at 9. Like, they are kind of missing him a little bit in this game. That's rare. It's a rare treat for Inner Circle. You're right as well. Cash is a second map. That really does throw a bit of a wrinkle into this series.
It really does. It's a fragger's map, and Vitality aren't being allowed to frag right now. CTs are in their face with beautiful pushes. As we said, a relentless aggression. And they are just looking very, very confident right now. Everyone contributing. No one's scared of their opponents here. And it's Vitality that are cowering. No map control to speak of, Anders. They've got 2 players outside A, 3 towards T-Sets, 30 seconds. What's the play here? I guess you're just going in towards A with a basic execute. Going towards middle, so yeah, A split by the looks of things here. So smoking towards heaven. They can Molotov the cake position or camera, I suppose. 20 seconds now. This is going to be really tight. A scramble now into the sights.
Hour is late now, so going around number 17, Zero. He does get the 1 kill that he needed there, and Captain Kirker holding up behind. 7 seconds on the clock. They actually will peek it a little bit more. Maybe didn't need to do that. Still a 3-on-3 though. And can they make their way through this smoke towards Cam? They certainly are trying. Rops is going to be dead next, and Apex is already very low on health and deleted his ZywOo. Oh, Apex! How has he done it? With just 27 health, he finds a quad kill, landing 2 beautiful headshots.
You've let them back in. You have let Vitality back into the game. Huge clutch from Apex. Gives them a lifeline right now, 11-6. Manny's still very strong on the Inner Circle side, but this is exactly what they needed. A bit of a miracle round and team game leader to provide the goods.
I know it's really, really nitpicking a little bit, but it feels like Captain Kirker, because there's only 7 seconds left, he wants to take another fight there.
Exactly.
You were
right.
4-3.
Arguably should have got the kill as well. But yeah, definitely agree. Could have waited for that one. Like I said, you've let them back into the game now. The response from Inner Circle, double orb setup here. Head trick and Onyx, warding the snipers. T-sided map, as we keep reminding you. Need to find their own momentum now. Game is far from over when Vitality on the server, regardless of the scoreline.
Yeah, that secondary AWP as well on Onyx. the surprise factor of that alone, you're not expecting it, that could be enough to catch Vitality off guard, turning a corner somewhere in a bit of an unsafe way.
We are going in towards B. We talked about the double orb setup. Here's one of them, patrolling the B main line. Usually smoked off here. Smoke's being deployed right now.
Are they gonna peek in front of it though? Oh, that's a great flick though, right as the smoke pops. And JL in the back, he's blind. He did see someone there, and it's a strong headshot. Apex wanted to get through. Dowie wreaking havoc from this connector position. Throw down that smoke before that Molotov will get you. And JL holding for ZywOo as the bomb is being planted now. Can he actually save them? They bought themselves a little bit of a lifeline in that last round, Vitality, but they need to make good on it. They need to keep going now. And somehow they've actually got into the after plan without losing anyone just yet.
Quite nice from JL getting that second smoke down towards the E-box room, and it's going to be very, very tricky now to get out of that area. And they've managed to do it. Looks like the round is secure. 3 versus 1. ZywOo will have to go nuclear here.
He does have a Molotov though, so he could actually maybe stop their spawn defuse, or maybe just slow them down to try and get close. About a head trick. He's got the line up for it. I was thinking maybe there's a way to bounce the Molotov onto the bomb itself, but either way, it was going to be very, very tricky there. In a circle, up to 12.
I was saying JL's second smoke there was very effective. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too deep.
Yeah.
They had gaps there. They could spot him through it. Opening kill, a little bit disappointed with Flames. Waits half a second. It's a very different round. Great retake though. And standing in the Flames, Hedra to close things out. 6 opportunities to close this right here, right now. We've got the Mac 10 for Flames. AWP for ZywOo. What's the call? Picking up the pace, but looks things here. Trying to get towards the E-box room. It's going to be ZywOo to provide the covering fire. Takes down Dory. Can he find head trick?
That looked like it needed to be a kill. Apex will go down though. I don't know where the bullet went. But Headtrick certainly had the scope in the right position. Do they want to be aggressive again? I mean, they've turned this into a 4-on-4 now. But with 2 people in the B bomb side, they could be pushing out, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And they're going to meet Vitality on the other side, who are setting up grenades. The timing is actually a bit weird for them here. Flames goes straight down. And I think JL was throwing grenades into the bomb site, even as that was happening here. They know that Headtrick's still going to be here, so he needs some backup right away before everyone starts to collapse on him. It's JL on the other side, shooting him in the back. And Zero, he's not going to be any better off. That's through the smoke as well. Another round. Vitality not giving up so easily.
Still in it for now. Captain Kirkup not going to give this one a look in. Nice work from JL there. Secures the round. Double kill into that B bomb site. Latter through the smoke. Need a lot more where that came from. So I would open things up. If anything, though, it's unlikely they take us to overtime, Anders. We're being objective here, but if you can just get ZywOo online, get him frying on the server, finding some impact, he is definitely recovering. And it's going to be a long series here.
Yeah, even just from our point of view, we want to see ZywOo out there on the battlefield.
Oh, absolutely. There we go. Those are the vibes we're talking about.
That is one of the things that he really brings. No one can argue that.
Immaculate vibes. Should be the eco here, boys. So some open runway here.
Yeah, single AK saved, of course. I guess you could try and play around that kind of setup, Captain Kirkup. He's been mechanically super strong. Fun to see him unleashed in a way that I think in some of his previous teams he hadn't really had the room to do that. He's been in charge of more on the leadership role in the past, so looks like he's doing just fine. 5 rounds in a row is what Vitality need desperately. Because again, to reiterate, Cache is the second map, and I mean, even maybe worse so, Dust 2 is the final map, and Inner Circle, they are gods on Dust 2. They're super strong on that map, so something to really consider as well for Vitality. Even if it goes a third map, it's not like it's a done deal. They get to a weak map for Inner Circle at all.
Yeah, this is aggressive map pool. Anubis, Cache, and Dust 2, the sort of maps you can get stuck in on the CT side, shut down your opposition before they can play their defaults out. So yeah, this is an interesting prospect. Inner Circle likely to pick up this first map, but we'll see. Vitality, as I said, very difficult team to put to bed. Should be 12-8 here. Nothing too flashy required, and they find the AK-47 early. Okay, round pretty much done. Zero will recover the AK, but I doubt he can really recover this scenario. Apex is patrolling towards E-Box. Aware of the prospect of CTs dropping down and going for the flank. And you don't want to give anything away here. Make sure you check every crevice of the B-bomb site. Nice one. 12-8.
USP could be thrown in there. Hetrick also, I guess he's got a 5.7. You ever considered, Henry, that if it was a 6.7 cartridge, we could never buy that gun? The Sumas would have ruined it for us. We'd have, you know.
I feel like 6.7's dropped off though. No one.
Is it making its way out?
It's kind of cringe now, unfortunately.
Okay, well,
I'm glad you.
That's me. That is me.
I think it fell off about 2 months ago, completely.
You need to tell me this stuff in advance.
I should have texted you before this tournament.
Yeah, should have texted me.
Don't mention 6.7 on the broadcast.
The kids, they no longer think it's cool.
We'll come up with some new memes. Some new funny numbers for you, Anders.
There are so many numbers we have to dodge already. I feel like give it a couple of years and we will. That's all we're going to be doing is dancing around, trying to avoid saying the wrong things.
12-8. Not a funny number for Vitality. It's a very serious issue. On the back foot, 1 round falling apart. Means the map is over. Round number 21, though. 4 in a row on the T side. Certainly possible. Just joining us. It's the opening day of Group B here at Blast Open Porto. Vitality with the stand-in, of course. JL in for Mezzi. And he's coming in as a 1-for-1 replacement. They're not playing around JL. He is just going into Mezzi roles. Apex opening things up. Is this where it comes crashing down? It might be Anders. 4 on 2 now. Aggressive once again. And it pays dividends for Inner Circle.
It's a great spray down for Captain Kirker, but it is a devastating flashbang that Hetrick throws from inside of the A-bomb site there. He absolutely wrecked them. Flames and JL. Yes, JL was playing very well. Big shoes to fill, in my opinion, stepping in straight in for Mezzi. But, yeah, he's not been lacking in the firepower department. The problem is, Inner Circle showed up super focused for this game. They got the bomb picked up, and they're making their way up the canals. Are they really going to try and see if they can boost their way in? How's that going to work? So that's... Oh, okay, it works perfectly. They can't... Captain Kirker, I was going to say, if they make the jump up here, then they're going to leave 1 player behind. But 45 seconds, it's still winnable somehow.
Flames and JL. Flames hasn't had massive output in this first map of the series, but if they can recover this round, all will be forgiven. A bomb site actually quite open for them. That's where they're heading. Will be time to rotation with that flashbang coming in. They know what's up here. Hetrick to rotate through.
Yeah, you kind of got to commit to it. There's no one actually holding the A-bomb side, which I don't think is necessarily a big deal for Inner Circle. Oh, Hetrick catching Flames, and that's the bomb. That might just do it. Deep grenade lands right on JL. I mean, only 12 seconds. It's no longer winnable for Vitality. Inner Circle at a 13-8 scoreline. That is a great headline to begin with.
Amazing work from Inner Circle. They were confident, they were aggressive, and they were playing with flair as well. And let me tell you, Captain Kirker did not come in peace.
He certainly did not. Henry is Inner Circle. They got their way through that. They played up to their strengths, and they were willing to take the fights and take the position away from Vitality. There were some moments in the game where you would say, this could be the way back in for Vitality. A chance, right? We were talking about it even in the first half. There may have been a way for them to actually solidify themselves with taking this map. But every time you felt like they had it, Inner Circle had another trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, that was a game where Vitality were on the back foot for the vast majority of the game. All the credit goes to Inner Circle for coming in and playing proper Counter-Strike, for playing, as Henry said it, aggressive Counter-Strike, but doing it in a calculated way. There's different ways of doing aggressive approaches to a game of Counter-Strike. It wasn't this kind of relentless aggression where everyone is just taking the head under the arm and going for it. It felt like it was a team effort, you know, but also a balanced effort. There were rounds where they would be super, super aggressive 2 times, 3 times in a row, and then the 4th round they'd sit back, give a lot of space to Vitality, but Vitality would just be sitting back and then waiting for that aggression that never appeared, you know, and never came to them. So it was a great balance of playing your own style of Counter-Strike, coming in well prepared, and then also, I will say, punishing some of the mistakes Vitality made. And that takes, you know, there's a class team to be able to do consistently against a team like Vitality.
Yeah, I think they Inner Circle came and showed exactly how they were playing, leading up to this event, and you gotta give them the pat on the shoulder for that, because it does take a certain amount of pride and believe in yourself to come in and do it again against a team like Vitality. No fear, no nothing, just going in and delivering from the first round.
And you could hear it, right? We were sat here right there, so loud about it. They're so confident with it. This is a win that's very important for them. You said Anubis was just key for them to be able to pick up with it as well.
Also in isolation to how important this game and how important this tournament is for Inner Circle. This is a giant opportunity for them to gain some VIS points and potentially secure them a spot at the major. This is sort of their major, this season. There's no guarantees that they'll be part of the Shanghai major. So if they do well, if they get a win against Vitality, maybe net themselves one more win, that could be enough points to put you in contention to make the major. So we speak of motivation, we speak of who does it mean more to, a team that is struggling a bit with a stand-in in Vitality, who naturally will be at the major no matter what, or a team that is fighting tooth and nail to be part of that, fun circuit. So in that regard, I could also sense from the player cams the loudness coming out from Inner Circle and maybe the lack of energy from Vitality that there was one team it meant a little bit more for than the other.
Now you're also talking about Inner Circle not being afraid of taking fights, right? And you're picking out some rounds for us here, Pim, so talk us through this.
Yeah, I think we can start with round 14. Again, the balance of being aggressive. Again, you win the pistol, you convert, and the first thing you do on your CT side is being in your face of Vitality, taking the fights. Again, Robs comes in with a nice, decent trade frag right here, not aware of the second player, even though he was spotted, so I'm assuming there was some communicational issues within the Vitality camp in that regard. Again, a 3v2 right here. You have then Onyx taking an aggressive position, not steering away from the fact you have two men pushing out right here, so you make sure that you can trade the kill no matter what. It's just a nice way to see a team, that you win pistol, that now you're dangerously close to winning the game. I feel like a lot of teams would be a little bit afraid to do the right thing, but throughout the entirety of the game, Rocket, they played to win.
They played 100% to win, and it's also what the casters were talking about when we had the game with Spirit and Dendele yesterday. It was a little bit the same. I think Inner Circle just executed their plan more sharp, with a little bit more success in the duels as well. And yeah, if you can do that against Vitality, you can do it against anyone. So yeah.
And continuing on with our rounds, we were seeing mid pushes come through, JL at times getting caught off guard as well.
Yeah, unfortunately a little bit, and round 16 is another great example of that balance of being aggression. This time it's mid-round aggression. Again, we have 55 seconds left of the round. You have a double man push in middle. Unfortunately for JL, he gets caught with a bad timing, lining up a grenade. That can happen. Yeah. And then you're in a winning position. They know exactly what's going to happen. They know exactly where they're coming from. Sure, you don't get the kill right here from Captain Kutke, but he headshots both of them. So the Molotov coming in from a teammate is basically killing 2.5 members of Vitality, which makes the round unwinnable for them. Again, I gotta give it to Inner Circle. You could argue that, sure, you can win Counter-Strike games by Vitality not playing well, them making mistakes, and yes, I will also say I was disappointed in the level from Vitality, but if anything, I want to give credit to Inner Circle for bringing the game to Vitality, for playing their own style of CS, and by doing it in different fashions, whether it was early aggression, mid-round aggression, sitting back late in the round, they showed different facets of what it's like to be a good Counter-Strike team.
For sure, but also knowing what happens in this break, they will go out and say, okay, we just need to continue doing it. While in the other camp, knowing Apex from watching him live behind the scenes, but also on their vlogs and everything, he's gonna give them one hell of a wake-up call in the break. So I have high expectations that whoever goes through that door of Vitality players, they will have a completely different hunger to come in and revenge this first map.
That's part of the story as well. We saw the stat line come up during the broadcast. ZywOo off to his worst start ever. Yeah. In CS2, going 0-7. I think he got his first kill in round 9. Naturally not a good sign for ZywOo. So there were some anomalies happening in this game, and as I said, Inner Circle were able to fully capitalize on that. Looking at this though, I want to talk about Captain Kirkta a little bit, because this is a player who we saw all the way back on the original bait. I think it was 2021. You've been talking about him for so long, as you mentioned. Well, he dominated this game in here, right? It doesn't matter that he might be one of the oldest members of the team. He's still got the skills to back it up, and he will take these fights, and he won't give a damn about what's going on. Yeah, he played an incredible game of Counter-Strike and brought the fight to Vitality. You can mention him, naturally, for having a lot of kills, but I think all the members from Inner Circle had moments or had rounds where they were the difference maker. He was also the guy, I believe, pushing out, when the game was 11-7 or something like that. I think ZywOo caught him off guard or got the first kill, and then he's the one getting a fantastic flash from a teammate, pushing out and basically closing the game. So as you can see in this highlight package, it was impact on the T side, it was impact in the pistol, it was him winning the final round of the game right here, 12-8. He's the one pushing out, getting a double kill. He was there from start to beginning.
I think like he's a quite interesting story, right? Because when he came into the scene, he was a little bit this like one-trick pony. Everyone remembers like the major run when they only played Ancient, and he was like living the time of his life, you know, just hanging out on Ancient every single game at a major. And then he had like a hard time about choosing like what do I do next, like what is my playstyle. But I think what we see today is a very like grown-up version of him. Like you can still see the skill ceiling, like he's super good, but now he doesn't need, you know, all these like weird tricks to get a winning position duel against like some of the best players in the world. So for me, it's like he's been here for a long time. People have maybe like laughed about where is he playing, where like he just goes to show like he's good.
Yeah, he's definitely good. He definitely showed up on that. And just overall looking at Vitality, okay, you mentioned about the ZywOo side of things, but I mean, limited time, coming off the back of this, changing a stand-in player, just one map being like this and it's not your pick. Does it send alarm bells from the way it went down? Are you super worried? Like, because it's very hard for me personally to judge on where I'm putting Vitality right now in the grand scheme of things.
It's tough, you know, and that's always going to be the silver lining, that can we really use these results for anything in regards to Vitality? A little bit, I think, you know, they were disjointed. The spacing on Anubis wasn't great, and the fact that we now have Cash coming up as well, a new map where, sure, they looked great the one time they played it at EWC, but that's going to be difficult to replicate with a guy like JL. So, if anything, this game is now up in the air. You know, it's hard to say who actually is the favorite at this point, as crazy as it may sound.
It does sound very crazy, but let's see what happens when we go into Cash. That's the map that's coming up next, but before that, have a listen to an interview I did earlier with Onyx. Onyx, the first thing I wanted to look at for Inner Circle here is you've got Stickler coming in from the Bad News Eagles of the past, right? Helping you out at the moment. How did that come about, and what is he adding for the team?
He's kinda, I would say, adding a new vision to us, cause like also even me, like as an IGL, I was working only with JAR like all my professional career, and like he's just adding kinda new vision to the game, and I like it so much. Also, he's kinda like a manager, so he's like kinda second coach and manager, and like he's helping out more individually to like every player. He can see it and like just add some his vision of the game also.
Perfect. Hopefully some depth that can help you guys improve and grow faster as well. And I know you guys are grinding all the time, but if I remember Inner Circle at its best was obviously this little EPL run you had. You've still kept a good rankings, but it's like up and down with it. How important is it to find that form again? And do you think with this current team and all the things you have, you can break past that barrier now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like that with this roster we will even do more than we did like in EPL, because like it's known like right after EPL we got like some bad moments like in team, and like we did roster changes, and it's always like not good, because we only like kind of did a big step up, and after we just do changes, and it's like yeah, we like go down a lot, but now we're kind of back, and we hope we will do like even more steps high, I mean.
And looking at that, you're still very young, but you're an IGL and you've had to go through so much of this with these player changes, everything you've talked about. How hard is it for you?
I mean, of course it's hard, but I like it. Like I love the game, I love the like some new stuff going on, and like I just enjoying it, and hope we can like again do with this roster big steps.
Nice, fingers crossed you can. I also want to ask a bit about Hedrick, because he's had 5 months on the team now. What is the difference you see in the team since he's come into it? Because he's performing very well.
I would say, yeah, he's performing, of course, very well, but also he helping me a lot, also as IGL, because like he's kind of experienced guy. Like he played with a lot of like good players, I would say, and like he can calm down us at the moment. Maybe sometimes he even can like helping with calling. So like when he come to us, it's kind of easier to play.
We are back and rolling into cash. Now this is where things get interesting because we were unsure of the map pool and what we would see here from Vitality, who've been struggling even with the main team to identify that. But we're going into cash where, okay, they played what many people thought was the best team on cash phase. They dominated them. Zyru dropped a 2.21 rating. So does that mean Goatwoo's going to be back and then we're just going to see us go to a third map and it's going to roll on over for Inner Circle?
It does mean
they play it?
Yeah, it does mean Vitality have put in work to cash and obviously integrated into the map pool instead of pivoting to Ancient for that matter during the player break. So yeah, you'd expect Vitality to come in here and be competitive. The worry for me is, Casper, as you know, it's a new map, right? So it's still a little bit random, you know. Then you find one way to deal with a certain default and all of a sudden that changes the dynamic of the game, and that's how it's going to be the first couple of months. So if Inner Circle has some sort of answer to what they saw from Vitality against FaZe Clan, then this could very much be a competitive game.
Yeah, like cash is the open question mark for a lot of teams here at this event, and for Vitality, they need this to be a success. Getting overpass removed, getting cash back in, they need it to be a success. So whatever storylines, they need to start building some momentum on this map.
Do you want me to hit you with something even more crazy as well? JL has never played an official on cash.
He's too young.
He's too young.
Yeah.
He's way too young to make that happen. Could that also be a problem inside of this? Could that maybe, you know, we're talking about the limited days of practice, because remember, you were talking about them being at EWC. After EWC, even when they finished, they weren't practicing so much. JL only joined them here, right? And they were doing all this stuff with, like, you know, the EWC things where people going photos, media, all this other stuff. So, yeah, a bit worried.
I can say, when you have ZywOo on a map like cash, when there's not so many strategic elements, you just can go out brawl. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
That's the thing, right? For JL, it's about not being a liability, and as much as I want to say, it's not JL's job to win the game for Vitality. It's ZywOo's job. It's FlameC's job. It's Rob's job. It's Apex for that matter as well. Coach X. The JL is just there to do as good as he can as a stand-in. Don't think it's fair to put the expectations on him being the difference maker. And I'll be completely ruthless and honest. If Rob's, ZywOo, and FlameC for that matter can find a way to beat Inner Circle on a map like Cash even, then they're simply not good enough or cut for it right now. So that would be disappointing for Vitality, but make no mistake, it's not up to JL to make the difference. It's the man on your screen right here who's supposed to do it.
Yeah, that's the one we're all looking at, right? That's the goat in the conversation of it all. For Inner Circle, can they ride high off some crazy confidence with this? Can they turn that into something here where they have a good early start again?
I think if they get the pistol round, for sure. If they don't, I think it's going to be a completely different world going into cash.
It's the difference between ZywOo going off to his worst start ever, you know, in CS2, and ZywOo potentially getting off to a good start. That can change the tide of the game completely.
Well, let's see if he can get off to his best start. And two guys who are always at their best, it's Anders and Henry G.
He's a jokester.
Oh, yeah. Too kind, I suppose. We'll leave it there. Yeah, map 2 is the pick of Vitality. Cash coming up next. What excites me about this is Inner Circle starts CT side here. We talked about their aggression on the CT side, getting stuck in. I don't think they'll allow Vitality to get comfortable here whatsoever. Dare I say it, Anders? I feel like a 2-0 could be happening here. I think this bogey pick of Cash is interesting, but I think after what we saw in the first map, this could be landing in favor of Inner Circle.
Not a lot of Polymar predictions, I think, you know, seeing this one coming. That's kind of a wild set of affairs that we got going on. Anubis is the first one, and it goes to Inner Circle now. We're on Cash for the second map. I love it. I'm glad that you and I get a chance to see some more Cash, especially with like a variety of different teams. Like, we're kind of, I don't say we know nothing about it, but there's a lot to be figured out on the map, and maybe some of these teams will have like the one trick that you need to kind of open up a bomb site or win a map.
Yeah, we're still in the fledgling stages of Cash. Every map we will learn something new. And let's see what Inner Circle want to bring to the pistol here. 2 sets of dual elites and lots of utility once again for Vitality. Smokes, flashes, Molotovs, and 5 players heading towards the A side of the map. One towards door. That will be Rob's.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a flashbang in his back pocket, but this is interesting. Onyx is moving up and going into that sunroom. Now, it doesn't look like he's going to, you know, kind of stay any further, but it will allow Darwi to rotate back.
That's a very good point. No one giving away anything just yet. ZywOo lying in wait towards a boost. Smoke being deployed towards highway, but looks things here.
Yeah, presumably JL is going to be Molotoving. Oh, he's all the way in the back, so thought he was going to go for the forklift instead. I feel like it's such an annoying position to deal with, especially when the dualies are right here. You can see Zero setting it up, but it could have been more, but it will be a couple of headshots with the USBs
nice shot
before Flames finally shows up. You're absolutely right about that. It's a great shot to take down Head Trick, and that means the bomb is going to be planted. There is a flank coming in here. But they're in a little bit of trouble with Dawi being this low on health, and Onyx, they already know that he's there. Flames hunting him down, but he couldn't make it around the corner. And just like that, it's a 1 versus 1. But I think Apex is playing in a tough position to clear. It's so unlikely that someone's going to be playing in front of this door. You're just not normally going to be checking it. And it's straight into the headshot here. Apex will save the team and pick up a pistol here on the T side. That is critical.
Yeah, their first pistol of the series is in the bag. It was a slow, methodical round there. In a circle, hunting for information, pushing towards that sunroom area. Execution came through, smoke down towards the truck side, Molotov a quad. CTs, although they were holding on for dear life there, but Apex, strong performance from him and Flames. Closes things out in the 1 versus 1. Great shot as well, needed that. Up against a force buy though, not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. Challenging round. Gonna be very meta to boost a player towards red like this. Catch any CTs trying to get up close and personal.
Yeah, and you even see the next evolution of that now, where people, they even blow open the smoke. They really want to make sure that the CTs aren't getting close enough.
Got to convert this. Your Vitality needs some momentum of their own. Couldn't really get going on Anubis. Second half, they managed to get 3 rounds in a row, but it felt like it was too little too late.
Captain Kirker is also playing in front of that door. And I think, if I'm not wrong, the mechanics are such that if there's only 1 CT there, you can kind of push it open. But I think if there's 2, then it becomes significantly different. And you can obviously spam through the door, especially when you got a Galil or an AK. But it isn't like the door on Nuke. That's worth considering. Obviously stacked towards the A side, leaving Onyx with a Deagle over towards the B bomb side. And Vitality really taking their sweet time here to set everything up, and I think that's totally fine. Flames is going to realize there's at least 1 player at the top of that highway position, wants to keep pushing with the MAC-10. Can't really blame him for that, but at the same time, the B bomb side is about to be attacked.
You're dead on there, Anders. Desert Eagle needs to go absolutely huge here, and it's looking quite interesting. Should be enough to get this bomb planted. Man advantage for sure for Inner Circle, but once the bomb's down, you give the advantage towards Vitality. 10 seconds on the clock. You can see they're aware of the prospect there's someone actually being on the bomb site itself. They to do some damage, but not much. No kid, of course. Now, how do they get into this retake? Player coming in from B main. Gonna be head trick on low HP.
This is where you would love 1 flashbang to just kind of get everyone out onto the bomb site. Not impossible, like you said, but definitely the advantage is with Vitality now as the bomb is ticking against Inner Circle here. Captain Kirker gets the 1, but Rock spins around and we'll be able to take him down. And I think they've realized, yeah, with the low health here, it's just not worth it.
Interesting round. Had Vitality sweating, that's for sure.
I thought Onyx was going to be able to land that second Deagle shot.
Me too. Felt like the double all day long. Couldn't quite find the head. It's scrappy. It's close, but Vitality have converted. 2-0, no problem, but a couple of MP9s will be saved. So, won't be a complete gimme round into number 3 here. Nice work from Flames, got a lot of intel, 2 players who all day. That was the shot. That second one connects. It's a very, very different round.
Yeah, it's a great off angle for him to be holding. You could see that they definitely weren't quite ready for it. Vitality, and like you said, it's been tricky for some teams to put together T rounds on this map, so it's not a bad start.
So what's the play here? Inner Circle known for their aggression. 2 MP9s. Not seeing any flashes. Got 1 smoke and an HE, presumably used towards middle, but time will tell.
It feels like the kind of round where the counter boost in the middle would be cool, but it might also be so obvious that you're going to do it that Vitality are going to be holding it every single time. Oh my, that's a nice shot from Dawi in return though, but Captain Kirker, he got sprayed down mid-air. I would love to see a slow-mo replay of that. It was tracking him in the air.
Yeah, the MAC-10 was doing most of the damage, and JL just had 1 shot on the jump.
That looks sick.
It was really cool.
Cinematic kill coming through.
Okay, still a chance, believe it or not, for Inner Circle here. They can find another Deagle kill here, bring it back to a 3-on-3. Opportunity might arise momentarily.
It's such an interesting dynamic on this map. You could see they're holding for the potential CT counter boost, and it feels like you have to do that all the time on the T side. Like somebody has to just be dedicated to making sure that no one sneaks through.
Oh, that was the one Deke attempt. Oh, the Molotov's not actually reaching.
That happens a lot.
Okay. Let's see if that changes things at all. Doorway will have to try and take all of the aggro here. Thing is, now enough time has passed. They'll probably check it either way with the smoke there as well.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Again, they're blocking that door. It's risky if someone has an AK. They're going to shoot you right away, but...
I'm certain they check out Zero there.
Okay, well, let's find out. They are kind of suspicious looking at it, but they don't really clear it all the way. Oh, that could be a slip-up. They probably should have.
It's fine.
It's fine anyway.
Zero could have got a lot more out of that. If he does say he had a bit of trigger discipline, there was certainly 2 kills available. They don't check it. The round should be done here. They know they can run it towards the B-bomb site. Head trick short. He's got Kevlar and an AK. Give it a look. If you can make it a 1v1 quickly, definitely give it a try. Open plant for JL. Smoke City spawn. Molotov towards heaven. His chances are being eradicated here.
Yeah. If all else fails, Rops is hanging around in the middle. He can come right into Checkered. He already is.
Is he lining up a spam or something here? Okay.
It did look like he had some kind of a plan. I mean, honestly, with the AK, you don't have the kit or anything. Just play for some of the exits here. He's already got the 1 kill. Maybe he could find JL. This is so unlikely, though. I feel like JL will just play for time. It's already very low here. Fantastic work for Head Trick. He's going to run away.
They enter the round with 2 MP9s. They leave with an AK, and all 5 members of the opposition dead. It's not too bad. Head Trick, he can buy the AWP as well. Drop that AK to Captain Kirk, I would assume.
That's a good call. I'm making a lot out of a little, and you're kind of putting a bit of a slot like Vitality. They're winning the rounds, but they're not really being allowed to celebrate that much.
Zero is definitely worth 2 there. Couldn't believe his luck. Yeah, he knows it.
And I feel like from the cash that I've seen so far, and I think I'm up to like maybe 10 or 15 different sort of matches that I've been seeing, and I see this Molotov in the back there towards the sandbags. It does fail a lot. Some teams just kind of struggle to throw it.
Very important position to molly every single time. Have a look here. CTs.
Oh, okay.
Playing quite a traditional setup so far, but nice grenades.
Double HP. Oh, no.
10 HP on 2 defenders now.
You almost have to rotate the AWP in here. I think, yeah, get Head Trick. You can't have 2 people with rifles on 10 and 14 health. That's what they're going to be doing. They're trying to relocate. They will leave Dawi at the back of Checkered, but... Man, that often does get Molotov'd back there, so he might just be... He might be gone. He might be crisped if they actually end up going for it. Although it looks like they are setting up for the A bomb site instead.
Well over 100 damage just from utility here received for the defense. But they have got manpower over towards A here. Zero not far away. I should note it's unconfirmed damage.
That's a good
from
point.
Vitality's POV, so they don't know the 2 players in towards B are essentially 1 HP.
So we're going to be seeing Apex throwing some smokes, the traditional wall that we're used to seeing. Same flashbangs here, very common stuff. We'll give them a bit of time to react. The counter utility is coming out now, and Zero, he's not been checked just yet. He's late to the party. Flames rushes onto the bomb site and lands a couple of great headshots. And Zero, I wish he could have been a part of that. He was hiding by the forklift, but it feels like he's just kind of... Even if he gets a kill now, surely it's a little bit too late to actually have an impact on the round. Remember, his teammates are low on health, so it has to be Zero to get the job done. I might have been a little bit early on this one, as he does find a triple, leaving Robson JL to wonder, how did it all go wrong? Shot in the back is Robson. Now, Zero, he didn't see the outline, but he must know he's in the back here. Nice shot from JL. And Onyx health is so low. He has to just try and run onto the site and use that AWP almost like a shotgun. Around the container we go, but JL again playing it very well on time. And I think he realizes now all he has to do is hide, and there's no chance for Onyx to even escape the site. Very close round.
Back-to-back 1v1 clutches there for JL. Ice cold there. Couldn't have played it better if he tried. He knows it as well. Very, very well done. Has to be said, though, Zero, we thought he missed his opportunity there.
I really thought, yeah.
But he ends up getting 3 kills. So fair play to him. Made the most out of a bad situation. Let them go onto the side, get a couple of kills, but he managed to bring it down to a 1 versus 1. Onyx didn't have the HP or the time to really work it out. It's 4-0 for Vitality on the T side. Bouncing back in this series. We're not seeing that calling card of Inner Circle. The aggression we saw on Anubis, I thought on a map like Cash, we'll be seeing relentless pushes, getting in towards B main and trying to disrupt the offense, but yet to be seen so far, and another difficult buy here. Let's have a look at the replay. Flames, those are the entries, those are the kills Zero missed out on.
Start of the series, Henry, you made a mad prediction. You said that it was going to be 3 maps.
Did say that.
That's looking good right now.
It's looking very good, especially on this T side. And I'm not seeing anything that suggests that Inner Circle are going to be bouncing back. I've got a very deep strap book here on the CT side, but early days.
It is a little bit early. Money's been an issue for them.
All right, so an old classic. B main smoke. Boost one up towards the vents. Back up middle. That's where they're focusing most of their manpower right now on the CT side.
These vents could also be Molotov from the T side, but often that's another Molotov that fails. You can see JL is setting up for it here. This Molotov is one that people fail quite a bit, so let's see if they're going to be able to get it deep enough. And again, it has the same problem like with the sandbags, where if you throw it and you don't hit it, you feel like you're done for. It's all going to be fine. And let's see how this plays out.
Heading in towards B, so JL will drop that Molotov as they're about to commit in towards the B side, and it goes. Did it land?
Nope. Not even close.
Where did it go?
It landed in the middle. Oh no, that is an issue. And now they're running through the incendiary in towards the bomb site, bouncing around at his Dowie because he was over there the whole time.
Okay,
the Molotov would have pushed him into it, but it might be fine. They're actually still fighting their way through.
I was going to say, it looks like a no harm, no foul sort of situation. And yeah, with that bomb down, huge advantage for Vitality. Retake util, they've got 1 smoke and an HE. Incendiary for Head Trick as well. Do they even want to go for a fresh smoke down towards spawn? Smoking off B main themselves. Looks like we are going in. Zero with the kit.
They feel like they probably have to at this stage here, being down already 4 rounds, trying to see if they can nade their way through, but some good color utility. And look at the lineup here for Rops. It couldn't have been any better. Apex taking down Head Trick, and it's 5 for Vitality. They've certainly bounced their way back into this game.
Yeah, and it's a team effort as well. It's not like they're being carried by Zywoo or Rops going nuclear. Like, everyone's contributing right now. Just to give JL... okay, let's have a look where it landed.
You know what?
He had to learn all of Messi's grenades in like 3 days or something. Like,
and Banks did say he's never played the map.
Exactly. So I feel like that's fine. That's going to happen this tournament for Vitality. Like, you're hoping he can memorize every single grenade at Molotov, but yeah, that's going to happen a few times.
That's good context. I appreciate that.
But that was nowhere near, to be fair.
Well,
that's kind of what he like, guys. I don't know how to throw it. Someone else might need to do that.
To be honest, even though this is just going to sound like an obscure point, it's actually better to fail the grenade that hard.
Yeah.
Because the other way that people fail it, it looks from the T side like you've cleared out the vents. So you think it's cool.
We were seeing that from Donk yesterday. He was missing that mid grenade, and he kept throwing it, right? He didn't get the information that he's missed each and every time. So yeah, you are right. So you got confirmation it's missed. Yep, true.
You can tell your teammates, listen, I tried, there could be someone in the vent, but if you throw it and it looks like it's good, then you say, okay, vent's clear, it's all good, and it's definitely not. Zero, actually kind of close to landing that kill on the jail. That would have been nice to start the round with. They do need some wind in their sails at this stage. Inner Circle. They kind of blew us away on Anubis. It was a great game. Even if Zywoo was missing for part of it, it was still just a really great effort coming in from the Ukrainian side. I appreciate that. But we said it was going to be a question mark on Cash. We were excited to see it, but we don't know, who's it going to be leaning towards.
I expected to see more from Inner Circle. I feel like they didn't get that pistol win. They didn't get the momentum they were looking for. And now they're looking quite static. It's day and night compared to Anubis. Round feels like it's already over, unfortunately. Just a matter of time before Doorway's going down here.
Right, you are. Right on cue.
And then we have it, 6-0.
I'm not surprised that Vitality are going to be good early on a map like this, because I think one of the things that this team has, apart from like the overall structure, you've got Xdance, obviously been coaching this team for a long time, and I think the chemistry there is great. But the other kind of ace up the sleeve they have is Robs is such a relentless worker for finding obscure grenades and new things on maps. Like, I think he truly enjoys it. So I think they're always going to be ready. When Train came into the map pool, Vitality was so quick to pick it up, and a lot of it was because Robs just found like 10 different grenades in one day, which is really frustrating because I feel like he beats me to the timing every time. He's too good at it.
He is somewhat the GOAT.
Yeah.
Especially in that department.
Him and I have a bit of a beef going on.
Well, who can find the most OP Molotovs, or?
Yeah, I'm losing.
Yeah.
A lot. I'm really losing hard on this one. But.
Okay, 6-0. And, yeah, in a circle. Feels like they've got a huge task ahead of them here. I'm not seeing anything that suggests they're going to be pulling this one back, but they'll take the timeout. Got the AWP for head trick once again, but no one really popping off here. It's Captain Kirker, who was alive and well in that first map. 20+ kills, currently on 1-6. ZywOo, another slow start from him, 2-4, but doesn't really matter. The scoreline is looking like this.
It's tough though. I think yesterday you brought up the point that the mid control for this map, like for either T or CT side, is super important. And I think Vitality, they slow play it, and eventually they get that mid control, either by pushing the CTs back or straight up fighting them and winning those fights. And once you lose mid control, it's highway, it's the vent into checkered. Like this, the map opens up so much. And maybe that's one of the flaws at any rate here for Inner Circle on the defensive side.
Yeah, their A splits look quite potent right now, Vitality. All the bells and whistles. The skill behind it as well. Let's see how they set up round number 7 here. CTs take a tactical timeout, changing their setup andeds, going for a double AWP setup here.
Okay. It's a deep Molotov, but again, it doesn't clear out all of the sandbags. JL gonna try again to Molotov out the vent. It looks like it's gonna be potentially a fake here, because the bomb is right next to JL.
Everyone with bated breath. Can he nail the Molotov? This one looks good, Anders. It looks good.
He's done it. He's definitely done it. Goes all the way in the vents.
It feels like the round might be done.
Yeah, but the bomb is just so far away. I mean, they're in checkered right now. If they had the bomb with them, they could go immediately.
Oh, I was going to say, if they smoke off spawn and make their way through, it's round over. But Onyx, aware of that prospect.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God, what just happened? What?
I don't know. Somehow Onyx checks the corner, but also Apex was pulling out a grenade at the same time. It was madness. Flames will find Onyx finally. But what a strange round it's been already. 3 versus 3. They've picked up the bomb on JL in the meantime, so they will go to the B bomb site. I think they wanted to maybe pull more of a fake, but they were so successful getting into B that they decided, well, let's just try and go B. And that probably would have worked if they could have traded out Onyx right away.
Oh, damn.
They were more than ready for that.
2 players towards heaven. Now into a 2-on-2.
He's flanking with the AWP, though. It's such a sick position for head trick, but do you want to come through this vent with an AWP? I don't know if the sidearm might even be a better choice. This is kind of tricky. Let's see what you've got, head trick. Jumps down, sees ZywOo. Okay, what a flick that is.
Okay.
And Cero's taking down Flames. I was worried, but I shouldn't have been.
Finding that flare once again. It's the double AWP setup that finds in their first round. Onyx under a lot of pressure there with the AWP enders. I don't know how he gets that second kill. I think Apex is pulling out the Molotov to try and cross with it.
I think so, yeah.
But yeah, caught with his pants around his ankles there.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And like I said, a bit of flair there from Headtrick. Had to get out. Had to be confident. That was the operative word on the first map. Floodgates open now, though.
Oh, we need Captain Kirker to get back in this. He was a superstar in the opening map, but he's 1-7 at the moment.
Good
in the middle,
boost.
it's a really good start to the round. Double setup behind the sandbags, so see if JL is going to expect it or not. Robs, he's pushed through the smoke. That is kind of a surprise.
Classic lurk play towards B. Drop the B main smoke. You can go left and right. CT's normally not aware of it.
Oh, that's sick.
Unfortunately, though, still an uphill battle, but they're in the round. Robs and Apex. Can Robs perform like Donk in this sort of scenario? Got the skill to back it up.
Definitely does. I wouldn't count him out at all. Flash around the corner. A little bit of panic spray coming in from the CT side, but Robs will go down. Good headshot is all on Apex, and it's too much. Captain Kirker finding himself another couple of kills, up to 3 now. And they do need every round, to be fair. It feels like Inner Circle, they need to make this a 6-6 half.
Like that mid setup there from Inner Circle, the boost up by the sandbags, and you could see Vitality didn't have the utility to flush them out. They had Zero Molotovs once they had the mid control, so lost a couple of players, had to fall back. Robs finding that lurk kill. That was nice, but no chance in the 4-on-2. Nice retake, and that should be the money broken here, I dare say. There we go. He confirms it. It's going to buy a bit, partial buy.
Sometimes a bit is enough if you're a team like Vitality.
Well, they've got the executes. Like I said, their A-split looks really, really nice. Maybe just drop one of those in again. I think this will be a full 5-man executing towards A, not a split. Waiting for the initial bombardment of grenades to subside. And what have we got to work with here? 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes. 3 smokes, I beg your pardon.
If they go A, we're going to see if Vitality have the right technology to flash this corner. Now, Hetrick's holding it a little bit wider than people normally do, but it still is harder than it seems to flash this position. It feels like it shouldn't be, but you'll see teams miss it a lot.
I was going to say, normally on these A executes, you will boost 1 player up to control rotations, maybe a backstep coming through. They've got 2 players there, though, so it might be a split through highway.
I like that.
They are going to be smoking in. Smoke for highway goes down.
Yeah, this is super nice. Another smoke towards that truck as well. There's the flash to set it up against Hetrick, so he's pushed into that NBK corner. Dawi, though, landing kills left and right, and Hetrick, all you needed is that 1 kill. That's plenty enough. Nice idea, though, for Vitality. Like you said, they have execute. You can see how the structure of that round is playing itself out.
Thing is, I think they overspend in that round, Anders.
Oh, no.
They're averaging $3,900 per player right now. So you're going to have to make concessions. Like, at a real important moment of the first half, you either go AK and no util or bring out the Galil and sacrifice your firepower to have the extra grenades. And from what we've seen so far, they like the executes, they like the splits, they like the fakes. I think they might have to, yeah, they're going for Galils. 3 of them so far on the force way. So this has to be a set piece.
I guess the definition of a little bit is not it's not precise enough.
This is a rough one. 4 Galils now, so you just need that util.
Yeah.
So I feel like, yeah, they might have spent a bit too much in that previous round.
It looks like it. It feels like it at the moment. And Cyber, I mean, it's a better performance than it was. He was 0-7 on Anubis, but he's 2-7 now. So just having a bit of a wonky day. We've all been there.
You definitely have.
I never leave there. Wherever there is, Henry, I'm there all the time. Trying to get out.
Hetrick finding his mojo, but there's Robs. Happy to take the duel.
Oh, this is sick, though. Onyx, he's playing for the mind game. He's trying to be here so that they don't check the back checkered room. The bomb, though, is not even nearby, and he's deleted. All right, Dawi, that's actually a sick follow-up spray. At that range with the M4,
okay,
I'm impressed.
Now we're finding it. Captain Kirka utilizing the chaos and finds a perfect timing. He has slipped the net by milliseconds, Anders. They were holding this position.
Oh, you're right.
They'll go for a boost and then go backstabbing towards middle, I'm assuming, as well. 1 towards B storage, confirming middle's clear.
He
Try
does.
out for a teammate to dismount.
Dawi has an incendiary. I don't know if he could buy enough time with it, but his teammates are still a little bit away. Here comes the utility onto the bomb site.
He needs to stay alive as long as possible and at least get 1. That's his only objective.
Oh, put the Molotov back there. He's actually swinging for the fight. That's pretty well played.
That's about what he was worth. Compromised position. No teammates to back him up. Leaves him with a winnable 2-on-2.
That's a good point. And the Molotov forced him into the fight, right? So he couldn't even throw down the incendiary. He's kind of just forced to battle it. Here comes the swinging AK from Zero, but Jail, he was more than ready for it. Mechanically, he's looked like a really, really good substitute for Mezzi at the moment. And Captain Kirk up on the high ground. He's still got some time here with the kit in his back pocket. Gets the one drop down! It's an accidental jump on Jail as well.
Oh, you do hate to see that. A bit of panic, a mouse wheel perhaps. 4 HP, mate. But I know what you mean.
It's fine.
The jump, yeah, that's
right
unfortunate. And it looked like the round was done and dusted here, Anders. That double kill from Robs. Dory arrives. In more ways than one, gets himself a triple. Like we said, had to get 1 for that 2v1 to be possible. Oh. I don't think the jump made a huge difference. Maybe one more bullet connects. I don't think so, though. It looked like he won the duel either way.
Could be karma for the time that he stole my mouse, Jail.
That's a good point. We didn't consider that in the pregame.
I still don't have it back. He's still missing it.
Was that at the Copenhagen Major?
I think it was, yeah. That's how it goes sometimes. Onyx, grenaded, feels the pressure a little bit now. And he started to try to fall back. Dawi's there again. He's been rock solid defending this bomb site. He's up to 12 kills. It's a huge part of why they're doing so well all of a sudden here in a circle. He's answered back. And the Galil, it's got the extra bullets for that triple.
Highest impact he's had so far in the series. Takes him up to 5-8. It's been a quiet one for ZywOo, but that could be enough to get them back online here. They were looking down the barrel of 5 rounds in a row. But now another 2v2. Retake certainly possible. Lots of util for the CTs here. Once again, it's going to be Captain Kirker coming in from B main. Fresh smoke down towards CD spawn, courtesy of Apex.
Oh, he's already in position. He's reading it so well, ZywOo. He's got the right idea. There is a late flank coming in from T-Spawn, but he's already made his way past. All right, he's confirmed that at the very least. Swings for it now again, but he just sprays it. He ran into the bullet, and that leaves Apex in a very bad position, already tagged up, and Hetrick's going to be the one to find him here. Great retake. ZywOo, they shouldn't have even had a chance to get into this round, Vitality, but ZywOo found that triple, and suddenly it was doable.
That's a real shame, and I just said the sentence. That's the highest impact he's had so far.
It is true, though.
And they don't pick up the round.
Yeah, you're right. They kind of let him down on that one. Oh, man.
Okay, that's 5 in a row. We thought that ZywOo would save the day there. No dice, I'm afraid.
Shout out to Dowie again, though, for anchoring this B-bomb site. He's been an absolute rock.
Vitality, they won the pistol. They had the flying start. But it's been one-way traffic ever since they found 6-0. What a recovery. 2-0 is back on the menu. Can they close it out? 6-6. Demoralizing finish for Vitality, considering the start they had.
Are they going to... Okay, so they're just going to Molotov out the vents again for the mid-control. Fair enough. It lands. JL, he's got it on lockdown. He's got the technology.
Really nice little mid-take here.
Yes.
Covers everything. CT's trying to take map control elsewhere, and in doing it in emphatic style. 2 kills come through. Inner Circle are back.
Some might say that's textbook Counter-Strike.
Really is. That's how you play Cash. You lose middle, you go push the extremities, get information, hopefully get a kill. They get 2.
I don't know if I love this for Hetrick. He does have 2 teammates with him, so actually, I might take that back. It actually probably is going to be working here. They're pushing right into them. Captain Kirker getting 1. Dowie on the follow-up. And now it's Rops, confirmed in the middle. Grenade right on top of him. Incendiary, if that had actually gone a little bit deeper. Oh, they keep having more grenades. They're just bombing him in the corner here. It's a tied game at the end of the half. 6-6. A nice recovery for Inner Circle.
I don't even think he saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no pattern.
And they can't find him, man. He's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first. He makes it look easy. And that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it.
Oh, he stopped! Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot.
Right here, right now on Mirage. Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
The most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movements.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
11-5 for the Mongols.
The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 910 hits another.
He doesn't miss.
Shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to. As the others fall for him, no help is coming for Vitality. 910 calls the emergency services. And there's a ton of pressure coming in on Mezzi. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer, damage onto the op. This would be huge.
Is Donk gonna look for the pickoff into heaven from Hut, or is he gonna stay in Squeaky? The decision he has to make.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health, over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay! Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling.
Walking up on it, though, is Shiro. Does dispatch of another with Cobra gone. Yami's scout going to be pushed in. Shiro a chance. Donk comes in. Just going to get a couple of extra. Padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects right. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D.
Welcome back to the opening game here of Group B at Blast Open Porto. I hope you're enjoying the fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality were up 6-0 after winning the pistol, and then we thought Inner Circle were done. We thought they were cooked, Anders, but they managed to get 6 themselves, and 2-0, as I said, is alive and well once again.
I mean, it's not over yet. If they can win the pistol round here, it is Vitality to pick the map, and they're going to be very, very fast. Look at this here. Inner Circle straight to the A-bomb site. Flashes and Molotovs going deep. ZywOo with the dualies. He wants more kills, but he's only going to be able to get the one. No, that flash is sick. And Flames will not disappoint. He finds 2 headshots, make it a 3rd. Dawi out here, and I'm sure Flames would love more than this. Going to be Apex to clear out the round, but yeah, the contribution there for Flames was epic.
And the flash from Robs, to be fair. He actually alley-ooped 2 freebies for Flames. But nice work. A rush from Inner Circle, no bomb plant found. ZywOo to open things up with the dualies. Flames to shut it all down. Couple of kills for him. And the Molotov as well for ZywOo. It's the flash that yields the second. Felt like they needed that first round. They posted in 6, breaking the streak of IC.
That's a good point, yeah.
And there will be a force buy, even with no plants here. Double Mac 10, double Tech 9, Cheeky Deagle 4-0, and 4 players towards B. Setting up some Mutil here, Captain Kirker.
Oh, that's going to be deep towards basically CT spawn in B. That's such a deep grenade that lands. Let's see if they're going to be ready here. Robs will be out-dueled by the Mac 10. I mean, it is a bit of a surprise that they've even bought in this one and nearly through the smoke.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, JL is down to 14 behind this one. Bomb making its way over. Dawi and Hetrick both low. That deep grenade could have killed somebody outright. But somehow they live even behind this one. How are they alive? They were low to begin with. They've just landed 2 grenades on them. And wait a minute. Captain Kirker in the middle. I was going to say, they look coming through. The fact that he stopped them here is huge, though.
Such low HP. You feel like Vitality will pull this one off, Anders. Should be fine.
Yeah, maybe, but there's not a kit in play.
Okay, good point, actually.
This is already ticking. I think they're
giving it up.
They don't know about the damage, I suppose.
You're absolutely right. That's a wild round.
Because that's so out of meta to buy in this round when you don't get the bomb plant.
Surprising them as well. They had no idea. They weren't ready. The smoke deep from outside. A main lands towards CT spawn. The flashes were very effective, denying Robs any sort of impact there. Bomb planted, as you said, load of damage through the smoke, but unconfirmed. And they think better of it. That's absolutely fine. They keep 4 weapons up. They had no kit. And all of a sudden, we're tied up once again. 7-7. Huge cash injection for IC. Grenade landing towards default.
If that first grenade is a little bit more on them, then it's not even a round. It's not even close. Vitality, when they go back and check the tape on this one, they're going to be thinking, man, we probably should have won that round. Is that going to be enough to change the course of history here? Imagine what it would do to Inner Circle's tournament run and just their status in the scene if they're able to take down Vitality. I understand that JL is playing instead of Messi, but I don't think Inner Circle are going to care that much. It's still going to be a massive scalp for them to take if they're able to do this, especially in that 2-0 fashion. But like I said, Dust 2 is the 3rd map in Inner Circle. They are really, really good on that map. So I think they're going to be confident no matter what happens.
I think you said they were gods.
I did say that.
Sounded a bit hyperbolic, but I like it. They're gods.
I am prone to hyperbole, Henry.
Yeah.
You're here to bring me back down to earth sometimes. I like that.
Huge round here. Opening kill found Vitality. And it looks like they get a couple more, but no! Shut down is Robs by Hetrick. Apex now pressure being applied, but they don't capitalize on it. Allowing rotations to come through. 50 seconds remaining. 2 CTs. Making 1 on the B bomb site here. Apex needs a double. B goes down. The round is back on. He's got nice HP, but not for long. plenty of time around this. They don't necessarily have to finish up towards B. They can pump the brakes if they want to, but go to plant either way.
It's a good point, though. I mean, you can escape the bomb site going back through. They've thrown in that Molotov towards Checkered. It's actually keeping both players back for the bomb to go down. Some laser headshots coming out from Inner Circle in this round. I'm surprised they even got onto the site. Oh, but here comes the utility coming in. That's going to put some pressure on, forcing them potentially into a fight. It's Flames with the first headshot, leaving on it. He's already too low on health. He is a good double.
Sick round indeed. Good retake. Comfortable and calm. ZywOo and Flames prevail here. Didn't really get close. Nice utilization of the MP9 range there as well.
That attack onto the B bomb site started with them walking into an HE and an incendiary. I think the counter utility there was just, it was kind of devastating.
Okay. I was wondering where that first kill came from. So it's Apex with a clean spam. Gave them the 5-on-4. Very influential frag. And Flames stepping up. It's a big round. The boys are fired up.
Oh, they should be.
The war of attrition is well underway. 4 spy in response coming in from IC here. AK, I was about to say AKs, singular though. AK available, 1 Galil. MP7, very meta SMG right now. Will also be making an appearance here on the T side. ZywOo and Flames managed to recover a couple of AKs there as well. Thing is, ZywOo yet to be activated, Anders. When that happens, I think I see room for a rude awakening.
We've been waiting.
Might have to be on Dust too. Time
He's
will
got
tell.
3 out of those 6 kills in a single round. We got that triple. So
and they didn't win that round, right? So
they didn't. I mean, they did the force up in the second round and it worked out. So I feel like they're confident here, Inner Circle, in keeping it going, keeping the pressure on.
You have to drop a set piece here. You just don't have the firepower to go toe-to-toe, especially when ZywOo and Flames have AKs, which they'll be aware of. You have to drop the full execution. Got
just enough for it.
Bit of presence being shown towards B by Zero.
You're right.
Just holding off any potential pushes. Let's see what they've got left. 3 smokes, 2 flashes, 1 Molotov, presumably the Molotov for quad.
This position is one of those, like the bench on overpass. It's so often overlooked.
So that's the presence I'm talking about. You see that smoke is just about to pop towards B. Takes vision away from CTs, keeps them on that side of the map before they pop in towards the AXQ.
Similar towards middle, and it's actually kind of working here. Vitality are kind of biting on this one. They're 3 towards the B bomb site. They feel like it could be happening. Only 2 defending A.
More of a contact play, to be honest. Got 1 smoke, couple of flashes left. You have to hope they get an opening pick. But ZywOo in a potent position.
Oh, very strong counter utility coming out. They see the smokes going over the wall, so they're kind of ready for it. Molotov does bounce off the wall there. Flames traded out, and ZywOo dancing around at the back. The teammates there, but Tech9 for Captain Kirker just instantly knocks out Apex on the bomb site. 30 seconds, though, and ZywOo's still alive here.
Great contribution so far. Should be a done deal. Onyx with a 3-on-1 scenario. No util. And the CT's even, like, let him have the bomb site. We'll play this one together. The round's too important at this stage. Risk nothing.
Oh, wait. I don't think he realized he could be spotted there. Rops, he could have been dead right away. Great stuff for Onyx, but they just keep showing up. It's a nice round for ZywOo.
You can see, worried about the threat of ZywOo still being towards quad.
Yeah.
Definitely had a chance there with that initial kill, but the swing from ZywOo gets us off a triple kill. Now that's the most impact he's had now. They convert that round, he gets 3 kills. Yeah. It was the A execute. Looked dangerous for a second there, but the Molotov for MBK rather than quad.
True. Nice! Again, I'm not really even complaining, but I want to point it out again that because those smokes take such a long time to land on A, it does give ZywOo that time to use the counter smoke. Like the counter utility is so potent.
That was
on
the real
A-bomb
problem,
side.
huh? That made things 10 times harder coming through the smoke. Let's have a look. Should be the full eco here. Not seeing any Kevlar. Barely anything invested into this one.
Strangely, they could actually get a bomb plant if they just kind of pull the trigger. They can't know that. They can't know that there's nobody really on the A-bomb site. But yeah, they are playing it really far back, which I think is going to be a big part of the meta too. This bomb site is so easy to retake when you got utility. If you're on highway and truck, you can firebomb the entire site once the bomb is planted or being planted. Great double nades for the default plant as well. Like there are just so many ways that you don't really have to be on the site at all.
Well, this has been a great second map so far. Vitality finally getting some pistol success under their belts. In a circle, that great resuscitation of their first half as well.
Oh yeah.
But it feels like Vitality in the driving seat right now, fending off this full eco, no problem whatsoever. Will certainly give them a lot of money going forward. AK still in the hands of Apex for now. ZywOo has the AWP. Should be done momentarily. Speaking of ZywOo, he'll go down. Nice shot from Onyx. But double digits found by Vitality here. Number 18 up next. Money's still pretty poor for IC. They can bring out AKs and basic util. They had 4,200 per player. So a couple of Galils may be required here.
Yeah, it's true. That could be their undoing at the end of this if they just can't put together some really good buys. Even if their force-ups have been impressive, still want to be able to equip the team fully, and currently that is a bit of a struggle. 3 rounds separating these two teams. The whole Vitality squad. Flames kind of ahead of the scoreboard with 17 kills. Great individual contribution, but it is a real team effort. Apex running close. Are they going to be able to go for something more? He does have a teammate with him, so no counter boost is immediately available. That position that he's in is Molotov a lot from the T side too, when the Ts have the utility. Can't be clearing every corner in the middle if you're trying to get that control. Yeah, this time it's Captain Kirko who's lurking outside of the A bomb site, so I guess he's going to try and throw some grenades in, maybe put some bit of pressure on the middle. Zero is already down in the sunroom.
Another opening kill. Been plenty of those for Vitality in the second half. Apex close towards middle. Flames to set him up, but not required. 5 on 3, surely enough to convert this to find 11, but let's see what Onyx can do. Has had his moments throughout the series, that's for sure. Molotov not quite deep enough. It's going to be Apex finding a lurking Captain Kirka, and this looks like it's absolutely done. 5 versus 1, Galil in hand. No kills found. Back-to-back clean sweeps here.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Dust2 will be with us momentarily. And I'm absolutely fine with it. The game we're having here, the series, this is perfect. Keep this one going.
It might even be nice for Vitality to get more of an opportunity to kind of fit JL into the mix and you know, try and see if they can get some more reps with him, because they haven't had that much time to play at all. 11-7.
Very nice indeed, JL. Partial buy. B rush by the looks of things. Get stuck in, hope for the best. Deep breath. In we go. You're up against Robso. One of the best in the world with the M4A4. Mows them down. No problem whatsoever. No pressure applied. Willing to take those fights. Beautiful spray down. And another clean sweep is looking likely here. Can Onyx at least find one? Absolutely not. Map points established here for Vitality. 5 rounds to get it over the line.
Yeah, that smoke that he puts down Rops so that they're forced through it into the rush.
Yeah.
It's just devastating. Your prediction at the moment, Henry, is looking very good. You said 3 maps in this one somehow.
Well, to be fair, in the pregame of this map, I said 2-0 is also likely. So I can't have all the predictions.
Not all of them. But it is smart making separate predictions.
That's true.
You gotta be right at some point.
Cover your bases, you know?
Yeah. Still a bit of mid-fight here. Dowi's trying to get flashed through, but when they already had the crosshairs in the right position, it doesn't really matter if they are momentarily blind. And again, pushing up into this deep position. So annoying to clear out. Can they find a way? Normally you throw this Molotov into the corner. Onyx just straight clears it. That is a solid headshot. Apex is all the way dead. And so is Rops. The teetering a bit on the edge here, perhaps. Who knows what's going to happen if you let Inner Circle gain just a tiny bit of momentum here. They are not that far away from getting into OT, even if Vitality been playing well. And they're certainly going to get this round. A lot of money, though, on the Vitality squad, so they'll be fine for a long time. Oh, hold on. That's such a free kill. Nah, they're still walking away.
I mean, they've got the money to go for it, but
that's what I thought.
So unlikely with their positions right now. I guess they'll just try and contain. Look for any players sniffing around CT spawn. But that's the second round IC have picked up in this second half. Currently 7-1.
They're getting close again. I mean, you could... This is a site where if you run in that headshot lane, in theory, you can kind of put a lot of pressure on. It can be hard for the CTs or for the Ts to stop you defusing. I think that's what they're going for. There's head trick going down. They're hoping to make this a last-second play, but with that kill on the AK, it's going to be fine. But especially when the bomb is planted in that default position, any Ts that are playing checkered or outside of the bomb site, if you get in, they're going to have a really hard time running in to stop you. I like the attempt.
Yeah, like we said, got plenty of money. It's a shame they've lost the AK now, but should be absolutely fine here. Like I said, that's only the second round IC picks up. Another opening frag by Apex. Well, blind as well, calm and controlled. They've been pretty decent that side of the map, but finally, IC breakthrough. 4 to go to take us to overtime. Bear in mind, they've got an uphill battle to break the economy of Vitality here as well.
Yeah.
Vitality would just love to get out of this one right here, right now. Make sure that's not even a conversation.
Solid flashbang, putting in pressure on ZywOo back here. See if there's going to be a smoke in his eyes. There will be. It's already landing right in front, so he's calling in the reinforcements. Somebody with a rifle, come help out this guy. It's Flames. You couldn't have asked for a better bit of backup here on the railing. And Apex now to follow it up. The trades are looking good, but then all of a sudden, it's in the circle. We're going to bring it back. Important shot.
You know there's going to be numbers. At least 2 towards that A site after all that carnage.
Yeah.
But you're up against one of the most stable players on all of CS2, and you know he's getting at least 1. Disgusting off angle. There's the one. Just needs to buy time now.
Nice shot from Onyx. But that actually is a really annoying off angle. I'd be so angry. Head trick, taking down Jail, finding him out in the open in the middle.
All right, ZywOo. Maybe you can close things down this 2v1. We can officially say you are back. Dust 2 will be fun.
Okay, he's made his way in so far. He's just completely bypassed the one player.
He's got him.
Cowering in the corner. Yeah, he surely got him. Onyx straight down, but the bomb is planted in the open. That's a very smart bomb plan. He's trying to see if his fingers are going to be quite long.
Oh!
Does not even give him an opportunity. Nice triple.
Felt like ZywOo was in that flow state right there.
Yeah, anyone that's been watching ZywOo, you had the feeling. You could see that that could have been his round.
Okay, that is massive though.
But you know what's smart for Inner Circle to plant on that side? Because we were almost reliving the scenario I was going through in the previous round. If they plant all the way default, then it's a way different kind of pressure on head trick.
So, last of the gold here. I think they have one more buy available if they give this one up with all 5 players going down. So,
okay,
huge round for IC here. Of course, every round is at this point with map points, but if they can win this one, there's a good chance we make it to overtime. Let's see. ZywOo, one of the forward-facing spawns here, might go for... You can even go for like A main pick, squeaky door pick. Can even go over towards B. The world of his oyster. Will he actually be challenging something aggressive? Yeah, towards B, he's going to hold that aggressive line. Means you can just have one player over there with a lot of information being garnered at the same time.
Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. He's in position, but
it has backfired.
Faster somehow. That's a nice kill. Patrick's got his number twice now. 0 in the middle. See if he can actually escape this.
Oof.
Nearly takes the head right off. He's dancing around back here, incendiary at his heels. But the counter Molotov comes out as well, and that will keep them alive. And they take down Rops, so that's the last of the B defense gone, and they know it.
You definitely know it. That's 2 players dead towards B. You know Rops is the anchor.
Yeah.
And we talked about the financial implication of losing this round. I don't think you even give this a look in if you're Vitality. Great work from Headtrick. Very impressive performance in the second half. Taking matters into his own hands. We said they were lacking flair in that first half, and they were down 6-0. Wasn't much initiative. Wasn't that textbook aggression we saw from them in the first map. But damn, they are feeling confident. Found their mojo once again here in the dying stages of Cash. Vitality's pick.
This is getting a bit scary now for Vitality, to be honest.
This is tactical timeout territory for sure. Thankfully, they saved 2 weapons, which gives them a strong buy going forward. The money won't be a problem next round. We said they had to save a couple at least. If all 5 went down, then we've got a problem.
Now, in passing there, Henry, you mentioned that squeak door.
Yeah.
And yesterday we had a little bit of a conversation about the power of pushing that early on the CT side.
I think, yeah, once a half, 2 players pushing that when you know it's a slow default. That's a really interesting idea, and maybe we'll see one deployed. They actually get another kill. That's kind of huge, actually. Okay.
It is.
Okay. Like I said, there's still going to be a buy there, but this is now the danger zone for Vitality. Dude, before ZywOo had that all day long. Great work from Head Trick. Here's a second kill he got as well. Damn, that is fast. Very impressive. Yep. So you can do is say, yep, respect. Nice job.
Yeah. You have to give it up. Leaning pretty hard towards the A-bomb side early here, to be honest, in a circle.
I'm surprised Onyx stays on his Galil. You can see he's got $3,000 residual. 1 round in your jet anyway. I mean, I guess if you win this round, you want to drop one, I suppose. There's that idea, but either way, let's get into it. Execution, all 5 players here for IC. It's ZywOo to defend once again. A lot of pressure.
He's alone.
Flashbangs will be coming in, and the HEs.
They bombed the entire backside here, but it's just ZywOo alone. And yeah, the flashes keep on coming.
Unless you get a kill for the smoke, call it off. It's done. It's
That's
cooked.
a good idea, yeah.
Round's cooked.
They're still thinking about it, but I agree. It's not worth it.
Yep, there it is. Okay. ZywOo goes down. Like he said, he was alone. Really nice execution there. You could see they covered every single position. The Molotovs covering quad, the smokes covering towards highway, CT spawn, and the flashbangs. That last position by the default plan, ZywOo ate it. He was blind for about 20 seconds there on the bomb site, an absolute freebie of a kill.
It's a good template to take down the top players, just keep them blind.
Yeah, very effective. I can't believe we're saying this, but once again in the second half, it's IC clawing this one all the way back. They were 12-7 down, Anders.
I'm so impressed, I really am. We're singing the praises on the opening map of Anubis, and for good reason. It was Captain Kirker leading the charge there. Now it's Head Trick really stepping up and actually shutting down ZywOo in straight up AWP versus AWP fights.
Is it all for naught, though? Like we said, saving the 4 weapons there was definitely the smarter play from Vitality. If you go for that retake, you might be guaranteeing overtime. In a circle, feeding themselves once again after losing both pistols. 1 round away from taking us to overtime here. Fast towards middle! What a shot! ZywOo goes down with nothing once again. Mid control has been granted towards IC. A split looking likely. 2 players towards the door as well. Pressure on Flames. He is absolutely alone here. Needs rotations. He needs them now. It might not matter. They are dropping like flies across the map. You can see how overworked Flames is at this point. Backstab from doorway shut down.
Well, Captain Kirker up here. This is actually kind of a sick position as well. Flames is not ready. You are right. He is overworked. Way too many angles to cover, and you don't want to be taking this fight. There's no reason that you need to cross here if you're Captain Kirker. Just leave Apex alone. Chaos, shoot him in the face. I guess that's another way out. Rops now. 1 versus 4 as in a circle, gunning for overtime. They've clawed their way back in the game, and they confirm where he is. As long as they don't fight him, there is nothing he can do to win this round. They boosted up in the back as well just to try and take some shots at him, but this is a great run. Inner circle shocking us a little bit here as they get this game into OT.
The confidence flowing once again. This is the team we saw in the first map. Back-to-back halves, Anders. They were 6-0 down in the first half. They were 6-1 down in the second half, and they pulled it all the way back. Man. That is wild. That's going to affect the morale of Vitality. Felt like such a done deal. They were looking so clean here on Cash, and now it's a full reset. IC remain on the T side, first to 16. Single AWP set up for ZywOo, who's been getting absolutely domed out there. He's been going down first pretty much every round in the last few.
Yeah, they've got his number somehow. They found a way, keeping him at 13 kills. Very similar setup to the last round here, except they don't find anyone in the middle early on, but you can see Dowie and Captain Kirker are doing the same thing coming up the highway, and they've got the other 2 players. It's actually a mirror round from the last one, except for the early fight where they took down Apex, I believe it was, early on towards the truck. Let's see if they're going to be able to find an opening. This is so much mid-control right now for the T side. Got to be careful you don't get shot in the back here, but I don't think Vitality realize how close they are to losing this bomb site. One misstep, one over peak here, and they're going to be done for. Still a minute on the clock, though. Where is that door going to be open behind? And there it is. Zerofix opens up, gets two, and Captain Kirk are getting rid of Apex in the same position.
They've got me out of my chair. That was beautiful. All that aggro, all that attention thrown in towards Highway. The smoke goes down. You hear them spamming Anders. And that's when the door opens. Zero. Couldn't have timed it better if he tried. That was unbelievably good. Great teamwork. Synergy is the operative word there.
It really highlights the point that you brought up earlier about how much that mid-control matters, because giving up that highway position is what allows Inner Circle to pull some trickery there.
That's their best round so far in this T-side campaign. Beautiful. Vitality didn't stand a chance. As soon as he committed to that spray, Flames that is, towards Highway, that's what I knew he was done for. That door's going to be open and you are exposed, my friend.
There's one really fun thing that they could do, because they've done this kind of an execute twice now. If they throw the same kind of nades towards that top highway position, but instead of actually pushing highway, they actually just push in towards CT spawn, because that's like the last thing you can do on this map. It's a little bit like taking Red Room on Ancient, like pushing in towards CT spawn. You could do the same thing here on Cash, and it absolutely ruins the backline of that defense. Really fun to see if Inner Circle are going to try and see if they can dive that deep into it. They're in charge right now.
Well, we saw this yesterday, right? G2 Aurora, it was a 12-7 scoreline, and it felt like G2 had no chance. They got 9 rounds in a row. Same thing could be happening here. Vitality, it felt like an absolute lock-in, a done deal here on Cash. And now they've given up the lead. The 12-7 disintegrates into a 13-12 lead for IC. ZywOo's got the best spawn, once again, with the AWP. We saw him go for that aggressive B push, but I don't think he's really feeling it right now. Maybe changes things up. Could go A main, as we mentioned. You want to use the spawn, though. You want to be utilizing this spawn if possible. Let's see what he goes for. He's going back towards B.
Okay, there is no AWP on the other side, which maybe even suggests that Inner Circle are going to be a little bit faster once again. This is where he ran into Hetrick and got completely crushed. And the smoke is going to make it hard to AWP from this position. He wants to relocate around it. Gonna have the Molotov for the vents as well, but it's actually straight through the smoke. Robs finds Zero. Unfortunate start, but Onyx, he's got one, and they know that Robs is gonna be here. They trade it out. It's actually still pretty good. You'll take that if you're on the T side. Opens up for the bomb plant, and they got a late lurk as well, and Captain Kirko across the map. If they can get the bomb down, that is. Onyx in a bit of an awkward position. He still finds the headshot, but Captain Kirko is a million miles away. He's going to be running all the way up there, but can they get out? Onyx, he's traded places with them. What is happening, Henry? He's actually towards CT spawn.
He needs to be so careful, though. He's got the bomb on his back, right? They're making noise now. Cover from his teammate in towards spawn as well. Comes down to this kill. Very well read, and Apex can't swing on it. The flashbang is absolutely sublime. It doesn't feel like he's got the mechanics to pull off that sort of spray down. And it will be a 2-0 scoreline here in overtime. What a recovery from IC in more ways than one. In the big picture, and especially that round as well. It looked like they were done for.
It's a quad kill for the captain of the team in Onyx, and also the fact that he makes the footsteps is what makes it so that the crosshair for that high-level player there, I think it was Flames up there, it's in the wrong position. Captain Kirk is coming in from the other side. The footsteps really sell that so hard.
Beautiful counter-strike here. Looks like it could be 2-0 after all. Inner Circle firing on all cylinders here on the T side. Looking for 3-0, and they might just get it. Robs goes down once again. Hetrick playing out of his mind with these opening kills. B bomb side, there's so much pressure each and every time.
Hetrick had that forward spawn, so he knew that he could see Robs going in toward Checkered, so as soon as that shot comes through the smoke, he's more than ready. They have another EWP as well on Onyx, so double opening now on the T side. But here's this forward push coming out. We asked for this the whole time in regulation, and this is the reason why. Can he escape,
Took his time with that one. He's like, gotta make sure this one connects, and it might not even matter. Hetrick bites back instantly.
Oh, the community is going to be in an uproar, Henry, if they win this one.
Okay, bit of a freebie. Flames brings around back to life here. It was looking cooked for a second there. They're going to go back towards B. It's going to be down to 0 to try and find that space for the Malux things here.
That's a nice smoke to sell the idea that they're still going A.
Taking a lot of vision away. Do they go through the vents here or through B storage?
Going vents feels risky, but
I mean, the shots are hitting. The way they're shooting right now, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Should be at least a trade here, if not the advantage. They know JL's towards Z. They're going to gamble now. The B is open. They know Rops is already down here, so JL will have to scramble into the site. He's got U2. How does he deploy, though? Trying to find positional control. Needs to be careful. A smoke will remove his vision, and now they know it as well. Pops it open. Can he find the spray down here? Absolutely can, but Hedrick looking for a quad kill here. 1v1 against Apex. Bomb will be planted. Get the bomb down.
It. He thinks he's right next to him. Oh, he's running in. He might still be right. 1 second left on the clock and hat-trick. Oh, it's such a sick idea, but Apex was a little bit further away.
Okay. A bit of a disappointing finish there from Hedrick. Of course, thought he was in the smoke. Went for the gimmick play. Doesn't work out for him. He gets that bomb down. He would have heard Apex coming through checkers, but still his contributions were exceptional in that round. 3 kills for Hedrick.
Oh, yeah.
Electrifying Counter-Strike here. Opening kill, sees the traces through the smoke. Takes down ZywOo as well. To be fair, JL did pretty well there, considering he was smoked out of position.
I kind of love it for Hedrick. Obviously, it looks a bit silly when it doesn't work out, but it's a cool idea.
It would have been sublime if he'd have pulled that one off.
Oh, yeah.
But 2-1 on the T side of Cash in overtime. That's a great result. Could have been 3 as well. Nice work from Apex to keep their heads above water here. They'll switch over to the T side now.
Took them a while to figure out how to play the CT side in regulation. But once they got going, it was pretty good.
They were lacking confidence. Like I said, mojo, it felt like they didn't have after being down 6-0, but they've certainly found that now, Anders. Now we're seeing these more aggressive maneuvers. This is what was lacking in regulation.
I agree. Hard to check.
A lot of space taken here.
So look at the line that Hedrick is holding.
Same in towards B, I believe. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, it's fine. We've got some room control for Robs.
Hedrick is holding middle from deep in A, and that's why they have 3 people at the B bomb site, with Captain Kirker also playing forward. That's a lot of trust, I think, in Hedrick to land a shot if they do show up, but I don't hate it. All right, Flash does not even do anything there, and Captain Kirker sprays both of them down.
Bear in mind, this is for map and series points.
Yes, it is.
They got a 5-on-3.
And Onyx is holding with that secondary AWP back here, so one slip-up, one mistake. They need to get rid of him somehow. Molotov on top would be the best way to do it, and they do have one, so let's see if ZywOo's going to be able to land it right on top of that ult. Onyx getting a little bit of backup here, but he's standing in the fire. He just doesn't worry about it that much. Zero ends up going down. A little bit of a tick there, but ZywOo sprayed in the back, and Rops barely makes it around the box. The bullet's chasing him there. He tries to plant it once. He gets the headshot. It could be a clutch still, but the grenade is going to put him down to 36. He's so tagged up, and they've got so much more utility to just get rid of him. They don't have to fight him straight up. The grenades could do the job, but they do go for him. Aggressive as ever here, our inner circle, as they get all the way up to map and series point.
Now they're feeling themselves. This is the inner circle we saw in Anubis. Captain Kirker taking matters into his own hands in A main, gets that sick double kill. They missed the flashbang, Anders. They were trying to flash him off. They ended up flashing themselves and giving over 2 kills. That was messy.
And they had one Molotov to throw onto the bomb site, and they threw it towards headshot and not on the site itself. If they had more, then they could have burned off both positions, and it would have been a very different affair against Onyx, but this defense is looking rock solid once again. 15-13, ladies and gentlemen. One more round for Inner Circle, and they are going to be making a little bit of history for themselves here. Recently, they've taken down the likes of Neo, Astral, Iberian Soul. You add Vitality to that list.
One is different than the others, but
one is going to be a bit different. Here we go. Straight up execute onto the site. Timing is perfect. Hedrick, he finds it. Captain Kirker with a stolen AK. He takes the head clean off of Flames. And they have to slow it down. ZywOo's got the bomb. If he dies here in main, it's a disaster, and he will. GG. Apex hoping to kick open the door and help his teammate out. It's now going to be Rops in another clutch. Yeah, the minute on the clock here. Don't fight him. You've got the bomb on your side. You know what this guy can do in a clutch, so don't give him the opportunity. Rops goes down though on it. He's got no respect. What a great historic victory here for Inner Circle, beating Vitality on land on 2 maps.
Historic is the right word. It looked like they were down and out, backs to the wall, Anders, but they managed to find their confidence, find their form, and recover that 12-7 scoreline. They remain in the upper bracket and send Vitality packing. It looked like Dust 2 was a certainty at that point. I can't believe we actually saw them bring it all the way back. Bear in mind, they were 6-0 down in the first half, 6-1 down in the second, and they managed to recover against one of the world's best. Excellent work from Inner Circle.
Vitality were up 12-7. It looked like the game was in their hands, but Inner Circle happened. Great playing here from them on Cash. You can't take anywhere away from that, right? Your backs are up against the wall against one of the best teams in the world. Yes, they may have a stand-in, but you know, they know what to do. They know how to play off each other. And then they just kept believing in themselves. They got the job done.
Yeah, like it was the classic thing about like Vitality was looking like they were having fun. They were getting like the duels where people are not looking at them. Everything was looking so smooth. Then all of a sudden, this guy that joined us next to us on the desk started happening in the clutches, in the 2v2s, in the 2v3s, winning these like really important rounds that also meant that the money swung the way of Inner Circle instead of Vitality.
This was a crazy performance. Captain Kirchhoff, thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. Just give me what this kind of win means to you guys in your current situation, trying to grind up the VRS. You were loud, you were proud the whole way through.
Yes, it was a very hard game. Like, I'm still a bit shaken.
I can imagine, man, I can imagine.
Yeah, it was a lag game for me because I win all the clutches. Like, actually, all of those I won as well. So yeah, it was a crazy game. Just don't know what to say even. It was like our very, very prime game.
Yeah.
We did everything very good.
What did it take to get you in this prime game? How did this moment happen? What did you feel that was maybe different to normal games?
Oof. Maybe it would be bad to say like this, but in my opinion, they were not having a great game.
True,
it's not a Vitality that was like even 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yes, they're struggling a lot. We can see that they're not winning duels and they're like not playing their game just, you know. That's the problem. That's the main reason why we won, because Vitality is not so good as they were, I suppose.
Yeah.
How's it been for you, like looking back at where you kind of came into the scene, playing a lot of Ancient, really good, everyone was looking at you, like the next guy, like who is this guy coming up? Then you are quiet for a couple of like years where you're not like really hitting the big peaks. Now you're here beating Vitality. Like what's been like for you?
Very great, because I was a bit shy and beat in the end because like some not very comfortable roles maybe and not very good performance by me. Mm-hmm. But in this team, everyone is like believe in me and they believe in them fully. We are just playing till the end, round by round, and that's helped me a lot. And because of this, I can like make in this game like this. I mean,
like looking back at like going into the game, I had a little idea that it could be a veto that favored you guys. What was your thoughts like going into the game? Did you know that you would get both, you know, Anubis and Dust 2 in this game?
Yes, we knew about Dust 2 and Anubis, but what they're gonna pick, we didn't know. We were expecting like Cash, Nuke. Yeah, Nuke Cash we expected, but it was random. They would pick Cash, Nuke, and even Dust. We thought they can pick Dust because like it's their best map so far. They're very good. We were expecting maybe Mirage third map. Yeah, but it is how it is. We played Cash, yes.
Okay, maybe like looking at like how CEST developed, like what did you guys change when you were like behind in the beginning? Because it looked like Vitality was playing with a lot of like calmness in their game. They were waiting for you guys to run out of util and then they hit you guys. Like what did you guys change to come back into the game?
We just fully changed our game plan because we had game plan to fight middle first timing, but as you saw, they're not playing first timing middle, they're just keeping first timing, and we were a bit like not playing this game. They were playing their game. And after that, we understood that they're not playing middle. We just started to play more closer to AB, trying to prevent their execs and in these situations. And probably this clutch 1v2 versus JL and Zaiwu was one of the most crucial rounds in the game. Yeah.
A lot of clutches.
Definitely a lot of clutches. A lot of excitement in there as well. For looking at you and where you're at in your career, you're 27 years old at the moment, you're still grinding throughout this. You have such a young in-game leader. Can you give us some insight just into what Onyx is like as a leader, maybe how you guys try to help him as well?
He's a very hot guy, very energetic in all the ways. He's like in server and outside the server, he's all the same. He's shouting, he's like speaking a lot, he's giving energy, he's supporting everyone. And that's one of the most, in my opinion, best characters yes, for the captain, to be like very hot, you know, explosive.
No, I get you completely. Yes. And then looking at that, right, you've also got Stickler, who came from the old B&E team.
Yes.
Obviously, I know he doesn't speak the language, but how does that dynamic work? What is he able to add to this team right now to help you guys make this rise?
In my opinion, he helps us in the way, like, he sees the ways, he sees something that JR doesn't see, and that helps us to like complete our game and like improve it, yes, like day by day, because JR has his vision and Stickler has a bit of his vision. They are mostly the same, but still some additional details and this. And how we communicate, he usually use AI to translate from Russian. But usually we speak English to him as well when we want to communicate to him. But when we are speaking to each other, we are talking like Ukrainian, Russian sometimes. Those languages.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense of it. And Hedrick, obviously, when he came into this team, he was kind of at least seen in the international eyes as not being able to be up to standards. But I'm seeing like the old best version of Hedrick now within you guys. How important is he as a player for this success we're now seeing as well?
He's very, very important, because this guy, he is like this guy who always can calm everyone and say the crucial words. For example, like Vita can do this as well, but he's usually doing it more faster. He's saying like, guys, come on, we need to focus. We're not playing our game. We're not playing good game. We need to focus on, I don't know, aim. We need to focus on this, and this helps us a lot. And this is Danya's most, I think, the best his, this is the best of his experience.
And lastly, I just want to ask, because if I remember, it was the beginning of the year, you guys were in a boot camp house. Were you still in that boot camp house as well at that time, right? How helpful was that in making all of this possible? Because it's not so often anymore that we see the European teams have themselves in a boot camp all the time, living together and working together. Do you think that has helped you level up to this position you're in today?
Actually, it helped guys a lot, because it was their house, they were living there. And but like in the end of the year, at the beginning of this year, they were like finishing this boot camp and finishing that. They were all like going to their new apartments. And I just came there for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks, yes. And everyone was already like moving away from there.
Awesome. Well, Captain Kirkup, thank you very much for all of your time. Congratulations on the huge win.
Thank you very much as well.
From the looks of this, it looks like you may have jumped 5 places in VRS as well, if all things end up accurate. So great start for you here. Let's see if it continues, man.
I hope so as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go to the B desk, as we've got Pimp with JL.
Yeah, I'm joined by JL, who naturally coming into this game was man of the hour. You know, a lot of storylines around you, having your debut as a stand-in for Vitality. I think it goes without saying it perhaps wasn't the debut you would have hoped for. Your feelings after the loss and after the game?
I mean, it's tough. It's rough. I mean, both close games, but I don't know. It didn't feel like we played bad. I just feel like, for me personally, I like some protocols on how to counter stuff. Like first official on Cash was a little bit different, but I mean, we tried our best.
And that was the first time you ever played Cash in an official game as well, I assume. So not the easiest way of getting into things. Now, we're not going to drill with the loss. The reason why I wanted you here, JL, winning or losing, was to pick your brain a little bit about the situation you find yourself in as a stand-in and as a player. Because I think it's a unique, you know, situation. You're standing in for what has been arguably the best team of all time in Vitality. You still have your playing career going on as well. So first question would be, you know, were you ever in doubt whether or not you were going to say yes to this opportunity? Is there anything that was speaking for or maybe even against joining as a stand-in?
I was thinking about it, but I feel like I looked up to probably 3 players in my life, which is Simple, Zyvo, and Robs. And I played with Simple, and I have the chance to play with Zyvo and Robs, and whatever I had going in life, I could have. I wanted to take a pause from that and try to see how they think, how they act, why are they so good in the game. So, I mean, yes, it's a stand-in, but I still get to play with the boys, so it's interesting.
You get to practice with them, you get to see how they work, and you get to be close to them. Was that also part of the equation, that you think you, from a personal standpoint, can become a better player by playing with some of the best players in the world?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, performance is a funny thing, and sometimes what works for one person doesn't work for you. So you just have to be careful with that, because I mean, Matu is just good naturally, and Robin is a hard worker. So I don't know. It's two different people, but they have the same outcomes.
Still early days. You had a little practice with the team. You now played one official. Is there anything that stands out, you know, playing next to ZywOo? You said you played with Simple before. Now you get to play with ZywOo. Arguably two of the best players of all time in Counter-Strike. Anything in particular that stands out when you play with him?
And one of them is very chill. Yeah? Very chill, yeah. He's just
surprisingly chill, or?
It wasn't surprising, but it's nice to see in person, because you have a feeling, you have a thought that he's chill, he's vibing, but he actually is. Like, he's just enjoying the game, and he's super good at it too.
Speaking of the upsides, you know, of getting to stand in for Vitality, lots of learning to be had. You know, maybe you can develop as an individual as well. Is there any downsides that you were maybe fearing in terms of, like, because I feel as a player you also put yourself in a risky position. If it doesn't go too well, if you don't play well individually, or if, let's say, Vitality were to bomb out of the 2 tournaments you're part of, do you think that will then lower your stock value and your opportunity of joining another team, or is that worth the risk, so to speak?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think that would impact me. I feel even if we won the tournaments, that wouldn't give me a positive. And if we lost, maybe it gives me a little bit of a negative. But I just wanted to play with the boys. I wanted to be back on the server. A team I tried to sign with, it fell through, so I didn't have a team for the season. And yeah, just wanted to play CS. So.
I was just about to ask, did you have any other opportunities than standing in? You said you had one team that you failed to sign for. Was it any close, or was that
very close? Very close, yeah. Very close.
Can you share more? Why didn't it happen?
Contractual business.
Okay.
Yeah, just
so straight down to business.
Yes, the team was good. It should have happened, but it was hard negotiating. It's not about the money; it's more about the circumstances of the whole stint.
And is that affecting you? Like, is that something you rather would have chased? It pissed you off, yeah?
Yeah. I really wanted to be back. I would have been back this season, but I mean, it'd be like that.
And that's still the clear goal for you. You stand in for Vitality for a couple of tournaments now, and then you want to find a new team for next season.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I want to play the game. I came back and it felt like home. Like I'm going to media days. I'm walking around. I see the people, and it's like I don't feel like I've left at all.
Okay.
It just felt like I slot in very easily. So. But yeah.
Sounds like you missed it a little bit.
I did, yeah.
Final question before I let you go. You also stood in for MOUZ, you know, before the player break. Is there any learning from that experience, you know, you can maybe give players out there? Because I feel, as I said, it's a unique opportunity. It's a unique situation. A player of your caliber standing in for teams like MOUZ and Vitality. If any other player ever gets to experience the same offer, like, is there any learning you can give already by now? You know, how tough is it to stand in, or what are some of the pitfalls you have to be careful with?
I mean, first of all, you have to be careful with not replicating the player by who he was. You have to take his responsibilities and play your game. So I've learned that in MOUZ, trying to replicate it here. Failed a little bit, but it's fine.
One game.
we learn. And what was another thing? It's been a brain. I'm on the desk and I forgot what I wanted to say again.
Well, that happens.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
But anyway, yeah. Any pitfalls or anything you'd give, you know, any advice you'd give to players who maybe get a chance of standing in for teams as well? Because it's a hard exercise.
It is. Yeah? It is. Just be yourself. Be yourself. Don't try to be Messi or whoever you're replacing. Just be yourself. That's it.
I guess that's the advice then. Be JL if you were to stand in for any team. Thank you so much for joining me, JL. Really appreciate it. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. We'll throw it back to James on the desk.
Back to us, back on the desk with me and Rugger. Pimp will be joining us again, but fantastic words coming out from JL, and you've got to agree with that in some way, right? You can't pretend to be someone you're not in-game, right? You have your own style, you have your own tendencies, and you need to rock it in the best way you know how to do it. But who rocked it within this game was definitely not ZywOo. I gotta highlight him a little bit here, right? Because, I mean, he is the star. He is supposed to be the greatest player of all time. He very much is, right? It's not often we see an off game. Everyone is allowed an off game. I'm not going to be like, it's all his fault. But I mean, it was kind of crazy to see, because especially when we looked at some of the performances, even just at EWC, he was right up there as always.
You know what the youngsters would say, James? He was mid. He was mid in this game.
Where did you learn this from, Ben?
Staying a little bit too much on the internet, you know, or something like that. Yeah, too much time on Twitter. But yeah, it was atypical to see ZywOo disappear for big portions of the game. I think you said it were in the green room a couple of times. Then he has a triple kill. You know, he's almost winning around for his teams, and then nothing happens for the following rounds. He was also left by himself a lot of the times. We spoke about how he on Cash got no backup whatsoever, tried to stay alive, tried to do the right thing, and per se didn't play bad in the position he was put in, but didn't really get any help. So it's a story of two sides. I don't think ZywOo had a great game naturally, but he also didn't get a lot of help.
No, and I think the few times where he tried to take the game into his own hand, Hetrick outpeaks him in 2026. So there's that. So not to take anything away from Hetrick, I think like ZywOo was not here today, and for me it always goes back, because if he was there like last time they played, right? Like you can go and see what has changed since then, playing with a stand-in. What does ZywOo like? He likes safety. He likes to know that everyone has his back. Everyone is like super good friends and stuff. So it's not that I don't think he likes JL, but it's more like gelling JL into the team is gonna matter a lot for a guy like ZywOo, because I've watched a lot of his highlights, also watched some of his Faceit demos back in the day, and the amount of times he is getting caught solo, single-handedly, flashed or killed in the back, I've never seen it before throughout. Like it's insane.
And this stat that was just put up right here, you know, washed, forget about that. Of course, he's not washed, you know, but the fact that he's having his second worst rating at a series in Counter-Strike 2 also speaks to the anomaly we saw in this game. Right? ZywOo playing at his normal level, as much as I respect Inner Circle, they would have lost this game. You know, we're talking about one of the best players to ever touch the game. If he's finding the impact that he normally does, then he's naturally a massive win condition for Vitality. But if anything, it also reminds us that a team like Vitality is very much beatable when your best player is not showing up at all. And then again, if this is the second worst series he's ever had in his career, another testament to how consistent and how good ZywOo actually is.
I also want to talk a bit, though, on the Inner Circle side was Dowie. This guy looking so strong throughout. You even picked out a round just to highlight that.
I mean, he was great in this game, and they were great on cash overall. Dowie had an awful amount of impact, especially at this moment. Again, it was Vitality going up 6-0 in this game. They win 3 in a row. They lose the first pick right here. It's not a pretty situation for Onik. He gets caught off guard as well, and you have a 5v3 for a second. But guess who comes in with a nice multi-kill right here, stays alive, reverts back towards the bomb site, can't really do much more apart from getting another kill, which is a triple kill in the round. So he single-handedly kept them alive and single-handedly made it possible for Captain Krüger to win this round. And then again, you got to give it to Captain right here for pulling off a mini symbol with an AK-47, dropping down for heaven and getting the job done. But without Davi playing as well as he did, again, you can argue that this game would have never gone the way of Inner Circle.
I think he's been on the radar for a lot of the top teams, like looking at who's coming up from the second layer. And he's definitely one of the standout guys, together with a lot of the FUT players before they took the step up themselves. And it's because he's a modern player. Like he can do anything. He can like entry. He can play a little bit slower. He is like super versatile in terms of like he moves a lot around the map, but at the same time he can also play this like mini lurk position. So I think for me he's the generation, like the stereotype of what the new generation can do in CS2. They know a little bit of everything. There's not this, oh yeah, I need to stand here, get duels on my own. Like, no, let's just go out, have fun, shoot some headshots, have good mechanics. And yeah, I think he's really good. I think he will be picked up if Inner Circle doesn't take the step themselves.
And also the mental resilience he's showing, because Anubis wasn't necessarily his best performance of all time. Comes into cash, you go down 6-0, and he's the one stepping up first and foremost, making sure you have a chance to close out the game 2-0. So I like what you're saying. A modern player, but also seems to have the head in the right place, which is a big issue for a lot of these talented players, especially when they're young and coming up the ranks.
I also want to say on that Captain Kirk clutch, right? The thing with that was crazy. It's so hard to reset your spray when you're mid like that, right? When you're just going down and hitting it.
Simple about that.
That's the one person by doing it, but I mean, doing it with a rifle and getting it in. And he was so happy. He was so energized in that interview, right? He was still reliving these moments despite it being so long ago within that series.
They just beat Vitality. They just beat Vitality, and you can argue, it was with JL, and Vitality may not be in the best shape right now. That goes without saying, given the last 3 tournaments, but you beat Vitality. You beat the team that is currently number 4 or 5 in VIS. As you said as well, James, I think they jumped just in isolation 5 places from this win. They have a pretty good shot at getting another win in this tournament, maybe even make the playoff at a tournament of this caliber. So he should be very happy. He should be very energized. This is a massive win for Inner Circle, and even if they were to lose the next 2 games and get eliminated, just beating Vitality, getting those points for VIS, you spoke about it, Kasper, how stressful it is to constantly stay in that race. In terms of them making the major, that was a massive step in the right direction.
100%. Like, I think they can even afford to lose to one of the big dogs here and still come out with a surplus of points, which not a lot of these teams that comes to the tier 1 events can take with them, right? So yeah, like it's as you see today, if one of the teams has a bad day, it's close enough for one of the guys below them to actually beat them.
To make a jump up, and a very important jump up. Well, that's all we've got within this series for now. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, I've got something very exciting to show you guys. Stay tuned.
AWPers use a gun that nobody else uses.
It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top AWPers get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights, they're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. Kenny.CEST is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like Kenny.CEST, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. Someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that I was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
And we are back and ready to head into our next game. But our next game has a little bit of a delay on it, and I got a plan for you boys. I brought us back nice and early for this one. Pim's got a confused look on his face. Are you scared of what I might do to you?
Yeah, I am. I know you have been around you for many, many years. Usually not the guy who comes up with great ideas left, right, and center. What? So I'm curious to see what you got for us, James.
Thanks. Usually not the guy. You know what? I'm gonna make this so much worse for you now because I'm in full control. Rugger, don't worry, you're safe. Pimp is gonna be my bully punch bag over here in the target, and most of the community will enjoy me using you as a punch bag. I'm sure, right?
Unless they couldn't mute me, you know, one of those.
They won't mute this because this is gonna be great. So we're gonna play a coach game. As we've got Rugger here, Rugger, what do you think the coach game could be before we get into it?
Slightly biased.
Naming coaches.
Ooh, naming coaches. I like it. What do you think, Pimp?
Naming washed-up coaches, starting with...
Whoa!
Just kidding.
You can hit him. I approve. No, actually, it's on live on camera. Afterwards, we'll hit him. If you come with a black eye, it wasn't Rugger.
Was it right?
No, you both failed miserably at this, but this makes it even better for me. So, there's many players we look at with great minds of Counter-Strike, but who could be the next one to coach? I've got this little graphic for us. Okay. We're going to go through a list of players, and we're going to start with good old Apex in here. I know you can't see, Pimp. You're struggling with this, right?
Okay, yeah.
But
I got it.
You can see the list of would it be likely for them, right? 100% coach material, you know, maybe it's a bit of a 50-50 in there. Apex right now. Now, the way I'm going to set this for Apex, legend of the game, great in-game leader. He can remember strats from 2012 and still pull it into a game now and just pull it out in the mid-round. But also, he's about to have a kid, and if he did retire, would he want to go back into that coach lifestyle? You've got to factor these small details in, boys.
That's a good one, because I think when you put Apex up as a potential in-game leader, you'd say that's unlikely. The play style he had, the mind for the game he had, he was, you know, a very hardcore entry fragger. Felt like he was a chicken running around sometimes and doing a lot of weird stuff, but there was clearly some sense behind it. Then he matured, you know, a lot as a player and became a great in-game leader. So I would say unlikely back then. I would say the same for coaching. I think he's at least that's the mindset I maybe also have, and he's having as well. The fact that if you feel you make a bigger difference on the server, you can never imagine yourself coaching. And it's not to do you dirty here, Rocker, but it's not a secret that when you were playing actively, and we played together, you were not the best individual player. So you had to find elsewhere to find impact. That's why he was, admittedly, a great in-game leader back then and became a great coach. I think Apex feels he has too much to offer on the server, and he will continue to do that up until the point where he doesn't want to play anymore. And then I think from a coaching perspective, I think he wants the feeling of having all the impact, you know, not just a little bit, not just, you know, a couple of timeouts in a game. I don't think it's enough for him.
I think it would require a really, really good fit as in-game leader.
Yeah.
Like all the things you're talking about, but I'm also talking about the way he sometimes acts with his teammates, where he can be really harsh on them, can be very emotional.
Yeah.
And if you put an emotional guy as well in the driver's seat with him behind him, I think it's going to be a really tough task. So I would put it in the second one, give it a few years, because I see a lot of qualities that he has. Like, he is super good with man management, which is by far, like, together with the strategic knowledge, a big part of the job. So I would put him in that category.
He also did re-sign a contract to 2028, I believe, with Vitality just a couple of days ago.
I'm not talking about years, I'm talking about just in the future, when they do retire out of game.
I'll say 50-50. I think I'm going to brute force you a little bit here. I think it's a big 50-50, to be completely honest. I can definitely see the qualities. I can definitely see him with the right mix and the right match, but I think he's the type of player who wants more impact than you know, as of right now, can have as a coach. Had it been one of the old days scenarios where you could speak in all freeze times and you maybe had a bit more of a say in every round and every situation, I could see it more likely, but I think he's going to feel that it's too far away for him to be in full control.
It's not a hill I want to die on. You can put it on 50-50. I think there are other players where it's more clear-cut.
I like the 50-50, but how I imagined it, because I like to live in a crazy fantasy world, I'm seeing it as like, he retires after 2028. He goes and enjoys time with his kid, raising his kid for a bit. He comes back in 4 or 5 years when the kid goes to school, and then he's like, now I'm going to go and coach. That's how I'm imagining it.
4 or 5 years in CS.
That's a long time.
It's fine. It's Apex.
That's a long time.
It's Apex. He can do whatever he wants. All right, next, one of your formers as well, Alexi B.
I would put it unlikely.
Unlikely?
Yeah.
Ooh, why?
I don't think he has the ambition for, like, steering the ship if he's not playing.
Is that because also he does like to micromanage a lot as well?
I think it's more of a personality thing.
Okay.
For me, like if I'm looking at, like obviously I've talked with Alexi over the years, but the way if I'm looking back at the player I had, since I don't have him on a day-to-day basis,
of course,
I would put it unlikely that he would go into coaching.
Yeah, I mean, again, just judging from the outside, tough to know when you don't know the player. I'd agree, you know, same philosophy I have with Apex. I think he wants a bit more impact. I think he wants to be more in control. And I think for a lot of in-game leaders, we have this idea that, they will naturally transition into becoming great coaches. But I think it's 2 different job descriptions. You have to have different qualities.
I think there's a way bigger chance that he becomes the next big streamer in Finland.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, and there is a good Finnish market for that as well. I like that. All right, moving swiftly on. This man, we know when he's retiring, supposedly. You know, he could definitely maybe not retire if he goes and wins a major or something else again. But Fallen, many people would think with his years of experience, his knowledge of the game and the scene, that he could be a next great coach.
If he wants to, I think he will be a great coach. I think he has the qualities. I think he has the perfect balance to his personality. As far as I'm aware, from everyone who has ever worked with him, they praise him for that exactly. Hard worker as well, very methodical, very thorough. If he wants to be a coach, I'd say it's 100% a coaching material guy. But question is, a guy that's been playing Counter-Strike for 20 years now, been around for such a long time. Does he want to travel as much as you have to as a coach? Does he want to work as hard as you have to as a coach? People think that you're just watching the games, but you have to be part of practice all the time. It's a big workload, and I'm not sure he wants that.
I don't think so either. I think it's too small of a role for him to consider it. I think if he wants to stay in esports, it's probably going to be, you know, at a higher up position somewhere, making sure that for example, the Furia CS department together with whoever's running it these days. I'm not sure if it's Gary anymore, like, but that they know, like, that's the direction he want to go. I'm pretty certain, because otherwise he would continue playing.
So it's a tough one, right? He's 100% coaching material, but I think it's a 50-50 whether he wants to. Yeah.
If we could have him in 2 spots, I'd take that. But let's leave him in 100% coach material, because I think it fits for him. It's not 100% he's 100% going, but he's 100% coach material. I agree with you boys on that one. Next. People expected it after he left FaZe, but he then went and won a major. Mr. Carrigan, the greatest showman, but also one of the greatest minds.
That's a tough one.
I think 100%.
Yeah?
Like, there's a reason why he is where he is in his career and has been through my career as well. Like, I've played, you know, 1.6, 1.5 at the same years, and like followed his career along the way. He's 100% coach material, but again, it's a question of, do you want to once you put the fire of playing out? Because this is what drives him. Like, that's the reason why he swaps from FaZe to Falcons. This is because of it.
I agree. I think he has all the qualities you need to be a great coach if he wants to. Again, it's such a delicate game to play, right? Because naturally, if the guy doesn't want to be a coach, then it's tough for him. But does he have coaching material? Is he a guy that I think if he dedicated his work line to becoming a coach, would he be great at it? 100%. You know, he's a grinder. He's a guy 100%. That when you played with him in 1.6, sure, he was good. You know, when he came into CSGO in the beginning, he wasn't that great, you know, and then he just kept gradually getting better and better and better, and he found ways to have a bigger impact, you know, on all the teams he's been in. I've played with him a couple of times, you know, and I think we maybe have kicked him from 2 teams. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know...
Genius, aren't you, Pim? There you go. You're talking about my decision-making? What is that?
Here's the thing, right? At the moment, that was the right thing to do. And then the way he reacted to being kicked, you know, was, okay, I need to find a different way of finding impact. I need to get better at in-game leading. I need to get better at this as a player. And all of a sudden, he's the legend of the game, and the rest of us, we're stuck here with you.
I never knew that you and Nico would have so much in common, but nothing to do with skill. Just bad decisions, Pim. And onto that, it does line us up nicely into Nico. I put him here because, you know, he is a leader and a captain in terms of quality of people and stuff around him. Could some of that translate into coaching? Obviously, many years from now, because I know he's still hitting heads pretty damn well.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say never in a million years.
I agree.
It's not that he doesn't have the coaching prospect in him. I think he, again, if he dedicated to it, but he's too big of a player. He's too great of a player. And as I said, normally what happens is in-game leaders are the players that is not necessarily the most mechanical gifted guys. They then find different ways to find impact in the game and specialize at a certain area. He's just too big of a legend, too big of a player, and I think he will never accept the fact that he can't join the server and make the difference on the server compared to just being a coach.
Again, completely agree, but I think the hidden question here is how many years he will have as an in-game leader.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because I think that's for sure, like, not the next step as where he is right now, but in the future is gonna be in-game leader. And I know I talked a lot with Hooksy when we were watching the games and stuff, and he also said he's gonna be the world's best in-game leader when he wants to be.
Yeah. When he wants to be. He needs to want to be as well. So Carrigan to coach, Nico to IGL, the whole thing comes together, and then they just win everything and have an era. But Carrigan still wants to play as of now. Next up, Kenny S. I just put this one in there because why the hell not? I had power.
If there was a tier below never in a million years, I'd put Kenny S into that one.
This should be named why.
Yeah, exactly. I've played with him. You play with he's the type of player that is so gifted to the game. Not always a hard worker. Not always the most focused guy. I don't see a lot of coaching qualities in him. He's a people's person. He's very nice to be around. A cool dude.
Could he not be a vibes coach?
No.
Okay.
No. Not in modern CS.
Not in modern CS.
I don't think so.
There you go. That Rugger's stern not on modern CS. All right, so we'll put him at the very bottom of that. And after that, we've got Chopper. Now, Chopper's an interesting one because he's got that leap for a CIS team. People love him and trust in him of what he can do. And I think he would be a good balance between a hard coach when you need to be, but also good with a strategy.
I would put him in the very top.
Yeah?
I think if you look at his career, like these things about reinventing himself, we had it with Carrigan as well, Fallen as well, going from Oppo to leading teams. If you know how to reinvent yourself, you know it's because you have some perspective of what you're doing, what's happening around you. And Chopper is the definition for me because I played, like, not me, but my team played the Vega Squadron that came out of nowhere, right? Get hit by a fucking bus, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's leading Spirit to a major win. So, of course, like, this guy his resume says it all, for me at least, and how his team has acted throughout his career.
Yeah, big streamer now as well. Like, he does whatever he wants to.
That's the only thing, though. He needs to lose streamer money and fail at streaming to become a coach, because there's a lot of good money in that for him. All right, next, and we'll go through these a little bit quicker, boys. Boomich. I think 100%, because he's another one where he's reinvented himself. He's so good tactically, and he showed up outside when he didn't have Blade that he could still deliver and be a good IGL.
Tough for me to speak on, to be honest, because I don't know the guy personally, and don't have too much information on him. You know, I'd maybe be more inclining to give it a few years. I want to see a bit more of what he can do as a player now that he made the comeback into coming and playing Counter-Strike again. So I think just to balance it out a bit, you know, give it a few more years, and then maybe he can, you know, progress into becoming a coach.
I'll put him in the top as well.
Okay.
Like, he is so strategic, smart. He knows how to handle big personalities. Like, let's
simple,
simple and electronic at the same time, right? So I think he's fit for it. It's just a matter of, like, again, is it exciting enough for a guy that has been through the grind, through all the, I don't even remember the first team he qualified for the major with, but is that what he wants to do when he's done?
Quantum Bellfire or something,
like that.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I kind of agree with both of you, so I'm fine with wherever he ends up on this one. Snappy, because Nipper's exploring options, and he is on the older echelon of CS playing at the moment. He's done it for so long.
50-50?
I would say I can see a world where he will succeed massively if he gets a lot of power and the players coming in is 100% his own picks.
Or like believing in him, and he's picked them.
A little bit like he was doing as an in-game leader. Like, if you find the right fit, I think he can get a lot of success out of a team. But again, if you put him in the Boomich type of situations where he's been in with Simple and Electronic, then I think it won't be a good fit.
I agree, but also what you're describing right here, there's only two coaches in the world who has that, you know, luxury. Blade and Sonic, that's something you have to earn your stripes. You have to earn your right to be able to do that. So it's a grind. You know, coaching is a big grind, and I don't know if Snappy, again, he's played Counter-Strike for, what, 20 years, you know? Also did quit his career for some time being, then came back to the game.
He did it for a smart reason, though. He went to university, got studies and stuff. Like, I kind of agree with that. So 50-50, I like that for Snappy. Real quick, James, Pimp, go.
50-50. I don't know the guy personally enough to be able to say if he can handle it. I think he has the mind for it, you know?
Yeah, he's a big brain.
But I think it's also like the players he's picking for his teams, they're very special. So if you want to be a coach at a high level, I feel you have to work with a lot of different types of players. I see him working with one style of players.
I would say give it a few years, based on the fact that it's the reversed Apex, right? That he needs the perfect fit in the chair in front of him as well. Like, it cannot just be a clone of himself.
Okay.
Then it'll be too boring.
And also, he needs to teach them what special things you need to do before a game begins. But less about that, because that will get us into dangerous situations. And the last one, our very own, super big brain, super knowledgeable Pimp. Could you be a coach? Rugger, you know him better than anyone else. Could he ever do it?
I think he could do it, but it would also require, like, compromising on something. Because, like, I think you have a smart brain for the game, you're, like, well-spoken, you know how to be around people and stuff, but there's always this fine line in man management, whether you're too harsh or too soft, and I think you need to find that balance if you enter a team where you have to remember that everyone needs to buy into the same idea and work towards a goal.
Well, I'll have my say on it, right? I think he could want to be a coach, but I don't think anyone would let him be a coach because it would be having to deal with him. And
you'd be surprised.
Pimp fired up, Pimp being maybe too angry at times, maybe you wouldn't be able to say the right words to make, like, say if you had a softer player who can't take criticism, you might just wreck his confidence and he's never going to play CS again.
Okay, let me rephrase. I think if it's not in Scandinavia, then maybe. Because
okay, so give him like some CIS teams.
Yes.
You'd be surprised. I've had plenty of offers going into coaching, not interested whatsoever, and part of the reason is I think I wouldn't be a great coach. I think I could do a decent job. I don't think I could be a great coach, and I don't want to do anything I'm not great at. Furthermore as well, James, you know, I think I'll be the type of coach, sort of like Jose Mourinho, you know, who says that he makes strong players even stronger, and he makes weak players, he'll fuck them up or something like that. And I think that's sort of like my mantra. If you're a weak player already, I can make you strong. If you're strong, I can enable you and make you even better.
I'll just tell you this, right? If he spoke to me the way he speaks to some players, I'd fold him up and break him in half, and that'd be the end of Pimp's life and career. And on that note,
they
we're going to
also
a quick
can't
break.
catch me. So.
Bye.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been a passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. Talking in PK was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team we would be playing in France. The likes of Kines has kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of very games. I think I played against Kines in his first official ever in Counter-CEST. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and Kines in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flames, you know. And it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way. Like, he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. And he's exceptionally good at reading the game. Not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in broad picture. Like, he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had. Like, he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. The Paris major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And we were winning his first major in Vitality in Paris. I mean, like, that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Australia as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
Just overall, we will come in, we had a good prep, just enjoy the game, and I think we have a really good, I mean, other than that, Aldo is a little bit sick, but I'm pretty confident at the moment, to be honest, and yeah, I think it will be we will just play some good CS and just show some high level of MOUZ, to be honest.
They made some change, and we think they get better with that, so it will be a very difficult match. I don't think it matters with the previous match if we win or no, so it will be a new one, I think.
This is a game to get excited for, because this is where we're looking at a 9Z. I keep calling them the most exciting South American team. They've been grinding their way up the VRS rankings, and they've been able to challenge some good teams, including one of them being MOUZ, despite them not facing this MOUZ at this stage, right, with this lineup.
I, for the vast majority of time, agree with you. I think 9C is super interesting. They're fresh breath of air in top-tier Counter-Strike as well, where I guess they have established themselves. But the recent results give me a bit of a mixed feeling around them, because I can definitely see on the server what they deliver. I can definitely see some of the progress they're making, but they win a tournament in China, they go to EWC, don't play too well, don't make the playoff. At the major, a massive surprise as well, and then they fall a bit flat at the playoff. It's hard for me to figure out, okay, is 9C a team we can imagine being top 5 consistently, or are they sort of like G2 where they're consistently top 8, top 9? I don't know which category to put them in yet.
I'm hella excited to see which one, because they're one of the most exciting teams to watch in the current landscape, together with FUT, as I've also said. Like, the only thing I think that is holding them back from being this like tier one team is they lack one elite map, maybe even 2. Like, they have a really good map pool, but they're lacking that one map they can pick against, let's say MOUZ, and then just straight up win at home. Same thing goes against, you know, Spirit. Like, what do you want to pick against Spirit? Because they're equally good, as it seems, on a lot of maps.
So it's what they can rely on, right? And having that golden pick in there. Turning the conversation to MOUZ a little bit. MOUZ have obviously gone through this big change in there. We saw them win the bounty, which was a huge win over Spirit. EWC, things fell short a little bit here. But I want to ask you guys specifically, Zershan, how are we rating his transition into IGL at first? Because, you know, he still has these games and moments where he's delivering.
I mean, from an individual standpoint, I think his level of play didn't take as big as a hit as I would imagine, which is a good thing. Again, judging an in-game leader this early in the process, I don't want to make any conclusions, but I see why he could be a good in-game leader. I see why he can play on a team like MOUZ and be the spearhead of that team. You know, a guy that is willing to go in first, a guy that is willing to create the space, but also have output. You know, sort of like Krabini and FUT, sort of the same style way of leading. So I'm positive. You know, I haven't made any conclusions just yet, but if you're telling me your in-game leader is posting a 1.18 rating, I almost at that point doesn't care what he's calling as long as he does that.
Yeah, like if you put him back in time in the Danish Heroic, you wouldn't be surprised if he was leading it, because it's a lot of the same like ideas and ways that he thinks of the game, taking the gaps, being one step ahead, outplaying, you know, with small sound cues and set up with util that catches the people off guard. And on top of that, I think he's one of the best in the current like landscape to have this like, I know where the gap is gonna be and then exploit it to the fullest. And I can tell you, like, we practiced in the beginning of the year, I think MOUZ 7 or 8 times, and it was like 28, 35, 32, 27 kills, and a lot of it comes from finding this gap that creates the second kill and then catches the third kill as well. So for me, he's like an insanely good player that maybe didn't find the footing in the previous roster, like to be the superstar when the games were decided. And I think that's why there's also some exciting like prospect on him being the in-game leader, because if he's then the in-game leader on top of it and he can help set other players up, I think they have a really good recipe for success.
Well, it is sounding very good. So let's hear from the man himself, Zershan, here with an interview. You win bounty, then you make top 8 at EWC, and what that does with like the mentality and confidence for the team and players.
Well, I think in terms of results, we are very confident. I think that we started the season off really well. I think one of the better starts we had for a while now in 2 tournaments back to back. So yeah, I mean, for us, it's just about not looking at the results, but more looking at the road. We want to enjoy the road, but also put in a lot of work. So maybe after bounty, there was a little bit of overconfidence, but I wouldn't say it was in a bad way. So I think we were still very grounded. We worked really hard after bounty at home, even though we didn't have many off days. And yeah, I think that it helped us to win. It puts us in a position where we can have a really good season now if we continue playing well. And yeah, we're just working on improving from game to game.
And looking a bit about you, since your transition to IGL, obviously there was decisions and moves you would make in a game that normally you'd make yourself, but how much of that have you now given away to other people and how much have you kept to yourself?
Well, of course, I'm still in the very beginning of my career as IGL. We also have 2 new players, so we need to also understand what they like to do. So in the beginning, I was maybe a little bit more supportive when I first moved to be in IGL, but now we are starting to see that on some maps I need to still be in front because I'm just really good at leading from the front. So it helps also the young players have chances to trade. They have amazing mechanics, so I much prefer having them trade than me, to be honest. So some strategies I want to go first, maybe in a bit in like a Kerrigan way. Maybe not as good as he does at creating space. I'm more focused on also shooting back and killing because, for example, Kerrigan I think is really good at creating space. I want to actually give us entries sometimes and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, just finding the mixture of me supporting and me going in first a little bit more right now.
Nice. Well, hopefully it works out and continues to work out for you guys. And also I want to ask you, what would you say is the biggest difference between your calling style currently and the MOUZ that was with Brolan in the past?
Oof, it's a good question. I mean, I think that the system we have in MOUZ because of our coach is very similar. Of course, that he has taught me for 5 years now what I know about CS. So a lot of it is, of course, down to him still. But I think more in game now, there is a little bit more direction when it comes to mid rounds. I think Brolan did his absolute best, and we are all super grateful for what he did. He sacrificed a lot. I think I bring a little bit more leadership in terms of mentality and confidence in the guys. And yeah, I think that there's a little bit of a difference of style because I really like to mid-round call. So I would say that is the biggest difference.
And you were helping out with that sometimes in the past anyway, right, from what we learned?
Yeah, I was pretty vocal always, yeah.
Now looking at what he was saying there, you were both making some comments during it. Raga, let me start with you. Address the concerns of what you were making of that.
Obviously, if he sees himself going in to create space like Kerrigan, then I think he misjudged himself a little bit as a player because he doesn't come guns blazing at you. He's normally like really good at taking his time, and by time I don't mean doing it super slow, like 30, 40 seconds later, but finding the right time to do it, right?
Okay.
And that's what he's really, really good at. Like I think his Inferno is one of the Infernos that other players that wants to be better looks at, like how does he find the gaps, what is his small tricks, like when does he take the space and stuff like that. So I think that was also what he meant, that he wanted to still create the space, but also be in front so some of the others can trade behind him.
Perfectly done.
Yeah, I'd agree. You know, he's not necessarily the most, I guess, aggressive player in that regard, but people label him as aggressive because when he buys in, when he goes for the duel, when he feels he has the timing, then he's 100% committing to it, and that is seen as being aggressive. So if anything, I think he's more explosive on the server sometimes, with having a good understanding of when to be.
And looking at 9Z, I want to give a little bit of what you were saying there, Pimp, is that they had the XPL event that was after the player break, but they didn't have vacation. So then they had vacation. They went to EWC without too much practice. They got bonked a little bit by Magic once again, and it's not ideal for them. But now I'm guessing this is where we could hopefully see the best of them to actually live back up to expectations.
Hopefully, and that's my point. You know, I don't know where to place them, but as a matter of fact, I know they're part of this tournament, they're going to be part of the next tournament, and they're going to be part of the major. So they've established themselves already by now as a team that's going to be around for all the big tournaments.
Yeah.
Whereas, what, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, not really a team we were that familiar with. You know, still grinding their way through VIS. So they've already done a good portion of that hard job. And as I said, Roger, I don't know if I feel 9Z has the potential to be a Na'Vi-esque team, you know, or a Spirit-esque team, or up in that caliber of team, or if they're more like a G2 or more like a team, you know, circling around 7, 8, 9 in the world. Either way, it's way better than I anticipated coming into the year.
Like they are the definition of a high-risk, high-reward type of team.
Yeah.
And you can ride that like wave for a long time until you find out it isn't working anymore. So they go into this season, especially leading up to the next major, like what elements from the previous season was working really good for us, and how do we balance it with a little bit more normal CS, because we don't want a pain where they keep changing, but you need to find out what is your like DNA, what are you really good at, and for them it is to be a little crazy, to disrespect the smokes, to jump through on a flash, like these type of things that will catch the teams off guard that are not used to playing against them. So go into hiatus, South America for a couple of months, come back and then just own everyone.
Well, with all of this, I want to take a look at the veto. And with this veto, it can get interesting potentially here, Roger, because they know each other, they play each other, and they both like Nuke a lot within this.
And no one likes Anubis.
Aha!
So it was a game of chicken, like who wanted to actually ban it, and historically every underdog matchup MOUZ have been in, they always ban it.
Yeah.
Ooh. I like that. I like that pick a lot. You know, we saw it a bit at DWC. I know the tournament in isolation with Saltby wasn't great. They played cash, and I caught one of those games where they were in full control, played well, could definitely see the idea of what they wanted to do. MOUZ picking Nuke, you know, they're bringing it to 9Z.
They're looking for comfort, because as I said, going into this veto, before we talk backstage, this can get really uncomfortable really fast for MOUZ, because picking Nuke, we only need to go back to the major where these guys were on fire on Nuke. We got owned, to say the least, in Astralis against them, and they had a massive win streak going. So this Nuke pick is just not the easy pick.
It's a little bit crazy for me though, because the last 2 times they faced each other, Open Rotterdam and Astana, yes, it wasn't with the same 5 players, I can say that all day long, but 9Z did win the Nuke as well. So MOUZ just saying we are better, they believed in that.
It's because their map pool is all over the place after losing Overpass.
I was just about to say, you know, the Dust 2 being the 3rd deciding map against 9Z if you're MOUZ, it's not that long ago they introduced Dust 2 to the map pool, and sure, they've had ups and downs on it, but I don't consider Dust 2 as a staple map for MOUZ.
We're looking at MOUZ banning Ancient, right?
Yeah.
That is not something you would have thought about when you look at 9Z's Ancient, which is also not that good, that MOUZ all of a sudden are so in deep trenches that they need to go to Dust 2.
Well, because this is such a great veto, I got to ask the players about it, so let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that they pick Cash. Finally, we get to play the map. Really looking forward to it, to see where is our level at the moment. And yeah, I mean, Nuke has always been a really good map for us, so 1 or 2 losses from me doesn't define if I would like to pick it or not.
And you can tell me if I'm wrong. I heard that you said you guys think you're the best cash team. Is that true?
I mean, at least I think so from practice and also watching other games people playing official. Of course, official is always different to prac, but at the same time, I think people overall the fundamental understanding of the map. I think we have a good shot at being the best cash team in the world, but of course there is many more games to play for everyone.
He just picked up his balls and dropped them right on the table with that cash play, like saying, I respect it, it's huge confidence, but goddamn.
I love the confidence, and I love the fact that he's willing to double down, saying it once more, but I also did see a team that bowed out of EWC without playing the map because they didn't pick it, you know, against any of the opposition. So if you firmly believe that you are potentially the best team in the world on cash, surely you bring it into the mix, surely you force it into the series that you're going to play instead of getting knocked out of a tournament from not playing it. So as much as I like the ballsiness, as much as I like the statement, you know me, James, prove it. I want to see it proven before I buy into it.
Well, let's see if it is going to get proven or otherwise. 9Z will be taking an advantage within this map very early on. And guess who's getting all the cash today? It's Henry G and Anders. Enjoy, boys.
Prove it, or Jacob will...
What will he do?
He'll do something. Anyway, yeah, I'm hyped for this one. It's kind of crazy work to come in with a statement, we're the best cash team in the world, and they haven't played it yet.
I wish more players would make statements like this. It makes it so much more fun, because we're going to be on high alert. Like, you and I were going to be the cash experts at the end of this week. We've been watching it a lot now at a high level. It's exciting.
This is the first tournament I've commentated it at, so I'm getting the reps in, I'm enjoying it, and it's one of my favorite maps to play right now as well. Interested to see what kind of ideas MOUZ bring to the table. Like they said, they've probably got a new approach, and they've watched all the other demos. If they're saying that, no one else would make that statement. Like, why would you? They must have something up their sleeve. I don't know what it would be.
We're going to find out.
And the opposition picked it as well.
Yeah, you got to wonder if that will influence the predictions over at Polymarket. Don't forget to check it out. Sponsor of the tournament, of course. And I mean, I have been watching a lot. The main teams I've been watching, Henry, are 3D Max and FaZe.
Sure.
And I'm a little bit annoyed at FaZe because they've come up with a couple of things that I was also coming up with. So now I'm worried that, they're going to beat me to the punch. Well, I'm wondering now that MOUZ are claiming that they might be the best. Do they have even more elaborate stuff? We're going to find out right now as we head into the opening of the series here. 9C versus MOUZ. And I guarantee this will be a banging game. It's not going to be boring.
We've got a godlike map pool. We've got the best cash team in the world with MOUZ. What more can you ask for? We've got a B-Rush to kick things off here. Zelex and Zershan do nothing about it. Straight up B-Rush, Anders. And it works out quite nicely. Is there anything left to be said? I don't think so. Torji got his work cut out for him. And that should be round. I say should have bated breath. You never know, I suppose.
I feel like that is a very weird way to lose a round. That's a B-Rush. You must have the protocol and be ready. And Robs in the last game, he showed us how. You throw down those early smokes to stop them from coming through. But in a pistol round especially, how do you get caught off guard? How is Zelex falling back while Zershan is still kind of hanging around that checkered room? It just looked like they weren't ready for that kind of speed. So there's nothing strategic about it from 9C, but sometimes that's all you need. Like a lot of footsteps and a lot of Glocks.
I mean, it's simple, but very effective. They barely take any damage en route there. They had a bit of utility as well once they made their way through. One smoke, one molly. Even the smoke somewhat missed, and it was absolutely fine. They don't take a single casualty. Great way to kick things off. This is the pick of 9Z, of course. Nuke next and Dust too. Sick map pool. Nice to see Cash being chosen now. When it first came into the pool, understandably, people were avoiding it. But now we're kind of entering this part of the cycle where you need to start playing it. You need to get reps in, and no better time than the group stage.
That is a really good point, yeah. And especially I feel like if you can get some command of the map early on, if nothing else, you force other teams to veto it against you. That in itself could be like a bit of a luxury. We'll see. Second round. And there is an interesting couple of FAMAS on the other side there. Not that much utility, of course. We're seeing this grenade all the time. A couple of variations, like this one goes shallow. There's one that goes deeper, to the back wall where Spinks is playing. Yeah, we've seen both attempted. I think Spirit, we're talking about failing that a lot, but at least trying.
Specifically Donk, but
yes.
Like if they won the map, I'm sure they would have sorted that out in the demo after the game. No problem.
Yeah.
So, Molotov sandbags, smoke down C. Nice little mid-approach here. Bear in mind, it's a force buy from MOUZ. Mid-control has been granted. Nice protocol so far, but Zershan, he'll find May, and the bomb's actually down towards A main as well. What is going on here? They were going for that A split. Now they're on the back foot. This kill could decide the round. Spinks will maintain that man advantage, but they are fighting back on the 9C side.
Yes, they are. DGT, you must convert this somehow. Sidearms come out in the meantime. Molotov, he's picked up and forces the fight. Torshi, well played on this one. And obviously for MOUZ, a massive return on investment for forcing up in that round.
Go, boys! Let's go!
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, they are the best cash team in the world. It's what you love to see. Should be a 13-1 from here on out.
The thing is, I wanted to make that joke when they didn't stop the B rush. I was like, really? But I thought it'd be very petty of me. So.
We're just having fun. We know he didn't really mean it like that. Don't worry.
But it is good confidence. I do genuinely wish more players would kind of make these slightly more bombastic statements because it's fun. It makes the game more fun, you know.
Absolutely true. We want new personalities here instead of the boring PR answers. This is not boring at all. We've gone for the door rush here. It's going to be PR to defend. Only good for one in his Galil, though. Pressure onto Torji. Not known to be a rifler, as he will only be good for one here. 3-on-3. This round is wide open.
Yes, it is. Tech9's
nice nades. Okay, that's pretty nice. That's cool. Good protocols, denying that plant.
I think we briefly had this conversation on the last cash map that we saw, but I think what you're going to see a lot of teams just play a retake a lot. Like double up in middle and just throw the grenades in. Like you can double nade that, you can throw the deep incendiaries.
That was a little bit too close to comfort there. Got to reload that M4 as well. Both of them heading towards A main. Not sure if both were spotted, at least one was.
Super careful here. Spinks has got the helmet as well. Luchov can't get the follow-up there, but there was definitely an opportunity. And if nothing else, I guess they get the bomb planted. They get a couple of kills on that side. So 9C is not completely without an impact in this round.
They could force in the next round if they really wanted to. They're playing quite a loosey-goosey game right now. We've seen a B rush. We saw a squeaky door rush there as well. You want to keep that pressure up. 2 players surviving. The thing is, I don't think it's worth it. I feel like now you've got to take the ego. I'm just giving the context that if you really wanted to, you could force it with the bomb plan.
Yeah, in a circle, I think the last game would have done that, right? They felt like they were on that kind of a vibe. But it's also kind of hard to get T rounds. So I guess if you spend your T rounds half buying or forcing up, it just makes it harder overall.
Yeah, you can't really apply that sort of pressure in MR12. I think if it comes down to 1v1, you probably go for it, but not with 2 surviving. The money's quite strong for MOUZ. Regardless, slight tech issue here.
Yes,
gives us a chance to catch our breath. It's been a rock'em sock'em affair right now with a couple of rushes.
It's a long old desk segment the boys were doing.
Shout out to the desk there. I know
they grinded it through.
Jacob is out to get us.
It's good to see the analysts finally doing some work.
But they did put in a great shift there. And you kind of ruined it there with that little comment. I commended. That was a hell of a shift.
It's Pimp. He's getting to me. He's always a little bit, he's always out there. You never know. He's always going to snipe you with a comment somewhere. It's just what he does,
Well, that's why he's the people's champion, his charming personality.
Yeah, that is exactly right. I love him for it, though. I think it's great. He's got that heel character right down. I spend the break. We've got a popcorn machine in the studio, Henry.
Savory or sweet?
Savory.
Okay, that's good.
Sweet corn, I'm not a big fan of.
Sweet corn is a different thing altogether.
All right, well.
It's a different thing.
Not a corn expert, Henry. I'm just trying to eat popcorn.
Sweet popcorn. You can mix them both up if you like. That's the go.
Oh, really? Okay.
That is the goat setup.
All right, I was going to say sweet and sour, but that's not
sour
not
popcorn. That hasn't been
missing all
yet.
the shots. But no, it's good. I should have had the popcorn for the last game, where Vitality ended up losing. That was a popcorn-worthy game.
That was cinema.
Yeah,
I think like the fact we had JL playing as well, like the aura he brings to the server, and the vibes as well. Like that was just a really interesting storyline in general. And then for the boys in Inner Circle to step up and go that hard, and especially on Cash as well, when they were 6-0 down on both sides of the server, CT and they still brought it all the way back. So insane. That's going to be a difficult series to beat.
It really will be.
In terms of the fireworks.
It's possible this one could do it. I really think both these teams are going to be locked in for a lot of action. I think the second game tomorrow is G2 Spirit, which is wild.
We're commentating that as well. You got to be ready for that. You got to be locked in.
Yeah,
it's going to be wild.
I'll skip the popcorn for that one.
I'll bring the sweet corn.
Exactly. Yeah. Do some push-ups, perhaps. I don't know. Something to get myself going, because that will be a fire game. I've no doubt about it. Not sure what the timeout is for, but it's the first one that we had in the tournament, so I guess we'll give them a little bit of a break, get the admins up and running. I'm super enjoying Cash as a map right now. I know some part of the community were complaining, people saying nobody's playing it, we can't get it anywhere, like into the pool.
Well, that's the thing, like, guys, make sure you get out there and play it. Choose it in your premieres. Choose it in your pugs online. Like, it needs to be played. It's an iconic map. Like, it was such a shame we only had Train for, what, like 5 months or something in the pool? Like,
I know.
It was a brand new version of it as well. One of the best versions of Train ever, in my opinion. And
it was fun.
And it just got removed out of nowhere. Hated that.
And normally that isn't something that, like, I feel like Valve normally make changes very slowly. Like, things kind of, tend to go on for a long time before Valve get involved. But yeah, they removed it really quickly.
You hate to see it. Let's hope Cash can bounce back. Becoming a lot more vogue last couple of tournaments. I'm going to sneeze, Anders, hold on.
Well, you are allowed to. That's fine. That's why we keep 2 sets of commentators, cover for each other. That's what we do. Seems like the headsets are coming back on, so...
Okay, we can all lock in now.
It's great news.
Let's get it. If you are just joining us, this is day 2, but this is the opening day of Group B. First game for MOUZ and 9Z. MOUZ, who have never played Cash before. If you missed the quotes from Zerjan before the game, the in-game leader, he said he thinks after their practice, they're the best Cash team in the world. Whether that is going to be true, we'll find out. So far, so good. After losing the pistol, bouncing back nicely.
I have a terrible relationship with players who have confidence based on practice games. I feel like I've been burned in the past, like having high confidence. Like you run into a player at a tournament, they say, "Oh, our practice has been going absolutely amazing. We've been crushing everyone," and then they just get completely destroyed. So I'm always worried about taking practice results into, the real world. But I do love the confidence regardless. I think if you're going to be the best Cash team, surely one of the pillars of being that will have to be controlling middle, really on either side. So maybe that's something that we could focus on when we get back in the game, is kind of like, what are the protocols for them to actually get that mid control here for MOUZ?
Absolutely. Different ideas and variations of it. A lot of teams like to boost up in the vents from checkers once they've shut down the rush. You can also have a counter boost, and there's different versions of counter boost as well. You can actually, do you know where you jump off and you can self-boost and jump up? A lot of teams are...
Yes, I can't do that, but I know what you...
They boost up there and just hold that position as CT and just leave him there, just parked up. So lots of different ideas, variations. Interesting to see what kind of game plan we see from MOUZ.
That counter boost is another sort of historically iconic thing to do on Cash, but we haven't seen it yet, you and I. Like the CTs haven't really tried it.
You're right. It hasn't been super prevalent, no. No one's really even given it a go. I guess because, like you said, everyone's watching it and aware of it, but definitely can find some timings there. Looks like we still have a sound issue, in-ear issue.
Okay, well, it is an essential part of the game, many people have said. So can't really be playing without it, I suppose.
Well, it's PR.
Fans have shown up as well in the background.
PR, like, for me, like a really it's not bad. PR, like, is one of the most exciting prospects of riflers right now. Like, when he's in form, PR is like an absolute monster.
I love his game. It's so much fun to watch. There are times where he goes missing a little bit, but honestly, I respect the fact that he's always like vying for those kills. Like, he's always out there battling for it. So super fun to watch. And I mean, Selix also, he seemed to be like he came almost out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like thrown into to fill some pretty big shoes on MOUZ, and honestly, he's been doing really well.
Yeah, fellow Hungarian there with Torji. Bit of synergy coming through. I'm sure he was influential in that pickup. But we are getting ready to jump back into Cash. This is the first map of the series, opening game in Group B. 9Z picking Cash, Nuke up next, and then Dust 2 if required. I'm not really sure what to think of this one. We know 9Z can be a powerful team. They're knocking on the door of the top 10 all the time. They take some big scalps every now and then. But you've got to say MOUZ are the favorites here, but with this unknown quantity of Cash, as usual, who knows what could happen.
I mean, obviously, most notably, 9C taking down Vitality at the Cologne Major. That was wild. But I feel like one of the things that happens to some teams when they have these really incredible major runs, at least in the past, is then they just disappear immediately afterwards. I feel like 9C have kind of kept up the fight. Like, I feel like they're doing a good job. Obviously, the Austin Major, the 9C of that tournament was Legacy, playing insanely well. And I think, they did stumble a little bit afterwards, Legacy, but I feel like they're bringing it back now. Like, they're starting to get dangerous again.
Legacy weren't even supposed to be there.
They weren't even supposed to be there. Shout out to Bestia one time.
Where's Bestie now? They still going? They still cooking?
I don't know. Still tweeting, I think, is the.
They did like
that's
a
all
tweet.
the rage these days.
They did like a tweet. So, in terms of the fight line, let's just go through all the fill here. What the Finance is looking for 9Z in the next round. So, they won the pistol, ended up losing the following two, couple of rushes in the mix, and we said there's a world where they could force buy, but looking at the cash now, it would be more of the same. Loss bonus not necessarily established just yet, so 2,900 per player. If you did force buy, it's a mix of Galils and pistols, so I don't think they'll be doing that. You could definitely justify a little bit of investment, though. Some P250s, maybe a bit of Kevlar.
I do like those.
A Deagle or two, perhaps, but that's what we're looking for as we get back into this one momentarily. Plenty of games coming up today as well. 4 best-of-3s almost every day here at Porto.
Yes.
What are the next couple of ones we've got? Any bangers? Legacy FUT, that will be a good game.
Well, I'm a massive FUT fan, so...
You've got a FUT fetish.
Yeah, I'll own it. I have to own it. I think this team is amazing. Got a big investment, personally, in Dukes. I think he's just an absolute solid player, and again, he's so young. First time I was commentating last year, he was still 16. And yeah, I think this team still has a lot going for it, so I'm excited. And they picked up xFloud as well, that's kind of out of nowhere, but not necessarily, I think, a bad pickup. xFloud's been grinding for years to stay on top.
The fact they made it to the final EWC, you know, that's kind of nuts. I think that was xFloud's first ever grand final.
Yeah.
So, new boy joining the squad seems to have raised their stock. Another grand final for FUTs.
Really cool. That'll be Scrawny and Launders to take you through that one. So, you know, you got that.
They're
and they got another
good.
game at the end of it.
They're pretty good. They'll be able to handle that, I reckon.
I've got faith. I've got endless faith, to be honest, in them.
And Falcons, Lynn, Vision.
Now that is, I don't think
we can really sell that one.
The thing is, I'm so frustrated because there was at some point last year, I think you and I were in Belgrade watching some of these Chinese teams play, and I was so caught up in the moment. Both Lynn Vision and also
Tyler as well.
And also Tyler, they're both playing so well. I was like, this is a Chinese
in Belgrade.
It out.
Chinese teams play very well. Anywhere else, they don't seem to make much damage, to be honest with you. But in Belgrade, that's their home city.
Let's move some more tournaments out there then. Let's get them.
I'd like to. It's a great place. Always had fun there.
Because I mean, this is the thing about the Chinese Counter-Strike. They shoot so hard. Like, mechanically, they are demons. But,
yeah, it's true.
But they make mistakes in, when they have, like, the advantage, and it's just very frustrating. But then again, Falcons, they've been stumbling a little bit too, so they're not an indestructible team. They win the major, but...
Yeah, once you win the major, like, there's a curse that comes with that as well.
Yeah.
You're never really going to keep that going. But yeah, I feel like they're obviously the favorites going into that one. I got to speak to Carragher a bit yesterday. Like, he seems confident. Like, I think he mentioned who they had to play next he was more worried about. Who are they playing next if they get through that?
Does it even mean anything to be the favorite to this stage?
Oh, okay, that's it. You have to play the winner of Legacy or FUT.
Okay.
That's what he was worried about. Like, he's like, first match is not a problem. It's the second game.
That's fair. That's reasonable. But I mean, we had Na'Vi lose yesterday. We had Vitality lose today.
It's true. It has been a lot of
the favorites aren't doing so well.
Yeah,
they're not really coming out that hot. Although shout out to M80. That's obviously a tremendous victory.
That was massive. And even the G2 Aurora game, G2 win, but that was also a fantastic series. One to go check out for sure. It was. That was Inferno and Anubis. Like, G2 dominated the first map, but the second one of Anubis, they won 9 rounds in a row to bring it back a 12-7 scoreline. That was a lot of fun, and we're hoping this series will deliver as well. Thank you for bearing with us. We are back into the action. First map between 9Z and MOUZ should be the eco here, and I'm not seeing any Kevlar, so yes, confirmed. Trying to get the bomb down if possible here. You know the score by now.
So deep. That's how it's done. Pay attention. Torch down to 62. It's nice. And you're right, that bomb plant, especially with the smoke kit combo or smoke flash combination, I suppose. On Mayan, don't need a kit on the T side. Don't know why that's in my brain.
There's a lot of weird things up there, Anders.
Yeah, big true.
So, just trying to see if anyone will get impatient, overcommit to a duel here. There's one. Xertion will be the first in the chopping block. Lasso Peak will find him. Should be all they get. One more would be fantastic with this kind of bite. We've got that deep position from Zelex, I believe. Yeah, we talked about this a few times. So difficult to clear this out unless you have the Molotov. You really have to commit to the check.
What I like about this position, especially if you've got another player in front, because you can play that mind game. You kind of see one CT running away, and you just don't think that there could be someone else there. Not really a requirement in this round. Oh, hello. Man, that's a nice shot. You said you just wanted one more for the extra damage here. If we get another one on top of it, that would be truly spectacular on the side of 9C. Winning the round, not really an option here. And Torshi, all right, taking care of business. Bit of a slow round after the tech timeout, but now we're back in business. 3-1 is the scoreline. We're going to head into round number 5 here. And 9C, it's time for them to show us what they've got on the T side. Let's find out. Torshi's picked up an AWP. There's not going to be one on the T side, though. So they're going to have that early weapon.
I'm more interested to see the protocols on the CT side from MOUZ. They're going to be deploying the CT spawn mid-smoke. Going to see Molotovs exchanged here, either side of the equation. Extinguish smoke towards Boost to allow them to make this play. First kill going to be coming in. PR lucky to be alive here. Mid control granted, but not for long. Good response with the HE. 5-on-4. You want to reset the round now. Let them have middle landers. You've got the man advantage. Make them commit to the next move. PR, don't mind that at all. He has low HP as well. Managed to get a dink. It looks like the round's pretty much done. Torch just needs to stay alive here. Oh, he might not. Good God.
Got to be careful playing against that back wall, because his shadow is going to be showing. If Mayan takes the peek here, oh, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? Mayan looking to get the jump on over. He's inside of the smoke once again. I thought this round was going to be done already, and if Man goes down, it might be, because Wazopeak just doesn't have the health for it. 13 left in a 1 versus 2. They know that Torshi's in that corner.
If he can bring this down to 1v1, ideally get Spinks first, he probably wins it with a low HP. There it is.
Finds one in the open. Headshots required. He can't get it. Spinks saving the day. Late kill, but that starts as a 5-on-3.
Yeah.
So the fact that it ends in a 1v1 is kind of scary for MOUZ.
The problem is they can't really capitalize upon that fact because they didn't get the bomb down. So it has to be a partial buy here. So if anything, MOUZ very likely to top of their bank accounts once again. It was looking like a very promising round. It still got a bit dicey towards the end here, but there was no real danger of Spinks losing that 1v1 TBH. Nice indeed.
Using 2 Molotovs in the back to get rid of the AWP, but the fact that he had a smoke meant he could just stay alive kind of forever. Who's shooting at Celix?
I think he got spammed at the start.
Might have been.
Like a Tech 9 dink through the window.
Maybe it's team damage.
I couldn't work it out.
Side. It just might have been a teammate. Well, he's in a great position right here. Gotta be careful. There is someone on the other side of the smoke, and you don't really have to fight those people coming out. That's a teammate. There we go. All right. Nice adjustment. And Spinks is unstoppable. He is 9. Make it 10-0 right now. So it's a pretty good start for him.
That's the problem for 9Z. Spinks has been finding some great individual form last couple of tournaments. And if you let him get going like this, his confidence is going to be flowing. You have zero information as to how MOUZ played this map.
Also true.
Like, if anything, that's an advantage for MOUZ. Like, sure, it's their inaugural showing, first official, but that means there's zero information. I think 9Z have only played 1 official on it, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
But still, the fact you're going into dark here, that's a scary prospect against a team like MOUZ. Pound for pound, I think easily you'd say they've got more firepower, more experience.
Some moment there would look like Celix was going to get shot through the smoke, but I really love those aggressive B pushes. Not that you have to do it every round, but we talked about that sunroom as well. Like, if you can get out there on the CT side, oh, it gives you so much space in the middle and the A-bomb side to work with.
Yeah, if you're brave enough to try and get there and you successfully make it a sunroom, it alleviates a lot of pressure on the map. You saw how he was holding the potential vent drop as well, so if even if a B split comes in, he's still in a powerful position to handle that.
Look at the lineups.
Yeah, this will be every team should be using that lineup.
Yep.
So it means you don't have to juggle your nades so much. You go towards middle, so to the first guy to do smoke and the Molotov, you can just focus on the Molotov, or incendiary, I should say.
I think they failed the incendiary to jump up here, because Luchov, he's not supposed to be able to jump up this quickly. Normally there would have been one landing right on top, but I think it went a little bit too deep somehow. Oh, nice peek from PR though. Failed incendiary or not, Wazopeak is dead. And this smoke at top of highway, it does give a bit of space. They're going to blow it open. The Luchov is more than ready. PR, he gets his head removed.
Signs his own death warrant with the HE. See whether we can convert this 4-on-4 in favor of 9Z. Give us something to talk about. Something to get excited if
As we will hit the 1 minute mark, they don't have much map control, but they are heading towards B.
Yeah, and that's where Torshi is with the AWP. And since they're not coming through the vent, he might just get a clean shot. He's going to fall back. He's not quite sure, because that is the real risk for him. If they come through checkered, then he's in trouble. Now he's backing all the way up, and they do not have the Molotov, so they might just be peeking straight into this AWP. We'll see if they get a good flash off. Smoke goes in towards that main entrance to B, but our utility is pretty good. And with sub 40 seconds, this is already a little bit tricky here. Torshi hasn't announced himself yet. In fact, his rifle has taken away all the attention for him. Exertion finds a headshot on Mayan, and yeah, this was a little bit slow for 9C, and MOUZ have read the situation really, really well.
Maybe they are the GOATs.
They might be. It's looking impressive for the minute. 18 seconds.
Okay, the round's somewhat alive, actually.
Yes.
And it's 3-on-2. It needs a couple of quick kills, but this could happen. This is the all-important frag.
I think you're right about that.
Zelix will get a Exertion to close things out. Really nice, have to say. Yeah, absolutely agree. That smoke coming down just before they committed to the bomb site. Well, the round was already over, unfortunately. Good try, but 6-1. Oh, aggressive, of course, is PR.
Yeah, the timing for pulling out the grenade. Not a good feeling.
That was the all-important kill from Zelix there. Another partial buy. Seems like they haven't really got going here on Cash. They won the pistol landers. The B rush was nice, but haven't been too many gun rounds there, not too many plants. The bomb's only gone down once, and that was in round number 3.
But look at the aggression in A main, even if they're not necessarily pushing it right away. Just the deep smoke and the incendiary there. So PR really trying to make sure he's limiting the map as much as he possibly can.
Another protocol, I would say, run that as much as possible. If you can get in a position where you can drop that util set and have A main control, that is so powerful.
See how much information they can get about what's happening outside of B, because there's not a single T player there. Smokes are starting to go down, but Spinks, he is ready with the AK and should be an easy fight. He's so out in the open that from the point of view of Luchov, that's a big off angle. They might be Molotoving at the forklift, but there's nobody there. I think they're waiting. Wasopik is going to be able to throw that one in. And the problem is, could they get rid of Torshi in the back? He's still got some good utility, and he's got a teammate with him as well. That's PR up on this railing. Torshi waiting for it here, but the fact that he's got his teammate in position, I'll tell you what as well, Henry, you can Molotov that position from outside of the bomb site.
It's true.
30 seconds on the clock. Ooh, Spinks, he's unstoppable. He's not died yet. Torshi gets a kill onto Mayan, and this round has fallen apart for 9C. Just an unstoppable defense being put up here from MOUZ.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough. MOUZ are the best Cash team in the world.
Ready to call them the GOAT.
I'm ready to call it.
Okay. I like it, though.
Well, there we go. Yeah, what can you really say about this one? If you haven't killed Spinks once and we're into, what, round number 9? Now, that's a problem. That's a massive issue.
Yeah, we want to see a bit more out of the Max. Finally got a kill, but he was, I think, 0-6 or something like that. So he's putting it together now. They need more than a little bit here. They need to get up to something like 4 or 5 if they can.
Would like to see it as a bomb plant at this point.
Okay, setting the bar really low, but I like it.
Yeah, like they haven't got close to it at all. The one round the bomb did get planted, I think, was that squeaky door rush, which was a close round, to be fair, but everything else has been pretty pedestrian, one-way traffic.
Time's running out for them to turn this around. A lot of money on the MOUZ side that they're going to be fighting against. Good counter grenades here, trying to stop PR from getting this control early on.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to shut down now. Realizing that he cannot have that sort of control on the CT side. Throw the Molotov, deny the entrance.
I wish someone would push Squeak just to see what happens to PR if they try and open the door, but because he's playing with his back turned into it.
And they flash themselves there. Trying to swing towards Highway. Would have actually been a kill available, but not going to happen this time. Smoke down towards Highway. Molotov with the Z Halls.
Oh, look at the push in from Squeak Door. He might be able to catch Wasopik. Indeed, he will. Grenade was thrown in from Wasopik, so they knew that PR knew someone was going to be out there. Luchov trying to get close, but look at the three-way crossfire.
The trifecta.
Dear.
It's round. Like, your best bet now, go through Z, I suppose. But you've got Zershan already patrolling the B storage area. So, yeah, go through the vents. You know where one is at least. Doesn't have to commit to that fight, but shouldn't make all that much of a difference.
Nice, Alex. No reason to take it alone.
A bomb plant.
You did say you wanted one. It would be more fun if Mayan had a teammate here.
Yeah.
Not saying it's impossible, but it's highly unlikely. MOUZ look very disciplined. You can see it in Selix not taking the fight early on. It's going to be Spinks. Of course it will. Another double kill. He's up to 14-0. Don't know what the record is yet, but it's looking pretty good right now.
How many perfect games have we had historically? If you know, tweet at us. Give us the intel.
We need to know.
How many have there been?
Put B-trams to work.
Whoever is working on stats, whoever's crunching numbers right now, let's have a look.
Now, Henry, you brought up this in the last cache map that we saw, this idea that if you lose the mid control, you just try and take one of the extremities.
Exactly, yes.
And that's what they did in this round against WASOP. So just to remind, if you weren't watching it, I think it's a good principle to work off.
Absolutely true. You don't have to have mid control. It's similar to what we say on ramp. It's not a bomb side. Let them have it. Just have a good reaction. Have your protocols in place.
Right.
If you do, because sometimes the mid executes, it's like middle on Anubis. Like if they drop all the correct Molotovs and smokes, sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And it's okay to sacrifice middle and find information elsewhere.
I like that. That's going to be something that we'll be watching for, how well teams adjust to losing sort of one part of the map, get to pick up another one here. Still in the learning days. Round number 10, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8-1.
He's going down here for sure. He's going to die.
Are you sure about that, Spinks? He's got PR there for the backup.
All right. God mode enabled.
Yeah. That's not even a thing in CS2 anymore.
No, true.
You can activate the regen.
What's regen?
It just means if you're running around with SV cheats on, and you take like grenade damage, you just regen your health.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well,
good bit of trivia there for you guys.
They took so many commands away from us in CS2. I don't know why. They changed exit to quit for absolutely no reason.
Well, we might be quitting cash momentarily. It feels like we're kind of done. 9-1 pretty much locked in. I don't know what you can do with this one. You've got to give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, this boost is absolutely fine. But again, it's very telegraphed. Like, look at the forward positions again. Coming out over on the B side of the map. It's a good headshot, though, for WASOP. You're going to need one more of those. But this railing is very, very hard to deal with, though. I think it's Spinks who's up there. See if they can swing wide enough to clear it out. Xerxion's doing the best they can to kind of distract everyone. There's the spray. Finally, he goes down. 16-1.
That was the chance. That was the moment that kill towards Z. And a fancy footwork from Zershan. Closes things out. And finally, Spinks will be thwarted. You can stop researching the stats now. We're not going to get the perfect game. 16-1.
It's still pretty good.
I mean, it's not bad.
I think the boys in the desk were doing the Blast Fantasy on day one. I don't know if they picked Spinks. I feel like it was a topic of conversation. They thought about it.
It's been playing very well recently. Just know as well, we had Donk yesterday get 18 kills in the first half of Cash.
Yeah.
See if that can be replicated here. A couple more would do it. That's against Dendelay. Yeah. Another opening kill. I don't think, I'm going to check the stats. I don't think they've had a single opening frag yet, apart from the pistol.
But they might not have. Scary. Very hard to get into it. Again, they keep getting the mid-control 9C, but it is by design. MOUZ, it's fine. You can have it.
Look at this. One opening kill. Oh, and that was the pistol.
Okay. Well, we've identified another potential problem with the 9CT side. And also MOUZ surrendering middle in favor of just holding the extremities. They'll take it. Inside of the B-bomb site, we have Selix with an AK and some good utility.
Zershan burrowed away in towards checkers.
Max does have a Molotov.
I mean, would you use it for that, though? You don't have the resource. You need that for heaven, I would say.
Yeah, you just might. Hasn't thrown it just yet. Torshi's dead, but there's still that late lurk. There is a grenade in there, but is he going to be able to step out in time?
Comes.
Needs the wide swing as they line up. Exertion ready to murder them all. It's going to be a great double, and you know what? It's a bullet away from that triple. DGT on just 17 health.
Okay, best chance they've had to pick up a gun round. 2 versus 2. MOUZ certainly with the advantage with the HP and residual utility here as well. Both players coming in from heaven. Can DGT hold on? Cannot touch that incendiary. 1 tick and he's going down.
Yeah, he has to stay very honest inside of this one here. The Galil, good spray, but almost able to take down Spinks. It would have been a great kill if he could have. It's going to be Max to go down next. He's really been struggling. 2 kills in total for him. And the retake is smooth as ever for MOUZ. 10-1.
Well, what can you say about this one, really?
I don't know. They did warn us. I mean, in fairness.
Yeah.
They said it was going to be great.
I mean, it's kind of a baller move to say, before you've even played one official, we're the best team in the world, and then you lay down this sort of performance, not against any bums or anything like that. This is like 9Z, huge results this year. Knocking on the door, I think they're 12th in the world. This is a strong team, and they are not even getting a look in right now. And they picked this map, by the way.
That is true.
9Z wanted this punishment. They opted for it, Anders.
More than they bargained for at this stage.
You've got a MOUZ Classic up next, a bit of nuke.
I'm excited for that. I've for a long time, MOUZ have been a really fun team to watch on nuke. So even throughout like the different changes, like the different in-game leaders and all the rest of it, I feel like they've always had that map as sort of a core of it.
Well, Spinks popping off the way he is right now. 1 kill away from equaling Donk's total from yesterday. 18 kills in the first half.
Yeah, well, it's the final round, so it's now or never if he wants it.
Time to step up, time to lock in. 10-2, I mean, a requirement, of course. I don't think it would save them, though.
Look at the push again coming out from the other side. It's actually Torshi pushing with the AWP. That's crazy. Alone, no backup, and he finds Wasserpeak.
They're having too much fun now. You got such a buffer in terms of rounds that you can start taking these sort of risks. You can start disrespecting your opponent. And now his teammates have no idea. Is Torji still coming? Yeah, he is, but from a completely different angle. This time it whistles by. Bear in mind, we have got presence towards sandbags as well. Torji want to take all this aggro for this reason. There it is. We're up to 19 kills now, Anders.
You are right. They're just all looking into the flashbang as well. It's such great play. He's scoping, he's stepping, he's really selling the idea. Mayan's going to go down last 11-1, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the half.
We're at the ACES ROG lab. It's Maui Snake and Vu, and we're going to be looking at some clips of pro players from last events. And without the nameplates, we're going to try to guess who created the highlight.
And this should be easy because we're looking at it in lightning fast refresh rate on pristine color from ACES ROG.
We're going to be keeping score, but once you make your guess, you are locked in.
We're keeping score. I thought this was just for science.
Science and fun. All right, let's roll the first clip. I can tell you that this one is FaZe from 2025.
Who has these gloves?
Yeah, so weird skin combo.
Doesn't Brokey have... This is broken. It's broken. Lock it in. It's broken. It's like, they're gonna lose this map.
Yeah.
He thinks about going for the 9th kill, he doesn't. He walks around a connector, and then he no-scopes someone, and everyone's like, Brokey's got it, and then he's right back to being a bum.
All right, this one is the Huns 2025.
I know who this is, I can't remember his name.
I thought it was Score maybe is the only name I can't remember right now.
I don't think this is Score.
Okay, yeah.
Someone else. Okay, if we can't remember the name, I'm gonna say that what happens next is he doesn't get a whole bunch of Deagle kills and makes one of the best clips of the year. I was watching this in my mind, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah. 9.
Next up, Furia 2026.
Oh, this is K Serato. This is gonna be the pistol ace where he flicks right.
Oh, this is such a sick clip.
It's one of the best highlights of the year. I think it's 4 kills.
Let's say 4. This is like the bounty, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something like the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, MOUZ.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one's insane. Next clip is gonna be Vitality from 2026.
Yeah, this is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh, the one he purposely looks into the wall when he peeks so that he can flick really hard right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is
IWOO.
It is IWOO. He's gonna do a gratuitous flick to the right. Yeah. This clip is Falcons 2025.
All right.
I'm taking Kyosuke. I think it's Kyosuke 5 kills.
Yeah, I'll give this Kyosuke 4.
The indecision in the action. Nico would have already thrown the nade, wouldn't have turned around.
Randomly swinging around shooting, that's Kyosuke in a nutshell.
Yeah, just looking for fights all the time. Well, GG, at least the highlights were incredibly clear thanks to this Asus ROG monitor.
I agree.
Welcome back to the bloodbath that is MOUZ versus 9Z. The former posting 11 rounds on their CT campaign, switching over now to the T side. Bear in mind, this is the pick of 9Z as well, just 2 rounds away, and it could be a very quick one here on Cash.
Could be. It has been so far. MOUZ crowned themselves the kings of Cash, and here we are, 11-1 in their favor. I've never seen anything like it, but I'm excited for it. Only problem is we might not get to see a lot of their T side. If they win the pistol, then it's kind of going to be a bit of a mystery for us. See if they can land some shots here. 9Z, give a bit of runway. Just start to get something going. Like individually, the most we have is 6 kills on DGT. So they just need to get something warmed up. And there we go, Wasso peak. He's always good for a couple of shots. And taking out Spinks, that's got to feel amazing right now.
They're trying to bait Zelex in with the sound cube. They know he's there. Important kill here. Both CT should swing him at the same time. And nice work. That's round. Well, I think we all know that 9Z needed this pistol round desperately. I mean, stranger things have happened. I remember a certain game at the Major where Big were down 12-0.
Oh, that's one of the, against NRG.
Yep.
That was one of the more painful games I've seen in a long time.
So I'm just saying, it can happen. There's always a world. It's the first official game MOUZ have played on Cash. I'm scraping the barrel here, Anders, but I'm trying to find something.
I appreciate that. You know, you're really putting in the effort, Henry. I'll say this as well, just because you brought up that game, I actually went back and looked at that game like round by round.
Yeah.
And there are so many times in that game where Nitro is actually calling great rounds.
Yeah.
Like it's...
Well, there were so many crazy clutches that were coming through. I don't think it was the calling.
And
it
even
was
just like random timings that just work out for Big. Like it's a wild game in so many ways. But yeah, you're right. We've seen it before. Could happen again.
It could. There's an auto shot. I was going to say, Spinks, what are you up to? He had an auto shotgun on the T side. He sold it, but... Oh, did he do it to drop the decoy? Yeah, he did. So he dropped the decoy with the auto shotgun, then sold the shotgun.
You're a genius, Henry. That's a great call.
Why would you do that? I don't know. To suggest you're buying, I suppose?
For the lols, I think we said in the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
Shove, super spray down. You know what?
I guess when I'm overanalyzing this, of course. But I guess if you know you're going to do something quick, you wait for the first sound cue of this shotgun to go off, and then you know they're going to be coming in, maybe a little bit distracted, that's when you pounce. Maybe that's the idea.
I love it.
Because it's such a confusing sound cue. It's like, why would they have an auto shotgun round 2?
Yeah, you're running through all the reasons for it, and then while you're doing that, it's like, oh, wait a minute.
That's the only kind of practicality I can think about it. But doesn't matter. That was the full eco.
And this one won't be. We've got AKs, a couple of Galils, and enough Molotovs to burn out any bomb site that they choose. Mayan making the run across, and oh my god, he's nearly caught Zelix off guard there. That could have been an early death.
Bit of an all-in position here for Max. Very vulnerable. Mayan will be joining him from the vents. One Molotov can make things very uncomfortable, but it's still the position you tend to Molotov too often. We'll see. Where's that smoke going? What was that?
Absolutely nobody knows.
I'm going to go check. Yeah, okay, it's gone there. What the hell? I'm going to go check it out. What is going on there?
It hit like this. There's this weird vent-like structure on top of the roof that is super annoying. Here we go. No Molotov into the corner, like you said. Max only good for the one, though. And Mayan, he's on the other side of the vent. He's been Molotoved out, so he'll have to be a little bit more respectful. That means there's just a clear runway to the B bomb site plant here. And they still have lurking in the middle PR, and I think that's kind of the ace up the sleeve right now. Might not even need it. Torshi nearly with a double. Making the jump down here. Main's going to be dead next, and I think if you're 9C, chances to win the round are dwindling pretty quickly. But, I mean, they don't have any space to work with, so they might as well go for this 2-on-3, to be honest. PR still lurking in the middle. Good spray down for Selix and DGT. Could you do anything against the AK here? You know that he could be in the corner right now. You've confirmed it. Great headshot, but he pulls out the Deagle, running out of bullets. Unfortunately, the M4, and Selix takes him down. Good triple, good clutch, and a 12-3 lead.
Should be curtains. 9 in a row required here on the CT side. MOUZ looking way too strong individually. Everyone turning up, especially Spinks on 20-4. Hasn't had to do much in the second half, but that should be it. There will be money for the CTs. Nice work so you can get one in that position. There's a reason you don't really play too much, and if you're going to, Anders, you kind of want someone basing you in. You want someone kind of jiggling the angle,
right?
Taking like some spams. Like that's the only time I think it's viable.
Maybe especially with FAMAS, like it's hard to get
this is the checkers molly. I'm throwing this. Chad has me throwing this most games. That's a good one.
Write it down.
Commit it to memory. I'll show it to you after this game.
Yeah.
I got that.
That's what I'm here for. The Henry G grenades.
Right then.
We're going to be seeing Nuke next. You invented some stuff on that map.
Did I? Oh yeah, well, when CS2 first came out, I was the first one to like kind of note that you could do the outside wall of smoke to just 2 instead of 3.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's true. Okay then. Opening kill.
I'm actually a bit surprised. That's a nice attempt. It looked like he was facing the wrong way, or at least it looked like he was looking away from a flash there, DDG, for just a second, but he is going to be all right. 55 seconds left and a full-on execute. Deep Molotovs towards Checker. They know no one's back there, but they need to get rid of this headshot position as well. Max has found the defensive kill. 9C, every bit counts right now. Winning the map is highly unlikely, but just try and get some of the individuals online for this. Start to feel like you're actually in the server with MOUZ. Good wall bang from Luchov, and it is 9C picking up another round.
You're absolutely right there. Make it frustrating for MOUZ.
Yeah.
Delay this as long as possible. Get them bickering a bit. Make them run some ecos. And it's not going to be a complete whitewash now. Like 13-5 or 6 is like not a big deal. Like, although it is your map pick, I'll say that. It's a bit rough. But just get as many as you can. Shake off the rust. It's the first map of the tournament, Anders. Like, this happens to even the top teams.
As we saw with Vitality and Navi.
Yes. So, yeah, don't read too much into this.
You know, outside of B, up on the ceiling, there's this, like, mesh, like wire mesh, but you can't flash through it, and I have no idea why. Like, you can look through it, but you can't flash your way through it, and I feel like that's just a strange kind of map design. It's a little bit counterintuitive. So people are bouncing grenades off the wall instead. Eco round coming in, so should be no problem here for 9C. DGT playing far back. He's got a smoke, so even if they had a Molotov to kind of push him into the sandbags, he's just put it out. It's not going to be an issue. All right. Sweet Deagle shots. Man goes down
Not
next.
like this.
No, I mean, he's got to be careful. Watch up. You got to commit one way or another. Oh, straight in a Selix. A blinding Deagle headshot takes him down. And now Max swings for it. Oh, it's way too much. A Glock this time. What is this madness that we're seeing? Luchov now in the 1 versus 4, and Selix! He has crushed them in this final round.
What can you even say about that one? They came into this server without playing a single official game on Cash, and they leave known as the best Cash team in the world. An excellent performance, especially from Spinks. 20-5. It doesn't get much better than that, but we have got potentially another couple maps to go. For now, we'll throw it over to the desk.
I'm not sure I'm going to call them the best Cash team in the world just yet, but that was one hell of a good performance from them. Spinks doing 19-1 first half, heavy lifting in that one, dominance, and this crazy last round. You should never be winning a round like that.
I mean, when all you gotta work with is a couple of Deagles and a Glock, then no, you should never lose a round like that. And to build further on your point, again, I guess that's the counter argument. Can you claim to be the best team in the world on Cash when you've only ever played it once and you're playing against a 9C who I found very uninspiring in this game? Not quite on the other hand, this is the first time you played, and you manhandle your opposition. You go out before the game and say you think you're the best team in the world on cash, at least based on practice, or you have the ability to be so. So I gotta give credit to MOUZ. At no point in this game, Roger, at no point were there any tension, any, I guess, belief that 9C could come back. It was a very one-sided map, and you know, let's be honest, it was 9C picking into it.
Yeah, if we can talk about meta already on a map that's brand new and only been touched by a couple of teams, I think MOUZ is way closer to that current meta than 9C was. Like MOUZ was taking all the gaps towards like finding the small areas, where 9C was playing so slow that they were not like focusing on picking it up when the danger was starting to happen, right? And that's what happens when you play a new map. You don't have so many reps on it. Maybe you haven't faced this playstyle in practice. Then all of a sudden you go into an official and the alarm bells just start from, I think, round 3 when Silix had all of B lobby after 15 seconds or something. So yeah, definitely back to the drawing board for 9C, but also shows strong showing from us.
And I think that's an excellent point to make, right? For people who's been playing Counter-Strike for many, many years, we remember Cash being a map that on the CT side, you needed to be proactive. You need to take away space. You need to face the opposition early on in order to not make it too easy. And on the other hand, if you're playing the T side and you get gifted all this space, it's probably the most T-sided map we had in a period of Counter-Strike, where when we played MR15, you'd argue that 12 rounds on the T side, that's to be expected, especially when you get all the space towards B and all the space towards A. Yeah. It's such a hard map to just sit back and defend. You have to do something actively in order to disturb the opposition. And 9C, you know, we didn't get to see much in the second half, but it was a very flat experience to watch them play here.
And even though we had such a one-sided crazy game, you still managed to find some moments in it, right, Pim? I
mean, we had to find something, you know, and I just wanted to show what MOUZ did so well in order to not give 9C any work condition, any space. Here they tried to take mid control, and obviously they wanted to use mid for something, and when you have mid, you can go either bomb side, but MOUZ are double peeking in towards middle. You have PR coming in, you have Spix coming in, and at this point, you are 20 seconds into the round, you have a 5v3. At that point, you can allow yourself, if you're MOUZ, to sit back and defend the bomb sides. That's when you gain the advantage, that's when you gain the information, that's when you pressure the opposition to a point where if you're just trading 1-for-1, as MOUZ is doing right here, at the end of the day, you'll end up winning the round, and 9C becomes pressured on time, a Molotov on the board's bomb side. DGT doesn't win this duel, which he was supposed to, and even if it did, it wouldn't have made a change because Mayan can't get the bomb down. So in terms of playing the I guess, proactive meta that you want to see, you know, take away some of the space, whether you do that towards A main, towards B, towards middle, you have to take away one of the avenues to put pressure on the opposition, and MOUZ did that.
For sure, like they were one step ahead the whole time, and like what I expected 9C picking into Cash, I expected pace. I expected them to take, you know, the big risk. Not this, okay, now we have middle early, let's slow walk and see what happens. It's like, if you want to play 9C style, you need to embrace it. Because it's a little bit what we talked about yesterday with the Chinese teams wanting to play like European CS. Like, if you lose that one thing that makes you special, then you're just another one of the bunch, right? So going into Nuke, which they have been historically known for being crazy on, I also need to see it if they want to have a chance against MOUZ. Slow down against MOUZ. MOUZ is way too good at being proactive.
Yeah, and then they're taking full advantage of all of that. We do need to highlight Spinks, though, because this was monstrous. It looked like he could just do whatever he wanted, when he wanted. He came in sharp, but also they were just feeding him one at a time. He was having a field day.
That's the playground for Spinks, right? If you're giving him all these duels where he has an advantage, where you're walking through smoke or you're not being disturbed by a Molotov or by a flash, when you just go straight to straight aim duel versus Spinks, we know his qualities, right? People sometimes forget how good he is as an individual. Is he perhaps sometimes a bit tough to slot into a team and hard to work with? Do you sometimes want him to be a little bit more involved in the round? Sure thing, but if you're going up against him in a game that becomes about aim duels where he's not pressured by any sort of utility in any of these duels, then you don't find many players out there who's more efficient than Spinks.
Like, if I can get this version of Spinks, I'm not too scared of him losing the A side on Overpass, because this is basically watching him play A side of Overpass. If you don't pressure him, you come one by one, you try to play this like greedy default where you don't really set each other up, you don't throw the flash in all the obvious positions, he will clean you up. Like, he's way too good of a player to just be, okay, let's see if we can find this timing on him here or there, like, no go. Then he just destroys you like he did here.
One death, James. One.
One death for CT side, 18% round swing. just guaranteed, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good impact.
Pretty good impact overall. Well, realistically, right, I understand what you were saying about 9Z, obviously kind of giving this up to MOUZ in that sense. It is possible that they can come back onto this nuke, but without too much to say on all of this, boys, I want to play some more games.
Okay.
This game, though, is just for my C market. We're going to play some higher and lower as well. I had a lot of fun doing this before. Rugger, this is where we need to look at some skins. And we need to say if it's higher value or lower value.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say this to us. I was going to kind of guess that you might be out of this. I would like to say that I'm not a pro, that's more pimp, but I'm pretty good at when it comes to this. But you want to take the first one? Because this should be quite easy.
Yeah, this should be higher, no?
Yes. You still checked. I love how you still checked.
I wasn't sure.
Sticker lower. There we go. Pimp, what do you got?
Oh, no.
Oh, a Mag 7 Justice. It's factory new, though. It is factory new. People like Mag 7.
It's called Justice. Whatever you pick now, it's gonna...
But it's also ugly as hell, man. I wouldn't wear that. I'd say higher, though. You know, probably higher.
Oi.
There you go.
Way,
Oh,
big higher, big higher. All right, field tested, Glock.
Your
But it
turn.
is a nice Glock. It's like the anime style.
My turn.
Yeah, your turn.
Lower. Oh, no, sorry.
I would also say lower.
Yeah?
Okay.
Oh, we're cooking. Let's go, Rugger. Let's go. And a case, higher. Oh, I failed us. All right, let's go again. Run it back. Run it back.
I would have said lower. I would have said lower.
Okay, yeah, you say that now.
I
You
would've
need to
said lower.
speak before. Let's
Okay.
do it as a collective.
Lower.
guys.
Wildfire case, that's old, no?
Fuck. Lower.
Ooh, okay. Field tested. AK-47.
Surely higher, no?
What do you think, Rugger? What do you think?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there we go. We're taking
you
it.
have to contribute,
This one has to be higher. Jawbreaker, I've heard that before.
Yeah, we like that
Maybe
one.
it's something.
Oh!
Maybe it's because there's so many of them. I've heard.
Well, that's close, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know, I could do this game all day. Production, we allowed to run it back one more time?
I just know my former players are laughing
One more time. Let's go.
a
Let's run
lot
it
because
back.
I have no idea of skins and they know it as well.
Neither do I. I'm so bad at it.
Okay, higher.
Lower.
I was right.
There we go.
Higher.
Yep. Nice.
Lower.
Lower, yeah. Okay. Field tested. People hate MP9s. And there's so many of them.
Higher.
Higher?
Controversial?
No, no. I thought people would hate it. Well, there we have it. Thank you very much.
3 cents.
I told you, because there's so many.
Giving it away for free, you know?
There's so many in there, but
Okay.
you guys can play along as well. You'll probably do a lot better than us. We are kind of boomers compared to you zoomers out there. And at least with where we're sat right now, we're moving into Nuke next. I just want to say, for you guys looking at this, can 9Z bounce back? Nothing about the map, but do they have it in them after getting trounced like that?
I think there's too much quality winning 9C for me to say that it can't be a competitive game, but there's no doubt that MOUZ are the heavy favorites now.
The only thing they have going for them is the historic value in the game. I think it was Jules telling me also that they won the last 2 against MOUZ and Nuke, if I'm not mistaken. And Nuke has been, as I said, in the beginning, they lack an elite map. That was their elite map if you go back 3-4 months. So for sure, the playing field is set for a good game, but they need to be present and actively play their own game.
Well, let's see if they are going to be in that presence, and if they are going to be able to play their own game. We'll be finding out in just a few moments. But first of all, quick break. all hope is not lost for 9Z. At least that's what Pimp and Rugger think throughout this, but it's going to take a quick turnaround from the South American side if they want to have a chance against MOUZ. We spoke about the history on Nuke, but it was against not this exact version of MOUZ. That might be a factor as well. But we just need to see 9Z with the life we know and love for them. We said the most exciting South American scene. This has not been exciting.
Sure, they need to step it up a notch, you know, and one duel to look out for, at least one player to look out for, to handle for 9Z would be Exertion. I feel like whenever you talk Nuke for MOUZ, you talk Exertion. He's the spearhead both on the T side, CT side, loves to play mini on the CT side, loves to go for fights, loves to go for some of those holes that you're speaking about, you know, finds timings, find gaps, and T side wise as well. Like, he's the one in yard trying to create the chaos out there, willing to walk through smokes depending on what kind of smoke wall they're throwing. Sometimes he walks in towards gate, sometimes he goes down secret, sometimes he's just waiting out there, waiting for someone to counter him, and he has it all, you know. I feel like if there's one player that's very influential in terms of the success rate of MOUZ and Nuke, it's Exertion.
100%. Like, all these like outside players that gets to dictate what is happening on the map is also the ones that normally you live and die by, right? That's also why sometimes Vitality has looked a little bit shaky when Epix hadn't like won his duels that he maybe, you know, are supposed to in some of these games. So when you have these like big teams that are good on Nuke, everything to a certain degree relies on the outside player and setting up the AWP at the same time. So you have a lot of responsibility to, on the CT side, to help you get the entries for yourself or the AWP, and on the other side, not dying.
That's a big factor in it as well. But I also want to touch on 9Z's player, Luchov. You remember Luchov being at his very best of dominance, you know, being able to do so much work for his team. It's not just him, it's now a couple of events where I've seen him go missing in critical moments. I need to see him at his best.
That's a bit of an issue, naturally. If you're banking on Luchov being the next big thing, then he needs to chime in and at least find some sort of impact. I'll take you, Luchov, though, and I'll race you with a Wasso peak. Because coming into EWC, he was the highest rated player post-summer break on lane. I know the sample size was a little bit small with the Chinese events and Blast Bounty, but still, you had 2 events, and he was the highest rated player in the world in those 2 events combined, you know. So he's stepping it up massively. He's taking over from Luchov. So if anything, I want to see Wasso peak first go in and find the impact we've seen so far. And then if you can have Luchov maybe playing at 80-90% of what we saw at the major, then you have a pretty deadly duo on that. You described them as individually very, very skilled. Let's see it now.
Yeah, because like first map, there was way too many 50-50 duels going the way of MOUZ. And I even want to throw DGT in as well. Like, he is also one of the players that, if you look at him, his like #1 thing he contributes with is skill, is individual firepower. He can match anyone, but he also needs to do it on the biggest stage, because he has also been up and down, which is also why he has been through a couple of different teams in his career where started good, then fall off, get a new team, started good again, dropped off again. So he also needs to hit a higher peak at a longer time.
Find a way to actually have that consistency, right, and reset yourself if you do start to have a bit of a downturn in performance overall. It looks like we've now changed this conversation, though, into MOUZ being favorites because of what we saw on Cash in here, right? Give me a percentage chance of what you think 9Z actually have in this, starting with you, Pimp, of like what could be possible within this for them to at least take us to a third.
I mean, I think Nuke in isolation is a competitive map for both teams. As Roger said, 9Z have shown in history that they play Nuke at a high level, but so has MOUZ. It used to be the go-to pick. It used to be the map they could rely on. Then it's been a little bit shaky, a little bit rocky, but now bringing in Celix and bringing in, I guess, PR for that matter as well. I did watch them play at EWC. The T side was horrendous. They went down 10-2 versus Gamer Legion, switched over to the CT side, and then they made a massive comeback. So if anything, I rely a lot on the CT side of MOUZ, whereas the T side has been a little bit of a question mark. So I see chances for 9Z here, but I still have MOUZ being the winners 2-0.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. And I got a question for our commentators. Anders, Henry G, what do you think? Can 9Z battle back in this? Are we going to get a third?
Question. What do you reckon, Anders? Where are you sitting?
I feel like there's a chance. I've seen 9Z play much, much better than this, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. It is tough that we're playing Nuke as a second map, of course, but yeah, why not?
Doesn't look like Polymarket necessarily agrees with you there.
Okay, well, that's fair and reasonable. I can understand why.
Listen, we can speculate all day long. All I know is that 9Z have to turn up here. They're on the opponent's map pick, right? So they get to start CT side of Nuke. It's where you want to be.
Yeah.
They need the pistol. They need some momentum. They need to find some confidence here. I agree with the desk. They didn't look their usual selves there. If you'd have taken the nameplates away, you wouldn't think that was 9Z.
No.
They're a flamboyant, aggressive team with a lot of skill. And I feel like Spinks had a life game there. Not to take anything away from him.
He did.
I don't think that's a sustainable performance. You're not going to be getting 20-1 in this first half, let me tell you. But let's see what happens here. We'll get into the second map. Could be the last here between MOUZ and 9Z. Have a look at the buy. HE available, so it could be a fast upper pop here, Anders, with smoke towards main. Flashes in there as well. Anders goes straight in towards the upper bomb site.
You've laid it out for us, Henry. Let's see if the Glocks can really follow through. It's WASOpeek, and the defense is looking good. Luchov, he gets one with the dualies, but they're starting to claw their way back into the bomb site here. Maybe cool down the fights now. On the CT side, you've already got the man advantage. Surgeon trying to find the opening, but DGT, the desk talked about, and they wanted more out of him individually.
Get that bomb planted.
Escape plan. Spinks making his way down.
That's all he needs.
Yeah, that's huge.
This is a win in its own right. He won't be winning this round, but that's massive going forward.
Can't believe you said that. You're giving him a chance now, Henry. He's got the kill. He can pick up a bit of weapon. Surely you want something else than the Glock. All right, I think he's trying to play against their expectations there.
Yeah, he had to.
Fair enough. Fair play.
But recovering the round somewhat there. We always say it, winning the second round for Spy is arguably better than winning the pistol, especially on the T side here. Will really shut down the finances on the CT side, but that is if they force Spy. You don't necessarily have to, I suppose. Could have a really strong first gun round and take the eco here. I doubt that will happen. But solid hold. We said 9Z needed a pistol, and they got exactly that. Getting fired up now. WASOpeek's enjoying it.
I'm really interested to learn about MOUZ on Nuke with this particular lineup in terms of how they're playing now with Celix and PR. Back when they had Jimmy on the lineup, he was holding that lobby on the T side a lot. And then they had Exertion kind of outside. I feel like nowadays Celix is also playing that outside position a little bit with him. And Celix is pretty good at sneaking in through mini. Like, you see him kind of making that wraparound to attack the A bomb site on a semi-regular basis.
Well, it is the force by Anders.
Yeah.
And we will see a couple of Galils in the mix as well. A little lurk smoke towards the vents. Applies a lot of pressure. CTs will have to adjust accordingly. And towards ramp we go with 3. There's plenty of nice little pop flashes you can do. This is one of them. Couple of flashes. Opening kills. Landing in favor of MOUZ. That is a massive problem here. They got Celix down towards the secret area as well. He seems to be detected. They seem to be at least aware of this possibility. Lukov certainly is. He gets his kill all day long. Oh, maybe not. Now it gets a little bit questionable. Does he even want to commit to that swing? I don't think so. Bomb going down. Can he deny it?
I think it's on the other side. I don't think he had a chance to really stop that long range with the MP9. Maybe still a favorable fight, but hold on. He's charging onto the bomb side. He's already found the kill onto Torshi.
They smoked the bomb, which they do have.
That's a good point. Could put some pressure. They have a kit on WASOpeek as well, so it's a very winnable round. And MOUZ just listening. They're saying no one's tapped the bomb yet, in spite of the fact that they're on the bomb site, so somebody could have tapped it already. Waiting for another player to get in there. It's DGT. Shooting Celix in the back, and now they're going to tap it, put the pressure on with the smoke like you mentioned. They'll find Spinks, leaving just PR. Against 3 headshots are coming through. He's got the max 10. He's a bullet away from getting it on the railing.
Oh,
Did
that's
it
unreal.
Stop the bullet altogether?
I have no idea.
You saw
there
the
he
spark.
He's confused as well.
You could see the spark flying off that railing.
Let's get the replay. Slow it down. I think you're dead on. Absolute pandemonium. Beautiful shots in that Desert Eagle. Oh, it's so close. Oh.
That one, I feel like, was hit. I don't know if it actually would have stopped the defuse, but...
You're going to be buying all day long here, though, Anders. We talked about this in the previous series. Now it's a 1v1 with the bomb planted. You definitely buy into this. You're still in the driving seat. You know you've got them pinned financially.
Oh, man.
So, outside we go. Smoke's deployed, picking up the pace, playing in front of the utility. DGT having none of it. Takes that first interaction, finds a man advantage here. Flashbang to dissuade him from the angle, but it looks like 9Z are handling it well. Round still alive for MOUZ here, but very well handled from 9Z so far. Lukov needs to be careful. Off angle with the MP9. Destroyed by Torji.
That is a great peek.
See you later.
Yeah, all the way dead. Torshi coming back in for it here. Max. Smoke is up just before the peak on the other side. Otherwise, he would have been able to see Surgeon there. WASOpeek, just a sliver of an angle, but it's enough to get Celix. And now Slaughter has begun out in the yard. Torshi coming back in a 1 versus 3. He's got the time for it here, but he can't even finish the first kill. Max activated as well. All right, the desk, they wanted DGT and WASOpeek, both of them playing very well at the start of this one. And the position that DGT has in the beginning for getting that first kill when he's in the garage Is he just listening for the smokes to go down? Is that like his cue to peek?
I think he knows the smokes are coming, and he's trying to play in front before the bloom comes in. It's just a really nice timing there. Like, both ideas are quite interesting. MOUZ trying to play in front of the util and hoping to catch CTs reacting to it, maybe with HEs or trying to juggle or reposition.
Okay.
But it's super calm with DGT. The fact he's actually hitting that shot, staying alive, just nice play in general. And we are going to see partial investment here. The loss bonus really starting to rack up. So we get some Kevlar, we get some upgraded pistols. PR spending a little bit more. Can see Galil in hand. So flashbang peek from Max. I was going to say Mayhem was going to get set up there. Now it actually becomes a little bit dicey. Should be fine. Good smoke will dissuade them. Lukov playing with the idea of holding hard or potentially pushing the smoke. Just going to be holding for now. Tees will reset. They have one smoke remaining. Difficult to imagine a world where they can really cause much of a dent here. They'll go back towards outside. Lukov eventually will try and get some intel towards the lobby. Lurk smoke. It's towards the squeaky door.
I kind of wanted to see them go for that pop flash, though, towards lobby. That would have been fun. We don't get the opportunity to.
Oh, there it is. There's the push. He spotted 3 players towards the lobby. If they can take this one down, there's a world where, okay, they may be able to get a bomb plant out of this one. Down towards lower. Spinks. Let's get the bomb once more. So yeah, that helps him out massively in terms of the plans going forward. PR, is there anything he can do about this? I doubt it.
He's made so many footsteps, I almost want him to escape this position. I feel like it's probably always going to be very tough with the health that they had left there, but Spinks now slowly going to be collapsed upon. He's actually pushing into the fight, which I think makes a lot of sense. Waiting around on the bomb site is probably not a winnable strategy, so yes. I mean, it's not bad. You get a bomb plant. Would have been fun with another kill or two on the, you know, in favor of MOUZ there. Didn't work out. Well, we want a 9 seed to bounce back. And they're doing
Absolutely. Yeah. This is going to build some confidence up. 4-0. There's been some tight and intense rounds. They've managed to come out on top each and every time. In-game lead desertion. Giving out the orders now. Speculating as to how they can win the round. We've got the AWP with Torji. AK's otherwise, so the money in a promising spot now for MOUZ. This is much more like it. Looking to take us to Dust 2, R9Z, making a compelling case so far.
We haven't really had a third map yet, you and I.
No, we have not.
It's been all 2-0s. Ooh, well, that is a nice kill. Mayan, quick on the trigger, but Spinks just as fast to react and bring it back to a man advantage. DGT dying early as well. Put a little bit of pressure on ramp. I like it. Even if he doesn't commit to actually taking that ramp control, it's forcing the CTs to worry about it. Luchov in a very forward position, and I guess in a weird kind of roundabout way, he's controlling like half the map from just this one box. I don't know if anyone's going to be checking this, especially not with an AWP. You can see the gun barrel is going to be showing. Dead giveaway. Luchov thinking it could be someone else. It is unlikely that the AWP is going to be pushing this much alone, but he finds it. And it's right back into a 3v3. Advantage for MOUZ has disappeared. And now they're starting to get towards that ramp position. They're going to hear it, but there's nobody there to stop them. So it should be a fairly clean bomb plant. I don't know if Mayan's going to be able to do anything. He's actually holding for a potential drop.
Good point. Astralis smoke. Get that plant down. Is this where MOUZ post their first? Retake going to be attempted here by 9Z. Coming in from the ramp, 2 players. Nice shot from PR. Doesn't detect. Spinks behind the silo. That should be it. Mayan better off saving his AWP here. Very unlikely they give him an opportunity to even fire off a bullet. Zertian will find him, and they're on the board. Nice round. They recover the AWP as well. But as you might imagine, money is fine for 9Z.
Big words. I actually thought Wasopik saw both the players playing that dark position, but I guess he didn't, because clearly Mayan wasn't aware that there was a second player in there, so a little bit unfortunate perhaps on the communication, but important stuff for MOUZ. Yeah, maybe he didn't see it at all, and it was PR that got killed. Yeah, so they just didn't know. Fair enough. Round number 6. And 9C are pretty quickly out of money. They're going to buy in this round, obviously, but the next one, they're not going to have anything to work with here, so there's a huge opportunity for MOUZ to put the pressure on right away. So it's Spinks lurking lobby while the rest are outside. Like I said, in a past version of this team, it would have been JimFat playing that Spinks position. Can't do that anymore because he's not on the team.
Wise words. 4 smokes committed towards outside. Important frag here. Lukov will come out on top. He'll find Zelex. 2 and 6 for him right now. See some frustration setting in. Nice move from Spinks.
This is fantastic. And they push in there with no Molotov on the hut. Like, it's normally you're expecting more grenades for that A push to come through. I could see why they might be surprised. Bomb is weirdly lost in mini, so suddenly it's a 3v3 and they kind of have to go back and pick it up.
It's looking a bit clumsy from MOUZ, not gonna lie.
What are they doing?
Giving away a couple of freebies, and this kill could decide the round. Xerxin will maintain the advantage, but does he suspect the second player? Better believe he does, and they know exactly what Mayan is, so it's 2 in a row. Money should be busted now for the CTs, averaging $2,000 per player. 3 survive for MOUZ, so yeah, they're officially online here on the T-side campaign. It's their pick. After all, slow starts, but a lot of close rounds.
Henry, you said 4 smokes outside from MOUZ. Why are they throwing that many smokes? What's going on there?
Because we know the mentality of popping those smokes open with the HE grenades. If you have 4 smokes, if they pop one of the walls open, you've got another wall behind it. So I would assume that's the reason why.
I love it. That's brilliant.
Because that's the meta right now. You give your AWPer like 2 or 3 grenades, sometimes to that AC unit, and then he's keep popping them open. But if you have 2 walls there, he's got to blow it open twice.
Yeah, you look through the first wall, straight into the second one.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
Cool. More smokes. It's just if you think about like the normal kind of Counter-Strike meta, how valuable smokes are. Like think of any other map, like you could commit 4 smokes to, it's not even a bomb site. You're not even like, you're far away from a bomb site at that point in time. I guess it does say something about the value of kind of getting those players across, or even selling the idea.
Technical pause. If you are just joining us, where have you been? It's been a great day of Counter-Strike. The Vitality Inner Circle game, Anders. Good God. That was one of the best games of the tournament. I guess
wild.
Mainly because of the storylines and the context of Vitality. Obviously coming with JL as a stand-in. JL is a crowd pleaser, one of the players you want to see on the server. It's been a while. And yeah, Inner Circle playing like absolute demons, recovering cash, 12-7 down. Go check that game out tonight. Really worth watching. And now the second game of the day here, 9Z MOUZ.
I'm such a sucker for underdog stories. I'm always on board with like the underdog teams kind of making their way through, and Inner Circle really proving it. I mean, even if they didn't win against Spirit yesterday, but Delay also, I think, showing like a really high quality game. So we're looking forward to seeing more out of them in the future as well. But here we go, we're back.
Okay.
And it's just pistols on the CT side.
Yeah, like we said, the money was busted. So Xerxin reading that well. He's got the MAC-10 looking to farm that cash. Couple of smokes deployed again. Sell the illusion of outside presence. Sow the seeds of doubt to the minds of the CTs.
My opinion, this is why Nuke is still the goated map.
Yeah.
For the kind of mind games that are happening in the yard, it's just fun to watch.
Yeah, where the conditioning really comes into play. You're throwing those outside smokes every time, picking vision. Sometimes... Okay, hold on, let's get back to that thought. The USP gets the opener.
It is just a MAC-10 surrendered, but whoa, oh my God!
You were saying?
Yeah, I'll take it all back. It's no longer just the MAC-10. Torshi in a little bit of trouble. He's got the sidearm out. Celix is trying to claw his way back in here. We'll find Max on top of the hut. Still about 45 seconds, but this is very awkward.
This was the gimme round.
It was.
3 USPs and 2 Deagles with no Kevlar. And you've lost the first 2 kills to USPs. Okay, well, round's not necessarily over, but not looking necessarily over, but not looking to... We're going down towards lower. What's he up to? That's Torji.
The health, though.
He's got the bomb, so he's going to... Zelek's going to try and hold off rotation to show a bit of presence here, I'm guessing.
Okay, I do like that. And 9C are kind of moving around a lot. 15 seconds.
Okay.
I think 9C, they're on the high ground hoping that it's an A plant and then they can rush out in the last second, but it's not.
Advantage MOUZ now. Unless some ridiculous 1Ds come through. Told you have to do most of the heavy lifting here, considering the HP situation. Yeah. Smoke available. Deployed towards Windy. I mean, you give it a look, but ideally, you're going to be saving this AK, Anders.
Yeah, you're right about that, especially now that Torshi's got that kill on the Wasso Peak. You don't have the kit, obviously, so it will just be very, very tough to get onto the bomb site here. Smoke, unfortunately, made it hard to see Torshi at all, and well, that goes right by him. Selix waiting by the door, gonna bust it open, see that no one's defusing. It's a great shot, and Mayan spinning around for it. That's actually really cool.
He survived, I think so.
The shockwave is caught up to him.
I mean, good effort. The money's still absolutely fine. Would have been nice to save that AK, I suppose, but not a big deal. You've weakened the finances for MOUZ, which could have been an absolute disaster. USPs prevail.
You know,
it's a little bit disjointed. I'm not sure what's going on here. I guess the idea was to descend Desertion out with the MAC-10 to explore. Ideally, the hub player is ready for that swing, but it's just a bit unfortunate. They still win the round. It's all fine. Hey, you did get owned.
You gotta get that's true. Not telling any lies there. Yeah, you're right though. They may get through the round. It's still kind of early on in the half here, so we're not too worried about it. 4-3, but 9C, they've been slowed down a bit. Money was a problem for them at one stage. Now they're kind of back with the rifles. Let's see what they could do. More smokes outside. 3 of them committed to try and sell the idea that someone could be there, but there isn't anyone in the yard.
You can see them popping those smokes open. That's what we were talking about before. Different variation of the smokes this time. Diagonal and the main smokes, and we're going in towards upper once again. Wasso Peak was played full. Can he get the opening kill? Absolutely not. Lukov will have to go huge. Only good for one. DGT scrambling away. This is a heavy commitment from Mayan. Ambitious maneuver. I'm not sure that was the play. Round felt like it was already done.
I think at that stage, I would agree. Probably not going to be worth it. Selix, though, so really beautiful. Triple opening for him individually. Super strong. A classic executes, you might say.
Yeah, well, like we said, outside wall of smokes, you hear them popping them open multiple times of HEs, that's your cue to go.
Yeah.
They've bidden down on the bait. So you know at least, like, you heard 2 HEs going off.
Yeah.
It was only 1 player, but that suggests there were 2. And then that's when you go for your pouncing towards upper, knowing that they're reacting to the outside smoke. So yeah, really nice play from MOUZ. Great entries, as you might expect. Great flashbangs as well. You saw how devastating those were to the few players that were in upper.
I'm always really blown away by some of the really good A anchors in the world at how good they are dodging the flashbangs there on the bomb on the floor of A. Like, it's so hard. There are so many grenades coming through, but yeah, sometimes people just kind of duck and dive around them. But yeah, Selix, he couldn't be stopped. 3 kills to win the round then and there. Ties up the game, makes it a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, and it was 4-0 in favor of 9Z.
That is true.
Eco, but they are USP specialists. So
they brought a lot of smokes.
They have. They're going to try and treat this like a gun round, I suppose. They try and run down the clock. They've got some Kevlar to work with. We know they can hit some deagle shots. No denying that. Well, we already have got 1 player down towards Secret. That's going to be Zelek. So it will be a lower split here from the ramp. The tightest choke point on the map, Anders. So going here is a high-risk maneuver. Your flashbang better be spot on.
They might be suspicious that Max is this far forward.
Spacing's not great either.
No, it's not. Are they going to check the corner? Oh, here comes the second 5-7. A nice spray through the smoke, though, for PR. But you're absolutely right, though. You could see how the disaster was almost unfolding right in front of our eyes.
Seems like they've steadied the ship.
I wonder if they'd have been a little bit slower, if 9C would have wanted to try and boost somebody up there. That boost typically good for at least 1 round. Luchov playing very, very close. Deagle, unlikely you can get a multi-kill from this one. Not really enough damage on that. Torshi gets to live. And Wasso Peak hanging around the Deagle here, so the attempted ramp hold with some extra utility or whatever else, it wasn't really working out for them. That's going to be 5 in a row for MOUZ now. Wasso Peak, they're taking their sweet time with the bomb on the other side. They're still hanging out. They're actually going to go upper instead now. I guess you can't blame them, MOUZ. They need some early success with this team. You know, putting it together like this, you want some of the early victories. You're going to be playing the winner of... What was the last game
I was going to say, you haven't got that in the bag.
I've set myself up completely.
You were hoping I could jump in there. Let's have a look quickly. Inner circle.
There we go. Okay.
Loser will go on to play Vitality. So...
yeah. Straight from the fire. ... It's Spinks to get the last one. Not the most enthusiastic let's go I've ever heard.
I feel like they just know this is done. Like, you were down 4-0 by virtue of losing the pistol, but these rounds following have been very convincing. Spinks is still hitting incredibly hard. The calls seem to be good. Sure, we had one round which almost fell awry with the USP situation, but they still won the round. Everything's just going too swimmingly. Like the conditioning with the smokes sitting outside, the same 3 smokes being deployed each and every time, and then it seems like the Russian just can call wherever he wants and they'll find the headshots. So there's the smokes. They use the cross smoke as well to deny any sort of intel who gets to red. And we're going towards ramp. So you can see the system in play here.
Oh yeah. They're calling a really great T side. I'm impressed.
It's nice and punchy as well. They're not wasting too much time. Drop those smokes, make a group call, and hit your headshots. It's nice to see.
Nuke is one of the few maps where you can almost get into like a 5-on-5 full-on save situation if the bomb is planted quick enough. It's not going to be a 5-on-5, it'll be PR blowing open.
Oh, it's desperate now. He shouldn't be going for this round, really. For that reason.
That's hard to blame them, right?
Of course, it's a miracle.
They really do.
Just got to point it out, like as your teammates dropping like flies, you got to be thinking about the save, but...
I'll be honest, Henry, if you and I are losing a Counter-Strike game and I say, come on, Henry, let's win, and you say, oh, let's go. There's a part of me that's like, come on, like,
well, they've lost the AWP as well, Anders.
At least pretend.
Well, there's no pretending here. MOUZ are looking rock solid once more. 4-0 down, 6-4 up. Yeah, I feel like this is 2-0 all day long. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they're just being outclassed in almost every facet of the game right now. Mainly the individual skill. Nothing too complex, nothing too flashy from MOUZ. Same smokes or variations of them every round, and then something quick once you know they've bitten down. And then you can also always use the smokes as well. That's the variation. Then you can just go and use 4 players outside of the smokes and rinse and repeat.
They're doing everything. Like they're dictating the entire pace of the game. Another variation with Celix pushing through their own wall to catch someone who might have been throwing a grenade to blow it open.
Yeah.
DGT back here. He's way in the open. They are battling them everywhere. Wasso Peak's a cool idea, but it might have been too late because his teammates are mostly dead and the rest have pistols.
He's got an opponent in T-Spawn. Is he waiting for this specific push? Yeah, Spinks, that's wild. What a position that is.
He actually is. What a super nerd.
You're seriously holding that deep in T-Spawn.
How mad are you going to be?
How badly do you want to win?
If you're Wasso Peak and you try to exit to save like the MP9 for round number 12 and you die here, you're like, come on.
This is the absolute tilt if you die for this.
You actually see them as well. Oh.
You got to make sure you get the kill now.
Yeah. He's done some damage. All right, the teammates are going to be called for. They've got their number everywhere. I think you've outlined it well for us. I love it, Henry. Like the whole meta around the yard, but also how they exploit that to either hit ramp or A.
Yeah.
Like right now, Nines have no idea what's happening on the other side of that wall ever.
And I don't think it really matters what variation they call right now. They're hitting the shots. 9Z haven't turned up for this series. They had everything they could ask for to kick off this first half, and they've completely capitulated once again.
On the positive side, though, it's really cool to see MOUZ play this way. I am disappointed in 9C, but MOUZ, some of the best cash team in the world, and now really starting to put Nuke together. It's always been a home map for them, whether it was Sue or Brolan, like as in IGL. They've always been dangerous on it. I'm glad they're keeping up that trend. Last round.
Same smokes here, courtesy of Xerxen. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, 1 to the top. And then 4 players outside at this time, by the looks of it. So only variation is that third smoke is different than what we saw before.
Yeah.
So where's that landing? Yeah, it's the 4 smoke setup again.
All right, then.
And you can see they're trying to pop them open to no avail.
Yeah. They can't see a thing out there. And this time, Celix is moving differently.
The smokes aren't on top of each other. They're layered, like just behind one another. So if you pop one open, it actually does give you a nice bit of coverage as Celix will sneak through the said smokes. Oh, massive miss from Mayan.
It's so cool, though, right? Because the smokes are the same, but the play around the smokes is different from MOUZ. This time, Celix walking through, gets DGT with his back turned. He's got no idea. They are getting brutalized out there on the battlefield. 45 seconds. Round number 12, of course, here, so no saving or anything else. Max.
Chance here, good angle.
Yeah, there is an opportunity at least, but
so up next as well. Okay, Celix is in towards up. They're going to try and get at the vents, I suppose.
Yeah, you might as well. There is at least a player nearby here in Huts. Mayan walking back out. That is the right move. 20 seconds now down. Smoker somebody finds PR and the bomb delivered straight to his feet. There might be a way back. 9C, after losing 7 in a row, Henry, they're now back to pick up this last round here. 10 seconds for Spinks. He was a god on the opening map, but this is a lot to ask here. Trying to get the spray down. 6 seconds here, and I think he would have run out of time no matter what. So 7-5, and maybe a chance, a glimmer of a hope here for 9C.
Can he delay the push? He can do better than that. Dropping Huxi and Yabi coming back for Stare as well. Big performance from Texi. So close to reducing the deficit here, but 2 of them dropped by Fuzi in the clutch now, who suddenly made it a 1v1 until he knows he can commit.
Wow, that's insane.
He's got no idea where to look. He's completely paranoid. He needs tablets and a therapist. That Mully will force him into the open, but Fuzi will deliver.
Bomb plant in a moment, and Spirit, a sudden question as to whether they can convert their pistol victory. Prime Taps cleared out from Forklift. We've got this mid lurk coming through, but by the time Body gets into position, Shiro's already got a couple kills. Magic's cleaned out as Shiro finds a 3rd on the round, and the frag grenade whittles Cadian down to half HP. Still a smoke in front of him to play off of. Shiro taking to the high ground is going to get the quad kill in the retake.
Looking to get pop flashed in with a teammate there as well. Twist into the A-main position. FaZe might have the read.
Oh, he gets immediately wrecked. He was carrying utility as well. Jabone doesn't have any. Trying to hide in plain sight and find a fight if he can. But there's just nowhere for him to go. Natu needs a miracle. He's got to find a lot of deagle shots here. He might just do exactly that. What an overperformance. That's utterly ridiculous. That's nasty work. Mac has got his bell rung. Curtis got 21 HP. This is so dangerous. AW now in a 1 versus 2. This time he does go for it. Where's that last man? Gravity. Oh, somewhere Vu is crying. And he does it. I can't believe it. It's an anti-eco. The stats are getting worse.
Ultimately isolating this B duel. There's just more confidence from Furia in their protocols.
Yes. And in that case, Fallen's individuals, right? Scooping that op up, pushing through the smoke, takes a little nerve. And he is the top performing Furia player now after that sequence. Nice.
Oh, yeah, you get there.
The mowdown from downtown. So OG keep the game interesting as the economic problems sink in for Spirit. Shiro doesn't shoot. A lot of bodies here. They're just charging past him. He's going to hang on to Checker.
What is this play?
Zontex with the Deegan 3 on the other side.
Donk was spotted, but Donk is still Donk. And Natu's the one who dies. That's kind of how it works when you go up against Donk.
Yeah, his pathing there was predictable. Jacob does get... Oh, hello! Jacob and Twist both chiming in with a frag.
That will help Odd as an incendiary also for Jacob. And he's got a good angle to throw it. So let's see now. Frozen and Magic discussing this duel. It's going to be really important to see who wins what. Okay, just down to Magic's now. 1 versus 2. He's got the first one up against the rifle of Jacob. Jacob's been doing great work for FaZe, and it will be another clutch 1v1 that is secured by FaZe.
Welcome back to Blast Open Porto. You join us for Game 2, Map 2, Half 2, as we get ready for what should be a MOUZ 2-0, all the 2s.
Oh, you've lined it up nicely for us, Henry. I appreciate that. It is an interesting lead. It's not over yet, but 9C they seem very flat at the moment. We're going to need somebody to revitalize them here. They tried a little bit at the first half there. Luchov playing well enough, Wasso Peak as well, but we do need more out of them. MOUZ now on the CT side. Doolies on top of the hut. There is a Molotov, I think, for that hut position. So curious to see with fire on his back. Yeah, Mayan has started to set it up here. Is he going to be able to get those dualies into use? Spinks relocating into the safety of the smoke for the minute. Selix trying to land a headshot, but he can't really find it. There we go. Exertions there, and finally, after all the bullets have landed, it's Selix with one more headshot of the Wasso Peak. DDT alone against 3. Sertian, the absolute champion of the A defense so far.
This is where we saw Spinks in the first half, bear in mind, and he had to just get the bomb down. But unfortunately, I think the bomb's down on the site. I don't think that'll be happening. Some heroics required here. That would be the ultimate goal if he somehow got a plant down, but he'd need 2 kills first. That's a good start.
Mechanically, we know we could do it. There's one more kill. And he saw the player up on the high ground. He's still got some bullets left. All right, he's picked up the bomb so far. It even gets a reload in. Now, he can fake it a lot of times, but he goes straight for it. And actually, PR trying to charge him down. Do you have what it takes here? DGT to save the team! A great clutch for the 1 versus 3. Oh, my God.
They needed that desperately. We were speculating all the way to get have impact in that 3 versus 1. He goes with a brute force approach. They maybe overcommit to that, Anders. They had the bomb within their reach. The CTs just had the turtle up, but they challenge a bit too much there. Give him some targets, and he knocks them down. No problem at all. This is the moment. He's even scrambling there, panicking, realizing he's got an entry into the round at this point. Ice cold there. DGT steals it away. That is massive. Could save the map here. A round he had no business winning whatsoever, and it's straight into the tech pause as well. You can't chat. You have to stew in the rage, knowing there's no world you should give that one up. All of a sudden, it's a game again. And do you force buy? Do you just take it easy, let them tie things up and buy next round? Those are the questions.
I'd be so curious to ask Rugger when we get to the post map here. How much does it matter for the device, the chemistry in the team to win a round like that one? You know you're behind, you haven't really been playing your full game, and suddenly you come up with a 1v3 like that to win a pistol. Like, surely that's going to get them fired up a little bit here. It is a force up for MOUZ, though. They are not bowing out easily. They're going to go for the M4. They got a couple of MP9s, and they're set up doubled up here towards this ramp position.
Not wasting any time here is DGT. The champagne hangover of the clutch. He'll be the first one to go down. 5 on 4. Thankfully, the rifle is still on the T side towards that trophy room. So, do they give this one up? Is there a world where MOUZ can actually pull this one off, get back to their winning ways right here, right now? Torji, 13 and 8, still the M4 in his hands. Got that opening frag. And a bit of a reset here.
Surely if MOUZ win this round, it's the ultimate slap in the face.
Yeah.
It was all for nothing. Good try, but not good enough.
Still plenty of time. Plenty of ways to bring this one back in their favor. If they go towards Secret and lower, we already have presence down there in the form of Spinks.
That is true. And I guess they've got Wasso Peak hanging around lobby, so if they go lower, he can stop the rotations. If they wrap around through mini, then obviously he's going to be coming out of the hut to help out.
It's getting tense now. 35 seconds remaining.
Oh, look at the read, though. Look at PI. He's pushing lobby. They know. They are really close to being 4 people on this bomb site. Torshi gets the first one. This defense, I think it might just hold. There's another 3 headshots with the pistol. He is a bit of a god right now.
15 and 10 for Zelex. Yeah, absolutely right. Oh, they steal the round away.
He found the 3 deagle shots on the end of Cash, right?
Yes, he did. I think that was too keen from DGT at the start. I know what he's going for. The ramp, he's got the AK, he's feeling himself. But as you can see from the POV of Torchi, that's a freebie of a kill. You've got the advantage, you've got the better angle. Of course, you don't think he's got a rifle there, but that's exactly why he's gone there.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting call. You don't see that very often, a second round M4 on the CD side. So just a really smart call from MOUZ.
And confident, right? Says something about how much they trusted themselves right now. I do like it. Now, 4 smokes outside. We had this whole discussion, and look at how Exertion's playing it. It's something that we didn't really see.
He's one of the goats outside, to be fair.
He is.
I think he's really good out there.
9C wishes they would have done something similar in that first half at any point, really. Spinks, they're right down beneath you. They walked out through the smoke. Torshi, though, handling business. And Celix, 16 kills on him. Tied up with Torshi for the minute. It's a dangerous game of whack-a-mole with real moles, Henry.
Real moles. No one wants to see that. And no one wants to see this following round. It has to be the full eco. That was the full investment, believe it or not. They don't get much done. 1 kill found. Looking very comfortable. Once again, nice opening frag from Xertion. Ton of information there. So that's ideally what he's looking for. He gets that 1 kill, confirms it's essentially a fake with 1 player going down there.
Yeah, that's right. That one round almost summarizes everything that 9C kind of wanted to do or wished they could have done in the first half, right? Like finding the information, shutting down all the smokes out there.
So it's a massive couple of HEs to kick things off. Bear in mind, no Kevlar.
Yeah.
Very susceptible to utility damage.
Yeah, one of them was up on the silo. I think DGT's holding up there, and they grenade him early. Kind of frustrating, but you're right. The lack of armor.
And firepower.
And firepower, and rounds, and momentum.
And momentum especially, and morale. Everything's kind of gone wrong here.
Lack of aura.
Lack of aura, oh, for sure. Let's see whether anything can be done here. Maybe a double kill is available for old Max here. Low HP though, one bullet will take him down. PR will find that killing blow. 2-0, looking locked in. So they will have a buy here, Anders, but we talked about this before. You're averaging $4,200 per player. If you want utility, a couple of your key pieces need to be operating with Galils.
It's not ideal, is it? But it's what they've got. Don't forget to head over to Polymarket as well. You can see that right now things are not looking good for 9C on the prediction markets there. They're down at 5%.
Yeah. I think that feels accurate. Like,
that's pretty rough.
They've got that spot on.
4-round difference. It doesn't sound so bad, but the momentum is solidly with the MOUZ side of things. They got the weapons, they got everything else on their side here. Nice dive down. I love that.
Big sound cue though. Okay, don't worry. The sound cue's fine, Anders.
Yeah, he's done it anyway. Okay, but wait a minute. The problem is the bomb.
Now.
Yeah, he's holding this on his own. Another back exertion. It's a long old spray, but it will stop it. And now Max, he's got the bomb on his back. Yeah, so DGT, all that work, but the rest of the team, they can't even join him. And there's Selix with a stab in the back, so to speak.
And we know exactly where DGT is. He already got that kill down towards low up.
He's mentally zoned out. He's done with it. He's had enough.
Yeah, there's no way to win it, unfortunately. You're hoping for a massive blunder at this point with the CTs. Maybe they try and hunt you too early, but there's just no world where that happens. Save the AK. MOUZ with another convincing round here. Torji this time, the one to shut them down. Xerxen rotating in from outside. Zelix confirming the round with the backstab through the trophy room. Trying to pick up that pace, trying to force the issue towards that ramp. Just not working out for them at all. 11-6 is all but confirmed.
Yeah, saving the AK. I think he's going to be allowed to do that, so I guess that's something.
Let's have a look at this. You can see, like, again, by his standards, just shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
Just going through the motions there. They know it as well. That wasn't good enough. And for now, they'll save the AK. He'll get no further cash. The rest of his teammates will get $2,900 each.
Yeah.
Which is, as we all know, not great. Kind of have to buy, really. You're not going to be recovering a 12-6 deficit on the T side. I think you have to go all in.
Kind of a long time to be saving.
Yeah.
No one's hunting him. Spending a lot of time near the radiation, Henry. Maybe he's going to get superpowers.
Could happen. I say you have to buy. I suppose you don't have to. If you really feel like you could pull it off 6 in a row, go for that. But I would say it's very unlikely. You're hoping to steal around the way here. You need the miracle now.
I feel like they already had the miracle in the pistol.
Yeah.
How many miracles? What do you want, Henry?
All right, then. So they do force buy. I can confirm. I'm on the server. Galils are out. Saved AK. 2 pistols. We're getting into last couple of rounds, it feels like here. MOUZ certainly the favorites coming to this one. We expected 9Z to put up more resistance in this, especially on Cash, their map pick.
Their map pick? But they did play the Kings of Cash, and I guess
yeah,
that's what happens.
The newly crowned.
Crowned themselves.
They did crown themselves before their first official on it.
Oh, look at this. Blowing open 2 smokes at the same time. The coordination is out of this world. A third HE lands. Not quite the flick that Torchi was hoping for, but again, he's still alive.
God, he's looking so desperate now. You got Wasso Peak just trying to find a Deagle headshot from the main roof. Yep. Sneaking out of the heart. This was the force buy, bear in mind. They went all in here, and they've got nothing to show for it.
I think Max dies there because he actually can't make it down the stairs because there's a Molotov waiting, so he's forced to wait behind the smoke, and then he's spammed down. So like there are so many things working out in favor of MOUZ right now, like even down to small details. But the coordination of blowing open those smokes is kind of cool. Need to see more of that.
Well, won't be seeing much more of 9Z today. Looks like there will not be a third map. They're giving this their best shot, though. A plant would be something. There's no CT presence down towards lower, so the plan looks locked in. You got Molotov and Smoke. You can use that for left and right side of ramp if that's how you want to operate. There's the Smoke for right side, Molotov for left.
You've called it, Henry.
It's not my first rodeo, unfortunately.
You've
wasted all
for
my
a
life
long
doing
time.
this.
You and I were in esports purgatory.
Yeah.
We can't leave.
I should have been gone a long time ago, but here we are.
I'm glad
we
you're
keep on
still here.
trucking.
Never leave, Henry. Never leave. It is going to be a very, very tough post-plant, no question about it. 2 versus 5, even if Surgeon is a little bit low on health here. They are starting to amass on the ramp. Good burst down. Wasso peak, another headshot, making it a little bit more trouble.
We're back.
Oh, they screw this
We're
one
so
up,
back.
MOUZ. What are you doing?
I don't know. I feel like that's still just remarkable performance coming in from 9Z. I guess the joke's not done yet. It is now. The miracle is delivered, Anders. The miracle is absolutely delivered. They had no business winning that. Why was there 0 CT presence down towards lowers? I guess you think like, oh, the round's over. We'll retake them, no problem. But a clumsy retake opens up the door of opportunity, and MOUZ don't like what they see behind it.
The bizarre world that we're living in, Henry. If you can summon up miracles like that, why are you spending it on Counter-Strike?
I don't know.
I feel like that's a weird... You did ask for it.
Yeah, what can they do next? Okay, that's actually huge. I can't stress that enough. That's a fumble. That is MOUZ taking their...
Oh, yes.
Their eyes off the road for a second there. What is that? It's 5-on-2, Anders.
It is a 5-on-2.
1v1. Sorry, 1x1. In they go.
Yeah.
Everyone coming from ramp. I guess there was one from solo door, but how do you give that one up against Galil's as well? Yeah, they know that's a massive blunder, boys. I don't think it has too many ramifications, but holy moly, should not be losing that. It's a frustrating one.
Yeah, it is.
That's a couple of disasters now. Like, sure, this has been a good MOUZ showing, but bear in mind, the discipline needs to be addressed. The 1 versus 3 on the pistol round, that you can't take anything for granted. And now we're 5 versus 2 as well. Like, sure, you're going to win this. Like, no worries, but you won't get away with these sort of mistakes against the top elite teams.
Man, Surgeon is so close to hitting the timing on that incendiary, but it's Mayans started off with a flick. He nearly could have blocked that smoke from going down in the wall. Not quite able to. I agree, though. The discipline is super important. If you're playing a better team than 9C in the future, you could get punished so hard for screwing up a 2v5 like that.
This feels like such Counter-Strike 1v1. If you 101, sorry. If you have a 5-on-2 situation, have one player down towards lower, as the canary down the mine. You know, like just delay them, get the intel.
Fair request, I think. You're not being unreasonable, PR. Okay. We'll get one there, and what a flash. Setting it up, Max. No chance. Main and DGT. Oh, the timing. Look at them. They're just everywhere in this
It's
yard.
obviously fine in the end, but yeah, these kind of silly rounds and thrown opportunities, that definitely can't happen going forward in the tournament.
It can't, but at the same time, also from the point of view of 9C, right? You've got 2 miracles, and you're not building anything behind them.
Yes,
this you want to see the team just explode. Maybe especially the 1v3 in the pistol, which is really cool to see. But that last round, 2v5, like where's the rallying cry for the team? Where's the point where you finally you get to take on over? It's not happening. It'll be 12-7 instead. MOUZ a round away from taking the series.
They are going to take the series. Unfortunately, 9Z will get $2,400 into the next round. DGT just has to save here. They'll go for a set piece, maybe the upper rush. We've seen them try it a couple of times. I think that's all you really can. You do the outside smokes and pop towards upper like we saw from MOUZ. Like, options very limited. You're going to have bare bones in terms of firepower and utility. So choose your approach, stick with it. MOUZ is the ones taking the tactical timeout. I feel like we're seeing a lot of mistakes and over-aggression and maybe getting a bit cocky out there. Just reeling them in before we get into what should be the final round.
Yeah, because these are fixable mistakes.
Absolutely.
These are conversations you can have.
I don't think this would happen in a different game. They've just been absolutely dominating today. They're feeling themselves, but yeah.
Suffering from success.
A little bit. But like the 5-on-2 is kind of unforgivable. Like, just have one player down now. Like, you had, 40 seconds before they even made their move. You definitely could have had someone just window room, single door, anything. Even ramp would have been fine.
The vibes are not good on the 9C side.
I mean, it's understandable. Not been a great day in the office, even with some miraculous rounds gifted to them.
Double Mac 10. Two AKs.
Like we said, something thick and fast needs to come in. Something punchy. Need to catch him off guard. Last chance to Loon here.
They've thrown a lot of utility onto the, that squeak door, but also the hut. So they're really trying to sell the idea that maybe it could have been a really fast A play, and then they're going to wrap around outside, even while the smokes are not even landed yet. And as a result, Torshi shoots them through the window, and what for the smoke? No way.
Oh, no.
How did he get away with that?
He is farming them right now. Nice shot from Lukov. Surprised he doesn't take more damage for his troubles there, but Open is the lower bomb site right now, but rotations are coming through. Here's Spinks. Can he shut this one down? Guarantee the win. One kill would probably do it. He has got a player next to him in the vents, but there's the bomb. Rotations will come through now. Lukov in said vents. I don't think he's detected. He'll probably find Spinks.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Oh, ring around the rosy.
How did they dodge each other?
I don't know.
Max is kind of up on the A-bomb side, but somehow he hasn't found anybody. I think him and Selix walked right past each other. Now he's going to be coming down the vent and finding Spinks.
Okay, 4 on 2 this time. Now we're 3 on 2.
A third miracle, Henry?
They do say good things come in threes.
That's a good point. 30 seconds. This time they are down below, and not just with one player, but 3 of them waiting at the speed bomb site. They really don't want to give up this round. And I mean, with this kill from Torshi, he's surely going to be happening. He's already seen them. Somehow shoots right past both of them, and they get PR in return. Now they're looking to get out onto the site. Smoke there to build a bit of a wall. Only 13 seconds. Can he find the angle through all the HG to stop Max? And that's it. Luchov goes down last 13-7 here as MOUZ will take them down on 2 maps.
A couple of frustrating moments, but generally speaking, Anders, it's a very good showing from MOUZ. Just need to tighten things up, pull up their socks a bit, and they could be going very far in this tournament. Indeed, impressive performance and a little bit disappointing from 9Z.
Yes, I would agree with that, Henry. Not the 9Z that we were expecting to come into this series, but a strong performing MOUZ. Getting to see their cash on display. They absolutely dominated from start to finish on that one. And here on Nuke, despite maybe a slower start than what they would have wanted, they came back into that game and they took full control of it.
Yeah, they were by far the better team, in this matchup. I'm not sure if it was due to respect or whatever it was from 9Z, but MOUZ were stand out the best throughout the whole series. There were moments where 9Cs were compatible, but I don't know, there was one team on the server, and yeah, there was.
One team on the server, one man joining us here on the desk. We got Torshi with us. Mate, what a fantastic game from you guys, finally taking down a 9Z as well, but it is with your full team, right? It's the revenge you needed to have here.
Yes, finally we beat them. I think we lost the last 3 games versus them, maybe, or 4 at least, I don't know. I think they are a really good team, but finally we beat them, and yeah, we are happy about it.
And looking at being happy about it, I'm happy with the Torshi I keep seeing. I was just looking down some of your ratings. We were talking about, I know we spoke about it back at the Bounty, right, that you were having a bit of an underperforming end of a season, but you've come back so solidly right now. Is this maybe where we're going to get the best version of Torshi ever?
Hopefully, yes. I think I'm working towards that. I feel like I'm on a really good path, and also I feel like Cyclone and Session is working towards that as well, to have a team where everybody can shine and use the pieces correctly. And yeah, I feel really comfortable, and also just putting a lot of work into it to, be in shape physically and also in the game. So yeah.
And is that what it is? It's a bit more of that, right? Taking better care of yourself as well when you're going through all these events back to back and stuff like that?
Yes, and also mentally.
Okay.
It was a tough last year, I would say. The season was not the best for me individually and also for the team.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a little bit rough mentally, just not playing too good and having not the best results, and it hit me. So yeah, I had a lot of work with my sports psychologist, which I really appreciate. I think he did a great job. He's doing a great job, and he's helping me a lot. So yeah.
Can you give me some insight on just how difficult it is to take yourself out of that when you're kind of stuck and you can't move forward, and just the steps you've taken?
Yeah, I mean, it depends where you are in the moment, but when you are in this rabbit hole, not everything is not working and you lose motivation, you don't want to play, or you just flood your brain with useless things like scrolling and playing different games just to hit your dopamine or whatever is it, and you need to realize that it's not doing good, and you need to try to look for that motivation, you know, or just that you are better than that. And yeah, I had difficult moments, but I'm happy I'm back, and yeah.
You've come through it, man. I can definitely see it. What is your motivation, though, as you're talking about that? Where's the motivated towards you right now?
Motivation is definitely to win trophies. It was amazing feeling after like 1.5 years lifting the Blast trophy in Malta, but we also would like to lift some big trophies in front of some crowds. So yeah, looking for the major, of course, and yeah, just being happy, also a big motivation, and enjoying myself.
Porto, then, you're saying, right? Porto could be the big trophy in front of a crowd.
I'm a Porto as well, yes.
You just skipped, bro. You went all the way to Singapore already. We got a few more months to go. Raga.
Like, talk to me a little bit about like the Torsi that gets the two newest additions into the team. What does that mean for you? Because looking back at your games, from what I remember, you're a lot of the utility guy previously. Now I see PR throwing smokes, Exertion throwing smokes. Like, what does that freedom mean for you?
Yeah, it means more responsibility for me. As I said, the Cyclone and Sertion are building a system where we can shine, and I think they are utilizing me and to go for the frags, because I really like to go for the openings and for the trades, and I also feel like I'm pretty good at it. So they are trying to get the best out of everybody. Of course, it comes with more responsibility, like leading sometimes, and also more communication and things like this. And also, as you said, adding the two new guys, it comes for more responsibility. I mean, Spinks is the oldest, but the second oldest, the longest standing in the team. I need to show some path to them, you know, like about professionalism and work ethic and things like this. So,
what does the Torsi in 2026 likes the most about the AWP role? Is it like, because when I look back, as I said, with the util, that also mean a lot of times you're in the clutches. Now I see you get a lot of like entry kills and have a lot of impact in the mid rounds. Like, what does 2026 Torsi tells himself, this is what I'm really fucking good at?
Yeah, I think my favorite is when in the mid rounds, if it's a 4-on-4 or 3-on-4, and I can turn back the rounds and make that impact kills. I think it's one of the best, and I think it's also high impact. Of course, I also really like to be in clutches, but I think we have really good players for that. But yeah, I like to make the difference in the mid round, I would say.
Okay, last question. It goes to Cash. Like, you're one of the few guys with the chest ups talking about Cash openly. Like, what does Cash mean for you as a team while losing Overpass? Because I played you guys on Overpass, you're really good at it. Losing that in your map pool, you obviously need some other map to like all of a sudden stand out. Like, what does Cash mean for you in that whole piece?
Yeah. As we talked about, we have some young guys, so Cash was a little bit a weird map because they didn't play it in CSGO.
Yeah.
But I think we adapted really good. We had a lot of practice on it, and it looked pretty good. We didn't know where we at because we didn't play official, but it looked really good this game, so we were happy about it. But of course, I think other teams can also be better on it, but we will see. And yeah, about the map pool, like Overpass going out, I think we were always unlucky with the map pool changing, because a year ago when they switched train, we were one of the best train teams with Vitality. We even beat Vitality like 2 or 3 times, and they replaced train. Now we were like 10-1 in Overpass. We were one of the best Overpass team. They remove it, so...
And before that, Vertigo as well, no?
Yeah, we are... I don't know, maybe Valve just doesn't like us.
Yeah. They're like, okay, how do we make sure MOUZ can't get trophies? Let's just keep taking maps away from them. What you were talking about Cash here, though, Zershin was telling me, like, he feels like you guys are the best team in the world on it, right? From what's going on in practice. How much did you show within this game? Because there wasn't so many rounds, so there's still a lot more to your Cash we're going to look at?
I think there is much more, yes, but I also think Spinks did a great job showing that. I think he's really confident in his position and what he can do, and he played amazing. And I think also as a team, we moved around really good in the mid-rounds, so we did the right things.
Yeah. Lastly, I just want to ask you about your fellow countryman, Zelex. He's been playing very well. We see some great impactful moments from him. How happy are you with his development, and how much do you have like just conversations and talks with him about all of this?
Yeah, I think he's doing great. As you said, he has really like high impact runs, and I'm really happy that he's finding himself. I think, of course, he has way to go to improve on some things, and but I'm really happy how he's working. I think he has a good work ethic. I see him a lot of times in the morning playing DM or Face It, and yeah, I think he has a bright future in front of him if he keeps that up.
It makes the old players also want to play, right?
I'm always first in the pack.
Are you? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Straight in with the grind. I respect
Yes,
that,
sir.
Torzy. Thank you very much for your time. And you might not know this. Zelix can hear you. He's got a headset on over there, and he's going to do some work with Pimp. So you just glazed him perfectly into this one, mate. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you.
That works as a perfect transition into this little conversation we're going to have, Zelix, because obviously you are a new face to MOUZ, and you're a new face to a lot of people out there. So I wanted to give you and the rest of us an opportunity to get to know you a little bit better. You come from the MOUZ Academy, you're now part of the main MOUZ team, and my first question would be, how does it feel to make that transition from playing, dare say, Tier 3, Tier 2 Counter-Strike into playing against the best teams in the world on a consistent basis?
Well, so, I mean, I think I was really happy, of course, when I got the opportunity to play in the main team because I even felt like in the academy team that I could step up already, like in either the main team or some other team, because I felt like, I mean, I outgrowed the academy in a way. And yeah, it was, I mean, need to get used to it, you know, when you play against Vitality, Falcons or Furia, they are like the bigger teams. And at first it was really like hard, I would say, you know, it's a bit like, yeah, I'm playing against now Zaivu or whatever, you know, so you have to get used to it. But I think it's just getting more and more better, you know, in a way that I'm staying here longer now, 4 months, so I'm just getting used to it.
What's the biggest difference from playing the likes of Zaivu and Donk, you name it, and then playing, you know, and grinding the Tier 2 scene?
I think it's just like more detailed CS always, like I always say, it's in Tier 1 is just so much different in a way where it's like we look at things more detailed and everybody is just thinking in a different way than we are in, like, let's say Tier 2 or Tier 3. It's just a different style. So
anything that surprised you or anything that's been hard to deal with making that step, or has it been somewhat easy, so to speak, to integrate?
I think I'm doing fine with that, with the details. It's all about just in my head stuff, you know, not overthinking these type of stuff. But I think, like, of course, I'm learning every day because I'm sometimes some maps I play new positions that I never played before. But I think I'm pretty like smart to the game, or in a way, like I like to look at it at detail too. So yeah, I would say I'm getting there.
Confident as well, and I wanted to ask you about that, and don't get me wrong, I watched you play at EWC as well. You had that game against Gamer Legion, Ancient in particular, where I was watching the game and thinking to myself, that's one of the worst performances I've seen from you in your MOUZ time, and then you come back instantly out after in the third deciding map on Nuke, and you're the win condition for your team. You bounce back, you know, a little break of 10-15 minutes, and all of a sudden you look like a new player on the server. So you speak about that mental aspect of it, right? Getting inside your own head. First and foremost, on Ancient against Gamer Legion, was that the case? Was it you getting into your own head?
Yeah, I would say it was that. I was just overthinking too much on the first two maps. Even on Mirage, I was not... I was disappointed in myself on Mirage too, because I think even though we won it 13-11, I knew that I didn't play good. Like, there was many situations where, like, I just didn't react the way I should to things even when I get the info. So I was a bit frustrated, but of course I didn't want to take it on Asian, but it seems like I couldn't move over it, or I was just in my head and overthinking. I was not confident, and even like nothing worked out, you know, like I hit Flamus like 99 in 4, I don't know how many times on mid. So it was just like nothing could work. So yeah, it felt like, I don't know, I cannot do much on that map, and yeah, after that I was really mad. Like, I don't think I felt that mad in a long time, where like how I felt after Ancient, I was really disappointed, and yeah, many negative thoughts in a way.
And then what happened? Because I assume you go to a break, you speak to Cyclone, you speak to some of your teammates. Can you maybe take us behind the curtain? What happened in that 15-minute break?
I mean, in that break I just instantly fly out of the room, like I was the first one who left, and I just I just took a walk towards the toilet because it's a little bit far, so it was like a 3-minute walk. That was some nice reset thinking a bit. And yeah, I mean, Adam told me that no worries, you will bounce back on Nuke, you know, or you will drop 30 or whatever, but in the moment it didn't feel real. Of course, I know he wants to hype me up, and I get it. I was in my head too much. But yeah, I think it's hard to describe what went through actually in my head at that moment. I felt like, I think it was just, I had the 2 worst maps. Okay, Mirage was like fine, but I didn't play good, but I had the worst map of my life. I was like, this cannot get worse, you know? So yeah, I think I just focused on the game. I was present on the 3rd map, and yeah, it's just easier. I think I did the same today, and when I'm able to do it, that I stay present, just focus on my game, and just listen to my instincts, that's when I can play the best.
And that's the thing, that's part of the context as well. You're 18 years of age, if I'm not mistaken. You're very young, you know, you're relatively new to this level. You spoke about Adam as well. We heard from Torsi as well, some nice words towards you. How important is it for you, and how nice is it for you to have a guy like that on the team who can, I assume, help you in and start building your confidence within MOUZ?
I mean, of course it helps a lot that we can talk in like our own mother language, you know, and sometimes I just talk with him about this stuff, and of course he's helping me with it. So it's always nice that somebody can listen. But I think the whole team is really helping. Like I cannot say a guy who is not. Always everybody, I have a good connection with everyone in the team, the coaches. So everybody is helping me day by day, even the sports psychologist. So yeah, I'm just working on it as much as I can, and hopefully it will get better and better, and just when I can focus on my game and stay present, that's when I can perform the best.
Now, final question. I sense you're a very driven individual. Now, naturally, we could speak about MOUZ, the expectations, you know, you want to win more trophies, but do you have any individual goals? Is there anything you want to achieve this year in terms of getting better statistically, getting more comfortable, or do you have a goal that you're working on from an individual perspective as a player?
I think it's all about, for me now, I'm working a lot on the mental. A mental of it, just staying and not thinking too
much. Are you getting any help with that from anyone? Or?
Yeah, it's the sports psychologist. I have my own, a Hungarian one, and I have Ole from MOUZ. So yeah, and yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best way for myself how to look at the game, or how with what kind of a mindset come into the game. And what was the other question? Or how was
just in terms of you have any personal goals?
Personal goals, yeah. Other than being, I just still, like I said it many times, I just want to achieve that I can be consistent, of course, and just bring the highest level that I can always. Even if I have a bad day, I don't want to have 0-50 because, you know, I just want to make sure that I can help always my team and don't let them down. And yeah, other than that, I didn't really make any specific goals that, like, I don't know. Of course, next year in 2027 would be nice to get maybe top 20 player of the year.
There we go.
These type of things. But for now, I'm just focusing on the consistency and yeah, just day by day, you know, grinding it. And then next year, of course, I will probably look at some things, how it goes, what will happen in the off season, and yeah, we will see.
Day by day, you're still young, you have plenty of time. Exactly. Thank you so much for joining us, Selix. From a guy who's getting help to a guy that needs a bit of help. James, take it away.
I always need some help, Pimp, but not from you, because you are utterly useless at everything you do. That's why I've got Rugger here right now, and we can actually go through things that require brain power and smarts to break down. And that is this game, because you mentioned it, Rugger. 9Z did not play the way 9Z normally play. They played slow. They played into MOUZ's hand, and I'm not saying MOUZ wouldn't have won anyway, but we just didn't get the fight we wanted or the good game we expected.
Like, this was not the team my Astralis played at the major, that's for sure. Like, this was boring, it was slow, it was playing into the exact things that MOUZ do really good. If you give them time and space, they will find these gaps that ends up killing the round for you. So, like, I think this has to be a wake-up call. Like, we talked about the good upswings in terms of the results, then they had this, like, weird showing lately, and now this against MOUZ that feels completely flat, no individual popping off, minor glimpses of, you know, the skill that we know they have. They were here.
It's like me, utterly useless, you know. Didn't really turn up, James, to be completely honest. Was a little bit disappointing in how they conducted themselves. We know the potential of 9Z. We know they're way better than they showed here. We know they're way better than they showed at EWC in that playoff deciding game. So, as Roger said, maybe a bit of a wake-up call to find back to the roots.
I will say this, though. Your little conversation with Zelix, that was a fantastic job, well done. And I loved what I was hearing from him. That point he said that he has his own Hungarian psychologist on top of what the team is. This is now like the second or third player I've spoke to who's doing this, because obviously international teams just have a normal English-speaking psychologist, right, that will help with everything. Nothing wrong with them. But obviously we just heard from Torsi. He's getting good work from that guy as well in MOUZ, who's been there a long time. I do apologize, I forget his name. But having your own one in your own language, that can help on such small details. That tells me you're taking it so seriously, and he's so young. I love this from these young players.
I very much like that answer as well, and I also think it's important to understand the reasoning why I asked that, you know, because I do think that when you have a sports psychologist connected to your team, that's MOUZ's property, so to speak, right? That's with the focus of having MOUZ work in the best capabilities. But if you want to work on yourself individually, if he has individual goals, if there's anything that drives him, you know, from an individual standpoint, then working with towards someone who's just focused on you and nobody else, who can sort of disconnect from the whole MOUZ thing and then just work with you as the person you are. I think that's a great attribute to have. I think that's a great add-on, you know, so you get to work on both sides, so to speak.
How much would it have helped you in your career if 17-year-old Pim got a squad cycle? Like, I'm not even kidding, because this would be like something that could elevate your game.
But it wasn't,
you're young and immature.
Normal in your career time.
No, not at all. Like,
Yeah.
there was something, I guess Astralis introduced it back in the days, but I'll be completely honest, and you can probably attest to that as well. I think in terms of my level and skill set back then, I could have been way more, but I was a pain in the ass to play with. I was not a nice guy, I was not calm, I was not composed. I think if I would have had that help back then, my career would have been vastly different. Odds are I wouldn't be standing here, you know, so it comes in two sides. But
in the supermarket.
In the supermarket, you know, something like that. Maybe at McDonald's, you know, like our boys out there. Jim Fed has been there before, I think. But to be completely honest, it's something that can change the course of a career. It's something that can change the way you progress as an individual, and the fact that he's 18 years of age, already doing it now instead of waiting till he's 22, you know, that's something that can perhaps help him to be the top 20 player that he wants to be, if not next year, then the following year.
I love it when we're hearing these players get proactive, but we need to start rounding things out because there's still 2 more games to come this way. Let's take a look at the groups and give you an overview of where we're going to be at after seeing these games go down. And as we have it right now, IC against MOUZ. Not Vitality, MOUZ like everyone expected. Inner Circle got the job done. And guess what? 9Z lost that game. They get the beautiful job of taking on Vitality. Any hot takes?
I mean, to be completely honest, with the way Vitality played today and with how 9Z can play and what we've seen for the vast majority of time, that lower bracket game to finish last at this tournament, that's a banger. That can go both ways, I'm not gonna lie.
It's 2 teams that needs to revenge what happened today. Like, both of them didn't show the full version of themselves, so it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a lot of emotions in the room, a lot of shouting, a lot of energy, because none of these teams can afford to go out last place. Even though we spoke about 0 expectations for Vitality, this still cannot happen.
It cannot happen, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Guys, for both of you, did a fantastic job today. Thank you very much for making my life nice and easy. So we're making our way out of here, but guess who's coming? It's gonna be Little Maui, Medium Nat, and Giant Vu. We'll see you in a few.
Maui's the shortest?
I mean, the unforgettable names all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and then kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server. Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
Welcome back to Blast Premier Open Porto. It is day number 2 of our group stage here in Copenhagen, and we've already had so much fun, not only yesterday for day number 1, but seeing some of the results that have happened already today here, and what could potentially be even more upsets. And tell me, walk through it. It is going to be VOO and MOUZ. I feel like we're just inseparable. We're just a trio that you can't get rid of.
Well, you
it's can't
get rid of the tiny MOUZ, the medium Nat, and the huge, ridiculously tall, to the point that they're posting tweets where my upper body is cut off and MOUZ's head is in it.
Did you ever watch the Powerpuff Girls or whatever? And it's like the secretary.
Oh yeah,
was always what was her name? Miss Blossom.
Well, all of the adults in Cartoon Network programming famously,
that's true.
They were not. They didn't show any of their faces. Cow and Chicken. What are some other throwbacks? Who needs them, you know?
Yeah, all of them. Names one.
Yeah, I know. I can't think of them all, honestly. But, you know, there's obviously Powerpuff, too, yeah.
Well, look, sometimes all you need is one good cartoon, one good system to be able to get better at Counter-Strike as well. For us, it's Refrag. You guys can head on over, check it out, because there's a lot of different modes that they have for themselves. The one that we're looking here is Defender, specifically on Cash.
Defender, great game mode to actually get used to a map when you want to really understand how to play as an anchor on the CT side. The tough thing to do, you're going to have Ts that are coming at you, varying their peak timings. They're going to be swinging together. They're going to be using utility, all of the things that absolutely nobody in your Premier games will be doing. But if you can defend a site while blind, you can defend it while not blind.
That's true. That's totally true. I just did an anchor tier list myself, and I think I would move up it personally if I were to use this Defender mode a little bit more regularly. There just aren't really many ways to practice a live environment with the utility being the key aspect of the defense there, where you're getting flash off the angles. You have to listen to if they're pulling a pin or anything like that. I mean, look at this guy that's defending right now. He's getting blind as hell. He has no idea where that next fight's coming from. But if he just used Defender a little bit more, he probably wouldn't get blind as frequently.
What tier would you put this Defender in?
Honestly, I mean, if you were fragging like this on, there's a lot of multi-kills here. This is probably an A tier.
I'd give him a B. B tier. This is a solid
the
B
eye
tier.
test is not great, but the results say A.
The results say S+.
Yeah.
You see Rops fragging out
That's
like
true.
this?
The result,
Rare.
actually, results based. Yeah, you're right. No, this guy's nearly flawless. He's getting multi-kill after multi-kill, not even dying. Like, you can't even ask Heavy God to do that.
I feel like you guys aren't even on the same page. You're like, oh, we're going from B, maybe A. All right, it's an S+.
We had to define our criteria. It's important for tier lists.
No, I mean, that is true, and everything else just has to fit within that. Look, I fully respect that one, and maybe we'll do some more tier lists, some more criteria fitting, but right now we got to look at our next matchup. It's going to be FUT up against Legacy. How do you fare your chances against Legacy today?
I mean, I think we are kind of same color team, you know, so like they run, we run, they shoot hard, we shoot hard, so it's gonna be depending on who slept better tonight, or depending on the mood, like if you are happy or maybe like a little bit not in mood, you know. I think it depending on that, I think if who is shooting faster or harder, gonna win today.
How was your sleep last night? Sleep quality, 10 out of 10, 8 out of 10?
11 out of 10.
And I was speaking to xFlat earlier, and he said you guys play very similar styles, you guys are very similar teams, and it's all down to who can shoot harder and faster today. Do you think that's true? And if so, do you think you're the team that will come out on top today?
Yeah, I think that's an important part. I think for our play styles, the way we play, yeah, it's kind of similar. And I think it's going to be a very nice game. It's going to be like who shoot faster sometimes, but sometimes it's going to be some outplays from, I think, our IGLs, you know? And it's going to be nice. I think it's going to be a nice game, yeah.
Do you think you guys will be consistent off the back of your performance in EWC?
I hope so, but they are also a very good team. They was like just behind us in EWC, like 3rd place, and they are playing pretty good, so I think it's gonna be a tough game.
Both teams are doing very well recently, everybody can see that, so I would say there's a very good chance of both teams winning, so we have to play our best to beat them.
Both these teams being honest about what it takes to be able to take the victory today, to be able to one-up their opponent. But honestly, the results that they've had, I don't know if you put this in one of those situations for yourself, Vu, of the criteria or in a tier list, not really, you know, going above expectations, or if it is finally you're meeting expectations for these two.
I think these are teams that are really showcasing their skill. They're teams that play very heavy aim-based Counter-Strike, and you're seeing them both in the upswing. This is where they're both firing on all cylinders, 2nd and 3rd at EWC. These are two teams that you would put in the S tier if you're talking about player-to-player fragging ability, or maybe the A+ tier. And when they come at you, if they're having a great game, and they so often are recently, you need to be playing at your best, even if you're a Vitality, you're a Falcons, or you're going to struggle. And as Falcons, they'd lose to this type of team.
Exactly. There are two teams that there have been rumblings about for a while. When are they going to finally break through? Well, now they've forced us to pay attention to them. Because of that up-tempo play style, they have shown that they can upset some of the big dogs, whether that's Falcons or MOUZ, both losing at the hands of both of these kinds of teams. They've shown that really sort of the rumblings in the beginning of CS2 were just how much it just needs to be about firepower, and these guys are reminding us, yes, it still is indeed a game that really values that.
Yeah, looking at Legacy specifically, because you're talking about these teams that they were able to get wins over, it's a big, okay, that is amazing that you were able to do it, and yes, this is something that we were really hoping you'd be able to achieve for yourself, but how do you continue staying consistent for yourself? Because right now, it's a bit shaky at the top. People aren't really sure how they're going to place themselves in the season just yet.
I think Legacy, rather, is a little bit slept on. You know, they had this major run where people talked about whether or not it was a fluke, and then they come in, they don't really build upon that. They come into this year, I think they've had some pretty solid results leading into this EWC result, and especially they've had an upgrade in the Opper category, right? So you're seeing them not only have some solid results before this, but upgrade their firepower. I think Try's an incredible Opper, and you see this Legacy team, I think to say that we're questioning if they have the consistency, maybe we don't know if they can come top 3 at an EWC consistently, but they're certainly a playoff caliber team. I would expect them there on most events.
I definitely took issue with the earlier segments tier list for the teams that they put on. I feel like they weren't impressed enough with Legacy. Since they've gotten Art, they've made it to 4 of 7 playoffs for Tier 1 lands. That's pretty good in my book. That's better than some of the teams that you would want to rank higher than them, like the Navis of the world, and having deep runs, lifting some trophies. That's all of that is incredibly impressive. And like Vu said, though, the fact that they've upgraded their Opper is what makes them such a force, where so many teams are still holding on to these old relics of an Opper that maybe they feel indebted to, that they helped get them to where they are in terms of placing and ranking today. The Legacy they're going for the throat. You know, they're trying to get the knockout blow, and finding a player like Try and just saying, yeah, we're gonna ditch Sadzin, who was a serviceable Opper. He actually helped get them to some of their trophy lifts in the past, like CAC last year. They still just were saying, we're trying to get the next best thing whenever we can.
I think when you looked at this team with the addition of Art, they added another dimension to their play style, that they can play slow sometimes, they can play a little grouped up, they can really catch you off guard. It's not only the aggression, and then you replace Sadzin with Try, who I agree Sadzin, he was okay, he was serviceable, he wasn't really going to lose them games, but he wasn't going to win them games. And now Try will win you games. He will be the X factor in so many games, and you've had this team build up where they used to have kind of a weaker Opper. Now they have an Opper that can really carry them over the top. They have so many dimensions as a roster. It's really impressive to see, and I'm expecting a lot from this team heading into the rest of this season.
When you're talking about it, try being that upgrade, what exactly is it about him that is that upgrade? Because you can look at numbers, but obviously there is so much more of a mechanical workaround as to ensuring that he's even put in a position to be able to take advantage of those.
I think he calls his own shot a decent amount of the time. I see him rotate around on the CT side very often. He's constantly in the right spot, and he's extremely explosive. He's not worried about walking back into an angle that they've already lost in the round. He's very confident in his ability that if he's caught in the open, he's going to hit that shot immediately. He doesn't have to worry about that. And then when he's holding angles, he's actually, I took a little page out of your book, Mau. I was watching some POV demos. He's one of the only Oppers I see actually doing like the rifle style movement while holding angles. He's like jiggling back and forth, crouching up and down, holding angles. I've seen multiple people miss on this guy because he's making it hard for them to hit him.
That's a great point, but I would also just add versatility to that. The aggression and the rotating ability is one thing, but even when he is pressed into a corner like you're saying, I mean, the way he was able to just rattle off shot after shot with nice flicks, even dodging utility at times too, all of those aspects lead to him being a force, whether he's gonna call his own number or he's forced to play a more just kind of passive style, because sometimes Legacy, they prioritize their riflers too, so you need to still hit those tripwire shots and just be able to lock down a bomb site if you're that solo defender, and Tri does both equally well.
It feels like then it's just going to be so hard to break it down when he's able to get into that position for himself. But again, we've talked about it. There is so much more going on the side of Legacy, and a lot of props given to their IGLs, which I liked for their pre-match interviews as well. It was Demau, he's like, you know, at the end of the day, there's also going to be ways where maybe we're going to have an IGL off here who's going to be able to call rounds better. But focusing more towards Lado there and what he's going to be able to bring compared to his counterpart over on the FUT side.
Lado has been a guy that I feel like still is sometimes lightly slept on for the team, because Tri obviously stole the show when it came to how they've been playing at the most recent Paris event, but Lado has just been this rock solid force for them. Not always quite as aggressive per se as somebody like Demau, who's just being sent in and really has to be that hard entry, but Lado on the extremities or even sometimes in the rotator positions, I just feel like his read of the game was something that really helped upset teams like Falcons, for example, where in the macro sense, I just see him in the right spot at the right time so frequently, and that obviously comes because there's so much information that he gleans from what Demau did earlier in the round or what Tri did, and I feel like when they have that sort of centered idea of what's coming next, then Lado is just so solid when he knows what fight's coming.
Yeah, if we look back into their major performance back in Austin, right, it was a talk about Lado and Demau. Which one is the more impressive player? I think Demau is great. He pops off the page entry-wise, but you look at Lado, he is that solid rock. He's going to be the player on some maps he's playing, or on quite a few maps he's playing an anchor position. He's really hard to deal with. You want to go the other direction, then you're running into Nissim, then you're running into Tri with the op oftentimes. I think Lado gives them a stability that you often lack in these sorts of aggressive teams.
FUT were the ones that we're talking about, though, that at the end of the day, they're going to have a firepower off, right? It's who's going to be able to shoot faster, who's going to be able to shoot harder here. And everything that you've built up for the side of Legacy feels like they're going to have that bit of an edge over them. But is that just us maybe underestimating FUT a little bit more? Because remember, they placed slightly better at EWC. They were able to get second and a map off of Spirit in that finals.
I don't want to underestimate FUT. I think the talk in the pregame, both interviews suggested this is going to be a heavy firepower game. This is going to be a game where whoever, I think it was, what was it, Xfloud that said whoever slept better is going to have the better aim, right?
11 out of 12, by the way. What sort of animal does that?
I think
weird scale there.
Yeah. I think they both realize the situation that they need to aim at the top of their abilities. And when I see a FUT, I can glaze Legacy all day. I see a lot of the same things coming out of FUT. They are an incredibly difficult team to play. And when they get a kill, they're so good at snowballing around. They get one frag, a flash pops above them immediately. They're ready to swing out for more. It's incredibly tough for more passive, more structured teams to deal with.
I also feel like there's sort of like a cliche thing about a team not having fear. It's not even that I always say when I watch FUT that they're a fearless team, because when they have a great execute, to. They're all going to run in. They understand what utilities around them, but also the discretion that they sometimes even exercise where they show a little fear, but it's the right amount, where they see that there's some blocking utility, and even though they might have one smoke, one flash that was setting up a play, I think any of their entry fraggers can call in a moment's notice, wait, pause, or don't go through that, cancel the call, and that leads to that second kind of gear that they sometimes hit, that Grabeni has to come up with that secondary plan, and that's what I was really impressed at in Paris with how they were able to find second kind of map control procedures in a round, even if that single exec that they were going for just gets stuffed.
What's the difference then between hesitation and caution?
The difference between hesitation and caution, I would say, well,
at least in the FUT, in the context of FUT, not necessarily like the overarching concept of it.
With FUT, I mean, it's just that sometimes it feels like they get a read whether there's 3 guys on a bomb site, because then you don't want to obviously just run into a solo choke point. And if they get those little tells, whether they're able to just hear a footstep or they're able to just see 2 pieces of utility flying at them at that choke point, then they can immediately pivot and say, okay, we can't go right now, maybe we can re-hit later, but they just have those contingency plans, which sometimes younger teams don't always.
I'd say hesitation is when both players or the rest of the team isn't on the same page. You have one team, we have one player, he doesn't want to go in, they're still throwing utility, the other guy swings in. Caution is one player, as you say, he can call pause, he can call stop, and then you go back later, you go the other bomb site. That's caution, and that's what FUT does really well.
Alrighty, well, we're going to throw caution to the wind, because whilst we've been talking about these teams, we do know that we have to have a look at our Vita to see what maps are going to play out in this best of 3. I know you both love doing your research on what could potentially come out here. What are going to be some comfort maps that hopefully the FUT or Legacy get for themselves?
I would be surprised if there were really any curveballs here. FUT's hallmark map for maybe a 6 months, 7 months at this point has been Ancient. I'd be kind of shocked if it went anywhere else there. So we do get that Ancient pick. And for Legacy VOO, I was lightly leaning Dust 2 in this one. Actually, I think it's a pretty strong Dust 2.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 is kind of obvious. It's probably going to get removed if it goes to the second round of bans. The only question mark I had, I thought maybe FUT would go for a Cash, and then you have Ancient as the map 3.
Okay.
But instead, you're just going to see Cash banned by Legacy. Almost certainly, Legacy did not look good on Cash when they've played it so far, and that leaves Mirage as map 3. I think both teams are pretty comfortable with the way this went down.
This is just everybody playing to their strengths. I don't really see a clear winner or loser to this veto.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well then when you look towards the first map, even though it's FUT's map pick, how much confidence would you give in Legacy being able to put up a fight here?
Legacy was really strong on this map for a reasonable amount of time. When they get going, when they can get their aggression working, they're really dangerous, but they've really struggled on it recently. They've lost 4 of their last 5. Their one win was against Na'Vi, where Na'Vi looked like they just weren't sure what the hell was going on in that game. So it is a map that Legacy are competent on. They're not pushovers by any means, but it's certainly a FUT favored map.
I would probably take 65-35 favorites for FUT here on the first one, just because it has been their bread and butter map, because they pivot so well in the middle of a round here. If they actually take mid control, then they're going to know how to use it in the mid round. But also, I feel like they're sometimes a little gimmicky, but they get away with it. When they just do a 4-1 type of call, when they just kind of pile into a bomb site, so frequently that first plan does work. But like I said, if sometimes they get stuffed early on, they usually do have that release valve on that opposite side of the map.
I mean, it shows as well in the numbers there. Out of the last 3 maps, 12 times they've been able to play on it with a 75% success rate. I'm sure they're hoping to be able to bump that number up a little bit more, get another win here for themselves. But at the end of the day, it still is just map number 1 with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you very much, Nat and the analysts. Mohan, we have got the 2 hottest prospects in the town at the moment. What could have been 2 potential grand finalists back at EWC had Spirit not gotten the better of Legacy. And I think just, at this point, 2 top 10 teams in the world and going head to head in an opening game. I mean, since the opening matchups were announced for Porto, I've been excited for this day. So I'm super hyped to get up into this one. Our Poly Market predictors have FUT as the favorite, but ever so slightly, and totally fair, I think, coming off of a grand finals appearance. That's going to give you the edge in this head-to-head.
Yeah, the numbers make a lot of sense right there. I think you've got 2 teams that everybody else is very scared of, and it almost feels like a waste to have them going up against each other, because you feel like they could just kind of tear through a lot of teams that are higher ranked than them at the moment, though not many are with FUT. But in a match like this where FUT are going up against Legacy, this is actually where I think Legacy, they do have a chance. I think FUT have now started to ascend. Legacy even more recently. And Ancient and this Vito, as brought up on the desk, should bring the best out of both of them.
Fingers crossed we get the game that this could be. And everyone delivers. Deep smokes for the execute here from FUT. It's an all-in B play. They don't have Cave totally because Lotto was past tense in there. But he'll get popped nice and easy. Footman advantage plus the bomb plants. And we'll see what sort of a retake we have in store. Legacy operating with a kit on Nissim. Smoke into flash here for Art. Art, whose calls as of late have turned heads. Ooh, and speaking of heads, Demons gets popped. Nice execution here from Nissim. Now trying to get in off that flashbang. You've got one player up inside of Cave. And then really this emphasis over towards the ramp, but it's really just coming up Legacy. Jugs has got himself a second this round.
Jumel's got the kit. He's on 19 health.
Yeah, down to 1 second, and so that defuse stuck. Legacy, easy does it as they come through with just enough utility, just the right plan, and even up against a man disadvantage, they'll find that pistol round victory.
Again, in terms of form, like if you haven't watched these teams in a while or it's your first time, like all these players right now are matching up to everyone in Tier 1. In terms of individual level, like the kills are going to come really quickly. The trades are insane. Watching Legacy EWC really showed exactly how much they've leveled up, and they have already been impressive. Like ever since they got into the Austin Major and like kind of turned heads, they haven't really looked back.
Oi, Demons, Galil out middle. This is one rifle in hand for FUT, happy to clash out mid, and at the same time, we get FUT overwhelming that A site. Quick to take it over, try from inside Donut's got a back turn to him, deals with the deagle, and also frazzles the bomb planter.
Oh, they do have a couple of smokes for this, so they can get it planted. Oh,
or
never mind.
Yeah, pop that one open, and so Try, has found great value out of that donut position. Corbeni sends a deagle shot through to find Art next to him. We've got very little health here for what's left of FUT.
They actually have so much time. Makes it a little bit more challenging for Legacy, even though, time on the clock, but run right into Try.
Corbeni tries to get out of there, misses his chance, and Try winds up being valuable in this one. It's a quad kill from him, a 6-0 start. We were calling for Legacy to get an upgrade in the op department, and he has absolutely delivered since donning this Legacy jersey.
Yeah, totally. It's been many years of Try, and we liked him best back on 9Z, and ever since then we wondered when was he going to show us the same stuff that he did on that lineup originally. Well, now it's happening. Absolutely. I mean, he had a lot of bravado at EWC, even talked about, I want to play against Vitality as my next match in playoffs because we want to play against the best. It's my first time playing on a stage like this. Just showing why he's here. The pride. That'd be big talk for an underperformer that, of course, he wasn't.
Still an aggressive decision here to put Corbeni on an AK. It was 5 deaths last round for FUT. That rifle finds its mark. Try dealt with. Pistols grouped up with, again, this mobile AK-47. Just trying to supplement the pistols on the approach, and now it is all of FUT grouped up. Dangerous Art almost loses his head.
They draw a lot of good utility out early. Now FUT want to try to hope that they can actually pop through this afterwards. Nissim's on the other side of the map with a smoke. No kits over here either.
They earned this extra MP9 to try to work with. Corbeni goes wide, picks up Art. And Lotto drops with nothing. And they're just going to storm through that smoke grenade. Jug's not too concerned about it.
That's exactly it right there. It's like one moment of shaky aim, and that's the whole round. Like you see Art, actually, he got startled, flicked a little bit too much, missed his spray, and that's all they needed.
Well, lovely decision to bring in this one AK then.
I want to say this carefully because everyone's talking about FUT and all the players on FUT. X-Cloud's been an excellent pickup as well.
Yep.
Corbeni's been getting his flowers, but I feel like he's going to forever be the most underrated part of the lineup while they're successful because of the nature of the kills he gets. playmaker, a lot of opening duels, a lot of aggressive lurks, like a lot of things that we saw from Yakinder yesterday on Cash, and his style now calling on that map. Krabeni just does that all the time on every single map. And it's a high confidence play style. I was just talking to Anders about it in the green room. I feel like he kind of reminds me of when Nafany called for Gambit originally.
Oh, I like that comparison. Yeah.
And I immediately am like, does that mean that there's a lot that comes with the confidence of it? Can you keep that confidence?
Right.
But no reason to draw a comparison between what might happen. What we see right now is a player that's playing at that level.
Yep.
He's calling. He has a lot. You hear him in the comms as well, talking to his teams. Clearly an authority.
Oh yes.
On FUT.
We get a clash out mid here. Round 4 early. Oh! Yes, sir! Cemetery down into the double kill. Krabeni got the first one. He gets dealt with by the Legacy players.
1 for 3. They'll take that.
Just an absolute commitment to the mowdown. And it is Legacy. Slain top mid. No chance at that kill back. Cemetery was just streamlining those bullets. We get FUT into the B bomb site for the plant. And so this one's going to come up FUT and tie this game 2 rounds all.
Yeah. A gamble there to go for mid, but they also, I think they're happy to see T's trying to take it. They had low guns. They wanted close range fights. They just didn't win them.
To return to the Krabeni conversation you brought up, you just said that, he kind of speaks with this authority within the team, and we hear that. I think one of the best things about this FUT lineup, and I think one of the reasons maybe he's able to do what he does and call the way he does, is a roster that's been together for a long time. And so not only do the players around him trust him, but he knows that if he has to be harsh for a moment, he can be, because it's this long-term partnership that they've already established. I always wonder sometimes when you get this new roster put together, or you place an IGL in, we all know that a little bit of distrust between players, start second guessing, you don't like the way somebody talks to you because maybe you don't know them so well. And yeah, we're all professionals in this space, you're supposed to be able to compartmentalize that, but it just comes so much more naturally to a team like FUT right now.
Nice, good job guys, nice job. Let's go guys.
And positivity.
And positivity.
Gotta love that.
Now there are threats out on the board for
You talking
Legacy.
about Arts Mag 7?
I'm talking about Arts Mag 7. That AK and that M4. Couple of,
oh, he was jumping too.
Of course he was.
They were both jumping. Oh, that's really awesome.
Oh boy, and Lotto just clipped one through the edge of that smoke. Got a kill from 2 of the 3. Now all 3 of these guns that Legacy enter with have picked up a kill apiece. X-Cloud's just gotten whittled down by Lotto, who goes right back into that boost that net him his first. And so, I mean, blinking, you would have missed it. Legacy, there's still 5 players standing tall. What an absolutely perfect round to just shift this momentum back. You've got a 62 health Cemetery surrounded. A Desert Eagle player that they can afford to lose. And it all starts with Arts jumping Mag 7 headshot. Man, I just feel like these are the kinds of rounds that we can, for whatever reason, expect tonight. These teams are going to offer us fireworks, and this is an early example of it. 3-2 lead for Legacy off of 2 saved rifles plus the Mag 7 edition that starts all of this off.
Both jumping is just, well, a work of art, I guess you could call it. But it wasn't the one kill of the round. Like you said, there were threats. Legacy barely saw anything before losing that round. FUT.
Yep.
That's pretty huge for Legacy because they were just about to be totally broke.
Oh, they were. And now 9 out of the 10 players in this round have AK-47s.
Love that.
So Legacy have just been offered a bit of a freebie. 4 out of the 5 Legacy players with a bye in the next round as well. Let this be your reminder today that if you want to, you can live trade the game on Polymarket. All games, all the time, here at Blast Premier. Nade in front of the pack, but that will not deter them. Krebeni is already going for it, and Cave control, looking prime for the taking. He wants that sweet revenge versus Art, who's right there on the brink of this fight. Actually oversteps there, could have definitely died.
Yeah, they tried to lure him out, man. That was like hard to organize. He had to throw that smoke, but he knew he had to let his teammate in the back have vision. But nothing comes of it. Just a little scare. Donut angle is being attended to, and this flash won't catch anything, but it opens a gap, a little gap here for xCloud to cross. They were really banking on getting the info on the cross. They can at least hear it. And now they're just going to be suspicious. But even being suspicious means you've got some resources tied up. It's effectively 2 guys here holding on to B, and Doom just praying his teammates have a hold so that he can watch this position.
Krebeni's still the sole player in Cave, and that smoke in front of him is about to fade.
You can tell they're kind of paralyzed by, options. They're still worried about an A play.
Dropping utility in front of this commitment out of FUT. You start to confirm bodies at the base of ramp. Lotto softened up and dealt with without even being fully seen. Jugs has got Art dead. It's all on Doomau now, and Krebeni finds his lineup as well.
Unreal.
How many fights have we had here where nobody actually has confirmed vision?
This was a real, chess position out of FUT. I think once they had crossed through mid, and Nissim knew it, immediately the entire structure of the CT side went to watching that. Plus, they didn't have anything on A main. Ideally, you'd like to be able to come and re-clear mid so that you can free up those guys again. Maybe also get the kill at the same time and then find out the attention of the other team. But instead, they have 0 map control. Their 2 A players are both frozen because they have to watch both Donut and A main. And all that meant was there was effectively just a 2v5 in the B site. And they couldn't watch for xCloud, who eventually got his lurk kill.
That winds up being a pretty damn near perfect one for FUT. Tied game again, 3 rounds apiece.
Now, there's some spots in CS where it's like you make one decision, and then you already almost know the round is over, and that's what just happened to Legacy. And then all you have to hope is that your guns can bail you out. But not even a kill here, as they get kills through the smoke.
Yep. Two out of the 4 deaths this round for Legacy, just straight up through the smokes. But again, that was a round where they had all those AKs offered from FUT, so Legacy keeps the buy going. We've got an op on try, and a little less oomph behind this mid-fight than what we've had in the past. Nissim still floats around. xCloud blind. Oh, Nissim on the retreat. Catches the headshot. And then the challenge from Art and Doomau gives the numbers right back over to FUT.
Man.
Will Nissim return into the duel? Smoke grenade in front of him. He has to peel off.
Yeah, he got hit by it too. And that was Doomau breaking the smoke open.
Oh, but a blindside.
Oh.
Could have gotten a second. Krebeni fast to answer. Try scours middle, sees nothing for his efforts. FUT gonna go into that B site, not looking to waste too much time. Nate goes too deep to give Try vision, but they also have yet to cross from Cave. Oh, he's stomping, and you'd think that would have given him away, but Nissim was quick to the 1 kill. Demon off the base of ramp with a trade.
I mean, just more incredible trades here out of FUT, and they keep it to a 2v1.
Smoke doesn't fade soon enough to catch that bomb planter. That's Krebeni to retreat in behind
With the amount
box.
of money, you almost have to walk away from this right away. Like, there's just no...
He's out.
Even with the time, the op to save, it's so key. I mean, I'd say the best thing you could say about FUT right now is just they know when they have an opportunity. They have an open site. They don't wait the extra 20 seconds.
Yep.
They're always right, which is what makes them win right now. And here's another example of it.
You can question their experience. You can question their nerves. You cannot question their team play and the confidence they've earned in their string of events in the last few months.
And their trades are just unreal.
Let's watch them back, in fact. This was the key one that could have been the double to shut it out. Nissim also props for that instant headshot, but Demon's base of ramp ready to go. Nothing comes for free for Legacy. 7 rounds into this map, and FUT have the lead for the first time.
Untraded kills just has to be the biggest sign of fragility and a lack of communication. You see all the best teams are even in spots like that where you're not necessarily doubled up with someone, but you're still covering a position they need you to cover. That shows you're still connected.
So try saved op has to be the solution to this problem. What the hell can you really expect from him sitting over towards that B site? There's been a lot of clashes going down in middle, and FUT tiptoe into it to find nobody home.
FUT have already done a good job of giving both A and B a little love, so it's really hard to read where you should stack. They could absolutely have rushed B this round, but they've also gone mid-control into A, walked out. No nades to telegraph.
Oh. Almost with the USP kill.
And it only speeds him up.
Dump all those grenades to just guarantee it, but we could see it from a mile away when that one op's on the other side of the map from the get-go. We'll see if Arts57 can collect. He gets up close and personal. That's where the 5-7 gets lethal, but no, Demon's got it covered for a second kill this round. Tries op, will find a target, just to remind him what he's got and what he's capable of. Did you have an expectation for FUT to win this series today?
Yeah, but I'm not very confident.
Sure.
Definitely not. Like,
and not because you know, or I like that because sometimes I say like we'll pick a favorite and we're like not super confident because we're worried about their form.
No.
But if anything, this today is like I'm not super confident because Legacy are also pretty sick.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why this game has been.
I mean, I watched them when they beat Navi at EWC. I was like, they're actually unreal right now.
Yeah.
So.
It's a nice change to go into a game and just be excited for both teams. He will clip the wings of Cemetery.
Oh, that's his 10th kill.
Yeah, slams the door shut at the boost outside of B. And that'll give FUT something to chew on. Ooh, nice double down from Art. Couple of headshots, couple of op kills from Try as well. So this is what we're talking about. It's not like Legacy are a bunch of chumps. They come into this one prepared for the Cemetery duel off the box. Try with a very quick reposition as well over to the red room. And Art under siege delivers a double. So just another swift reminder, folks, if you're here cheering on FUT, Legacy are threats. We'll see how clean they can keep the close of this round. Demon will remain surrounded. He has no clear path to that A-bomb site. But he does have time to try to make this actually happen.
Didn't even bother getting the bomb, though. Okay. That's a little crazy. One tap here? Okay.
Try will find his
Maybe.
third, and Legacy close in on that lead yet again.
A lot of what we expected about this match has definitely come true. You know, we're getting great rounds out of Legacy, but also FUT leading by a bit. Strong T-side game plan. And Try performing.
Yep, I think that's the big one. It's like, will Try still be able to put up big numbers? He is clearly leaps and bounds above the rest of Legacy. But for me, it's just that little bit of an edge in team play FUT still have over Legacy. As you've highlighted, it's the trade frags.
And I was going to say, probably the biggest skill diff is like Krebeni to Art or something on an individual basis, but even that round out of Art shows you can hang and bang.
Yes, sir. Nissan plays front donut, so prepared to face xFloud. He's having a bit of a struggle to get his game going today. The one piece of FUT that's negative. Well, 1 and 5 anyways. We get this move down the ramp at the B side. Oh, he came back. Cemetery had already cleared that spot as Nissan was tucked into Donut, but he took the front face of the bricks back. Now MOUZ is going to tuck into his position as this long A commitment comes out.
Look, he's flanking this. Oh, wow.
Great move, finds Nissan, kills him quick. We've got MOUZ from sight off the flash thanks to Art. He's able to get a little more value out of that tough squeeze. Knew he was under threat, missed off shot because of the flash. Krebeni throwing util right back the other way.
They actually are going to plant, but honestly, they're not secure on any choke points, and the op gets picked up by Art.
Misses his chance to finish this himself. Krebeni's on the chase. Art's up now, posted. He wants to get him to miss, but Art delivers. Art with not only the flash assist as they execute and hard commit, but then, like you said, the swap to the op winds up nailing himself a double kill.
Kind of like falling on Furia. Art, you know, obviously he can be a secondary when you need him to. He spent a lot of time in his career using the gun. And he doesn't bite on the shoulder peaks. It's a really nervous moment because you realize if you do shoot too early, the round is just out of your hands entirely. This bomb's going to the other side of the map.
Great nade. As we come into another hero AK round for FUT. Last time it was in the hands of Krebeni, and it worked.
What?
This time he'll kick off with a Tech 9 as Nissan just kind of gets caught.
That's a bit surprising. With all that B pressure.
I was really trusting that they wouldn't come through the smoke on Cave, but not the case.
They look a little bit, I want to say not distracted, but I mean, very unsure. That's A site open, they block B, they're gonna walk back over. Now, Legacy are searching for some answers right now. I have no idea what FUT are trying to do. And because they blocked B, they kind of are going to stay a little bit committed on this side of the map. Krebeni will take the AK. He's got more HP and half armor.
Jug's been able to scoop up that M4 that Krebeni killed bottom middle. Curiously, he doesn't throw it to xFloud, who actually has Kevlar and doesn't have the bomb to deal with. Krebeni's gonna go down, not able to fire that AK once. MOUZ, close smoke. Jug's still playing with that bomb and the M4. He chucks it back, dies, then the bomb carrier's just dealt with. They flush him out wide and it just comes up Legacy. That was one of those few moments where I feel like things got a little awkward there. It almost felt to me like Jugs didn't maybe realize he had bomb, because he hangs on to the M4, he extends past the site, he tries to throw it back after the fact when he could have just been planting.
I think he was waiting to phase the CT smoke, but Try stuck around with his op, got 2 kills, 3 in the round. It's 15 for him.
Either way, I don't want to take it away from Legacy. Clean shots when called for. That it's Legacy reestablishing a lead. Can they hang on to it going into the end of the first half?
Breath of the Wild?
It's a full moon tonight. Wait, that's the sun.
Could still be true in real life.
They peel back as FUT do emerge through the Tetris smoke. And CTs that were moments ago at the bottom of middle now just tucked comfortably into the red room. Still feels like they want to sign up to fight for this, but they're not being given the fight as FUT smoke off red for now.
You know they're scared to do this.
Pop it. Yeah. Miss him. Good for one. Great damage here from Dumao once again. But we get this crawl out of the FUT players closer to the B site. Utility up and over. They're going to pop open that smoke. And Lotto looking for a duel. Shaves xFloud off this. He has had an incredibly rough half. 1 and 8. Dumao goes wide out from the short smoke, and he goes unexpected. Beautiful cleanup at the end of this half at a Legacy. They wind up getting themselves another round for the road. A 7-round CT half, and the last 4 rounds straight.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities, that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. As well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S, and so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the 2 AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this edition of the Twist lineup where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis was showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
Zway's gonna be burned out. Do the library players swing to help him? ZywOo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Yeah. And that op is right in front of him if he ever wants to switch over. Ready for some kind of a peek. And with Short not being able to be pushed, they're gonna take a second here and throws Yellow over to this side. He gets behind the tall box, looking to cut down library. ZywOo 3 kills into this quad kill! 1v5! If he can, and he always can! The best! The absolute best! Quesarado trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay, dude, he's had some. Oh! What are you doing? FUT come out swinging, only to be stuffed back a bit. Legacy with a nice, solid 7-round CT side here on FUT's map pick, and on an individual level, they kicked it up a notch as that one went on. Very much hinges on Try, however. 15 kills on the half. We'll see whether he can keep that for the offense.
Yeah, there were a lot of people helping out. He definitely stood out. Oh my goodness.
Well then, you're dead. Cemetery, though, does have Berettas ready to go. 5 players on the other side of this doorway. And they're all looking to play, grouped up for the trade, but they don't jump just yet. Now there's 2 sets of Berettas.
These are very good guns to hold here.
Oh, yeah. 2 pairs. Oh, one goes down with nothing. xFloud finds a kill. There we go. Oh, xFloud. Oh! He's got it all so far. Let's Demon get the 5th for a guy who had 1 frag last half. Yeah. Not a bad kickoff to the CT side.
Oh my God, he ended on 1 and did that. it's just that second when they were about to exact. Sometimes waiting is good. In that situation, if they had just gone, best chance to do it. But Weapon X moved into position, and it's a last bullet kill for his fourth, or one of his last bullets. What a use of a mag here for MaxCloud.
And that was that pause Legacy opt to go for, right? Because remember, they get the opening kill. They killed the A main player early.
Careful with this shoulder. Ooh, close.
Try to dive the util this time. No sweat. MP9's making cash in the M4 on arrival. xCloud is up to 7 kills this half.
8 even KD.
2 rounds in. 8 and 8. Was never
at 1 kill.
Never. You telling me this is the same guy that was 1 and 8? Doesn't look it.
I already know B-Tram's gonna have the funniest stat in about 5 rounds.
Or maybe an animal fact. We just don't know anymore.
I don't think we're getting a stomp today, though.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully not. We'll see. We got Falcons up next.
I think it'll take Lynn Vision 3 maps at least.
They bit their tongue last round so that they could come through with these 5 AKs. Legacy right back at it. 3 for 3 in approaches to this A bomb site so far on the attack. And that green boost almost went unnoticed. Cemetary's long-range FAMAS kill's good. Whittle one off. Flames at the feet of the bomb planter. He's going to commit to it. Try gets out of there with still half his health bar. We've got this deep peek out from the CTs who spammed through off Donut. That's how they peel Lotto off the site. However, from behind the boxes, Cemetery gets popped. We've got low health bars across the board here for Legacy, and so Krubeni's just going to be the driving force of this retake. They've lost track of Art in the middle of all this, and now they know exactly where he's up. FUT come through with the retake, and they do it with conviction.
It's just such a good swarm. I mean, you even see xCloud inside a Donut, timing on when to spam to get some extra damage. Peek from Temple. You know, the guy who's there waiting for the Temple player also has to be extremely patient. You want to catch them when they're stepping out, not when they're just peeking. And yet that gets one of the Legacy players killed. Miss him up here, and it's hard for Try. You don't want to just hold this. You can't hold that line forever. But you also have to read how aggressive and at what speed is the other team going to come at you with. xCloud now with one of the best scorers on his team.
Counter-Strike, man. It really is a game of 2 halves.
He's like 1 kill away from the best scorer on his team.
Woo, quick jump, though. Yeah, MOUZ got this. At least the opening secured. They'll kill him right after. Lotto able to grab a second rifle for Legacy's hopes of upsetting this round with majority pistol. Sure enough, Try catching Krubeni out bottom middle. That's massive.
They don't go for the plant right away, but now they're actually in a safer spot.
With 2 fresh smokes. Flash over, and FUT are going to try their hand at a retake, but Demon gets shut down. 2 versus 4 now for FUT, and a tough go of it. So Legacy, respect, they go straight back to that A site again. Sure, they leave Try at the bottom of middle, which does catch a kill, and his 16th frag secured. Legacy know what they want. It's that A site, and this time they get it.
That was a brazen call, to say the least. They run through the full molly again. They really sacrifice half their HP. They know they're going to have to do it, but it's just no hold whatsoever. That's ultimately what made the difference. If you replay that situation, I think CTs would take their exact same setup with that molly down on that timing. They would just expect to hit the shot. I think it was Jugs who came up a little short. This is where it may become an interesting game now.
Oh, yep. Demon thinking he's going through with better support than that. Oh, under pressure from all the nades, and still Cemetery finds the 5v4.
And was that smoked for him? Is that how he got that shot off?
I'm not sure. I was just as blind as he was. Oh, we've got this M4 push from Krebeni. That was brave. That was an untradeable risk to take in a 5v4. Let's see what's going down. Yep, okay.
Yeah, that's
Beautiful.
awesome. And he gets to play anti, keeps his gun out. That's really sick.
That's a pretty nasty catch by production, by the way.
I'm less surprised than you.
Ready to replay that mid-round the moment you ask? I mean, come on. What are we doing here, guys?
The best. The absolute best.
You forgot to stomp the ground. We'll see if FUT can stomp out what's left of Legacy. 3 players up in round 17, all behind the main smoke, which is now faded. Defense in the form of Jugs, and now an inbound donut player. They go up and over green. Utility usage, that's his trigger to make a move, knows that somebody's got a nade in play, and then Nissim's boost will still catch him off guard. So at least Legacy get value out of that. Still, however, a double man disadvantage made worse. Nice path. Nissim flies over the op and not even given plants. Dude, the visualization that FUT have through smoke grenades is, I mean, and he goes for the plant, so there's audio there too. But I'm just talking about this entire map long. It feels like they get so much value out of their smoke spams today.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, again, mark of a good team. It's one of those things that's hard to teach per se, but like they have good cohesion. They know kind of individual level. They're really good at playing off their audio. But you have to be good at those smoke spams, like on Ancient, Donut and CT or Smoke.
Sir.
You still have so many chances to get kills. You see on X-Ray, the amount of players in position planting. Hello. Oh, there he comes.
Aggression, dude. X-Cloud.
Usually Art's there first, not this time.
Whew. Jugs has got your mid covered. Lotto will find the answer back in both frags on his own. And then the aggression out of Demon gets caught. So now we've got an edge offered back over to Legacy, totally blindsiding Krebeni. Nissim just walks in like, brother, is your monitor on? And Cemetery's 1v3 is a hell of an ask, but it's doable here. If he gets this op shot into the player walking up, oh, Nissim, a US peel could have gotten the job done, but instead Nissim survives on 3 health. Legacy keep 3 players up, and for what was a 3v5 for Legacy, they don't lose a single player after that.
That's what we saw a little bit in the first half from Legacy. They win rounds like that all of a sudden. I mean, it's such a great bounce back brought to you by Lotto, obviously, because if not for those kills, there wouldn't be that push. There wouldn't be a lurk in this spot. There would be chances to make it even easier. But both these teams like doubling down when things go wrong. I think that's why we knew this was going to be a fun matchup. It's going to be FUT's last tactical. Done well to get through their T side and get this far into the game. We're getting to a point where it's going to be hard to argue who is necessarily better.
Perfect match. EWC was Try's highest rated notable event in his career. Not a bad debut, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, his first stage match was amazing.
See ya. Those were T nades to pop that open for Art. I think there was also a T flash in the mix there. I hope I'm wrong, but it feels like it plays into Krebeni's hand. Now man advantage for FUT again. Didn't matter last round as Lotto was able to tear it back.
I guess you're kind of in a tight spot. I mean, Krebeni just doesn't want to die. They're actually all quite low on utility. No kits between the 5 players on FUT. Such a valuable kill when you think about that. The odds of the bomb getting planted go down a little bit. They don't have to think as hard or be as aggressive. It's got to be Legacy now to make the move. Will he hit this? Yes, he will. Wow. What a shot.
Made a lot of noise out here, but still, they go
some.
for the boost on top of Box. Try makes it interesting when you consider the low health bar. And sure enough, that little bit of HP left over gets shaved off. Krebeni's dead. This would be back-to-back 3v5s for Legacy. We get that deep kill from xCloud.
Oh, it's Try, baby.
Again, a triple kill for Try. 20th frag found.
He's writing the story right now. Jugs has to clutch.
And as he tiptoes in, Try gets himself the quad kill. Consecutive 3v5 round wins.
What a legend. That's an unreal performance out of Try. One of many good rounds so far this map.
It was a T-flash. Make that jog.
3v5.
And the first one, you know, and Try going with, I mean, they just use good ideas and a real X factor out of Try. Didn't miss a shot in that sequence.
Yeah.
Legacy taking the lead off of that, off of consecutive 3v5s, and their reward is USPs here in this one. Try showing no limits. Coming off of a very well-timed stat from B-Trams. Career high notable event. Opening map here for Blast Open Porto.
Oh, look what that does to the game.
21-7. It gives Legacy an 11th round secured. FUT are gonna have weapons in the next.
Force them to eco this round.
Wow.
That's Counter-Strike right there. The power of one player, really. 3v5 4K to force an eco and take 11. It's about as good as it gets.
Pressure of the situation starts to sink in for FUT. You know damn well you had a great chance to quite literally have the opposite scoreline.
Last round they had no kits. This round they won't have any kits either. No WAP as well, and you have seen already that's going to make a difference.
Try continues to find so much value.
It's so rare you actually see someone get a pick off from this position. He did one last round.
That double boost over the smoke. You don't see that every day, and they used it at the perfect moment. I mean, you pull that out in a 3v5, and it's the first kill to just unravel every advantage FUT had.
I wonder if they can bait Krebeni here.
Tough place, right? Hanging onto that wall as he is.
You just know that he's floating right now.
But I mean, 20 health inside of Cave. Yeah, Molly almost gets the job done.
He's getting a taste of all the action. Well, at this point, Legacy have worked the map quite well. CTs are terrified, but also relentless. They won't give up on pushing.
xCloud just keeps on jiggling safely for the mid info, sees the approach coming, drops the smoke grenade in anticipation.
Ooh, man, they got, I think FUT have to gamble now. They don't have the info. They know Legacy are about to make a move.
Here it comes. First and foremost, Krebeni on the 20 health. They do flush one off up close. 25 seconds to the clock. Great shot from Jugs. Krebeni's gotten a second. Remember, he's low HP from that B site. Cemetery finds the lineup out through smoke yet again, and you're gonna see what Try's limitations really are. 15 on the clock, smoke fades, and both are close!
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, great blindside out of Demon. Try has been an animal. But Demon puts him down in this one, wins the 1v1 with the element of surprise, and keeps this a one-round game.
As close as it was, it just goes to show you how good FUT are. Like, they got bullied that entire round, but when push came to shove and it was time to make the gamble read, which in a previous round from Legacy in the first half, they wouldn't make that move and they eventually lost. FUT decided we're leaving the B site. We are believing it's going to be A. They rotated so quickly. If they hadn't rotated that fast, they would not have got those trades. That's a guarantee. It's the level of opposition Legacy are up against, even with a small lead right now.
And that's Krabeni. Keep your eye on him. Plays from sight, gets 2 kills in this moment.
Look how ready they look on the A site. When just 5 seconds before that, there were 2 guys there. There were still 3 in B. They had no vision. Excellent rotations.
Yeah, that top-down replay makes it seem like they've been waiting there the whole time.
It wasn't true. It's crazy.
He had just gotten through that smoke, and on a moment's notice, collects 2 kills with 20 health. We get a MAC-10 fly out middle. Flashbang interrupts it. MOUZ sees 2 bodies up inside of Donut. There's another player here. Art's got the trade back. And they're ready to go out through A main if needed. Cemetery collects one off the off. That's Nissim dead on the attack. Art's under pressure. Deals with the jumping Krabeni, but obviously Demon's able to jump on that trade. Now Trike's got his line. And a headshot instantly found, but there's too many slick moving pieces here from FUT. Constant on the threat. It'll be Lotto to try to close out 1v2.
It'd be a great play, but they don't even have to worry about the flank right away because they have bomb vision. At a certain point, surely they turn around.
I swear he heard Cemetery run. They might not think he's that close. Maybe not. Cemetery gets blindsided. Oh, the headshots! Lotto, another big 2K moment. He was a driving force in the first 3v5, killed those guys out mid, but this time it's for 12.
Man, it's gotta be the fact that he pushed out so quickly into CT spawn. He knew what he was gonna do right away. Didn't think for a second to go for the challenge or look for the bomb. An unbelievable 1v2 to get map point.
Just as Cemetery's coming back to look, but he is a step ahead of it.
It's again the power of commitment. We saw it last round from FUT with the rotations. Here in the clutch now from Lotto. It's been a great match so far. Legacy have had to fight so hard for this chance, but they are here on map point with FUT forcing down no rifles.
And Lotto's just chill about it. It's not FUT in a good state. Weak bye to fight for overtime. And a single defender here inside of this B site in the form of Krabeni with a 5-7 and a smoke, and what feels like a much prepared Legacy to just try to overtake this. They're gonna chuck out utility of their own as they're met by that smoke, but this defense is not gonna hold. And so suddenly FUT's map pick of Ancient hinges on a retake with 4 MP9s. I don't think so. MOUZ sees blood in the water, goes for it, slams the door shut before the retake can even really get going, and it better be Try who steps up to the plate to be the one that ends this. 24 kills, 25 secured, make it 26! Lights out from Try, and he has been nothing but a beast since donning this Legacy jersey. This first map of today's opening best of 3, no different than his outing at EWC.
This is everything that you were talking about, Maui and Vu, that despite it being FUT's map pick, there is so much going for the side of Legacy, player after player showing up for themselves here, and it feels like at the end of the day, did you really want to take it to Ancient when you're coming up against Legacy?
Player after player, I want to mention Try, and then I want to mention Try a second time,
round,
and
then
a
try
third
again
time.
on the 4th round.
He was insane start to finish for that team. That was an incredible performance from him and the rest of the team. I mean, he bought time for them to show up, honestly.
So, in the last handful of years, South America's been looking for their next big opper because Fallen cast a giant shadow over that continent, and I would say that one of the only guys that ever lived up to the billing in brief stints was KNG. Then we had people like NQZ, like Safe. That was all cope. Try is the real deal. Try is the first guy that I see where I think that guy is a world elite opper. The way he willed them back into some of those rounds, it was just captivating.
What about Art as an opper, Maui?
Again, I don't even know if I want to say cope. That's just, it's just a false god at, at best.
I have to say that is Try at his best. That's why we like Try. T-side Ancient. CT side Ancient, great map for Oppers. T-side Ancient, very tough map for Oppers. He's picking up 3Ks, 4Ks. He's all over the place.
He was just so unbelievable. I'd say the T side is where a lot of people are just going to remember those late round moments, how he brought them back in. But of course, he got a lot of it started on the CT side as well. We saw the active kind of rotating style that we were talking about in the pregame, how he was taking so many different lines. But this T side was just so masterful. I would say, yeah, this late round situation that he willed them back into it, and even the one that he lost where he hit that no scope right there onto the player at that elbow position, it makes you believe in a way that you'd only think that with very few Oppers in the world.
Even losing that type of clutch, you're still damaging their economy, and that's back-to-back rounds we just saw there. One, he wins them the round. Arguably, they would have lost the game if they didn't win that one. That was a 9-9 pivotal round, wins that for them, then seriously damaged their economy with 2 or 3 kills in the exact following round, and then they finally managed a way to get it together, close it out. That's just incredible from Try. Even the rounds he's not winning for them, he's doing the damage that he needs to do on the harder side of a very tough op map.
It feels like it's hard then to poke a hole in anything that Try was doing for the side of Legacy, but surely there is more on the side of Legacy overall, Vu, that you're willing to give props to.
Yeah, I want to give props to Dumao as well. He did really well, especially in the second half. I think when you have a Legacy team where Dumao is doing well, when he's turned on, and this wasn't Dumao being turned on, this was Dumao having a solid game, he is going to pop off. And Lotto, at the end of it, we propped him up in the pregame. At the end, he did come through with at least a couple of impressive rounds that we wanted to see from him as well.
The 1v2 he had where he didn't pick up the bomb intentionally, flanked the cave players through top mid, through CT spawn, that was excellent stuff. I will say, for the CT side, Lado kind of took a while to get started. He was having a hard time on B and at cave to try to slow down FUT, who were just so oppressive on that side of the map. But to FUT's credit, that's kind of why Ancient's their bread and butter. They're so strong on those B hits.
Yeah, and I'd say that's why 4 of the last 5 games for Legacy have been defeats. They struggle with the mid control, and then Art's getting pushed back in Cheetah. They have no control of anything. It's really tough as a B site player to get much done when you're getting smoked off. You have no control of anything on the map, and you're just guessing.
There was a moment in that earlier half of this, in the later first half of this map where we saw similar to what you're saying, right? Where Legacy feel like maybe they're overstepping, they're not necessarily playing out the rounds in a clean manner, and the utility usage isn't necessarily on point either.
It's FUT that's having some trouble with the utility usage on the T side, where they go for this mid control, they end up double smoking in towards Sniper Nest here just now, and that means they don't have a smoke to smoke off CT shortly afterwards, so they have to adjust things. They molly towards Temple. Usually they have a molly behind the boxes and a smoke towards CT. They have to change things out. Instead, they molly CT, so the player behind the boxes gets a double, and then you end up in this 3v2 where Demon still hits a ridiculous shot to take down Try, but you just don't have the, you don't have the ability to deal with this without having many problems because of the double smoke.
But you did what? Window smoke team or what?
Yes, I got window.
I did window also.
Let's focus on this smoke. Because of this smoke, we lose the round. Because of this smoke, we could have smoke city. Because of one smoke, we are losing round. We need to focus on this. Who do window, who not?
When you come back to the way this game ends, right? It just seems like one round. They lose the round because you come back to the way this game ends. That round could have been an overtime game. Instead, you have them getting taken down on their map pick.
Yeah, not actually just ironing out who's supposed to be throwing what, or just not doubling up on utility. Just one of those key mistakes that, funnily, for FUT to do it there, Navi's been doing a lot of that lately, actually. I've been noticing that as well, so maybe they take from I don't know, they're not their masters, but, the team that they were aspiring to be on at one point in time.
I feel like at that point you gotta rearrange the order of which teams you're taking notes out of different playbooks there. But around 10, that's quite devastating then on the side of FUT, because you're right. At the end of the day, it was slim margins that push you to overtime or end up dropping a map here. But we're looking at round number 18 now, where we're seeing a different approach coming out from Legacy, and yet still success. showing?
So I simply loved for Legacy in this one how they had so many points of pressure simultaneously, where even though they lose this opening pick to xCloud, the way that they just kind of pile on, where you get Lado who's activated, and this is what I mean, where it's just kind of the trade fragging, where he's not that initial spearhead, but then he just presses on forward. But they still have this nice spread out default where Try's able to pick up one there, but even Nissim, this seems like a risk, of course, where he's pushing out of A main, but this is kind of an example of how Legacy, yes, they want to take that initial bite out of you, but even if they lose that first 5v5 fight and they are down in the hole like that, they have contingency plans, like for Lado to keep pushing up lane, for in the 3v3, Nissim already was pressing forward, but then he's going to scout that A bomb site as well. They have all these other ways that their players will still activate, and they're not just solely depending on, can we get that opening pick?
Yeah, and I mean, if you caught that in that initial play, xCloud gets the kill, he's turned around, he's dealing with the player in towards elbow, he turns back, he's out of ammo. He doesn't have the ammo to deal with Lado. Even if he can hit a shot, he's got 2-3 bullets left. Lado shows up, gets the double, and then this is what you see from both teams, where they know how that push and pull goes across the map. Lado gets the double, then you're able to have Nissim lurk out A main. He knows the rotates coming in. Both of these teams are experts at that. It's just that Legacy got the better of them in some of these rounds, getting those entries.
So then does it come full circle and almost makes you sign up to the notion even more of what DeMao is saying in the pregame interview, that sure, it is going to be who shoots best and harder and faster, but it's also going to be our IGLs making shot calls, making certain round decisions that will ultimately be the difference maker in this best of 3.
I buy what he's saying in that I think the aim is going to be the biggest portion, but if you can have an Art pick up 1 or 2 rounds for you in the game, if he can just steal 1 round that you're not supposed to win, that's the difference maker in this type of series.
The margins were really slim there, so for them to have those extra little plan B options, that does help them go above and beyond where we saw on the other foot that where they just double smoke something. The communication's not ideal there because, yeah, I mean, I don't think that the problem in this game was FUT not shooting hard enough. They looked super crisp for the first maybe 7 rounds in this game. It was when the margins were extremely thin that the team play maybe lightly edged Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, then we look towards, that's what we're saying for round 18, but then when we look towards round 19, it feels a lot more like, yeah, again, we've gone back to this similar sentiment of if you're able to shoot harder and faster, then you will be able to get the best of a FUT.
And obviously that's what Try just did in this one. To be down 4 versus 5, even 3v5 at one point, they still are looking for ways to try to set up Try. The contingencies, again, are just so excellent where they're going to be able to boost him up. They're smoking the left side out. And Try, as he just takes consecutive fights, it's just so excellent the way he's able to clear out Cave after Lado gets that spam kill. But every single time that Try is taking a consecutive duel, you could see how focused he is. The right eye peek right there. He shows an elbow to Cemetery, still gets the kill. And at this point, you're already in a prime position to just lock the round out as Jugs just tries a desperate retake.
We are just everyone fighting 1 by 1. I don't know what's happening. Just please sit your ass, hide, wait for them to come. We are 4 on B and we are somehow losing this round. Like, how?
Valid frustrations is all I'm going to say. I'd be feeling the same sort of way.
That's a tough one. I mean, that's a 4 on B. You're going to the stacked bomb site. I think they lose back-to-back 3v5s, or at least it gets close in back-to-back 3v5s.
Yep.
That's when you can't afford to be losing if you're a FUT. And to your point, I mean, as much as everyone wants CS to be a chess game, sometimes it really is. Try just peeks out and gets a couple of nice shots, and they set him up well. I mean, the boost to get the first one, but then the kill on Cemetery, that's why CS is so entertaining to watch.
Skill diff. Just simple as that. Just skill diff right there.
There's a skill diff and then there's a skill crevasse, and I feel like that's what we kind of got between the 2 teams right now that we're standing in between.
Skill Grand Canyon.
Okay, skill Mariana Trench.
I mean,
where do you want to keep going with this one, Boo? Because I can one-up you, brother.
That's the end of it.
I would just say, I mean, when we're considering these teams and how they matched up, I would say you look at the rifle trios for both rosters and say like Demon, Jugs, xCloud. You put that against what? Nissim, DeMao, and Lado. It's pretty even in my eyes. I'm not really giving a strong edge to one another, but where the difference obviously lies is Cemetery versus Try, and it's just, that's where the chasm is truly felt.
Okay, well, we'll see if it's going to be that similar sort of shoot harder, faster for map number 2, or if maybe more pieces on the chessboard are going to be utilized here. We're looking towards the Dust 2 after this break. Legacy taking map number 1, which was FUT's pick, Ancient, here in this best of 3. And so now we look towards Dust number 2, which is Legacy's map pick for themselves. And we're hoping there is something more for FUT because we had an incredibly close Ancient. We almost saw it go to overtime. There were just those slim margins in each round. And so now on Dust 2, is that more favorable towards a close game or more favorable towards Legacy being able to 2-0?
I think if Legacy is able to take down Ancient, where FUT is very comfortable, this is a map where FUT is a little bit less comfortable. And most notably, this is a map that since bringing in Tri, Legacy looks insane on. This was Tri's home map. This is where he is incredibly tough to deal with. He already dropped 27 kills in map 1. I'm scared for FUT on this one. Only.
I'm looking at 50 for the series. 2-map series when Legacy closes it out here. I mean, he's already just so sharp on it. The way that they also set him up with just some nade breaks, just some boosts as well. So many ways to get his AWP involved on the rounds. A lot of the focus for Tri's old teams was just activating him in particular. And you guys see exactly why from map 1 there, because he's so sharp when he is just tested in those kinds of duels. And I feel like a lot of maps, we maybe overrate the upper head-to-head. This is not a map where you do that, where there actually are multiple instances where Symmetry is going to have to get his ass in gear and try to take down Tri.
This is your chance, Vu, to one-up Maui in the prediction.
He's going to get 49 kills.
Oh, that's not how this...
In the series.
in the series or in this map? Okay, all right. We have to clarify that one there. I'm still going to go with what my first instinct heard, and it was 49 in this map. We'll see if it's going to be that much of a blowout as we get to head to Dust 2 with Scron Inlanders.
I love how Vu's like, in the series, guys, in the series, as if he's ever reasonable. Like,
Sure,
he could have totally meant in the map.
49 kills this month. That's a Vu take and a half. The Poly Market predictors have Legacy now favored Mo, because when we came into this one, it was so tight, it was so difficult to separate the teams, and I think that Tri has convinced a whole lot of people out there.
Yeah, we thought we saw, well, it's not even, you know, want to call this like an upset, because it kind of is, but like real ones know that it kind of really isn't. And also, in those last few rounds, I think FUT had a very good grasp on the game. But it was literally Tri and that clutch out of Lotto, the 1v2, completely changed the outcome. So they took that one in their own hands.
Yeah, the 3v5, the 3v5, the 1v2.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I believe.
And still a 13-10 game to Legacy. So anything's still possible. Lotto, quick trade. Cemetery goes down. Excuse me, with nothing. And Demon at bat sees his two teammates sprinting in from middle, at least able to offer the kill over Dumao. Ooh, Lotto gets shredded. And we are still 2v2, but Art knows that they've pushed up. Problem here is Bomb for Legacies out there in the open.
Oh, but Exilot actually might, oh no, I was going to think he walks into his death.
Neither player sees it.
They have no idea what just happened.
Okay, well at least Art did go
Exilot
through
might
as
jump
well.
Up.
And as he does, Art gets the blind side on him. Now, Jugs has also been tagged down to 13 health. Art's going to give him the jumping Glock finish, and Legacy just kind of hit the pause button in a 2v2. I mean, another late round moment, arguable disadvantage, and Legacy come out on top.
Yeah, they've been great in those mid-rounds situations. Very impressive stuff. I want to feel like, you know, FUT's mental health after the last games, the nature in which they lost, is probably... Rough. Yeah, it's probably going to be in a rough position. A lot of young players, as good as they are. This will be one of those tests. Like, they're probably going to be pretty salty about what just happened, and maybe about that as well. Damn, Art. Almost said Art. Try.
Well then. And now Art out towards long already. 2 players lined up. He is happy to get in on the action with Lotto's support from flashbangs. And so the force buy from FUT, dead on arrival.
It's just sort of a moment where we get to see if there is a domino effect of how they won and being able to take that, how elated they must have been.
Players on site looking for impact, but Lotto's got no time for your fun and games.
Sometimes we end maps and it's like, well, that wasn't the best CS, you know, and you're very disappointed at one team or the other, but always really appreciate when it's a map like that where both squads were playing such high-level games against each other, hitting crazy shots.
That's why it's just such a great head-to-head at the moment, because both these teams are on the rise.
Yeah.
Both these teams finding new heights. And for a little while, I was worried that Legacy maybe had kind of reached the top of their endeavor, you know? Like, their success was like... I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. But, you know, I think Art, obviously, great track record. Hadn't hit the results he would have wanted post Furia, but still.
Like Art and Nafany and like Shuhei, they kind of have similar, you know.
Sure.
It's and because he sort of lived so long in CEST, like you almost feel like Art had seen too much for his playstyle.
Right.
Because like back in the day, like this guy was Kerbeni on ×2 speed for Furia.
And that's saying something.
Yeah, and he really went to the depths. I mean, I feel like he's quite lucky to have gotten a chance to call for another up-and-coming team like this.
I was actually pretty surprised by it because it felt like, you know, it felt like Lux had done enough. But hey, you can't argue with results. Two of the hottest prospects in the top 10 at the moment. You could argue both these teams could still make it to playoffs, even though one has to lose today.
Yes, but then what's going to happen is someone's going to play against Vitality in an unlucky situation, and there's no promises.
There's no promises, but I'd also say there's no guarantees the other way. You know what I'm saying?
I bet you could sell ice to a polar bear.
Vitality got to beat 9Z first. Try and miss him in the recovery as it was opening impact for FUT, and Kerbeni's M4 goes ahead and finds one. These pistols aren't meant to be getting the damage that they have, and now you've got Demon walking out through the smoke. Two players in front, but he can't handle the deagle. Still able to react fast enough. You'd think that pop-up moment from Nissim could have cost it, but we've got Art on for a third kill. Art versus Kerbeni, 2 kills each already, both with rifles, but Kerbeni, he's got the slightly better gun. Art, the slightly better health.
Trying to make it seem like he's dipped down into CT spawn or wrapped around towards long. And Art is playing the catch-all position, so it's on Kerbeni to sort of believe that he's done this. The peak is coming. Oh,
they see each other.
Yeah.
Kerbeni knows he can just close that gap, dodges the flash that comes up. Art's going to send out another one. Doesn't find its mark. He plays the clock, and it's, Kerbeni in the air. Easy pick-off. Art's been killing everybody that jumps around him. And so we go 3-0 Legacy, but that was a sketchy round, considering that, you know, the lesser weapons got it started, opened a door for the one rifle to find impact.
But
great 5-7 setup.
7-0 for Art and a clutch. And no rounds lost so far in Dust 2 and a good map behind him. I mean...
What are you trying to sell me right now? You gonna tell me Legacy 2-0 FUT tonight?
It's just doing a little foreshadowing to a potential that I didn't see coming.
Ooh.
That's a little shaky.
That should have been a free one. Smoke off long instead, move that op away.
Art's got an evasion bonus right now. Wow, 3 and B though. Oh, never mind.
Compare the shots.
Never mind.
Compare the shots that each opper got and tell me that Try right now is not in a league of his own tonight.
Yeah, Maui said it. You know, the op head-to-head is going to be relevant on Dust 2.
Jugs is forced to reload as 2 players drop out through the window, and he is not going to find enough to hold back this hit. There's a good amount of damage across the board for Legacy, but not a great enough amount of damage to justify this 2v4 attempt. Again, run it back. Cemetary's opportunity, a guy who peeks long door with your crosshair on position, and he misses.
Yeah.
Tries opportunity, a jump over the B window, and he hits it.
And it was 3 players in B, so they didn't even need an early rotate. They didn't really need mid control. They were hoping it was going to be a B split. Because that's, you know, sometimes you see a site where it's like, oh, you have all the players you want, but there's not enough good spots to play. But B-side of Dust 2, absolutely. You can have all those players where they died are on all great positions to play off each other and defend both door window and the tunnel. But as soon as this pickoff happens, suddenly you have a terribly weak site and you have no rotations. all just because Try hits a great timing.
Dare I say it, they're feeling a little deflated. I think they realize they've missed plenty of opportunities now. Again, multiple 3 versus 5s in the first map. The 2v1 they lost versus Lotto. The 1v1 that could have been here at the start of this game. And now a man advantage missed in that last round too.
It's wild because of 3v5s. You know, for example, it's a Try 4K, but also that wall bang into the site on Krebeni that was so well timed. There are 3v5s where there's like a ton of mistakes that get made, but the punish game for Legacy is just absolutely insane. It didn't feel like FUT made a ton of errors, but the form's carrying over tournament to tournament here.
Try on mid doors. Sees 3 players. Doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. Full view of 3 crossing.
Tunnel players, though.
His highest rated map this year.
Uh-oh.
And Cemetery's lowest.
Flash for Art to take position, and there's nobody actually on the doors. We could finally get that battle of the Oppers in a moment. 2 CTs in front of the Op. Flash is done, gonna find Art. Cemetery will kill Try. Pause the Ops on cycle. Great cover from the Deagle, but Lotto's there. Always good for an important recovery moment before things get too haywire over on that long corner.
He really is a life jacket sometimes, eh? It's not the coolest nickname, but we'll come up with something for him.
Be like the lamest superhero name. What about Life Preserver? It's a little better. Hey, I had just enough bullets left over in it. Chance to put the damage on. Oh, 1 HP. Come on now. Survives the nade just so he can 1v2. Is that what you're telling me?
Molly goes too far, and he's not getting away.
Yeah. Into the op, he would have hoped to save. Legacy go up 5-0 on the start of their map pick, showing no signs of slowing down after Ancient.
Lotto, he's an umbrella in the rain.
Okay.
I'll come up with something cooler.
Lotto, he'll punch your ticket.
To where? Oh, to playoff.
Yeah. Art, not this time, buddy. Tries to get that line back under wraps. Foot good. Lovely 5v4 on top of the utility play. Again, I feel like you could have sensed that long duel coming, so they pounce on it. If Legacy are willing to sign up for that fight, good on Foot to just keep on trying opening moves to establish any kind of advantage.
This is still a bit worrying, actually, for FUT with the full attack coming in this quickly, but good kill from Juice.
Yep, and xFloud finds his. So across the board right now, FUT's individuals deliver.
They're in the game, they're on the board. Lotto, he's a neck pillow on the plane. We'll come up with something cooler, though.
I think those are actually they're unnecessary. I don't like those pillows.
I don't travel with
them. You have a take? You have a take on that?
It's just extra. You see people walking around airports with them, and it's like, I get it, because they're super hard to pack.
Yep.
Because they're like memory foam and huge. But then you use them and they just don't really.
They actually hurt my neck more than they help.
Sometimes they psych you out too. They think I'm gonna get a great sleep, and you're not.
No, you're not.
Just raw dog it next time.
I just like to use the shoulder of the stranger I'm sitting next to.
That's strange.
You know? Assert dominance.
This guy's always trying to win.
I'm not actually sleeping.
Not even sleeping is the creepiest part for sure. We're getting into illegal now. I'm just listening.
I like your scent. Is that Chanel? No. It's FUT. First round secured. They do it convincingly. They got bodies and guns held on to. So I don't want to start writing the obituary. We're only 6 rounds into the second map.
Oh, he's nasty.
That's what's up. MOUZ got the duel out long. I knew it felt like a flash in the pan. Last round was too easy for FUT to just happen a second time. Legacy playing mind games as they just go right back to what they've been up to. Trying to take opening looks down mid and this constant threat towards long. And sure enough, Legacy sign up for it again, this time netting them a 5v3.
Timing's everything. 19 damage on that shot. Looked away at the wrong moment. I mean, FUT are in the place to give themselves a look at this. They have 3 players on A. Looks like the commitment's coming in for Legacy, even though it doesn't necessarily need to. This is what 1 foot around back on Ancient is the commitment. Oh, but Try just doesn't. Sty just persists.
Yep. Trying to tap back into it. Now Demon's position gets predicted. He will be forced to activate. We've got damage on 2 of the 4 remaining players. Jukes is going to have to dig real deep to pull this one off. But he's got MOUZ dead. And now low health Art, half health Try. And Nissim didn't actually come up from Catwalk. He's taking the longer road through CT. This suddenly feels a little winnable.
Right, Art's going to get on the site, though, and then Jukes getting off.
Now that Nissim's got the climb up, though, at the same time that Jukes went for this cap push, that really cuts off his return to the bomb site. Nissim with the health advantage as well.
Oh, whoa,
it's
mistake.
Gone.
That's a mistake.
They thought maybe he was in the box.
2 more kills.
They're a bit nervous. A single bullet anywhere on Art's body gets him done for.
He has to just hit the pop-up. That's the only way. He knows it's going to come.
Try misses the shot.
Oh.
Hits Art. He's got 3 now. Jukes is going to go wide, and Try will make sure that that last shot lands.
Save the best for last in that one.
Well, it would have been really the first embarrassing moment for Legacy in this series. Hell of an effort, but it comes up 1 kill short.
It's decent damage there for Juke. We haven't seen that many great rounds out of him so far this match. And that's rare to say, obviously. He was one of the guys having a lot of trouble on Ancient A site in that CT side.
He was 9-18 in the opening map of this series. A good reason not to talk about him.
Yeah, tries to hit everything. Everything.
It's a solid close and Try right back down the suicide lane. Feels like Art's a bit late for this one, but he'll try to take the duel. Oh,
Party starts when he gets there, actually.
Krebeni gets shredded. Think on Try. MOUZ gonna try to pounce up Catwalk, but met by Flames. Hits the pause button. We've got xFloud just beneath this cat play. They're crawling closer to him, concerned about the player in the backdrop. And Cemetery's off now, hunting up Cat, is gonna predict the position. Nicely done, reads MOUZ potential pop-up off the reload. xFloud's gonna go for that peek out through mid. It does cost him as there's no free fallback. Nissim kills Jukes. Cemetery gets another one off of the Cat play. We find ourselves 2v2 with the bomb still cut off top mid by the barrels, but jumping.
Oh, he's making a lot of noise. I mean, they kind of lose sight of where everybody is. Now the bomb's roaming back through middle. Cemetery, you want to say he has to clutch this. It's such a great chance for him.
Oh, full white, found out.
Goodness.
They are still cautious though, and it'll be finished off by Lotto. So another 2v2, another late round moment, and guess what? It comes up Legacy.
It does, yeah. I mean, you've seen FUT like absolutely toss around some better teams in moments like that. When Demon jumps off of Cat, this is the big opportunity.
Legacy just
feels like their mental is destroyed.
Oh yeah. Woo!
Oh, wow.
2 players tag, double op comes out
Tried to
of
hit
nowhere.
3 op shots in a row. Art hit his. The upside here for FUT is that it's just $100 kills. That's the best part of this round for them.
Legacy 9 rounds into the half go, you know what? Let's double up. Oh, everything's working? Let's try something different. Keeping it fresh. I remember the Coolio interview after the EWC finals where he just said, like, the loss in map, I think it was map 3, the close one, the crushing loss, it just still had an effect on us in round 4, or map 4, and we kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah.
We ran out of energy, and that brutal loss just had a real effect on the guys.
Which is reasonable.
And it feels like that sequence of rounds FUT should have won on Ancient. This actually looks like another moment where I'm kind of seeing flashes back to the EWC Grand Finals.
Totally. That'll have to be something they have to conquer moving forward, absolutely.
And only something you can conquer by facing it, but you don't want to face it this recently. And you also...
Well, actually, they're put in the position now, so it's about surviving it, just to get a map 3 out of this. But this is your challenge. Like, mentally, that's the space they want to be in, like, at this moment. Because, like, if you don't have any comebacks to do,
Sure.
you never get to conquer.
That's a great silver lining here.
This is a gift.
Oh, this is what they wanted. Is that what you're telling?
This is the best thing to ever happen to FUT, right here.
Sorry, I thought I was the one full of bullshit. This is what FUT want, guys, so that they can grow.
Well, it's what they need.
To be sent down into a lower bracket and play Vitality.
No, they're going to win this map. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay.
They have to overcome here.
All right.
1 to 8 scoreline, it's just numbers. It's all in their head.
Ooh, well, rack them up. Those numbers just keep piling against them. Legacy, another man advantage. Another opening death for Krebeni over towards that long corner. They'll try to press into Cat, but try. Ooh, he misses his chance, and Cemetery wins the head-to-head.
I think that's his, second miss of the
Take
map.
that. X-Cloud's gonna blindside Art. This could be the 4v5 recovery for FUT. This could be. Emphasis on the could. On the possibility, not the certainty. A smoke to just trickle out through the tunnels. Nissim could even leave, but he's got the bomb behind him inbound. CT smokes himself inside of the site. We've got that mid-walkout coming through as well. X-Cloud finding great damage, but the smoke fades, and Doomau damn near kills both. It's Demon instead with a second. And Lotto, what are you up to? Done for. Slammed out of that round. Legacy give up a second. FUT, a second round. 10 rounds into play. Off of the 4v5.
It's just this one shot that gets missed from try. They get to pick off on long again, which is so annoying for FUT. It's through the smoke. Great next kill there for Demon. His teammate was extremely low.
Quick entry.
Another long peek.
This time with the op. As he had the spawn for it, Try knows that Cemetery's on the other side of this. Battle of the ops once more. And Try getting bested.
Tide's starting to turn a little bit.
Just trying to post enough of a CT side. At this rate, you take what you can get. Nissim, happy to take up all this cat control.
He's completely unheard.
And he's under the Opera's line.
He's actually going to be able to line this up if Krebeni walks back.
Oh, boy.
Now, he hasn't, but he can just milk this more because he's so low on teammates. And there's vision on players. Players are going B. actually, from mid. Oh, they're spotted. Okay, they didn't have time to do that.
Unlucky,
Wait
but
a
Lotto
second.
still gets the kill, so it's winnable.
He's missed that smoke.
A little bit awkward.
Oh, but he's hit that shot.
No way, dude. Lotto in these moments has been fantastic tonight to close the close ones.
What kind of risk does he want to take?
Health advantage xFloud, uncertain as to the route of the CT for the retake.
Full utility, but going incognito.
Lotto looking for his third in the round. CT approaches up from the ramp. xFloud has gotten very close, but just as Lotto considers this walk up, xFloud to the left side's got the blind side secured. Just able to cross by silently. Had all the tools he could have worked with, and he opts to go, like you said, incognito.
It was kind of a great read from Lotto. He thought he would just see a shoulder or somebody jumping up on that first box, obviously. Missed it by a hair. This just had to be a first bullet AK shot from that distance is so hard.
Yep.
Target selection was fine. That kill was insane. But at the end of the day, this around FUT just needed to stay alive.
This game starts very lopsided, but they're starting to get to that point.
You get another Brazilian in top 20. Could be Lotto this year.
Nades in hand, and Legacy gonna keep this last round of the T side simple, all in long charge. And then we've already got Krabeni to the top of ramp with an opening kill. Tech9's to try to pierce through that smoke in a moment. It's Dumouse Galil to find one. Oppa waits over top of the box, and Demon's got that Dumau push covered off, and Cemetery ready for the try-jump. So FUT will make something of this game in the final hours. Yes, sir, from 8-1 to 8-4. 3 critical rounds of a streak here for FUT to even have any kind of a chance once we swap sides.
We've still got 2.5 more days of action.
But speak of action, off climb into catwalk. ZywOo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Na'Vi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was alone top mid, you've already got Na'Vi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this bit JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward ladder kill, and this A-site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Email on a tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back into the action. Quad kill for Email. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. csgo looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. csgo has got another. Kicks in into the kill feed. It's bit from down beneath. Right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill. Mikaze stays tucked in.
Here's a chance. They're under balconies. Elo's adding them up.
That's 2. Will Mikaze go unnoticed? Because the Opera could serve up a perfect distraction. Bomb plants
can't get planted here now.
on the other side. Yeah. They've lost this guard. Mikaze delivers. Wonderful goes down, but at least he opened the door for this.
From
Mikaze
Ninja.
marauding inside of this A-site. Jame on the other side of it. 17-5 is Mikaze. This guy is ascending to a whole new level.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Beyond. Welcome to Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime, slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches them off guard and finishes Jame. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, Bits on the pistol, and it's enough for Na'Vi to maintain control despite the cost and go up 3-0. Donk plays behind the pole. He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The Opera missed the shot. Shiro's down.
Wow.
Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that.
Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits lurk now.
Deep inside the A-site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round, but remember, Zontix gets active.
And also, Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends.
And the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontic stoic snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got. He's
no!
The nade misses.
Oh, an ace!
What was feeling like FUT dead in the water winds up being a curious turn of events. 3 rounds at the end of the half to just pique your interest. Can Legacy close out on the defense now? Their map pick with an Ancient victory in their back pocket. A lot of close moments that all went Legacy's way in previous rounds. But FUT have started to show that fight in the nitty-gritty. Beretta's poised for the top mid swing. Oh, they'll go into it, and there's a whole lot of bodies ready for that challenge. Demon's gonna go out wide. Oh, but Nissim recovers Vision, and now his support off of the cap play and the lower tunnels. Prime to just try to trade out. Nissim returns, gets damage, but not an additional kill. There's so little left, and yet xCloud can't manage. What a trade train back and forth from both teams, but it leads Legacy to 9.
That one epitomizes this matchup. The quick trades, both teams on top of each other. But also Legacy kind of just coming out ahead. When push comes to shove right now, they're getting the last say. Another clutch for them by way of try. And, you know, even though like FUT looked alive in those last few rounds, it's just they gotta come into going against CT side for Legacy on Dust 2. Deck stacked against them. Oh! About $150 on that HE. Everybody armored. Oh my goodness, they haven't seen anybody yet.
Nope.
They're walking dead.
Jump spot from Doomau confirms the cap play. It's going to be FUT to try to pounce it. Famas pops up. All that early damage is going to be making this easy. Although ramp player could have been a second casualty.
Try on 1 HP.
Manages to hang on for dear life. Him and Doomau both low, but happy to just finish off what they started. Double digits quickly secured here by Legacy. The force buy of FUT comes up very light in terms of success. And now they're stuck on pistols, which will lead Legacy surely to an 11-4 lead. Map 2.
Yeah, they're in beast mode now.
Control yourself. Nothing else I can say from here. I cannot press the buttons.
Cannot press the buttons.
Yeah. Is he implying
that like
is like implying that he can't push the buttons for them, or that he can't push his own buttons? You know?
Yeah, I think that's probably what that. I mean, if he wasn't the IGL, I'd be like, I don't know, you know. But
God, that's one of those.
Yeah,
That's like
that didn't sound great. Game is still live.
Yeah, no, that one's gonna. I feel like that would cut deep.
Yeah.
If I was trying my best.
Yeah.
And we alluded to that, right? There's been a couple of listen-ins where
we talk
Benny,
about young team. Yeah.
He doesn't soften his words.
Yeah.
But
you just always have to err on the side of productive, and that's where in the game's still live. So I mean, and he might be speaking to other people not talking or other people not throwing their nades correctly, something like that. But still, the belief has to start from the top.
Maybe he knows them better than we do. Maybe something like that gets him fired up. Somebody says that to me, I'm gonna say, screw you, buddy. Watch me push these buttons. Oh, maybe in the next round when they've got guns. Because try on cleanup duty next to Doomau. Sure enough, establishing the 11-4 off of the freebie that was versus pistols.
Confirmed Try and Lotto destroyed their mental.
Damn. And all of Legacy brought it to the table today. Try obviously leaps and bounds above, back on Ancient.
Sometimes that's why it's good to have one old guy.
Sure.
Who's lost a few times.
what makes Kerrigan so special.
I'd love to join FUT.
Let me show you guys how to lose.
I can make you feel good about losing. Because obviously you look from the outside, you go, bro, guys like this, how could you ever believe that you're ever going to lose?
Yep.
But in the server, in their atmosphere, they're in a totally different headspace.
Yeah. And obviously coming off of a tough loss as well. EWC Grand Finals could have been real different. Those were very close first maps. Now you hit the ground running here. That was the hope anyways. And Legacy, a massive hurdle. Demon's gonna find a team kill, so maybe some buttons you shouldn't push. Art though, wounded and a little nervous as 2 players come out to clear him. We've got an opening offered up here for FUT now, but Lotto is still ready to strike. Jukes has got him with a double kill off the cat play. It falls on Nissim 1v3. It's a long road back into Dust 2.
You know, if it was an AK, I'd be curious. With a Galil, it's going to be that much harder. See if they're not watching something.
Watch him catch the long player unprepared.
He's watching it.
Just turned, holding long. There we have it. There's the kill. Nissim now knows bomb planter's up next. Oh, I like that. Krepeni says, to hell with this. I'll go looking for the fight. As instead, Nissim was hoping that the support would go for a peek. It is FUT to survive with 2 players and give themselves a lifeline.
Yeah, for now, just a drop in the bucket. In operation, don't get tilted. Again, so hard to win rounds on T side.
And he's out. Demon celebrating that last round, weaponized at the start of round 17 for the opening 5v4. It's Dust 2. Play those openings. Given the opportunity, Cemetery another, and he has been collecting these kills quietly, one after another.
He started to win more duels versus try. That was something. Money's going to be gone with this one, so Legacy are really incentivized to save already. Ooh. Mood booster here for FUT. Got a clean round. That's what Lotto is. He's like a ginger shot.
That's a little bit better. I like that. A little pick-me-up.
Yeah.
A little immune booster. It's a straightforward opening to the round. And a comfortable 3-player save, so we were saying how the money wouldn't be good enough, but majority alive, and feels like FUT have no interest in losing any of their investments. Terrorists win. It's only a 5-round gap.
You always hear in every one of the biggest comebacks, they don't even acknowledge that they were thinking about the score line at any point.
It's round by round, baby.
You just win a good round, get an eco, win another round, get close.
That's all Counter-Strike is, one round after another. As long as that economy's flowing, good to go. But there's a lot of presence heading towards long here for both teams. Double setup on the peak. Dumau crossing over, flash is good. Wolf almost lines it up. Art will be on cleanup duty and delivers. So a fast adjustment out of Legacy.
The bomb is out there as well. That makes it really tough for FUT.
They're going to be forced out with that smoke in the doorway. Art finding a bit more value, just barely chipping Cemetery down.
I mean, they can try to approach Art. He smoked himself out.
Now they burn him away.
Burned himself out.
Trying to nade him open. He's down to 10 health. Another molly, but that smoke grenade remains there. They could just put a bullet through it, and he's done for. But to go wide enough would mean to expose yourself to try.
Yeah, you would just hold a hard line here. There's a chance they could walk out with the op at the same time. It's so hard to deal with this.
Another molly. Forces Art forward, but still just not there. Oh, he goes out.
Shot missed.
And Try misses his chance at maintaining a double man advantage.
And now they're just locked into this. Cemetery's on half HP. There's no way out. They really can win going forward towards A, but they'll have no secrets. Luckily, they still have a fair bit of utility.
Try lets them know where he's at with the util, makes that approach on ramp uncomfortable for 25 seconds, and a player this close.
Oh,
that rifle tucked. Oh,
that was a mistake. Try.
Jugs comes over, hits the headshot onto Lotto. Nissam's gonna activate, place flank over. Bomb planter's got coverage, but he's made it past the car, and still Cemetery collects this. 2 versus 4 going back the way of FUT. As Try tries to close this gap, it's a head tuck from the bomb planter. He's managed to get up close, and they do it without losing a player. Straight up approach, a missed shot from Try on the long cover for Art, and then that shot that sings out from the catwalk that opens up their push.
That was the real sin. If Art didn't shoot, they didn't know he was there. If he had re-peeked, if he didn't shoot, they might have slowed down. He also, because he failed to hold Art on the cross, he had kind of a guaranteed pick right there, couldn't get it. There haven't been many bad moments in this game for either team. That's officially sort of the worst one there by Legacy. Lots of mistakes in a row. Crazy that FUT find a way out of that. And now surely they believe they can do anything.
This was Legacy leading 8-1 once upon a time. FUT started to weaponize that feeling of invincibility. And in this round, they will not even be slowed down. 3-round game. You said this is where they need to be to grow, to evolve, to not give up when things get tough. And no guarantees that they finish off this comeback with Legacy as close as they are. But I'm sure for FUT, it just feels good to not be on the receiving end of a 2 versus 4 for once. You dish it out. As a reminder, every round remains possible, and you clear out Nissam to make sure he can't save that AK.
I think you've got to make a comeback when you don't believe you can in order to win more in the future. That's sort of the position FUT have found themselves in. I think you could see that they just looked totally lost and in disbelief. And I mean, the comms were horrible there. You know, when Kerbeni came in, sort of said, and no one else was even talking in that spot. So
I can't push the buttons for you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It just sounded like he was dying as he was saying it too. He was saying it so slowly.
It was like a, you know, it was like a parent saying, I'm not mad at you, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
It had that same kind of sting to it.
Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go! That's just round by round. We're gonna get closer.
That's
a
the
fact.
duality of man for sure.
Round by
things
round.
have changed so much.
You will get closer. Now everybody wants to talk. Starting to feel real, isn't it, FUT?
Buttons are getting pushed.
Legacy re-emerge with guns, go for a little long play and will find nothing home. It is a very quick setup for the cat hit. MOUZ gonna get caught unprepared for this, and a missed shot.
Try.
As Try continues to miss these op shots, it continues to leave the door open for FUT. They try to molly this peek from Doom out. Oh, and Krebeni's ready for the spot.
Another shot.
X-Cloud comes out. It is all FUT this round. Not one frag out of Legacy.
Ooh, what's happened, Legacy? Totally collapsing. I want to give some credit to FUT for winning this round, but 3 clearly good opportunities to get kills. That's Try unflashed on long, holding the exact line he wants. They have 3 on A. They're ready for a hold to get nothing at all.
Just hoping for the save at this point, and it looks good. Holding off both sides for the time being. Very low health for what's left of FUT, but they didn't think someone would come in at the time. Nissim under siege. No, they'll let that one go. Or, yeah, say, okay, you want a mag dump? I'll come for this. So 1 saves for Legacy, as what looked like a decent enough setup was absolutely empty-handed.
The only good thing about this for Legacy is they did so much work early on. They won all those free rounds. They had such a big lead in the first half that, you know, they could afford to make some mental mistakes themselves and still be in a position to win the map. Question is, can they actually close? Because suddenly, you know, we got to a point where I think after the first half, I was counting 2 missed shots in the entire half.
Yep.
One of them didn't even cost them a round. And now he's missed, I feel like, most of his shots in the second. It's completely changed. And he will not have that op on this round. Just coming in for a half by MP9s to support Nissim's save gun.
Better try. Cemetery's 9-5 in his direct head-to-head against Try this series.
Yeah, wow.
You can feel it.
Impressive. That's across the series.
It's something the Desk brought up coming into the second map that we were going to watch it happen, and with the form Try had on Ancient, we thought it was going to be to Legacy's advantage. We get a lot of action in through tunnels to start this round. 1 lingering player. As Krebeni tries to put himself between these CTs, he's going to bounce out through the door. What a move, but it does cost him.
Oh, man, that could have actually been great. You had Art coming through that smoke.
Grabs an upgrade off of it. It feels like those are the kinds of moments that both Art and Krebeni can both thrive within.
Oh, this is a big one.
Doom
Only
out.
guy in B.
Up and ready. Finds the kill first. Tucks back in. We've got the support from the AK out through doors. Jokes. Oh, gets bested. Doomhouse collected a second, and it's going to be the MP9s by the looks of things, unless Demon 1v3. We saw so many of these moments picked up by Legacy, winning from a disadvantage. That has turned as we got to map 2, and Demon a single frag from posting another clawback round.
Can he be the Lotto of this map? Going back through spawn, but with Nissim going so aggressive, he's going to get a lot of info here. This is kind of wild, though, all the way back through spawn, and there's actually a world where Nissim still thinks that he's just walked forward into B.
He considered suicide for a second.
Ready for the push out. I feel like Nissim, I mean, he's playing the odds. He does think there is a chance that it goes back the other way, but he's going to have no audio. Is he going to peek this cross? Nope,
sir.
won't see it.
Lets him have it.
Great chance for Demon.
What's Demon's move? Post plant, though. Nissim into CT. Demon jumps over. Surely that was spotted.
He didn't see it.
No.
He didn't hear it. He didn't see it.
The boxes must have just covered it as Demon jumped far enough. So a huge reposition here from Demon.
This is pretty free because surely Nissim has no idea he could be in this spot. He thought he was watching the cross.
It's the 1v3 for double digits. Demon pops up, back of the head,
wow.
Instant execution.
Oops.
Puts it on ice as he out-rotates and out-positions and out-aims.
And Try goes deep for that flank. He's by himself. He's inside of tunnels. Could have tried to lock off a player inside the site. Instead, committed fully. I don't even know if he got a chance to shoot.
Pulling out all the stops at this point. Full buy back in for Legacy. Remember, that was MP9s that could have secured the MOT. Aggression into the tunnels had FUT on notice. But it feels like they want to go back towards long. Try has been losing duels on this side of the map. He has been missing shots with this op.
He's the reason they won Ancient. Could be the reason they lose Dust too.
4 flashbangs out from FUT to just get this positioning. Try lets that op swing, and now with Demon finding the kill to Art, Try is under pressure. Teammate tries to open the smoke, but it is a real thick on the edge. And if this push into the tunnels goes the way of Jugs, then we're gonna have Legacy with real problems. He jumps it and finds Nissim dead to rights. Tries flush forward, making a move over towards that long corner. Benny walks out middle but dies. Lotto could just try to dump this util as the Opera's still preoccupied towards long.
They have the B site right now as they're walking up.
Demon between CTs, currently going unnoticed, but drops the ball. We've got an X-Floud up top mid spotted, and the other 2 players on site, but Lotto has split the difference and somehow got between.
And they shouldn't be ready for this.
Not at all. Back turned away, they now consider, oh, he misses his chance, and now the Ops got the line, and so they've done it. They have, at the very least, tied up this game.
These are the comebacks that we're talking about. What a moment here for FUT and the nature in which that they've built these rounds out, stolen so many away. It really seemed impossible for so many reasons. Legacy were in full control.
8-1. They let the last 3 rounds of FUT CT side slip. Hell, Legacy won the second half pistol, converted for the 3-0 start.
I don't even know why they collapsed. I don't know what the pressure was that made them feel, when, especially considering how they closed Ancient. That's the weirdest part of all. But obviously, output has so much to do with it. I mean, the contrast between Ancient and now for Try is one thing. But even just simple kills that he would normally get, and positioning being good but not nailing those shots, that's unfortunately what we've seen. Somehow Try still, with his great first half, is 14 and 12, but
feels like the contrast is just between even half 1 and 2. He'll be given a chance as he walks it out, Cat, but right on the edge. Oh, Jugs wasn't ready.
Radar, he was looking maybe.
Try on the fallback, man advantage earned by Legacy. It's the 11th hour, 5-7, yeah, good for 72 damage. MOUZ gonna try to chase out through mid, kills Demon on the walkout, and so they hang on to this 1-player advantage. And another smoke fresh in the face of all of FUT. All of them right there on Xbox.
I feel like they try to walk out through this mid-smoke so many times. They got away with it, but now who knows?
Surely Try hits this one. Yes, sir. Headshot to Cemetery. Gets an edge back in the head-to-head. And with X-Floud's early damage from that 5-7, Krabeni one and done. Try collects a multi-frag. First multi-kill in quite some time. X-Floud drops down to the CT spawn.
Imagine.
They're going to know about it. It would have to be another 1v3 for FUT.
But this op shot is a plant. He doesn't read it.
Nah, up close and personal, Nissim gets it. And Legacy, the final moments as FUT gets this game tied. Legacy finally put one back on the scoreboard after what was FUT's 7-round streak.
They don't even celebrate that. It's because, think about how arduous the second half has been, how many layups they've had that they failed. There's been plenty of embarrassing rounds, unfortunately, here for Legacy, who are winning, who are maybe about to win the match, and one last chance to make sure there's no egg on their face. FUT know they can very easily bring this to overtime, but finally, and I can't even remember how many rounds, FUT Try gets 2 kills.
And this one feels like it could have gone very differently. Nissim walking out through that smoke was clearly at the disadvantage.
But they've tried, I mean, pushing that smoke was kind of crazy, and I think he just has to go, okay, got to take that on the chin. I feel like I can't believe how many times FUT have walked through that.
Double op change up. Something sly from Legacy in the final round of regulation. That's Art alone on long with an op. And Try here with his. Trying to skew that head-to-head back in his favor. Now Art's got support. This is 2 ops, both the ops here on long. Both Art and Try between Car and this corner.
It's kind of mental, but I actually like it. Both have chances for contact walkouts. I mean, sometimes your long player's not getting that much support anyway.
Incendiary burns them back. We get a quick look through the mid doors to no avail. Not one person there.
To be honest, the true weakness is B. A retake is almost off the table with the guns that are on the A site. But FUT have not figured out that there are 2 ops on the board, that they're both over here.
Well, they have 45 seconds to find the solution. They are all grouped up, 5 members strong for the mid walkout. Not one guy out in tunnels. They are going shoulder to shoulder to try to finish off this regulation and push this to OT. What can you actually expect from DUMAU versus 5? Nothing. Popped empty-handed. Try, takes the Hail Mary shot through, swaps out to the D. There's damage dealt.
So much.
Nissim's gonna pop that flash up above the window, but he also falters. It's Lotto again in a critical moment. He's been so clutch for this team.
An HE.
A nade onto the tall box, tracks him down at 17 health. Kerbenny, that's the quad. Lotto has single-handedly stopped it. Cemetery dives the doorway. Lotto off of the platform with an ace to close the game. Legacy play. All 24 rounds, but in those final moments, it is Lotto to come up huge.
The combination of Lotto and Try in the end game is unmatched. What a moment. That's one of the nastiest aces that you'll see, supported with the HEs, but as a player alone with his teammate dying with only damage, you cannot believe he could make a play like that.
You just don't get to do that. That is illegal. To end a series, to end a map on that is insanity.
I mean, there's a reason we were bigging up Lotto before the series, and it took a little while to show us exactly why, but that's why. That type of round, stuck in the back of the B bomb site, game overtime on the line, and he manages to pull it off. That is insane.
Take your fast op shots from Try. Take your entries from DUMAU. I'm sticking with Lado on that. Now, everybody, obviously, it was a huge team effort from Legacy to get it over the line. A lot of pandemonium going in that last round, but man, Lado on that bomb site, just untouchable.
Yeah, it's so insane to think about that. That's how we're going to end off Dust 2, but it does give us the absolute privilege of having Try joining us here. Try, congratulations. How insane was the end of that map there?
Yeah, it was tense end of the match. We kind of screwed up the few clutches, a few rounds that we had good read, but yeah, we ended up winning.
Can I ask, the last round you have a double op on A. Is that just Arts just saying, I want the op here, I want to go for a player? Is that something you've practiced before?
We did. This is something we have. He said, guys, don't care about long. Just leave me alone, I'll guarantee long for us.
Nice.
So Try, coming into this team, I feel like your impact is already really obvious. How much space do you find Legacy is giving you? Because we know a lot of their riflers like to do a lot, you know. I mean, DUMAU has his plays, Art has his plays, but you're trying to fit in, but you've done a great job, so how much of a voice do you get to have?
Actually a lot, but in the beginning I was more like listening to the guys, trying to adapt more to them. But nowadays it's like 50-50. I can do whatever I want, but I also have to do my role and listen to Art.
Okay, so when you're going over stuff or you're listening to him, I mean, how do you strike the balance? Like, is more of it, say, on the CT side, you're calling more of your stuff, or do you get to go and call a lot for the T side as well?
On T side, depends on the map. On Ancient, for example, it's a map I support a lot, so I don't get to do a lot of moves. But on Dust 2, it's a completely op map, so I get to call whatever I want. And on City side, on every map, I can do almost everything I want.
Well, there was actually a round that we wanted to look at, and with you from Ancient. It was round 19, and honestly, this whole round was just you. But talk to us about the calls that you're making, what's going through your mind during it.
Beginning is a lot of rifle fights and everything, but you help bring this one back. I mean, I know you get boosted towards the bottom of lane here, or bottom of a banana. So yeah, are you calling for these kinds of moments, or is this a team effort?
Yeah, this is something I called. I actually saw this boost before the game, I think, only today. I didn't know about this boost because I didn't play the map before. So yeah, just called it on the flow, and then we got into B and we knew there was one guy here. I don't know the call in English, and I just picked him, and this one as well. He was saying plant, but I just picked him and killed him.
How do you just win the fight so consistently through, like, Symmetry is holding the angle, but you're able to get him on those kinds of lines, and Dust 2 got a little close between you guys, but how are you so consistently beating other top oppers? Because now you did it in Paris also, you were winning a lot of those fights. I feel like in your op head v heads, or I guess op v op duels, you're really on top of them.
I don't know, this fight with Symmetry on Ancient, I thought he had the advantage, but somehow it happens. Sometimes you whiff the shot even though you see him first. I think he saw me first. That's too, it happened in one round. I was holding short and he crouch pick and I missed the shot. It just happens, but usually I do a lot of homework against the top uppers because it's a must against these teams because they have really good uppers. So yeah, I just do my homework.
Talking about Ancient, you mentioned you didn't play it for quite a while. You've got very few reps on that map. Are you putting in a lot of time to learn the map, or is it just kind of, as you're saying, you didn't even know about the boost? You're just go in and try and play your game. Obviously, it worked out.
No, I actually did a lot of theory with Art and the coaches. Props to ADR and Bobs, our coaches. They helped me a lot. Every day we practice Ancient, I just have some doubts on some situations, and I come to them and I ask them, and they help me.
When it comes to coming into the Tier 1 scene, years ago you came out of the South American scene. It felt like you really struggled against utility, but your aim has always been there. Your shot's always been there. Can you tell me about, developing as a full player, dealing with utility, dealing with Tier 1 teams, and how you've gotten to the point where now you're this incredible, well-rounded rifler, opper at times,
Yeah, I guess like back then, we had there was a lot of difference between the team level, we were not so prepared to play Tier S, and nowadays Legacy is a well-rounded team. They have won trophies before, so they have a lot of experience, and yeah, it just feels like a winner mentality team. That's the difference. And I grew up a lot as a player. In these things, like Skybox also, it's like a cheat, so yeah.
We're seeing the tail end of Dust 2 for you guys be pretty rough. You're losing rounds where you have the numbers advantages and everything like that. How are you resetting with the timeouts and a coach coming in? Who is the main voice that you're following to be able to take each round as it goes?
I think it's a little bit of everyone. There was one round we lost on T side. I just said to the guys, the round that I whiffed the shot against Symmetry. I just said, guys, I whiffed the shot of the round. It was a one round. Don't think about it. And it's every round someone saying something like 5v2. I think we lost. I think Art said like it's okay, guys. Shit happens, and it's a little bit of everyone. And ADR also is.
Is there anyone that's like a vibes guy that tries to keep it from being too serious, tries to make a joke in these types of hectic, tough comeback situations?
I don't think we joke about it, but I guess it's me. I'm always telling the guys, like, just like chill, doesn't matter, we'll win next round, and that's it.
What more can you say? I mean, you talked about how ADR and your other assistant coach were able to help you prepare for these kinds of matchups. What specifically are they bringing to you that you don't already know?
It's not in this like with the coaches one-on-one, like when they help me, it's not about the specific match. Of course, like they tell me you can do this and that, but it's like I told you, I do my homework. And I already know what to do, but it's like more of like when I scream, they point out some mistakes, and I also come to them and I ask them like, what can I do in this situation and stuff like this. It's more about like getting better, like when we scream.
Okay.
Alrighty, we'll try. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. I look forward to seeing you guys play in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you so much. Try giving us so much information about what played out in these two maps in our best of three here. Of course, Ancient and now I guess Dust 2 both being a little bit closer than what we would have thought, and definitely than what Legacy would have liked there. That Dust 2, it's nice to know everyone's pitching in, but he's actually the vibes guy. He's the one that's like, forget about it. Shit happens. Move on. It's just one round and a couple of whiffed shots.
I was expecting him to say someone like MOUZ would be cracking a joke or something, keeping the air light, but you know, I think it's all business from them, and at the end of the day, it's sometimes the comeback's happening, and then sometimes Lotto just shuts them out of the B site, closes it off, because I think that one was it was going to get pretty hairy if it went into OT.
Really impressed with Legacy throughout the series, though. It felt like this was the match of the day. In fact, it was the first series of the day with Inner Circle, but moving on from that, I mean, the way that Legacy composed themselves through some of this, yes, there was a little bit of a comeback there for FUT, but then to just kind of lock it all down at the very tail end of it, the energy from people like Lado and Tri, on Ancient especially, felt kind of like a playoff in the way that especially them two in particular just sort of locked in when the pressure was at the absolute highest.
I mean, even if you go back to the most recent event, I was talking about it before, they played FUT against Furia, 8-4 T side for Furia. They go into the CT side, same type of thing happens, but FUT close it out. This is a Legacy team that has that extra gear where they could make stop the comeback that Furia was incapable of doing just a few weeks ago.
I also like that when we look towards this, they're playing very level-headed, and so whilst people are looking towards that next round, at the end of the day, they know that there is still those chances, even if it's one round, to be able to prevent things, to stop them in their track. And I really like the information he was giving about their double AWP in that last round as well, where it's like, okay, actually, yeah, we have scrimmed it, and we do give full faith, because there is that amount of faith you have to give your teammates, even if it looks very unorthodox, and even if it might still fail.
I remember asking Zaiwu about Robs picking up the double up, and he goes, we don't really like it, but he just does it and it works. And what are you going to say when it works? And that's almost what it feels like. Art was having a tough time in long. He picks up the op. He says, guys, don't worry about long. I got this. I got this. And then they went B. And it's
a little bit anticlimactic for how the double op played out when it is just a rifler that gets all 5 kills.
Yeah.
But I also think that I guess the composure from Legacy to be able to get it over the line when that comeback was mounting, when they did lose a couple pretty bad clutches, in all honesty. The 2v4 from, I think it was Demon and somebody else, how they were able to retake long, then get to the A-bomb site, win the 1v1 out. That, I thought, was maybe going to set Legacy off and just on a downward trend, but then they're able to course correct. And that probably comes from people like Tri, given that he talked about how level-headed he could be. But also, I want to give credit to Art, because I think Art has really had this great resurgence in his career, and I think all of the lessons he learned with Fury in the past, all the major playoffs that he played, is a huge factor in why this team is sometimes a little bit better than their years may show.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Lux as a caller, but you bring in Art, and I think it really leveled up the team. It gave them a different dimension, and it gave them these types of games, these types of comebacks where you're really out of it. Yeah, I think it's very easy for a team to just say, we're screwed here, go OT, go next. You know, let's get ready for that. But Art's keeping them in it in so many situations. He's giving them different dimensions to their gameplay, and that's why Legacy is looking so impressive now.
Yeah, everything clicking, and they're proving once again that it is something that they can start doing consistently. We see them be able to 2-0 FUT here, and we can also have a look at our bracket to see just how far away they are from making it to Porto. And it's only one best of 3. However, the opponent that they could be coming up against is potentially a difficult one. And I have to say potentially, because right now our Group B bracket is not shaping up the way you would expect. Vitality obviously early today losing to Inner Circle there. MOUZ as well being able to win, but again, is it that form of MOUZ that looks as strong, that looks like they're going to be that top contender like we saw at Blast Bounty?
I'm comfortable with the way MOUZ closed that one out. I think they didn't let it get too close. But the problem is, I mean, at this point, just win the game. Navi's going to lose the game. Sure. Vitality's going to lose the game. Falcons are going to lose. Sorry, no, Falcons aren't going to lose the game. Just win your game and move on to the next one. And in the era of Counter-Strike we're in, it's almost like an era of chaos. Just win your game and move on to the next one. As long as you can get the W, I'm happy at this point.
Also, I think that every team now in this bracket especially sees that it almost feels like it's do or die, even if you're in an upper bracket and you have the 2 lives technically. Because when you see Vitality in that lower bracket to kick off this Group B, you're just thinking to yourselves, oh, we better make it through by not dropping anything here.
Okay, so just win. I mean, most teams are trying to do that for themselves, but I'm all aboard the mayhem and the chaos train when it comes to what is happening right now at Blast Open. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, it's not just yet Falcons versus Lynn Vision, because we got a little bit of fun to have between 2 series here.
Lightning springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It
Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you Apex.
Look at this man. Yep. He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
We think to ourselves, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Should be a dead man, and it is. Zaru secures it. A triple kill out of Monsieur Elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers meet in the road a little bit. They're gonna
A triple out of Molodoy prowling the street.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoy?
God did not make Molodoy. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking. I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Chaos and mayhem, that's the note that we left off there with FUT up against Legacy, and so we decided to bring it to the panel with Lourdes joining us here. Is that how you describe yourself?
Well, I thought you were going to go Chaos and Mohan, because that would make sense.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I really fumbled hard. I didn't. Can we run it back? Can we send the GIF back a little bit? Let's go again. A second take there. No, are you excited to join us here? Because it's nothing Counter-Strike related in terms of knowledge.
The screens are far away, but I just got some new glasses.
You did.
Yeah.
They were expensive.
So I can see all the answers.
They're not going to help.
They're not going to help you at all, because if anyone tuned into our Blast Premier Open Rotterdam event a couple of months ago, you would already know what's coming. It's something that I love to do with my Analyst Desk +1. We're going to be looking at the Steam profile pictures of our players. And so this time around, I changed it up. Obviously, I didn't want to run back any teams that we had done before. We're going to start off with Furia. Our team of Furia here.
Oh my.
What is this?
Which one are you questioning the most?
Exodius.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Exodia?
Yeah.
Exodia? Exodia.
Yep.
Exodia is going to be K Serato.
Yeah, K Serato or maybe
And I feel like
Yuri.
anime is Yuri.
No, I'd say the anime far left is Molodoy, because that's some new gen stuff. I don't know who that is. I can't tell.
I don't know who it is either.
Okay, so you're going the far left one to be...
Far left to be Molodoy.
Molodoy?
Yeah, just something that somebody...
Could also be a Kinder, though, couldn't it?
Maybe, but the all red thing is something that's a little more Gen Z.
True.
The all red, you know, if you're going to do a color overlay, I think Yekindar either just goes black and white, original manga panel, or just, it's Molodoy. I'm going to go Molodoy.
I'm going to believe you.
You think Yakinder's got like a picture of his dad there? Who is that?
That's John Wick.
No, on the bottom right. The guy who looks like he's in a phase jacket.
I assume that's like F1 driver?
It's on center.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be
It's going to be a Brazilian there.
Yeah.
I'd probably go Yuri.
Yeah, did that really narrow it down for you?
Yeah. Just gonna go.
And is that Ellen DeGeneres?
I don't know who that woman is.
Okay, I have no idea who this person. No. R.I.P. How dare you disgrace her like that? She's a lovely, beautiful woman.
80 years old. She was a kid.
She was.
This could be Dolly Parton.
I would go with the woman being fallen. It's just some weird inside joke. Just some inside joke with somebody else. I couldn't tell you why.
You think he's a troll like that, though?
I was thinking John Wick.
John Wick
couldn't be fallen.
Couldn't be fallen.
John Wick
couldn't be fallen.
I'm taking Yekindar for
Is it
John
possible that none of them are fallen?
No, there's definitely a fallen one in there. There definitely is.
I would go John Wick, Yekindar, Queserado, Exodia.
I would go John
Personally.
Wick. I would go John Wick, Queserado, Exodia, Yuri, and Yekindar.
All you did was name the players of Furia. What did you add into this conversation?
I'm telling you how to rotate them around.
Okay.
There's no world where Senna is Yekindar. That's just an impossibility here.
Then it's fallen.
I mean, it could be fallen. The random woman could be.
I don't think Fallen has any idols like that.
Ooh.
No, he does. He does.
Who? Dom Pedro II?
No, he's a fan of a couple Dota players actually. He actually fanboyed out for them before. I forgot who though, but not
He was
Senna.
actually, I was chatting to Fallen yesterday, and I asked him what he was doing in his warm-up to playing their game yesterday. He goes, "I was watching TI Grand Finals Game 5."
Yeah, he's probably upset that they didn't play Invoker. I think that's his favorite hero.
They did play that in the anyway. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All right,
happy
you
with
like
I like
this
it.
one?
I like it. I like
You
it.
like
I
this?
like it. I like
Yeah.
it.
You like it?
I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna say this. You're welcome to change any, and I would suggest all of them.
That's never a good
No.
sign.
You would suggest all
That's
of
never
them.
a good sign.
No,
Okay,
then,
let's.
then the anime has to be Yekindar, right?
John Wick, Yekindar.
No,
That's already on that.
John Wick, Queserado. John Wick, Queserado.
Sure.
Okay.
Senna fallen.
Okay.
Senna fallen. Yes.
Yeah. He knows ball.
I just changed. Are we
Yuri
just, the only
anime.
thing that's
Yuri's
not
an anime.
changing?
Yuri's an anime one.
There's
I have a feeling.
Molidoy
It's
can't
Yuri.
be Exodia. That's before his time. Right?
But he could be
look, he
introduced
is.
to
The
it.
kids love LARPing.
They do.
They do love LARPing.
Exactly.
The kids yearn for LARPing, in fact.
No, anime is Yuri. John Wick is Queserado. Exodia is Yekindar. And the Tiger King woman is Molidoy.
The only thing I want is
Tiger King woman is Molidoy. Okay.
The only thing I want
I'm down.
is Fallen as John Wick. That's the only thing I want.
Did we not just have that?
No, that wasn't the first version.
No.
Okay.
I thought
that obviously means it's
Fallen
wrong,
John Wick
so-
from the start.
Okay, well,
Well, do you want to look this one in?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, you're going to look it in. Who would you like to start with? Who are you most confident on
Yekindar, Exodia.
You're most
Yekindar,
confident with
Exodia.
Yekindar Exodia? That is incorrect.
No.
Fallen was actually Exodia.
I'm least.
Oh, it's
Yep.
so obvious.
It is a boomer anime.
Yep.
It's a millennial anime.
Yep.
So it
I'm
makes sense.
least confident about Molidoy.
I think that's the correct thing to be the least confident about. Molidoy was actually John Wick. Yeah, he was. Molidoy had Keanu Reeves.
That's a little egotistical.
I
but
called
it's
that
fine.
one from the start.
Yeah.
Just saying. We had, what was it, the Tiger King woman? That was Yuri.
Why?
He only, I
What
will
is
say,
that?
he only had it for 4 days.
Oh, okay.
But there was clearly a very funny joke in those 4 days in which
Okay.
he felt he wanted to
And
change.
then this is Queserado is Senna?
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Correct.
All right, Yekindar anime. There we go.
Okay. I thought he was a little older
I think we were
than
pretty
that,
close.
but
It's like, I'd give us a B.
I think we got
Well, you got
all
none wrong. You got none wrong.
Definitely think
and
it's
at no
enough.
point did you ever think Fallen was Exodia. So I would actually put you guys in the C- right now.
I called Fallen Exodia from the start. From the start, I said Fallen Exodia. Remember?
What made you
I
say
might,
that?
I might have the VOD review
We
that.
have an EVS.
He's the
for the
gaslighter.
analyst desk.
Yeah, I might have to VOD review that one.
Yeah.
Okay, also, I know something that has been a conversation for so long was that MOUZ is a team a little auraless, right?
Oh.
So I thought I would,
Oh, boy.
not my words,
said it.
not my words, but I figured I would pick MOUZ so you guys could get to know them a little bit, build a story for all of their beautiful
Oh, okay.
Steam profile pictures.
Okay, well, the far right one has to be Spinks.
Torzy is
'cause
Adventure Time.
The far right one has to be Spinks just because it's an anime character wearing an Ents jersey. So that's just
Makes the most
why
sense.
would PR wear an Ents jersey in his profile pic? I'm just gonna say. Okay, no, that's
Torzy
Spinks.
is Adventure Time
Okay.
He does have that
Why
energy.
are you saying that so confidently?
because it's not anyone else.
Okay.
PR is the snowman. Because he stole Frozen Spot.
Whoa! Hold on, that's a deep cut.
Barely even makes sense.
Stop, Maui. Stop.
No, Zelix,
You're
Zelix
completely wrong. I'm gonna gloat now.
I've never heard Zershin talk about anime or something. I don't think Zelix is anime.
I don't think he,
some people are just embarrassed.
Do you think he watches
correctly?
Then he wouldn't
so.
have this profile picture.
But who would have got the Squid Game? Who wants to be Squid Game?
Yeah, maybe Zershin is a Korea-boo, actually.
Yeah, he strikes me as that type. The skincare regimen, like, very meticulous.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you're going with Zelix there?
Yes, and I'll just say I might have been completely wrong, and Torzy and Zershin are Zelix are flipped. That's the only thing I'll say.
Yeah, I would lightly think Torzy's Squid Game. I think that's just.
He's giving that?
He's giving Squid Game, yeah.
I think there's a good chance we're wrong on all 5 yet again.
No, there's no way Spinks is wrong. There's no chance
but
Spinks
imagine you were someone else on the team and you wanted to meme Spinks. You would have this.
Also,
Are they memes?
the snowman was such a deep cut, but had nothing to do with
that was troll. That was pure troll.
That was really good, but I don't know if he even thought
Are
of
you
that.
keeping the snowman?
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
okay.
let's just see.
Well, you're
check it
locking
out.
this one in?
Check it out.
Okay, I would rate you guys a B+.
Oh.
To an A- this time around.
Okay, so we got 0 right again.
Especially because of how confidently, Launders, you called Torzy.
Yes.
His is Adventure Time.
Yes.
Well done.
His is Adventure Time. You got that one correct. Of course, as well, Maui being so confident, Spinks is also correct there.
Done.
So no questions
We
marks
all
about
could
that
have
one.
called that. We all could have called that.
Sure, I do feel like
Calling
you guys.
it first counts.
It does.
Okay.
And he
like
said
the stock market.
He's
right?
So was Vu right about his snowman story?
Whoa, you're rushing.
Hold on.
Okay,
Oh,
are you
yeah,
rushing
sorry.
or dragging?
I'm with you, whatever that.
Not my tempo.
Not my tempo. Not my tempo.
Zelix, you guys stumbled into it a little bit, but also correct.
Nice.
Okay.
I don't know what anime that is. You?
No.
I think it's a Kamaga kill.
I think it's One Piece.
Oh, wow.
I don't know for sure, but it feels like a
sure.
Kamaga kill. Not 100%. Maybe someone in Twitch chat can correct me.
Twitch kill.
Too many C's there.
So is Zershin a creep?
Yeah, Zershin and PR. Unfortunately, they're the only two you guys got wrong.
Come on,
they
Vu.
are swapped.
Yeah.
Come on,
yeah.
Vu.
The deep cut was there, but it was
Zershin
not
does
correct.
not strike me as a Squid Gamer.
Zershin has the default profile picture?
Yeah, that's pretty default, right?
All right.
Well, remember, it's not what they have now. It is what they have had in the past
Steam winner
5 to 6
sale,
years.
You know?
Okay.
He just bought it and then it like automatically changed. So he's like, oh, yuck.
Yeah, just
changes it the next day.
Considering where we started, I'm very proud of us.
It's a team effort. It's a team effort. We all won equally in that.
Well,
Vu may be the one wrong answer.
I do
but
think,
we'll
though,
take that.
what is coming next you guys will excel at, because there's not a team in which I picked, but I hand-curated 5 people to put together here.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You have
Dota.
JL.
Oh, me.
You got JL, you got Cyclone, you got Carrigan, Maui, and Launders.
What?
I will tell you right now, I am none of these.
I don't feel like I'm any of these either. What?
Yeah.
When did I use that one?
The MOUZ picture is obviously Maui Snake. He's their biggest fan.
Big fan, of course, yeah.
It's their old logo, too, so you know he's been there for a while.
All right.
Exactly.
All right. Let's do Cyclone MOUZ.
No, these could be old, right? These could be old.
Anywhere between
Yeah,
now
it
and
could
6 years ago.
Yeah.
It's Kerrigan.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I kind of buy that.
Back when
I
everyone
buy
used to
that.
do 5 profile pictures as teams.
But do you think
Kerrigan.
you would? Yeah.
Yeah, I buy it.
Okay.
I buy it.
What's that?
Outworld
Harbinger?
Outworld
Harbinger of
Devourer.
Death? Okay, yeah.
OD.
Maui.
OD.
I don't know.
Have you ever done
I don't know if I was that. I wasn't.
You were into Dota, but enough to...
I wasn't really a big OD picker.
Wait, where's Vu?
I was a Storm
I
Spirit
didn't pick
user.
Vu.
I've had the same profile picture for 10 years,
Yeah,
so
honestly,
it
he
really
was
wouldn't be very interesting.
Boring.
Yeah.
No,
Could you leak it now?
It's Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
That's my
okay.
man.
There we go.
Yeah, we would
You're a
have
real
got
love story
that.
lover, hey? I can
Exactly,
see
it's
it.
my
Yeah,
favorite
Fearless
song.
Man, right over.
We would
right
have
over there.
guessed that right away.
Obviously, yeah.
15 is also a good album and song.
not an
It's
album,
it's
it's
a
a
song.
Let's switch to the
Song.
rankings.
15,
Yeah.
good.
The sad one.
That's like one of those. That's one of those like animated profile pictures, right?
It's a Mumu.
It's
the sad mummy from League of Legends.
See, it's not me. I don't play League.
It's the sad. Okay.
Well, it's probably JL.
I don't play
He's had a lot of
Riot
time to play
games
League
except for
recently.
TFT.
JL, yeah. It's giving JL.
It's giving JL.
I don't know what this anime is.
Yeah, what's the
it's got to
text
be
on there?
Launders.
The
No.
text on it. Would you like the text?
I think that's from
I have it. I have it here. The text is, "Congratulations on graduating from being a virgin."
That's
No,
that's
that's not
good.
me.
That's good.
Couldn't be Launders.
I'm going to be honest. None of these are remotely
I don't know
made.
what that would be. I don't know what that would even be. And then what's the penguin? What's the penguin's meme?
It says how the McDonald's manager rolls up when there's a problem.
Yo, give me that one. Give me that one. Give me that one.
That's funny. That's funny. I like it.
Yeah, give me that one.
I like it. And then Cyclone is the congrats.
Yeah.
On losing the virginity.
Okay.
One.
So you don't know which one you are either?
No, I don't actually. I really don't remember.
I think this makes it so much more beautiful.
I think you trade Launders and Cyclone.
No.
I'm okay with trying this out.
I think we trade Kerrigan and Cyclone.
Could be.
No.
No, JL, I mean.
I don't know. Who says the emo profile pic?
No.
Really?
It's
JL wouldn't have that one.
I don't.
JL wouldn't have
How
the
much
email.
league do you
No,
think he
maybe.
could have been playing recently? He's had some time off.
Oh. Wait, that's a league character.
It's a movie.
Did I not say
A
a Mumu,
legendary
the sad
League of
mummy
Legends
from League of
character.
Legends?
A short-term memory problem.
I can tell. The goldfish is really coming out.
Yeah, no one else plays League.
I don't
eh?
know who plays League. Yeah.
Do you play any League? No.
I played League, but I'm not on there.
I feel like I might have created a rift between me and my panel.
All right, let's lock it in.
All right, you're
let's
locking it in?
Let's go for it. Let's go
Okay,
for it.
who are you most confident with? We'll start with that.
Kerrigan.
Maui Snake.
Kerrigan.
100% Kerrigan, you got
Let's
it?
go.
Yep.
Why are you looking at Maui when you say that?
Sorry.
I got it. I did this.
I knew it.
I
You're
did
always
this.
right.
I'm
You're
always
always
the
right. You said
exactly.
Launders. No, brother.
They
I'm
hate-
looking in Kerrigan.
They hate giving Vu credit.
Nope, I love
They
it.
hate
I love
the
it,
people.
Vu.
They
You
do.
knew it.
The
Okay,
people hate
Vu, this is your board. Where would you like to take it?
I'd like to swap Cyclone and Launders.
No. We've
no.
looked at it. We've looked at it. Who's your next?
JL.
Okay, JL is also correct.
Nice.
I'm such a genius.
2 for 2.
I'm such a genius.
2 for 2.
Okay.
Who
I already
else?
had 10,000 hours in League of Legends.
Maui's got to be
Okay,
likely
Maui.
at least, right? Could you? It is possible you had this at one point.
I guess it's possible.
Okay.
I'm going to say this. Maui's is incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But would you like to guess who out of Cyclone or Launders this one was for?
Me.
It was you, Launders.
Yes!
Oh.
How did you forget that you had this as your profile picture?
I never did.
You definitely did.
No, I never
You
did.
definitely did.
I don't even play him.
This is when your Steam account got hacked.
It definitely was Dota players because those guys are really smart.
Yeah, true.
Which means, where would you like to put your McDonald's manager penguin meme?
That's got to be me. I don't think I had that anime.
Yeah, I do. Honestly, I think the funniest thing was how loud and how hard you laughed at it because it is yours.
I thought it was.
yours.
That's a
good
joke
one.
I haven't seen for
that's
maybe
hilarious.
8 years
Yeah,
plus.
yeah, and
Maybe
it
like,
was yours.
Yeah, like 2015 jokes.
That's what happens when I read my Twitter. I'm like, wow, I used to be really funny. What happened?
Every time I
That was
rewatch
funny.
The Office and laugh at the up joke. Up dog.
Yes.
Which means Cyclone was also correct, which is another one you guys
Well
stumbled
done.
into.
All
But
right.
you
Well
did
done.
really well there.
Well
You guys
done.
did
Thanks.
amazing. So
A+.
Well done, fellas.
standing
Yes.
ovation,
Yes.
I would say, only for the next few seconds because we do have to focus up on our next matchup. It's going to be Falcons up against Lynn Vision.
For the match against Falcons, it's gonna be a hard one, but before we won them in a BO1, but BO3 is definitely like a lot harder, but we'll do our best.
We against Dream Team, you know? Dream Team, yes.
They're the dream team, Falcons? Is
Yes, Dream Team, yes.
what makes them the dream team and not you?
No, they Dream Team, yes.
Why?
Because Mones, Nico, Kerrigan, Kazuk, Tasses, yes.
I mean, I think all the teams right now in CS2, I would say on all tier one tournaments, you have a lot of teams who can do a lot of damage. There are a lot of teams, new teams are coming into tier 1, and obviously Lynn Vision can be the same team that can put a lot of damage. You can see Vitality losing, Navi losing as well. So there are a lot of teams that can surprise, you know. So let's see how it will go. We just want to focus on ourselves and be in the best form that we can be.
We lost to them in Austin, I think, so maybe. We'll see. But there's definitely two other names that comes more to my mind with FUT and Legacy. But yeah, we'll see what Lynn Vision got for us today.
Well, it sounds like the players on the side of Falcons are definitely buckled up for what could be potentially a bumpy ride for them up against Lynn Vision here, because it is a lot of upsets after upset and expectations not being met for a lot of our tier 1 teams.
Yeah, this is why would online Counter-Strike do this to us, Nat? I don't understand. So many Vitality losing, that's Na'Vi losing.
Hey, that wasn't online. This morning wasn't online.
Online Counter-Strike does not forgive.
Strikes
it
again.
Does not forget. It strikes again and again, even on LAN.
Even on LAN. I feel like sometimes building up a matchup like one team lost it sometimes devalues what the underdog does to achieve victory over the favorite. But the only way that Falcons lose this game is if they lose this game. That's it. I'm not giving any credit. I am being reductive. There's no way that Falcons should be losing this one to Lynn Vision today.
I think there needs to be a symphony of things happening for Falcons to lose this one. They need to be having a tough game. They need to have players not show up in the way that they usually do. And you need to have the likes of Lynn Vision. You need to have Westmelon pulling off some entries as he did in the previous matchup, albeit against Kixan and Magisk. They've upgraded since then in both roles. You know, they need to have more than just one thing go well. It's going to be very tough for all of those things to get together into one game and then a second map. You know, a one map affair, you can see it happen. 3 maps is very tough to have that type of upset.
I mean, people would look back at what happened just a couple of days ago with EWC, them dropping the Legacy, but the form that we see Legacy on, the run that they were able to do for themselves, you realize that you have to start putting them with respect and you have to start putting these underdog teams on a similar level as them. And in your eyes, is Lynn Vision of that caliber?
I think treating Legacy with respect is admitting that they are on a different level to this Lynn Vision team. As much as I want to give credit to Lynn Vision, and I'll say they do some things right, I think they, you know, I like their calling to some extent. They're not at the same level as a Legacy. Legacy is far ahead of them, and so are Falcons.
Have to concur with that. It's not just tier 1 versus tier 2. There's definitely layers to it. Also, Legacy were more or less in the tier 1.5 at worst. They've already lifted a couple trophies when they beat Falcons recently, so they had already shown signs, and also they already just beat them at CAC before that, so they beat them in a grand final, same actually 4-man lineup versus 5-man lineup, whereas Lynn Vision, yes, they won in Austin a year ago, but that was under very different circumstances. It was a BO1. It was a game that their coach Gum actually said that he only had to look at Falcons for a couple of hours, and then he was able to take a nap after it because he knew everything that he needed to know, and actually Lynn Vision executed a game plan very flawlessly. Their T side just understood all the weaknesses of Falcons to a T, whereas I think there's a lot more going on now with Falcons. I don't think you're going to read them just as easily. I feel like also in the just normal, just head-to-head map control players versus each other, there's such a difference.
And I think we have to admit, this was Falcons at the Major over a year ago, and this was during their choker era. You know, we're past that. We're well past that.
It's a different roster. I mean, whoa.
I don't know if we're all past it. We're 100%.
I think we're 97.3% past it.
Maui's out here welling you. What's your caveat to it then?
Well, they did just lose to Legacy, which they were also favorites against.
I don't think that was a choke.
Oh, okay. Even
That's true.
After you win the Major and you lose to Legacy, you're not choking?
It's not a choke because Kerrigan struggles quite a bit. You have to have all the stars together on this team all at once. If one of them doesn't show up, they're going to struggle against the Legacy playing as well as Legacy did.
I thought you were going to say you have to be in the lead to choke.
You're right. When Tessis doesn't show up, that's a star not showing up for them. No, too much has to go right for Lynn Vision to make this one competitive for me. That's the big problem. Yeah, maybe we'll see some little pop-off plays from people like, like Westmelon per se, or maybe Call Me Sue gets a nice little late round sort of flank in or something. But beyond that, this should be a Falcons that is gearing back up. I really think if I'm Falcons, the organization, I'm reaming this team out for what they did and failed to provide in terms of lifting an esports World Cup plate. That plate was supposed to fall on Zonic, not Holly, if you get what I mean.
I'm saying it's okay, guys. Better luck next time. You'll get him at Blast Open Porto.
It happens. It happens, though. It happens, though. No, we can talk about this Falcons a little bit more because you guys are talking about it. What exactly is the potential for this team? And one of the biggest things in my eyes is Kerrigan joins, and they're doing amazing. The results that they get are so good. A break happens, and we're not really sure where they're sitting in this season. It feels like, yes, again, we're placing higher expectations on them, but at the end of the day, is this the start they were supposed to have when he first joined?
17th to 32nd at the Blast Bounty is
I'm
not
taking
the
17.
start
I'm
I was
taking
supposed to
17 in that.
be. You know, this is not the start we were promised, Maui.
That's generous, losing to 100 Thieves who have since gone on to beat Check's Notes pretty much nobody. So I feel like Falcons, they just, yeah, I think that this lower third graphic is totally correct. Still hungover from the major. I think that's exactly it. I'm surprised personally that Falcons haven't really changed up their map pool. I'm always surprised coming into the season too that they didn't incorporate cash. That to me just shows they didn't do anything over the player break, that they were all just kind of sipping Mai Tais, you know, laying on the beach, just enjoying the fact that they finally achieved the ultimate goal in winning the major. But now this is the tournament for me where they're gearing up for it. For me, Falcons, despite the mishaps recently, they're my favorites to win this event.
I can't disagree with you. You know, this is, do you win the major, Nico, after that many years? I'm not going to fault them for sipping some Mai Tais, having some time off, chillaxing. You come back, you lose at the Bounty. I'm not too worried. I'm not too concerned about the loss at EWC, but this is where they have to showcase themselves. I agree with you. I think they should be the favorite for this event.
Yeah, I like that, right? There is always going to be a leeway, but there still will always be expectations that you have to meet too. But yesterday, a narrative and something that we really enjoyed for our M80 and Na'Vi series was the trajectory in which the veto took. There was a little bit of a change up. There was a little bit of surprise, and I'm hoping we might get the same story here in this best of 3. Is there a map in your eyes that Lynn Vision could start out this best of 3 with that could shake up the Falcons' confidence?
I mean, if you want to just run it back for what you did a year ago, then you would go to Nuke. And it feels like Gum as a coach has been pretty good at anti-stratting, but I don't think recently it's been something that's been in their wheelhouse, so they go for Inferno. This is another map that I find to just be like underdog central, where you can get advantages by just taking the simplest map control and running with it. Falcons, on the other hand, going with Ancient, map that they've had a lot of strong history on, little bit of a dip in performance at some points in time, but with Kerrigan, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I think both these maps make a lot of sense. Lynn Vision, they've had their fair share of chances on Inferno. Falcon's going to get rid of the nuke that, as we said, over a year ago, they didn't manage to take home against Lynn Vision, and then Dust 2 as the decider, if we do get there, is definitely a map that Falcons are supposed to be comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to get to it, Dust 2, Lynn Vision are going to have to show up in their map pick. Inferno starting us off here, and so what are some of the keys that give you that idea, Maui, that Inferno is underdog central?
Just the fact that so often with other maps, you might have to take multiple points of control before executing into a bomb site. Sometimes it's as simple as take out Kyosuke, take out Kerrigan towards Banana, and then just keep on pushing into the bomb site, or Nico. I mean, any semblance or assembly of players that Falcons throw towards Banana to defend early on, you still can just get naded. Like guns, you know, Nico's gun, it shoots better than most players on Lynn Vision's gun. Okay, I don't know how they have different guns that they bought from different sellers, but his is way better. But the grenades, that's where the score really just gets equalized, and that's where Lynn Vision, if they actually did their prep as they've done before, that's where they can get a leg up.
All right, they're hoping for a run back of what happened in the Austin Major a year ago, but are Falcons going to leave that door open for them for that potential to start off our best of 3 strong? We'll see how it plays out on Inferno.
Nico gun good, but Lynn Vision gun no. Just playing with you, Maui. As of this current moment, this Falcons core has never beat this Lynn Vision core.
Like
Can't say the same the other way around.
Those are the stats I like.
The predictors over on Polymarket have this one heavily skewed the way of Falcons. Understandable. I mean, Falcons are coming off of a legacy loss, sure, at EWC. However,
hey, who doesn't lose to legacy?
That's what I'm saying, right? We know what legacy are currently achieving at the moment. You could also say, wow, Falcons lost 100 Thieves at the start of the season. But that's the old gives me effect and online Counter-Strike, off the player break, etc. Mo, where do you put this one in terms of Lynn Vision having chances in a best of 3 as well?
Yeah, not very high. Especially in a match, like, there's no reason for a weird loss to happen. I mean, even the 100 Thieves one was sort of like, they actually were very good, brand new IGL, hard to read, everything like that. This one's like known quantity, been around for a long time, not necessarily peaking right now. And I don't think this is going to get any easier in this round. Kyosuke coming in on the flank at the bottom of B.
Yeah, pretty confident opening gambit there for the side of Falcons. Kyosuke's timing is good, but Amelia returns. Falcons gun good, but Amelia gun great. 2 frags in this pistol. Him and Call Me Sue to try to piece it together, still just hanging around in the mid lane. But of course, with that push down B, we got this simultaneous tuck from Kerrigan, who then actually called csgo all the way back over.
They will just have to start pushing, essentially, since they're together.
And they're going to push into m0NESY. Question is, will we be checking a flank perhaps as they move by, or will they just circumvent him by taking this one Arch?
They kind of know now, essentially, that it's Arch. m0NESY's only watching to see if they went back around through halls. But they have mid all cleaned up.
But is it Arch to A or Arch to B? We know the answer. On site, both remaining Lynn Vision members. It's a plant tucked in, back site. And we've already got Kerrigan sniffing at the Arch side of things. Frag grenade from him, but he actually bounces it off the wall into his own face. That could have damn near killed Amelia had it landed on him.
That's a big gap, actually, that Call Me Sue just found.
Okay, blindsides m0NESY. Call Me Sue's position now known. Amelia still just sitting on top of his bomb. Again, could have died to the frag grenade. Now it's going to be Amelia, demanded of a 4K. They come at him, they collect their headshots, and it's going to be Falcons with a nice, easy retake to start off Inferno well.
We've seen so many upsets here. At first, when we saw them at the Bounty, it was like, oh, it's online. Of course, there's going to be some upsets, but we've just literally seen similar ones, but on land now.
Yes, sir.
There's just no reason to keep assuming they'll continue to happen. I haven't really seen sort of the resume being built in the last few months from Lynn Vision to precipitate anything like it. And again, when it comes to like this team in a group situation, and also coming off of EWC, it's not like they won and now they're feeling themselves too much and didn't really practice. They lost, and it was probably a pretty tough loss.
Yeah.
And I feel like they know that in bringing Kerrigan, they have the ability to win the major, but now that their floor can just kind of disappear. That's the other thing that you can get with Kerrigan. So that might have been a call to realize that they need to step that part up in their game, which gives me more confidence towards Falcons in this matchup.
Still just thinking about that quote from Nico. I don't remember the last time we got destroyed like this, talking about that legacy loss. So that really is just kind of a testament to the something special legacy threw at them. It'd be a wild night if Lynn Vision could do the same. Can they grind out a map win? Time will tell. Right now we get that pack working its way up the short side. We've got a good positioning here on site momentarily for Lynn Vision, but it is csgo's MP7 and Nico on the scene to really shut down the hopes of Lynn Vision. And they got their damage in. csgo and Nico both tagged up down to 13 health each. However, 4 players up for the conversion here from Falcons. It's going to be solid for the economy.
Nowhere easy to go, obviously, in the Veto. Inferno can be a very unfun map when you have to pick it, play T-side. And you know that the other team feels very confident versus you because they can just close down so much space so early in the round. That's the Inferno specials, taking over banana control. And one thing is, even if you're feeling rusty or out of form, your B grenades aren't really going to do that. And yet that controls so much of the game. That's what makes this map tough. That was not the cough button.
No.
I just coughed into talkback, actually. I thought that everyone heard it.
Well, production did. Famas headshot, as these pistols will have nothing to work with except for those flashbangs. Ooh, I see you later. Amelia called Falcons the dream team. What makes them the dream team? Nat asked, and his answer was to list all 5 players. It's a fair response.
It really is.
But just because they're the dream team doesn't mean you can't beat them.
Yeah, you just got to be the nightmare team.
Lynn Vision have quite literally proven this in the past, albeit in a best of 1.
I mean, it is just 3 best of 1s.
Whoa, man. m0NESY gets active, but while he takes the Deagle shot to the head, we get this instant pullback from Lynn Vision. Starry looking to link up with West Melon once that smoke fades. They'll see what they can get done towards the B site. Kyosuke just going to play a little more timid, make sure he can spot it, doesn't want to die, give open that B site. Like Maui said, you know, on a map like Inferno,
For underdog teams, you get a kill towards Banana, you could just try to sprint down that site. We'll see if they get to that with the gun rounds, but for the time being, it's another 4 players alive situation for Falcons. One of the more comfortable starts you could ask for to a game of Counter-Strike.
Does feel like there is like that unique problem of Lynn Vision, just like they love the players on Falcons so much.
Yeah.
They're obviously like such big stars over there.
How could we ever beat them?
Yeah, like they've already sort of created them as these heroes in their heads. And I mean, and they are right. They're talking about players who are the elite of the elite and all together, and the most recent major winners. There's no way to question that. Also, m0NESY, potentially in a position to vie for #1, and in a way that, like in 2024, he was very close, I think. But this team, with the major win and his form, is like in a much more real position to actually do it. Yeah, probably the scariest part about Falcons is him and Kioske. So much room to grow, so much room to get better. And somehow Team.CEST has also gotten better year over year. And he's been around for a while.
Well, it's the company he struts around with nowadays.
The original Falcon.
First gun round comes up for Lynn Vision. It's an instant op for Zacher. Good nade damage for Kioske to have to stomach. Oh, he's gonna burn out. Yep, done. Just to the util. And this is where maybe we start to test that theory that a couple of kills in one direction will just lead Lynn Vision to try to go for commitments. But for now, they're happy to just let that death settle in, tuck a player behind logs, and see what the answer is for Falcons, which will be a confident posture here for Nico. Let a little spray go, try to get some damage in, and then know that once that nade fades, he better play it safe. But
you see the lie detector content that they made with Apex and him, and they asked him if Kioske wasn't on the team, would you be the star player? And he said I'd be better, is what he said essentially. So I feel like in moments like this, like he dies and now it's him on the B site, like he does have more freedom just to be himself here.
Ooh, nade goes past. They're coming through it. Nico dodges the flash
perfectly. Oh,
great
man,
reaction.
that was just beautiful.
He knows. One player comes from the right side of the smoke, the other on the left edge.
Dude,
he
that was
flicks the adjustment to perfection, mows it down.
How insane is that sequence? The
That's
smoke
Nico,
timing's
baby.
perfect. The HE is just fine. He throws it while dodging a flash that's coming in.
But can they maintain control the rest of the map? Because it is still 15 seconds on this clock. m0NESY's ready for the short peek. Bombs inbound, and there's a chance the player in front of him's the first challenge. He'll cut down Zacher. That's the bomb thrown forward. m0NESY even kills Starry, and things go excellently here for the Falcons. The 3 remaining pieces, all with a kill to their name. But it really starts, or rather ends, with Nico slamming the door shut solo B.
It's just it's actually a beautiful round out of Nico. And obviously with this happening, he's kind of set up to be able to do it, but crazy that he gets that second kill on top of it.
m0NESY very ready for that Starry approach. Nice! Going back to the lie detector content, my favorite one was when the guy asked Apex if he thought he was a better player than Nico.
Yeah.
And he answered no, which was a lie.
But he didn't mean it.
Form map. Kioske's last Inferno was his highest rated map in a Falcons jersey. 26-7 KD with a 157 ADR and a 13-3 against ye ol' Mongols. Well, let's see if he can beat it, because right now he's 5-2. Yes.
Inferno B-centric a lot, but I feel like in the last few games, there have been teams that have just been trying to hit A over and over again. Doesn't feel like people are just trying to get car control exact B all the time now.
Tech9s at this range could get scary, but they puncture forward. Oh no, they do still hold the back. Nicely done, Starry, good presence. Gonna go for the split. Kerrigan can't hang on to the smoke this time, and that B site is vacant. Still a player sticking around in Arch. Starry earning the AK. Oh, he could go back and catch this run from mid.
Nico's holding it.
was past tense, gets away from the corner. Nico's got a smoke behind him. He was once worried about this mid play. Starry's on the chase and he knows it. And it looks like Nico's gonna get blindsided. Yes, sir. Ooh, Tech9 Deagle arch play. And then on top of it, Kerrigan, unfortunately for Falcons, isn't able to hang on to that smoke push. Not quite the same impact as Nico in the round ago.
Yeah, it's kind of the same position. Players jumping through a smoke, him trying to dodge a flash and then aim extremely well. But yeah, no one like Nico in that regard. Not for as long, anyway.
Oh, it's a well-earned first round. 5 rounds into the T side. Lucky. I like that Starry jumps through, holds the flank, or just to, just the in-case clear.
Yeah, that was awesome. That definitely won them the position. I mean, they would have got that whole half of the split shut down. Rotations would have come in. Would have seen a real attempt at the retake. But Falcons, with 4 rounds, they can let it fly. As Lynn Vision kind of alluded to, they want to prove it on this round.
Tough damage to stomach here for West Melon. Nade is damn near perfect. Going to exchange a lot of utility here. Kyosuke softened up, but still content to take that bit of a challenge. But it looks like we're heading to A again. At least for brackets control. With 3 flashbangs over, they will take it, force m0NESY off. Oh, good couple of kills for Nico as he keeps that second one clean. And that is going to turn Lynn Vision back into the short approach instead. Met by a smoke? No, that lands Balk. m0NESY happy to take up the angle towards short, and he'll see nothing as Lynn Vision crawl away with 45 on the clock.
See, when m0NESY takes that shot, he's already thinking about, well, now Nico is not going to get cleared. Serves as an excellent bait.
Still a chance they could just bust the door down on this B site, though. Kyosuke plays orange jump up. He's got Kerrigan to play off of. They've got nades for the execute. They might as well throw them. And so up and over go the util. We've got a challenge down through CT cross. It goes unnoticed. However, Call Me Sue dead already. Bomb carrier trying to get up and over orange, and it is Kyosuke with a second kill. Now still, that coffin wraparound's gonna net a frag, or it could have. Kyosuke gets into the cover just in time, and speaking of time, burns off that clock long enough.
Testis is right here. Oh no, after time.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt economically. Amelia down to 1,700. He's got tons of money on his teammates, luckily, so he will be fine, but still, it stings.
Yeah. Again, really, it's Nico. I mean, it's his 2 kills right here, looking extremely clean at the moment. Just makes the rest of the round simple. It almost feels like they went B because Nico was traded out. Didn't matter, though.
Yeah. Nice pick. m0NESY happy to challenge around that mid-smoke.
He makes risks not look very risky.
Yep. Flexes his skill. Kyosuke.
Wow, that was awesome too.
Nicely done. Set up alongside Nico, so there to make sure that it gets traded out in the worst case scenario that Kyosuke can't kill them both. Grenade chips away at Sue. And a 4v2. Where a boiler challenge is gonna get shut down without ever shooting a bullet back at m0NESY.
You watch a game like this and you go, how do these guys ever lose? Some of the skill on display is filthy.
It's honestly a valid question. And that's why they always lose in the most unexpected ways.
Yeah.
You know, Falcons don't just lose like everybody else. They lose their way. But thus far,
Doesn't feel like we're going to have any of those antics tonight. This has been rock solid stuff from Falcons. You can see the confidence in their play. You can see their mechanical skill on display. Nico's mowdowns, m0NESY's op shots, the opening moves they're making. So to the 6-1 score we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Lynn Vision don't try to get crafty, like, it's just going to get worse. If they want to play the map standard, that's exactly what Falcons are hoping for.
They're going to get choke slammed.
The one round they won was sort of an interesting B split that they pulled off. Yeah, this is just such a nice setup. It was so slick. They pushed out into this flash from the top of Banana. It didn't feel like they were about to peek.
There's that flash.
You see how well they're set up on their angles.
m0NESY says Zacker's tilted, and that was obviously the opening mid pick he got, pushing through Lynn Vision's smoke.
Yeah, because every time you die like that, you go, well, I knew he could have done that, but I didn't think he was just going to do that now.
Especially when you're already the guy that was 0-5, and then that happens, and now you're 0-6.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, come on, enough's enough. But it's not enough. Falcons will not stop until you make them. And that is no certainty tonight. m0NESY right back to that opening mid line, and there's an AK back there. Kyosuke eats the flashbang. A lot of bodies here. Oh, Kerrigan's gonna mop up the double kill. Kyosuke's got a double as well. It is over.
Who's assisting who?
Real quick.
4K between the both of them. Their name in each of the kills.
Woo.
Cleanest round of all.
That one's tough to stomach if you're Lynn. That's the kind of round where you're like, well, I guess we can't do anything in the face of this Falcons. And another great flash. We saw it last round. This is obviously a different one, but just watch Falcons as they play their variations. Feels like we're going to get a Falcons clinic this evening. Remember, this is obviously the map pick of Lynn Vision. Ancient awaits. CT's smoke halfway down middle. This is still Lynn Vision ahead of the deep smoke down B. Great damage on both Kerrigan and Kyosuke. They say, to hell with it. You want to try to take these duels early, we'll give it right back to you. And sure enough, they've given themselves a chance to take down this site. Nico, though, is only able to get the one this time around.
Still one absolute demon left over, but down to 31 HP. What can he do?
Oh, not much. Amelia comes wide with it, and so Lynn Vision, there it is. I think, again, a testament to what Maui Snake was mentioning on the desk. Why Inferno can get picked by the underdogs. Falcons are not hiding that they're signing up for these fights, whether it's m0NESY peeking down mid, whether it's the pack of players on Banana. So you hit them with nades, you follow through with the smoke push, and that momentum floods in for a second Lynn Vision round win.
And Amelia does all the work.
But there's a difference between winning 2-3 rounds this way in a half and then being able to actually leave a dent in Falcons through the series. So respect, it's worked a second time, but we'll see what more they can get out of this T side as we are in the dying moments.
What are they retaking here on Banana? Oh, they got an op there. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 4 deaths.
The confidence. Like,
yeah.
You miss the op shot, you just go into the Tech 9 duel. You could have just tucked in, made sure you saved it. Happy to risk it. Full control, full confidence.
Still, at least for Lynn Vision, this is a round not on an eco. They actually win full guns versus Falcons. 2 rounds as a start.
Fun part about this bracket, of course, is that if Falcons, as they currently are, defeat Lynn Vision, they get their rematch versus Legacy. Didn't have to wait long for that one.
Don't think they're looking forward to that one. I mean, it's also not the first time they lost to Legacy. Legacy took a final from them.
Yeah. That's why revenge will be so sweet. Or a streak of losses so sour. It's a win-win for us.
That'll actually be awesome.
Yep.
because Legacy are playing obviously very well right now too.
So win-win for all us viewers. Keep the drama coming. Not as much of a presence here this round from Lynn Vision, despite this B fight working last round. Probably in anticipation of a Falcons changeup, but they don't really shake it up too much. They want this m0NESY op point of contact to get first blood. Solid damage. m0NESY's not going to shy away from these fights. If he thinks you're out here, he will happily come right back. Trying to tether off Nico towards Archside, who is now starting to peel away himself into CT spawn. We're going to get a pounce over on Banana. Kyosuke happy to just stay tucked in on the half wall. Be real tough to get him out of here, so man disadvantage for Lynn Vision to have to stomach, and you know m0NESY is just waiting for a chance to shine.
Oh man, but they're actually going back to B. Which, you know what, it might not be a bad call, especially after what Falcons just got out of that. They're probably thinking, okay, Lynn Vision, leave now. Oh, Nico's sixth sense is tingling. Starts to make the rotation back. This is a crazy good setup, though, to get one kill at the very last second while you're trying to put the bomb down.
Lynn Vision full exec. More and more nades come through to try to stop them, to catch damage. Kerrigan and Kyosuke dead. Bomb plants? Yes, sir, with a second to spare. All right. Just a nice clean pop into the B site. We'll watch Nico, m0NESY, and csgo versus 4. Banana flank gets called out by Sue, and m0NESY is not going to be a part of this equation. Nico watched as 2 players in front of him just got popped on the approach. Bombs at 20 seconds. And Nico's still sticking around, finds one frag as Zacker's Molotov spreads out just to clear him. What do you know? Lynn Vision, yet again, just sink their teeth deep into the B site. We'll find at the very least a third on this T side.
I mean, the only way that that ever could have been won is with both the entries at the exact same time.
Exactly how it happened.
Yeah, and they got it. I'm pretty shocked that it did go that way with the boost up, because they also had an insurance policy of trying to push through the smoke.
Yes.
Just for the ultimate distraction, almost knowing he was going to die. But you see the clear here is so good from Westmelon. He's actually first to look up and check just in case. What's the one way they could pop out and stop us from getting this bomb down?
Yeah, let him know. You can just see Nico with kind of like the raise of the eyebrows, the roll of the eyes, like, guys, we had everything we needed to stop that. All the nades in place, all the positions to drop it. And instead, we get a Lynn Vision third round win. So
good looks, Lynn Vision.
Yeah, giving him a little life as we near the end of this T side. An apartments duel queued up here between csgo and Starry.
Just having a peek.
Yeah. Not going to get away with that one.
How'd he know?
Damn it, this kid's good. m0NESY changed side of the bomb site, and oh. No,
that's such a vicious gap.
Feels like the kind of gap you might actually not notice if you're Lynn Vision.
And even still, he knows they're not coming lane for all this time.
They do get a player up into the apartments, though, to just near balcony. That could be csgo's demise. And
switch to holding mid now.
Yeah.
And he knows he can stay wide as well.
There's a couple smokes still for Lynn Vision. You'd think they'd throw another one down. Sure enough, it's been pulled. Westmelon's going to put it in front of m0NESY. And he's going to have to scramble into the site to try to help out csgo. Molotov's in hand here for Lynn Vision. They're going to just commit to this. They're met by smoke, but they will try to still push through. And m0NESY lands his shot on Westmelon. Back turn to csgo, who delivers a nice double. Just mows them down on the approach. Zacker firing shots left, right, and center. Oh, the knives are out. Come on, m0NESY.
Wow.
Look at it, chop him down to size. 4 standing again here for the Falcons as an 8th round is secured.
It's tough, man. csgo, that spray, dude.
Oof.
Pure class.
csgo. As he's kind of like sliding back into the cover too. But yeah, you can't be surprised when you get punished for that fall.
I'm surprised that you even can miss an arch smoke, because it just, with CS2 smokes, it just take up so much space there.
Yes.
It must have caught something.
Nice, fucking nice.
No, he should be saying nice, Rene.
Honestly.
It's the other way around, brother.
Yeah, what in the world?
That's csgo.
That's csgo,
Just
yeah.
the humble king. And I love the way he maniacally rubs his hands together.
Well, he has the cleanest score line on the whole team.
Yes, sir. Only 2 deaths for csgo. And that's because he was forced to try to retake once. Final round of the half as Falcons have kept it real clean. The only thing Lynn Vision have are 3 B bomb site hits, which is kind of exactly what the analysts painted as like why Lynn Vision would want to play this map. It's like the way they might be able to keep it competitive. And they did do that nicely, but this time Kerrigan with the triple mowdown. And that means you know there are bodies still behind him. And MOUZ doesn't seem too bothered by the threat of Kyosuke. Unfortunately for Su, he's down to 4 HP and only has 1 teammate left behind him. Who's his threat ahead? Nico, who's gonna pop up from Coffin in a moment and presumably catch at least one of these kills. There's his trigger. Full blind call MOUZ. Nice spam back from Starry. Let's see what he's got in the clutch tank as the Molotov pops in front of him. He's got all the time in the world to try to make this one work. I say all the time, but if that smoke fades, he'll be exposed to it.
He's actually in a great spot to put together something.
Looking for the duel, and right now it is separate fights, but he will instead get off to the Coffin side. m0NESY walking it up tree, knows he's located on this side of sight, and so through smoke goes Starry. We got kits on both sides. We've got csgo with the smoke. Wall bangs through it from this other direction. The lineup's there, whew, but it's csgo. Who else to keep things clean? Him and m0NESY work it together, whether that is the sight holds on a 1 round ago or this retake to close things out. A rock solid 9-3 half out of the Falcons.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures, Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With the new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Nice, easy day in the office thus far for Team Falcons. They give up 3 rounds to Lynn Vision, all by a way of B-site hits. And, well, everybody else feels good about the game. MOUZ, 11 frags, Nico on 12, csgo, rock solid. If they keep this up, Ancient will be in the Falcons' back pocket in no time. Starry feeling inspired from the Falcons' opening move. He tries to take the duels into the balcony room, gets one in the end, but for what is basically the same pistol ran back, just teams on different sides, Falcons' individual level shines through. They come out on top of the duels again, despite being on the T side this time. Zacher, though, is going to shave Nico off the play. That's a beautiful shot down middle to at least keep things even 3v3.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little harder now for Falcons. And if they walk into... Oh, just a peek. No first bullet kill. Shirley's getting chased down. Molly and a smoke available to the Falcons. And, oh, great shot out of Sue.
Yeah, nice couple of recoveries from this USPs, but it's spammed out of it. He was sitting on 2 points of health. Westmelon's position could catch you off if you're not ready for him to be this close. csgo goes wide. And I mean, csgo and MOUZ, they've cleaned up bomb sites on their own. They've retaken as needed on their own. And here they will be with another advantage in a post plant once again.
Playing it together as they should.
And unfortunately, Zacher has 3 kills so far this map, so you'd think his confidence not quite boiling over. They're going to keep it together side by side, pushing back around to wrap CT.
They're going all the way.
So Zacher feels that that side's clean enough. Does see a bit of body.
The bomb is planted. It's an interesting spot.
They split up. Oof, MOUZ almost clipped, but again, just play it safe, draw him towards you, and it is double digits secured.
Yeah, they locked this in. We're sort of looking for reasons to be like, okay, Lynn Vision could actually do something interesting today, and we have seen 3 good rounds, but you know, without pistols and without a solid half otherwise, there isn't really a reason to sort of believe it. Also, not seeing any questionable moments for Falcons either when it comes to decision making. Just a frag movie.
Smoke may slow this down, but it is still Falcons very much ready. Try to hammer home the B hit. They'll pop open the smoke, and do they go. Mac-10 in the forefront. Kerrigan collects the first. Oh, good nade to expose the approach. Starry with a second off that Desert Eagle.
2 on 3.
Majority of Falcons dead.
Is a bomb plant easy? How fresh are these smoke? Oh, they've actually re-smoked. Huh. Well, that smoke's kind of nice, I think. Never mind.
Spam landed. So did the follow-ups.
Who smoked this?
But MOUZ is able to get off the bomb site. Funnily enough, it is MOUZ and csgo again. Feels like they haven't dropped any of these moments when it's the 2 of them working together.
Oh, that smoke's not good. He can still peek fully from this side and stand here.
As long as he keeps that player at bay, they may close the distance, but it's going to be hard to get csgo out of here. They'll spam him down with a pistol. He goes wide, deals with the coffin player. Amelia's got a health advantage over MOUZ, gets the frag, but that bomb's already at 4 seconds, and so this one pops. Lynn Vision just don't have the tools for the job.
He'll hang on to his upgraded Galil, and it is a costly endeavor, but it's a Falcons round win, and at 11-3, that's all you really care about.
So Team.CEST, the duo that we never talk about.
Tonight, it's on full display.
Yeah.
You know, Starry, who spammed m0NESY while he was planting with one shot, and then hit him with a second deagle shot once the bomb was down. That's very close to getting that kill, and I don't think CEST from Newbox hangs on in a 1v3.
It's also his smoke at Coffin, so,
well,
like, you know, it's almost expected to have some kind of lineup for that, because that was actually such a productive smoke for the T's.
Yeah. Forces Lynn Vision to take a knee on this round. And Galil's still out there, and the numbers are strong here in mid, but as they peek down through mid lane, Starry's dead first. MOUZ dropped from apps. They would have loved to have gotten the Galil into the action, but man, they don't come up with a single point of damage. Huh.
And they just know he's here too.
I thought m0NESY was about to shoot that
yeah,
smoke.
it felt like it.
It did feel like he was going to left click Westmelon out of existence.
This is tough.
It's tough. But they're not the only team that will get absolutely smashed by Falcons.
We are like a little bit used to seeing Lynn Vision now, so there's more expectations with them, but you know, there's so many up and coming stories, unfortunately. They aren't one of those teams that stands out just because they're playing tier 1 teams from a less strong region. I remember when Starry got that 1v5 versus these Falcons players.
Oh my god, back in the day. They were G2 at the time, were they not?
Yeah.
On Vertigo, A-Ram.
They are still G2 in some ways.
I also just remember when Lynn Vision was turning heads back at Austin. You know, Austin as a major was a huge pop-off opportunity for Chinese Counter-Strike specifically.
Yeah.
Between them and Tai Lu. And then the Mongols obviously making it to the grand finals of that event. All felt like it was heading in the right direction. It's been a bit of a dry spell since. But they'll have one more gun round to try to extend play on Inferno as a 5v4 is collected off of a Zachar aggression. You know what? That's got to feel good. He was on the receiving end of those kinds of moves. He makes it happen in this run. But they do lose Westmelon over towards B, and all of Falcons ready to go. This is what net Lynn Vision all 3 of their rounds. Just follow-throughs into this B bomb site. Well, MOUZ's ready to draw the line in the sand. It is the same 2 players who have closed out rounds, but Starry's gone unnoticed, and he's going to line this up. Not this time. Lynn Vision, at the very least, a single CT round win.
How are these guys ending up in every single 8-round situation together? Yeah, they talk about this?
Because their other 3 teammates suck. Just kidding. These guys stink.
Well, not Sue and Starry, that's for sure.
No, sir.
Okay, breathe in and breathe out. Let's go.
Man.
All right. Yeah, they have the confidence to just end the game, don't they? Storming their way.
Wow, this is fast.
Into Arch and CT control. That's going to force Lynn Vision to scramble back into their own spawn. Do you have the protocols to deal with something like this? And can you put it together as fast as you have to? Because they could just as quickly transition back into this A commitment.
And CEST is here just on flank watch at the moment. So it's getting a little bit crowded on the A site.
Zachar feeling the need to squeeze something out of this, and it's going to cost him 60 points of health. We've got this close apartments approach. Zachar's going to land one as Amelia also kills Kerrigan. He's hanging on to pit control for the time being, but Tesses is the solution. Comes through with a double kill. Man advantage earned by Falcons. Bomb plant put down. And this retake forced forward.
At a 2v3, Kyosuke damn near dies here, and CEST gets taken off of sight. Will they anticipate 2 players inside a pit? Kyosuke almost lines them up. And they're still thinking about the player up in app, so a single bullet gets the job done. And we could all see this one coming from a mile away. Rock solid first half from Falcons, happy to stand up to the test of Lynn Vision's map pick on Inferno. Sure, that op pick from Zacher gets a bit of revenge, but you see the confidence that Falcons weaponize here to close this game. All in rush, side by side, the entire team contributes.
An Inferno that Lynn Vision was not looking for here for themselves to be able to start off this best of 3, but a big win for Falcons, definitely something that we expect from them. But what feels like yet another 4th series of the debut, with map number 1 being extremely dominant for our expected winning team.
I mean, when we look at the way this event has gone, this isn't as expected as you'd think, given, I mean, Vitality losing to Inner Circle, Na'Vi losing to M80, upsets are coming. They're going left and right. There will be no upset, though. This will be a 2-0 very quickly.
Dude, you're already riding off the second map.
I'm sorry, but they're fighting the dream team. It's the dream team. It's the you know why it's the dream team, Maui?
What?
m0NESY, Kyosuke, TeSeS, Nico, and Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Not Kixen. Definitely not Kixen.
Keep it going.
And
and behind them?
The coach?
Yeah, who is he?
Zonic.
Unforgettable lineup.
The dream team. The dream team.
The most deadpan voice ever.
Yeah, the dream team.
Really, I mean, performance to be forgotten here from Lynn Vision, unfortunately. Started off surprisingly well. I mean, I thought that they showed something there in a couple of the early rounds actually piqued my interest, but then when you get down to the brass tacks there, Falcons were in what really was a short-lived war of attrition. They came out well better throughout this one. Practically everybody chimed in with multi-kills. The banana controls were pretty demonstrative from Kyosuke and Kerrigan. They did die a couple times, and that gave Lynn Vision an in on a few of the rounds, but I don't even think the calling had to be all too special once you swap to the T side for Kerrigan and the rest of the crew.
Saying this started off pretty well is kind of like saying a horror movie started off pretty well when they're a happy family before the killer breaks down the door and absolutely murders everyone.
Honestly, I was going to ask, I was like, what about the early rounds piqued your interest? I'm so intrigued to know about this.
Well, they actually took some bracket control and started kind of messing with CT a little bit, you know, kind of pushing up the arch side, Lynn Vision, but then I don't think that they really, well, the results weren't really speaking, but the map control, if you look at the heat maps, there was some heat in some areas that I think made Falcons just a wee bit uncomfortable. But again, like I'm just grasping for straws here as to anything that you can take for positive sides for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Lynn Vision, you say they might play, you haven't said, but people might say that they play a kind of European style of CS. They go for the map control, they'll go for split map control, they have little tactics to try and get that control, they have good finishers. The trouble with Lynn Vision is always twofold. It's their fragging just isn't there against the top European teams, and sometimes their timings are a little bit off. I think we saw that in a couple of rounds where they just wait those extra few seconds too long. Their grouping takes a little too long because they're trying to get this style down. I honestly prefer kind of like the Tyloo style where you come in with some really well-planned execs and you try and catch teams off guard. It mitigates the disadvantage you have when you have this level of differentiation between the players, when you have a dream team against
dream team.
Where you say it one time and apparently, well, I guess he didn't say it one time.
He said it about
a lot of times. He did say it a lot of
times.
times. He did. He knew what he wanted to say, and that was all he was giving me. They're the dream team there. Well, we can look towards the second half a little bit more here because I think it was round 14. Again, another one that piqued your interest, Maui, just not for the side of Lynn Vision.
No, but this is more or less what I was talking about for why underdogs like Inferno, that you can just get banana control and then you just burst into the bomb site. But it's in fact Falcons who did that, and this is what I kind of meant where the calling didn't have to be anything too special. Obviously, you see a couple of return kills here from Starry, but all Kerrigan needs to do when he's playing Inferno with m0NESY, with TeSeS, with Nico, is just get them into a late round situation that's winnable. So even though they brute force through a smoke, even though there were, I think there were 2 smokes down actually trying to block the path of those Falcons players, they still were able to just burst on through, and this retake smoke that unfortunately doesn't really land quite on the mark to try to block out TeSeS from that noob box position, gives him an angle, gives him a way to play into it, and yeah, not enough time for Amelia to close it out or to try to retake.
Yeah, and as you're saying, you know, just get them into a winnable round. I think you saw that in the first half as well. They kept doing these 2-3-man fights down to the bottom of Banana. Idea being, bring enough numbers, we're going to have one of our players won't get insta-headshotted or spam through a smoke, and they will mow down your team. And we saw that 2 or 3 rounds, they just have the car play, Nico gets a 3K, Kiosuke gets a spray down. You just don't let them mitigate the advantage you have in fragging. Kerrigan didn't let them do that, credit to him, but I mean, this is the struggle we expected for Lynn Vision.
What's one of the best ways to get banana control in your eyes, Maui?
3-man, probably. I mean, depends if you're talking CT or T side.
Let's go T side.
T side,
yeah.
A lot of teams have been smoking not too far up. I feel like there was like a half wall smoke meta that people were going for. Now it's actually a little bit farther down, or sometimes they even just play around the CT smoke knowing that it's going to be a little bit more in the middle of Banana, and then they just kind of stage it where they set up behind that one, get a guy at Logs, get a guy at Broom Closet, then you stage it, take the top of Banana as well. So that's been pretty effective for a lot of teams lately. But all in all, I think that no matter what iteration of banana control you threw at Kerrigan and Kiosuke, they were going to find a way to just kind of to pressure you. And even when you have this sort of stage banana control, sometimes they just send it a little bit more than you expect them to, and then they just shoot you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at taking banana control, it's so often now that you just need to have different looks. You need to have a well-drilled plan A, B, C, D, because the CTs, they have so much utility they can use. They're going to have different protocols, different timings. If you have only one look, you're really going to struggle. And that's where Lynn Vision, we saw when they did get top banana control, then finally they get it, and a flash comes over, they swing out top banana, and they didn't have someone playing anti-flash because they weren't ready for every version of banana control you need if you're going to beat a team like Falcons.
Well, we've broken down certain rounds that we've enjoyed from Falcons there, but what about players? Because again, when you've got the dream team, Vu, how can you look at one player and go, they were significantly above the others?
m0NESY is significantly above maybe 3 of the other players on this roster. I mean, he's the only player in this roster that's actually in the same tier, in the same breath. You can speak about him with a ZywOo and with a Donk. m0NESY can take over a game, he can take over a map, he can take over a full tournament if he needs to. And not only can he do it with the AWP, he can do it with the pistols. He's actually, I would say, he's one of the only oppers out there that's like just a competent rifler, like just a very strong rifle. If he tomorrow said, I don't want to op anymore, I'm going to be a rifler, he would be maybe a top 12 player in the world as a rifler. He would still be an incredible player.
Yeah, him and ZywOo are probably just right at the top tier there of oppers that could transition tomorrow if they deleted the sniper rifle from the game. I just, yeah. I mean, he also on the CT side, I hate that we almost just get used to it, where he's just everywhere on the map, getting op kills in apartments, getting op kills on site defenses, and it just feels like it's another day in the office for m0NESY. But this is, once again, just a performance that's just showing that the difference between him and other professional players is so vast.
m0NESY is the reason that you probably have guys like Walk6 sending angry letters to m0NESY. You've made fans think that this is easy.
Yeah.
It's not. It's extremely hard. CS2 opping is challenging. Why are you making it seem like anyone can do this? They can't.
Wow, heavy is the head that wears the crown, am I right, guys? Gosh, what an awful burden to have on your shoulder there. Poor m0NESY. But there are other people, though, that you're talking about that have also really stood out in different ways, right, Vu?
Yeah, I have a gripe with the whole community narrative around Kiosuke. I see it on Reddit, I see it on Twitter, I see it on Blue Sky, I see it on 4chan. I see it absolutely everywhere. I get into my email blasts. I get it on Twitter. I already said Twitter. On X.
What was your email, sorry, if people wanted to follow up after your segment?
That's vucsgo@yahoo.com.
Okay.
Yahoo.
Write it down, boys, because you might want it after this
CSGO
one, because he's gonna tangent. He's about to go on.
Still CS. When people talk about Kiosuke evolving with Kerrigan under Kerrigan's leadership, rather, they talk about him now having someone to go ahead of him. And we're not talking about too much on the CT side. This is a general narrative problem that they talk about him going in second now. I think that's completely wrong. You see now he actually gets less trade frags. There are less full execs coming out of Falcons than they had under Kixan, where Kixan would be leading first. Oftentimes, what's made this player so much better now, Kerrigan tells him when to go in, but oftentimes he tells him when to go in first. He's a really great insta-headshot player. You see him entry the B bomb site on Dust too often. It's not that he's not going in first. He's actually going in first more often with Kerrigan than he was with Kixan. It's the times he's going in second, the situations he's being put in, and the fact that I think Kerrigan is just saying, hey, go in now, and he doesn't have to think too much about it. I've actually had this problem with the whole narrative around Kyosuke for quite a while.
I like the narrative correction there. I think the numbers back up what you're saying right there, but I have one thing that goes further than that. The eye test. What Kerrigan does that Kixan never did, he makes Kyosuke laugh. All right?
Okay. That's what they say about me and you.
Yeah, make each other laugh, making each other laugh. That's what's really important. No, I think also that in the high pressure situations have gotten a lot easier for him. I mean, the way that they carried themselves. I mean, I am being serious, even though the initial statement was tongue in cheek. That it does feel like the pressure has been more or less lifted from this team, and there's a clear vibe change when Kerrigan's just wee-wooing in the middle of everybody, whereas Kixan was just like running through the notes, just thinking, what strat do I call next? What strat do I call next? And he's looking at Zonik, who was just silent on the mic.
I think Kixan's not a bad IGL, but Kerrigan is a much better leader than Kixan, and that's really the biggest difference you're seeing on this roster.
I mean, vibes are up, but it doesn't feel like pressure is alleviated by any means. However, this is such a weird angle, by the way. Like, what's going on? They're going to have their team talk. You guys can have one with all your friends in chat, because we're going to a break on the other side. Map 2. to be turning our eyes towards Ancient now, and the big question is it going to be a 2-0 Maui, or is there hope for Lynn Vision still?
The hope for Lynn Vision is that Falcons are picking this probably more as a warm-up game than an actual display of what they consider their strongest map in the pool. I feel like if they wanted to win this at all costs, they'd probably go back to Anubis, which spearheaded their Cologne campaign, but Ancient just seems to be something they're folding back in after a couple losses that they suffered back at that same major.
I think Lynn Vision have a chance to impress us, as with Inferno, in the first few rounds of the game, but as the game goes on, I think Falcons are just going to be a better team individually. Lynn Vision might get 5 or 6 rounds, but it'll be tough for them to pick up a map.
5 or 6, you have to pick a number.
5.5.
6, 7.
5, 6, that's what we're going to go with here for Ancient, but we'll see if Lynn Vision are able to subvert expectations with Scrawny and Launders.
You know,
petulance.
It's not easy to sugarcoat this game, but those two still make it entertaining.
Yeah.
Our
Look at these funny numbers.
market prediction
What are the odds of that?
Probably as skewed as I have ever seen them. Understandably so. I think that, you know, Vu kind of hit the nail on the head. It's a chance to impress us in the first few rounds, but as Falcons find their footing, as we saw back on Inferno, they are so clearly in form coming into this Porto Open event.
Sometimes first maps can be deceiving. We'll have to see. For now, we're cheering for funny rounds, insane plays, and some good moments for Lynn Vision that show us they have something to offer here at this event, because we have seen them play well. We know that they can, even though this should be a team that they can't beat.
This would be the 4th 2-0 today.
Kerrigan's got a decoy. What's the plan?
And remember, Vitality lost. Sacker first, teammates right next to him. Westmelon's on the run. First A main player's dead, but the second one's gonna catch you off guard. csgo unprepared. Haha! MOUZ gets the better of him, but still that bomb's gonna work its way up through Donut, and Nico obviously prepared now for that main play. He's gonna send Kyosuke over. Watch Amelia charge through this smoke. But he gets caught by Nico.
And
who
now
then,
we're going B.
Yes, sir. Changes positions, uses that smoke, and departs. So really good way to avoid this final threat. A real threat in the sense that MOUZ has 2 kills to his name in this pistol already.
I feel like there's a chance for Sue to actually find this kill. It's the only way he really can generate a chance to win. Oh, shot. There he is. Now he has to fight. And he wins it, so here's a chance.
That was a nice decoy, Kerrigan. Trudges towards the bomb site, Nico in the cover. There's time to defuse this, but you've got to figure out that Nico's crawling behind you, and Nico still hasn't fragged him, but then will still get the edge. So takes his sweet time to close out. Zonic likes that, yeah. And we go 1-0 Falcons out the gate.
Nico's in a good position, form-wise. Excellent rounds back on Inferno. Here's a great pistol. CTs are all in spots that I think they wanted to be in for the A-split that was coming in. Just didn't hit as many shots, essentially. They had 2 players in Donut. They were ready on that A-push inside of... Inside of A. Nearly got that smoke push through CT to deny the plant in the first place. Points for a good setup.
One of 3 MP9s on the field, and it finds m0NESY to start. This is a force buy that could still genuinely work. He's got to be careful because the player boosted on green. Think catches this. Oh yeah, Star just jumps in on it just to make sure.
Great clear.
But it did offer Kyosuke an open route to the back lines of the B site, where he's going to find a player unprepared, and he wants more than just one. Keeps his eye on the first victim.
He's not cleared this.
Didn't see left. He's
Still
not ready for that
looking,
second
actually.
CT.
Oh, and he just got spotted, I think.
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy.
Well then, see ya, sucker. That is Kyosuke embarrassed with nothing to show for his efforts. And Falcons.
Was that with short side spotting with like a smoke out or something and then couldn't shoot him and then said turn around?
Yeah. That was very, because you'd think the guy on long would just, you know, turn around and blast him. We'll run it back from their POV. Nico under threat. We've got Lynn Vision with a force buy victory, throwing not 1 but 2 bodies over towards A main. And that's great because it felt like that TESS, after m0NESY died, had a real chance to kill Amelia
until Starry just jumps in and dive bombs it.
It's good that they just can't focus because they know Amelia's not pushing unsupported.
What happens over here? Oh, he just went to check it, I think.
Sonic just made a clap with no hands.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That's a new coach strat.
Damn. We are not talking during technicals.
Rules is rules. And they're important. Well, Falcons, it's a little bit embarrassing. Zacher, perfect timing. Just one of you, just hanging out with the boys. Nico's gonna kill him as the third player through. And csgo has been found out. You know, the way Maui Snake characterized this is like Falcons trying to get a little bit of a repetition on this map as they bring it back into their pool, as opposed to maybe just going all in on the quickest, fastest victory. Like it.
I mean, it's also like Tyloo's worst map by far.
Tyloo's.
Sorry, they just lost to Tyloo actually twice. 13-6 and 13-5 here on Ancient, and it's Lynn Vision. They've 1 win out of 5 on Ancient.
Vu did also say that there's a real chance that Lynn Vision impressed us at the start of the game, but the Falcons will pull ahead. Well, they impressed us with that forest buy and the tethering between players. Still a bit of life left on this one for Falcons. Bomb plant going down for csgo as he's got that Galil in hand. AK for Nico, great nade to chip away csgo. Second frag really forces him into a tough spot. And now Nico dodging flashes as the smoke's gonna drop him out of this one. Can't do much unless he wants to go for the wall bang.
Isn't the ball? Yeah, the bomb's planted for a wall bang, so he can actually line it up.
It's good damage, but he takes some in return. Nobody peeking down that ramp just yet. Spam fight till the end of eternity. Beautiful tech 9 kill, but he just, imagine he finished off Starry. 5 health, 1 more bullet on either of those spams, and Nico's in a 1v1.
I feel like it was a little crazy to have the guy who just got spammed down try again.
Right?
Like they knew exactly where he was. They're like walking at him.
That was actually very scary, because if he gets that kill, there's nobody to defuse. The cave player doesn't make it back in time. But alas, Lynn Vision leading 2-1.
Streets don't seem to care. Not going to be buy here for Falcons, so Lynn Vision, they just got to make sure they don't get rushed down with this op in play.
And for on the site, good for 2. Little bomb plant to be had. Ooh, no, denied by Westmelon. That spray commits.
That was like the fastest possible plant you could see in CS right there, but didn't get it down.
No, sir. Great coverage from the big melon. USP's out though to try. Oh, okay.
He's got it.
csgo, no way.
Just one more.
Goes for the guns on the approach, and Amelia's gonna put it to bed.
Close.
But holy hell, that's the reminder. Every round of Counter-Strike, folks. Oh, that got me standing. That was dangerously close.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Because they have pistols out. Like it's a USP. Okay, no, it's the Opera with the Tech 9. That makes more sense.
Disaster averted. Now real timeout here for Lynn Vision. And it wasn't negligible damage in the end. That was a lot.
Genuine cost for Lynn Vision's economy.
TESS kind of nasty tonight.
Yeah. I mean, dude. He just is, though.
Just is.
Yeah, like.
TESS kind of nasty.
It's been years now of this stuff. You know, he essentially built this team. He's the one they all came to.
The heart and soul. Zacker's op primes. Flash doesn't interrupt his angle. Shadow advantage as the player jumps over, but it's well supported, so Zacker knows he can just keep on rattling off the op. 5v3 advantage, Lynn Vision.
Land Vision is right, baby.
Yeah, so far so good in the first 5 rounds of Ancient. What could the recovery look like here? You've got a smoke now faded from Donut. 2 A players hard committed. Another couple of Lynn Vision members now taking over Red Room. So will they test the waters of this Donut flank?
This helps him get out. Zacker keeps the highlights coming.
Hell yeah, 3rd kill's his. Amelia collects. And they know about m0NESY from ages ago. With that bomb down over towards Donut, m0NESY has no chance. Lynn Vision swarm that bomb. A 4-1 start on Ancient. At what point does it feel like this gets out of control? It's money under question in the follow-up. m0NESY just looking to get away from here, and they'll afford him that. Go ahead, save your AK.
You don't want to say it wasn't the best exec, but like they tried to throw a flash to cover their first peek. It was shallow, meant to hit the op, obviously, but it was too easy to walk off that line, walk back in, and get a free shot. And it looks like the second flash just straight up missed because Zacker wasn't playing anti, but he wasn't blind.
Both m0NESY and Kerrigan still without a kill. Nico at the top of the board, but Falcons in an awkward spot here where m0NESY obviously saved, so they'll have an AK to work with, but everybody else is sub $3,000. But they'll come through with it.
Put it into the SMP right now. Don't look back.
It's Kevlar, upgraded pistols, and a few pieces of util. See what Falcons can make of this. Low likelihood they get through the 5 rifles of Lynn Vision, but crazier things have happened. Nice boost, beautiful opening move. AK drops onto the teammate. Kyosuke now the owner of that one, and Nico able to grab what was earned by m0NESY's first kill of this map.
Man, not a lot of support here for Amelia.
Still good for the Kyosuke kill. Deals with a
Nice.
second. We've got a Donut player on the approach and Zacker with the op.
Didn't seem to need it. Ooh, tight line there for Nico. Not a second, however.
Nice. TESS gets damage and Westmelon damn near dead. TESS gonna just try to run this down. He's got a health advantage. He knows it. He will find Westmelon without taking damage in response. And TESS, who has been solid this evening, will be looking to close out what's left of the 1v2. But it's the flank coming up from that ramp soon enough.
Wow.
Dangerous game, but he's happy to take it.
Just a hard position to figure out because it could be back lanes. TESS is just saying, come in from anywhere you want, as long as it's not cave.
Now he knows damn well where Zacker's at. Deep nade and a tag, and very clearly Zacker considering long instead. Bomb not being defused. TESS has all the information he needs, and it's 7 seconds left. There it is. So TESS to close out the clutch, and Falcons to get their second round off of 1 AK-47 put to use with the elbow boost.
Something like that was obviously always going to happen at some point. Unfortunately for Lynn Vision, couldn't stave that off. To get a streak going early. It's the perfect use of an AK to be used in a boost like this. Pistol below you doesn't have any other sort of use that early in the round.
Let's fucking go now. Let's go in there.
That round was also the first time Falcons get the first kill in any of the rounds so far. They convert a round off of Monacy's entry.
I like that they're getting excited about what is essentially sort of a small round at the beginning of the game, in a game that they might feel like they should just be entitled to win. You know, and I would assume upsets happen because teams would be too embarrassed to celebrate those moments.
Nico hit hard by that one. Amelia's got the double. Kyosuke returns fire through. He's got another player in the smoke, but he gets a chance to duel. It's the Glock out. Oh, both players to pistols, but the trade out of Zacher. Now Nico has to clutch with only 20 health.
He got hit down to 20 very early on. I mean, I'd much rather be Zacher, obviously. He has Donut to play in.
Crazy route, though, from Nico.
Yeah, there's a lot of safety here, but at the same time, like, you're coming in from one of two places.
Oh, but if Zacher goes...
He just has to doubt himself.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, got wind of it.
There we go.
And closes. Oh, another round out for Lynn Vision, answering instantly to the Falcons' clutch.
Get some big plays out of Amelia.
Yes, sir. 9-4 at this point.
We just love to see Amelia win, man.
It was 5v4 thanks to Monacy yet again. Kyosuke had a multi-kill in the middle of all this mid-action. But Zacher will close it out with confidence. Another round where it will be Monacy solo AK. Another round where Lynn Vision can continue to rack up success, and they will confidently storm down through that B ramp. It is a massacre outside of the site. They show no hesitation in the face of Falcons' approach.
It's literally every series that is super favored. Map 1, don't even believe it. Don't even believe it. Because now Lynn Vision are kind of cruising.
6-2.
They got rounds to play with. They look solid. They're winning clutches.
Money in the bank.
Getting multi-kills. They're holding it down right now on CT side.
What does Falcons' record on Ancient look like nowadays? Most recently beating Astralis at the Esports World Cup. And then a loss to BetBoom back at Cologne. Yeah, it's touch and go. Dragon's Breath. Guns for majority barring Monacy. Limited by that save round. Kerrigan has a 0.37 KPR on T-side since joining Falcons, which is good for a guy with a 0.68 rating. That's
you have to really know stats to get that
That's
joke, because there's very few.
That's such a
what's
statistician joke.
0.68 rating?
Oh man, Amelia. Hello? 12-4 off of that insta-kill on Team.CEST. Tries to go back in, but Nico gets his number. Monacy will be blindsided. Again, they are finding value. Oh, Nico just not even prepared for that threat. So much value earned by Lynn Vision with this double up inside A main. Multiple rounds, including the pistol. The force buy. They have pushed themselves into the threat. Ooh, Kyosuke could have gotten more out of that. Instead, it'll be Kerrigan to clutch out 19 HP versus 3 bullets whizzing by him. And any corner could be occupied, so no surprise for Starry to lock that down. Amelia kicks it off with impact inside A main, but it's really Starry to go massive with the triple. He goes from 1-5 to 4-5 this round. Lynn Vision now lead Falcons by 5.
I love it. We are here watching Lynn Vision to learn.
Let him know.
It's all good. Remember we talked about this, Finn. Let's go into playing a little bit more set. And when we get the control, listen to Finn's call. Don't stress, guys.
Said play a bit more set.
Yeah, I thought so. Yep, set.
Here's a set play.
That's what he wanted. Call Me Sue steps up to the plate. CTs offer this wall of smoke over. And with the better weapons, they will just send bullets through.
Could have had that planned.
Yeesh, now you'll find nothing. So, pistols, couple nades for the take, but I like the Lynn Vision defense there. The smoke grenades, the 2 smokes left, right in the middle of the site. Excuse me. Forces Falcons to run through, of which they didn't. Do we get something set in the next gun round too? Dude, Lynn Vision are smoking the Falcons right now.
They're absolutely destroying them. I mean,
it's hard to like get into the rhythm of the game because we just watch Inferno be as absolutely
it's just like
lopsided.
the Navi game, just like the Vital. It's just like
yeah, but that Inferno was probably that had to be the most lopsided map so
over
far
the Navi game, the Navi first map.
I almost
in
wanna
their
say,
series
yeah.
they got stomped
Thought he had
afterwards.
3 rounds. It was just the B hits, those randy dandy B hits. That's all Lynn Vision had.
It's the exact same thing.
Okay, well at worst, it's tied for the most lopsided game of the event so far.
Yeah, I just mean the discrepancy between 1 and 2.
Sure. Westmelon back to it. This Kyosuke is under siege. Starry, happy to find these duels out mid. You're not gonna get to throw set pieces because it's 5v2 at a minute 30. Should
call an ambulance?
Should we just go to Dust 2 or? I love the confidence that Lynn Vision have somehow found in between these maps.
I just hate that we know this has something to do with Kerrigan.
I don't know who I can blame.
Love him to death.
Yeah.
We just know it has something to do with him.
Honestly put down, and that is 9-2. I don't know who I should blame.
You can beat anybody, you can lose to anybody.
Yep.
We don't know when.
I just know who I will blame.
We just know it has something.
Although, you know, we bring Monacy's stats up on screen, and that's a tough fall off. But I mean, look at the confidence now. Like, Lynn Vision never had a chance to play with this kind of confidence back on Inferno. They were getting stomped in the server. Every time they rounded a corner, somebody from Falcons is getting those instant headshots. Nico's beautiful 2K mowdowns. Monacy opening op duels constant. Him and TCEST retakes or sight holds. Everything on Inferno, dare I say it, was perfect for the Falcons.
Oh, whoops.
They come into their map pick, and
oh, they're not going B.
Lynn Vision running circles around the Falcons at the moment. And you can see the confidence spilling over from Lynn Vision, slamming their way down mid, running out into those B ramps, flanking through A where they should be finding kills, but instead Kerrigan catches a back turn.
Didn't clear that too well. That was actually a chance back in. It looked like they should have gone B, and then they went back to A. The push was there. But I didn't see anything. Nice shot at a Zacher. Really the time to tighten up and not lose pieces. Can Lynn Vision find a way back into this round? Yes, they can.
Because Amelia is alive.
Sharp
again,
as
dude.
hell.
Looking like the best rifler in the serpent.
Wow.
14 for both. And as Monacy now walks out through mid, 40 to the clock. Smoke soon to fade. Bomb in front of him. He has time to try to figure this out, but they will stay tethered nearby.
Oh, Amelia, baby.
His headshots. Legitimately the best player on Ancient.
It doesn't really get much better than this. That's the other problem. If you somehow don't win this round, you think, well, I mean, are you going to get better chances than this one to try and do anything later on? Probably not. Nico's deep on the site. Actually again, probably should be dead already. He's going to get the 1 kill there. Good little double for Bieri, and might as well have been a triple there. And Bonacy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, takes down Woody, and now he's on the hunt, running up close and personal. Oh, and what a flick! He doesn't have the time for the
Surely.
No, he
Just
can't
give
do
it
it,
to
I
him.
think. Oh!
Yes!
How is that possible? What an absolutely godlike sequence from Monacy. He doesn't have to move so much. Now, there is a Molotov on Turtle. He's going to throw it. It's not deep enough. Monacy still could have the shot. Oh, and there it is. One of the best clutches we've seen in a long, long time.
That is something special.
The Flames and Dagster. And this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
Nitro slots into the corner on Arch. Simple catches OC immediately. And Electronic also shines. Nitro, it's a good chance. Oh, and he gets 3 on Arch. Oh, he gets them all. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh, all 3. Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again.
Lame F. Gotta be careful. Walks into the shot.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's gonna find one, finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Clave is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with it. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
And JKS goes down for essentially free. 3 CTs meant to work this forward. Utilities off of the mark. Can Hunter sell this? Can Nico clutch it? Will he be needed? Because that Tech-9 drops, and here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead, and Nico's gonna keep it back and forth.
Tuck him in, son. Relatively straightforward. Electronic with the opening kill over the top of the smoke. OG falling back. That's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Oh, filthy. Absolutely filthy.
Let's go, Navi!
Alright, this was a fucking shit half, but we need to listen to each other, okay? I think we're a little bit too much off page. We are just talking, but we're not connected and listen to each other. Yeah. So if somebody speaks, let's try not to speak above each other, especially also see the side now. We can easily come back from this, boys, okay? That's a fucking shitty half. It happens, but let's just show strong mentality like we talked about outside now.
It's the words of a strong leader, and he's right. Shit half. And I believe they can come back from it. But it's also going to take some kind of a tapering off from a guy like Amelia, who at the end of that half looked like he couldn't believe the kills that he was putting up.
This is their best ancient T half, or CT half, just half period here for Lynn Vision, and like by far and away their hardest team by like a factor of 5 or something. It's like this is their only tier 1 attempt, and they are literally destroying Falcons. So T-side closes is another story. Falcons trying to put all their skill points into mental. Good idea.
Feels like mental's what drags you out of this pit. And then we'll talk about mechanics as the game maybe goes on, because it might not last much longer. Call me Sue, first blood to the pistol. Beretta's ready to go. Oh, Monacy, value out of that one. All 4 players emerging into the B site, slain at the hand of the dualies.
Yeah, that's what a good pep talk will do, huh? And Monacy, he can actually go ahead and find this ace.
But there's one man left. The best.
The absolute best.
All on Amelia. I say that like Call Me Sue doesn't have more kills.
Yeah, Call Me Sue had like 130 ADR.
Yeah. Last one's been found. They're trying to give it to Monacy. And that's an ace. Easy does it. A position under pressure, to be honest. Those players kind of emerging up into him, losing a teammate next to him, but he lets them roar, and we get another pistol ace here at Blast Open Porto.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Chrysler. I love how it goes from 25 bullets of Berettas, 80-80 into the walk.
Yeah.
As he hunts down number 5 like a tank and finds it. So that's m0NESY going from 4-11 to 9-11.
No bomb plan is rough, obviously. They clear the board here, save lots of money. They've now got padding as well.
Not much to work with, trying to close that gap. And of course, as you'd expect, it's just going to get stopped in its tracks.
Well,
so
that's 8 kills in 2 rounds for m0NESY.
There we go. I did genuinely believe Kerrigan when he said we could still come back in this game.
Yeah, because it's Kerrigan, right?
Yep. I think a lot of IGLs would say it. I don't think I'd believe them all. But this guy?
He's had a lot of shit halves. So he's had to come back.
He's genuinely seen it all.
Number 1 and 2nd places of any player.
Fast all-in charge from Lynn Vision, but it meets fire. He don't like the way this one's falling apart. Okay!
Oh, it's another.
2 aces in 3 rounds of a CT side.
It was 13 kills in 3 rounds?
Okay.
That was it? Is that 13 kills in 3 rounds and 2 aces?
Yeah, it is. This one, though, I mean, very stringy. Look, not one of these tradable. Until the last 2 line up. The gap on the timing with Lynn Vision is uncomfortable. Not to take away an ace in a gun round from m0NESY, but
13 kills in 3 rounds.
They kind of tiptoed into the meat grinder there 1 by 1. Great rifle work.
He was 4-11 at the start.
Yeah. Now 17-11. Sure. B-Trams, when's the last time somebody got 2 aces in 3 rounds?
Donk got 2 aces in that cash match. Is that 3 rounds apart?
I don't think so.
It'd be really annoying if that happened, but yeah, wow.
Now we get Wes Mellon with a kill back with the Tech 9 in a round that Lynn Vision really shouldn't be. Looked like Kerrigan's SMG coupled off with Nico. Yeah, this one's in the bag, and all of a sudden it's only a 4-round game. And m0NESY's had 2 aces in the last 3 rounds. And also Falcons have Kerrigan, who really did believe they could come back. And also Lynn Vision have never beat anybody really that good on this map.
Yeah,
and
no.
So it starts to get scary.
1 win over 5-star.
Who? It starts to get scary. Oh, 5-star Hooligans team.
Yes, the team with Hooligan on it. Maybe they were clowning around.
That was a confident slam out of Falcons down into the B site. Last gun round for Lynn Vision was the one m0NESY aced on A exits. They're gonna try to come out middle again. For a second, there's no resistance, but now it's Nico and Kyosuke here side by side, and that's enough to already deter Lynn Vision. They collect a kill on Starry and turn them back. A main player comes out with the jump, and Wes Mellon gets popped. m0NESY with a swift reposition, 5 versus 3 earned at damn near light speed. Bomb is on Zacher, and these 2 donut players ready to go, but they whiff their chance now. We are right back to the 3v3.
Molly's good to actually delay for time a little bit. CTs have to get reorganized, but this will go down. Make no mistake. They've got some work to do.
Here comes Amelia, has been playing lights out on Ancient. Oh, but csgo just gets around that corner.
csgo, Kerrigan, and MOUZ, the monster.
He's got the key smoke here.
It's a good flank from MOUZ if you can find him back turn. Sure enough, gonna strike one down. He's trying to milk it. Oh, Kerrigan almost turned in time. Smoke on top of the bomb's gonna cause a frantic issue here. MOUZ's got to cover the other way. A bit of damage in, but they stick it. And it's gonna be Falcons to come up with the round win, clearing what was left of Lynn Vision.
And MOUZ gets another 3K. Yes, that is unbelievable. They pull off the retake. It's not exactly no sweat. It is a better round here for Lynn Vision.
It was definitely no sweat until that Nico Kyosuke fight inside a donut. Net them nothing. The CT side moving very quickly to a tied game. Utility up and over. We've got a lot of bodies here for Falcons already. That 3-player mid opening starts to shift pieces away. Set piece up and over. csgo under siege. He's gonna give himself a smoke to play around. And while fire blankets his last position, he's hanging on, dodging flashes. Great underhand here for Kerrigan. csgo able to collect one. You've got 2 players on the other side of the column. Support already inbound from that cave. Westmelon's low, but Kyosuke once again going down with nothing. Smoke fades, csgo back into the action. Off the fresh magazine, they're looking to challenge, and they're right there on the brink of this duel.
They can't cross, however. And csgo's only going to get more nervous that they will.
MOUZ in anticipation. He's expecting this push deep as if they've got to get off the bomb site. Misses.
Oh, they got to get the bomb back, though.
Yes, sir. Doubling back, and Nico goes wide out, reconfirms it's still sitting there on the ground. Now, they know that csgo was in there.
Ooh, worth a shot.
Will they expect a second? Begins to depart. csgo sticks around.
Got to be careful where you plant.
Damn, Nico's going all the way back around Red Room.
Love that, actually, from Westmelon. And this is actually the right play from Nico. He's not flanking around the wrong way.
Nah, they're going to for sure think it's ramp. Oh, no, they do peek. Oh, MOUZ goes wide. His 20th kill found, and csgo knows with 3 HP, he is not destined for this clutch. Lynn Vision pull it off.
That's really nice. Got to appreciate Lynn Vision for this round. Kyosuke definitely is struggling on an individual level.
He was sat right there in the chaos of it all. And, Kerrigan and csgo also in the thick of it, but both of them were managing frags. Kyosuke, the piece added.
It was real messy with all the smokes, and even the CT defensive smoke. That's been a great map for Sue.
It's great shots on MOUZ and Nico, but remember, Nico didn't really get a chance to shoot back. MOUZ missed his op shot. Sponsor plug, Kyosuke got an ace in back-to-back rounds back at Blast Rivals Hong Kong last year. Tickets available soon.
Wow, of all people.
Nade damage is tough on Starry. Amelia will bring Kyosuke down with him, but that's not the player that Falcons feel like they need to tap into. It's a very quick reposition here for Lynn Vision. csgo once again to be tested. He's got support inbound from Cave. A single T ahead of that smoke. Now his second one already out here. And Kerrigan down with one. csgo ready for more. And as he slams the door shut on Zacker's head, it is a 16 HP 1v3 denied out of Starry. Falcons keep this a 3-round game.
It's kind of mental here for csgo because there was a bomb plant incoming and actually 2 CTs who weren't even on the site with him. He kind of just needed to get everything there. That turns off the faucet on the economy. They shoot one bullet to get them to look at this flash. That was a nice touch on this defense. But they could smell it that this attack was coming in quickly.
You got Lynn Vision in a tough spot now. Tech9's back in hand.
Ooh, that's a good grenade.
They'll still try to pounce it. Flash finds its mark. Kerrigan's turn. Oh, and it's covered off by Kyosuke. He's gonna offer something up here just versus the Pistols. A chance for him to regain a little form. Two-round game now. Falcons laughing. It is, again, a sight under question, but it stands tall.
You'd almost like to see Lynn Vision try to make him sweat a little bit more in rounds like this. It's not really about the money per se, but just chances to win. Obviously, throwing in a B rush sort of makes sense with the success they've found. They've seen Falcons sort of trip over their own feet a couple of times, but
you could maybe be making them conditioned, work on some mind games.
Yes, exactly.
Instead, you're just giving these pretty facilitated round wins over to Falcons, letting them close that gap. You've got a nade into elbow, body spotted. Nico up front. These corners are occupied. Flashes find their marks, and 2 kills out for Lynn Vision.
Great late flashes.
Kerrigan's looking to recover, and Westmelon denies. A kill apiece from the 3 members of Lynn Vision that walk it out mid.
Man, they pulled that off nicely.
m0NESY stomps on his way over, as there's already a player here inside of Red Room, totally gonna catch m0NESY off guard. Starry finds his second in the round.
And Tesses, he could at least get them to... Oh, Starry, chill. What?
Shredded.
Yo, that's map point.
3 rounds to close this.
Falcons have more than enough money. That isn't really the issue. What's cool here for Lynn Vision is pulling off that play. 2 out through elbow, both sides of the smoke. Their super late flash, which actually they failed to time correctly in a previous round and got them killed inside of mid, was perfect this time. Nico ate it. It's just excellent.
Oh, I want to see this last shot.
Ooh. What?
Nasty adjustment. The Falcons falter now. They will do it with guns in hand. Flashes again, creating space for these mid takes out of Lynn Vision. Lynn Vision have used 4 smoke grenades this round already. They've got the opening pick. That 10-2 half. Don't let it be in vain. The recovery underway for Falcons. Man advantage fought for. Mid though. Oh, that goes Starry's way. Kyosuke just walks in.
Again, yeah.
On his own.
Yeah, totally. Into mid. I mean, they don't even have vision on window.
Untradeable as well. Just thinks he's going to get away with something and instead offers back the 3v3 to Lynn Vision.
Is this bomb in... It was in view, but they're kind of letting it go for a second. I think there's too many gaps now, and also Nico's on the big flank, so this means m0NESY can peel back. They know it's not A. But Falcons don't want to be too spread out for too long. Because essentially, if this does end up being B, it will just end up being a retake in the flank. Well, it'll lose its novelty.
That mid opening, because of Kyosuke's death, it's got them questioning things. m0NESY keeps looking to Red Room. Sure, now Kerrigan will take it over. That does free up m0NESY to look forward instead, but he still has to hit these timings. And bomb is inbound from the ramp. If he gets preoccupied with the cave players, then maybe the bomb gets through, but Nico dropped it. He gets active out through middle. This is going to cause a scramble back for Lynn Vision at 15 seconds. It is Nico on the bomb. And unfortunately for Westmelon, I don't think he's got the time to recover all this. 7 to the clock. He'll pick it up and just run for the hills. Falcons take their 10th.
Counter-terrorists win. They put a lot of pressure on m0NESY to do a lot, it felt like, but they also didn't have a smoke for short, so I think there's more than one way that they could have just, you know, lost it terribly right there. Would have had to get lucky to actually win. And this kill is just so massive. It killed the clock. Oh, it was a spam frag.
Oh, they're trying that same boost against them. Oh, it's cave for Zacher. First and foremost.
Full commitment.
Starry's gonna see this. Oh, on the
fallback.
He's
Just missed it.
Do they try to go back in? No, they just, they let Zacher know. What a quick scope. 5v3 from Zacher.
This is the time to close.
m0NESY gearing up for something out mid, knowing his counterpart should be up on that shelf. Kyosuke's got to find value here. They could find players with back turn.
He starts shooting so quickly.
Misses his chance, gets picked off by Zacher. These have been duels given over to Lynn Vision, fights that they signed up for and that Zacher signed off on. csgo into the cave. Not one recovery so far for the Falcons. Bomb is gonna make its way out mid, and that means the bomb is actually heading m0NESY's way. 3 players come this direction. csgo wins his fight on the other side. m0NESY's got a chance here to be the hero, but a first missed off shot lands it onto Westmelon. It's Zacher to pick up another, a quad off of Lynn Vision's op.
And you could just blow him over like a piece of paper here. csgo on 8 HP.
Gonna try to emerge out through that smoke. Frag grenade for Starry. You'd think he could just stay tucked in, chuck that out if ever this defuse attempt comes through.
Zacher could ace to close this map.
So many separate engagements Zacher was given in this round, and it ends up being Lynn Vision's offer to put this final nail in the coffin. csgo scrambling to get this one done. Shots sail through, bombs at 15 seconds. Sure, ace denied, so be it. csgo with a second, and now he's on the stick.
Wait, they don't know he's defusing?
4 more seconds and he's cleared. Total denial. It'll be Starry to end things, and a 10-2 half up from Lynn Vision isn't in vain. Falcons losing their map pick.
Whilst the odds were low, it's never zero at the end of the day. Lynn Vision being able to win map number 2 here, win Falcons map pick of Ancient.
I did say at the beginning of the series, I like some of the structure, some of the calling from Lynn Vision. I think they have some good things going for them. The problem is always down to the individuals. You don't often see a game like that coming out of Amelia QAQ alongside a Zacher, alongside a Starry. Everybody on Lynn Vision was firing, and on top of that, I think they had some really solid ideas on how to mitigate Falcons' firepower advantage, even though in that game there wasn't much of a firepower advantage, it didn't feel like.
People like Zacher look surprisingly prepared for a map pick from Falcons that I didn't necessarily expect to come out of them. The bomb side defenses were great. T side, the way that they were able to finish just looked like they were more in control of the map there. The little edges in terms of really even just sometimes understanding Ancient, like on that last round, peeking around the smoke, for example, to catch Nico off guard, or for just to catch him kind of slinking around. Those sort of little differences actually really tipped the scales in Lynn Vision's favor, despite the fact that they had a very poor map win percentage coming into this one.
And if I was to say there was something that was concerning for me for the Falcons side, it's the fact that we saw on round maybe 8, we saw a pause, and you hear Zonic say, we've talked about this, guys. Let's play a little more, what I think he said was a little more set, as in, let's not play this kind of puggy, you know, play your aim style of CS. Let's run some execs. Let's try and slow it down. And multiple rounds after that, we still saw Kyosuke running through a smoke. When they're in a 5v4, 5v3, we saw it on maybe the second last round. He was pushing through a smoke with man advantages. Play more set means don't do those types of plays usually.
That's normally what you would infer from that sort of information, but I guess at the end of the day, it still wasn't really clicking. And was it you, Maui, that was saying that the silver lining before we saw this going into this map was that Ancient is a map for the side of Falcons, that it's newer into their pool and something that they're, what was it, warming up, I think you said?
Not necessarily newer, just something that they haven't been really picking. And
that's what it was.
Based off of last season, I would say, yeah, I mean, with Kerrigan, the overall win rate for Ancient was pretty solid, but it was, to me, a map that they were moving away from for really the major and then what came after that. Lately, this season, they've only just kind of incorporated it. I think they played it once in Paris and now here. And to me, if they wanted to just pick their best map going into this, Anubis was top of my list. Dust was probably number 2. Ancient would have been a distant 3rd for me in terms of, but so that's kind of why I feel like for Falcons, they're going to rest assured that moving on to the final map, they're going to feel much more comfortable going into, say, Dust, whereas on Ancient, they still have things to iron out.
It's interesting if it's a matter of warming up on the map if you think you want to get a little more reps on the map, or a matter of, as we heard in the cast and as we've seen, Lynn Vision not great on Ancient. Well, what we saw was they were great on Ancient, but in their history, they haven't been great on Ancient. So maybe you're trying to pick into Lynn Vision's weaknesses, but obviously this is a map Lynn Vision is putting time in, they're putting practice in. Usually you see teams put a lot of time and effort into their worst map to try and buoy that in terms of a win rate when you know your opponents are going to pick it. And it's obvious that Lynn Vision came into this one prepared.
I mean, that's the double whammy. If it's something that you would love to put to be more confidently back in your rotation on the side of Falcons, then you want to pick it up against a team that shouldn't necessarily be strong in it, build a little bit of confidence for yourself. But unfortunately, it's the inverse. It feels like they falter a lot more, playing into what you're talking about, csgo not playing those set rounds for themselves. But at the end of the day, there was so much that Lynn Vision did right for themselves. Round number 5 was the biggest one, the way that they were able to hold their site defenses.
Right, we did see Falcons attempt to try to just go for some set stuff early on, and I feel like this round, it showed how Zacher just dodged both of those opening flashes so well. In fact, I think the only flash that caught him was a team flash, trying to support him on the defense there, and then they just were able to close it out. They keep prodding for information. They don't let Falcons get comfortable whatsoever, staying active on the defense, and this is, I would say, just the initial defense from Zacher here, how they were going for a 3-man mid-take on the Lynn Vision side, but then for Zacher to be that comfortable solo anchoring a bomb site, I think there was a rotation actually that came from a mid guy to try to help him, but for him to just dodge those flashes so well, just shows, yes, they have a bad win rate, but they still have some players that can actually hold their own on these sites.
Yeah, one of the things I think you see from Falcons, you saw it against Legacy as well, they like these little 2-man plays. They set up with utility for a double play where you often have Kioske with someone. They had TecsSCS in that one, sometimes it's Kerrigan, sometimes it's even Nico. You'll have a double moving in with good utility. If an op is there or a rifler in position, dodges a bit of that and picks up the first kill, then you've got a sitting duck there. He's running out alone. He can't get more than that, and they really falter, and that's, I think, what we saw there in that round, but much of the half, they were getting the first entry going the way of Lynn Vision, and then you don't have that third player a lot of the time for Falcons to overwhelm once you lose the first one.
I thought after we saw them win round number 6, Maui, that we were going to see a bit more of a streak continue for themselves, but it was very quickly broken in round 7.
It was. The re-aggress towards middle from Lynn Vision, again, showed the preparation. They break the top mid smoke. I think at this point, the donut smoke is actually fading as well. Actually, they break it in just a second to try to help out their guy who's stuck in the top mid. And that kind of re-aggress just showed to me that even when Lynn Vision were on the back foot, they lose the opening pick, they still have an idea of how they want to get back in the round. And thankfully, on the other side of the map, Zacher found a leg onto Nico. And so in the one-on-one clutch, he's able to drop the AWP, pick up the M4, and he just puts himself in a perfect position here where he's going to be mostly holding towards middle, but every now and then with the timing peak, checking towards A to see if Nico's going to go for a flank there. Otherwise, just a great round played from Zacher again, but I love the team dynamic from Lynn Vision in the mid round.
Yeah, they really weren't letting Falcons through the transition period. That's oftentimes where you see the biggest problems. They've got mid control, now we need to parlay that into, we need to go into Red Room or we need to get into Donut. And as they're making that transition, that's where they're the weakest, that's where they're the most vulnerable. Blow open a smoke, fight from Red Room and from Donut at the same time. Makes it very tough for Falcons to get anything done, even if they get the map control in the beginning.
We thought that, taking the pauses, that normally leads to, even if you've won the round beforehand, you take the pause, okay, you reset a little bit, you should be able to still have that momentum going through. They decide on the side of Falcons that they're going to have this pause 2 rounds out, right? At the end of round 10, 2 rounds out from having that half time, hoping to be able to end with more than 2 rounds for themselves in the first half. But it doesn't even go that way, Vu. There still wasn't anything to come from it, despite what they're hoping is going to be way more of a set round.
Yeah, this is the first gun round after the pause. So they call the pause, they say, let's play a little more set. They throw a full exec with pistols, then they come into this round. They go for the mid play, and you're going to notice TecsSCS isn't blind here. He's actually dodging a flash that has already exploded, but you have the really coordinated take from Lynn Vision with a molly towards the bottom mid box. Doesn't give them any chance to do anything. And then Nico, I mean, he's walking through a smoke there. You can't blame him. You're already 3v5. That's where you want to try and get a little loose and try and find an opening. But the beginning of the round, I really credit Lynn Vision for this one, especially. You want, as Falcons, you want to play it safe. You want to take that mid control on a little bit of a delay maybe. You get your player in there. You're trying to take mid control so you can go for an exec maybe in the late round. Lynn Vision don't give them the time or space to do that with a really well-drilled mid take back in the other direction.
Also just love the reaction of throughout this whole game, guy we haven't really talked about, Call Me Sue, to understand around the smokes there what Falcons is doing to get the kill in return, kind of in a late round situation there. Also moments earlier, I think on the CT side half, where he's just calling out the positions of some of the Falcons players, where they're going to be next. On the T side as well, helping get some rounds over the line too. He had that one really cool moment to kick off Inferno. It was a pistol round, if anybody can even remember back then, where he was out positioning the guys on Falcons. And unfortunately, I'd say a lot of games he goes pretty silent, but if he gets room to work with in the middle and just gets a read of the opponents, that's where I feel like his strengths are strong. It's not in the 50-50 aim duels where people like Nico or Kosuke are just going to dominate him, but if he can catch a player on a timing or with some info, that's where Call Me Sue shines.
Yeah, I feel so often when I watch Call Me Sue or I watch Lynn Vision games, he doesn't have a chance. You know, if you just get run over in the early round, how is your clutch player going to 1v5, right? Yeah. But if you put him in the round with a chance, I think he generally performs at a pretty high level in these late rounds. It's just so often they're getting run over.
I mean, props to Lynn Vision then to be able to consistently do that through the first half for themselves, and you're thinking, okay, we swap over to the second half here of Ancient, and there's going to be more in the tank for the side of Falcons. And there was still a fantastic start in that second half for themselves, but it wasn't enough because round 21 specifically, Vu, was the one you look at and you go, it's Jova here, boys.
There was a Kerrigan speech at some point. He made us all believe. I mean, Scrawny Launders, they were talking about it as well. They made us believe, but they go into this round. This is another delayed play. They let Falcons take mid. They don't go for the straight up aim duel, and then the flash comes over with the double swing through both sides of the smoke. Kerrigan, I think a little missed time there. The round's kind of lost at that point. They know where Kerrigan's going to come from, where the next player must be coming through if he wants to get something back. But again, similar to the Nico run, 3v5, you got to go for something, but it's too little too late. And I think this is, as much as we can try and be critical of Falcons for some small misplays, I'm so impressed with the way Lynn Vision played this map rather than being too critical of Falcons.
Yeah, that timing play after it feels like the dust is settled, or it was settling there, totally caught Falcons off guard there. And Kerrigan, yeah, he was desperately trying to get it back, but not able to connect with the shot. I just think that the starters for Lynn Vision, and also the understanding of what Falcons were doing at the beginning, showed that maybe if the rounds got really scrappy, people like TeSeS could bail them out with some individual heroics, but I would almost say the early rounds and the mid rounds of many of those were dominated by Lynn Vision.
I mean, we do go back to a year ago, right, where that's what Lynn Vision were talking about, taking that best of one off of Falcons. Of course, a lot has changed since then, but it feels like that's that emulation again, when they were able to study them, know exactly what was happening, and be able to, throughout all the rounds, be able to do so much for them. Because at the end of the day, something that could have broken many different players and many different teams, Maui, is getting aced by m0NESY 2 out of 3 rounds in the earlier part of a halftime.
It really felt like after he pulls these not almost back-to-back rounds off, one with the pistols, with the dualies, and then 2 rounds later with the A4 able to get an ace there, and in between that, you sandwich it with a 3K that's it. Falcons have heated up. They're going to be able to catch Lynn Vision off guard, but game's not really won by individuals here. It's off of Team.CEST that m0NESY can still look like one of the best players in the world. Maybe you'd even argue today. We looked at ZywOo's form in that game versus Inner Circle. He's dropping off. This is time for m0NESY to catch up, to gain some ground in that sort of conversation. But he needs, and Falcon need, to have deep runs at these tournaments so that he can start collecting some hardware.
Yeah, very much like the loss they had last year. You have the individuals showing up to some extent, but you can't make it push you over the line. But the difference between this and their last appearance, where, you know, Falcons managed to drop that one, you have a map 3. You have a third map to go to. This is where Lynn Vision need to find the consistency going into another map.
I mean, individuals might make a team, but at the end of the day, they don't necessarily make a win. And they're going to be looking towards that map number 3. Lynn Vision hoping to be able to continue what was here in Ancient over on Dust 2. We're finally getting our first map number 3 for day 2 here at Blast Open Porto, and I cannot believe I am about to say this. Dust 2 between Falcons and Lynn Vision is the series that delivers that. But is it enough for Lynn Vision to be able to continue in this upper bracket of the groups?
If Lynn Vision can play like they did on Ancient individually, I think their system is strong enough, their play, their tactics are strong enough to make it very scary for a Falcons. But when it comes into it, if Falcons play at their S-tier game, if they play the best they can, Lynn Vision shouldn't have a chance.
S-tier. B-tier. All they need is B tier. All Falcons need is B tier here. This is a map that I thought they were going to go for as a pick. Maybe they wanted to hide their hand a little bit more with Anubis, but I thought going into this was going to be the battleground for today, and that's just because even though the Falcons suffered a recent loss to Legacy, I just think they need to tighten some things up. Don't let counter utility separate you so much. Make sure the spacing's a little bit cleaner. And versus a team like Lynn Vision, I don't think that they're going to perturb Falcons nearly as much as Legacy did with their very, very precise utility to stop those exits.
The disrespect of my boys over at Lynn Vision, I cannot believe this. I will not stand for it, and I'm hoping that they're going to prove Maui wrong in map 3 of Dust 2.
I mean, it'd be a whole other beast to be able to beat them in a best of 3, but I'm kind of there with Vu. Like, on an individual level, I just want to see if Lynn Vision can bring that to the table twice. And I don't know why it would fall off other than an uptick in Falcons play that's going to put them on the back foot. The users over on Polymarket, Mohan, have Falcons as the favorite still, but it's sure as hell not the 33-1 odds that we started with the series with.
Things have changed, yeah, quite quickly. I think, you know, it was a close map in the end, but it was a dominating first half. It was a good close overall for Lynn Vision. I mean, they stood up to Monacy, who literally got 2 aces in the second half.
Yeah.
Something like, I don't even know how many kills, almost 20 on that CT side. And I think that there were definitely a lot of instances of weird decision making. It was a very poor map from Kioske on that basis for sure. That stood out a lot. But there were really no amount of numbers that could have pointed to an upset on that map. Not with Lynn Vision's performances on Ancient, not with Falcons after the last map that they saw. I mean, yeah, we don't know what they're going to give us now. There's just no way to know.
Still fun to watch Anomalies, and we'll see if it was a one-off or whether Lynn Vision can tap back into it. Really, at this point, whether Falcons can tap back into what they showed us on Inferno, because that was a stomping. We get this 3-player cohort working out through tunnels. csgo at bat, working with Kioske. Still without a kill here, csgo. He'll go down empty-handed, and they're not ready for the West Melon mid-lurk. Oh, they will swarm out, and it is Lynn Vision to strike with a pistol victory.
Let's talk. Sometimes we go and we see, like, the upsets or the underdogs. They take a map. Sometimes we go into the third map, we're like, don't waste our time. And what we've seen recently is they don't. They absolutely close in the end. They go up against it entirely. And obviously, it's Falcons. It's happened to them more than a couple of times at this point. The only thing that's really different now is that they won the major.
Yeah.
But the spirit of the team is still there.
Yeah, but Kerrigan's been in every, almost every CS2 major grand final.
Yeah.
So they were destined to get there.
Yeah, that was always going to happen. That's why it's just you look at them and you grin, you go, I know this has something to do with you.
For better or for worse. They lose this game. We're talking about a Falcons that has started a season after Nico's first major win. Loses to 100 Thieves online, Legacy on LAN, which is nothing to scoff at the moment, but then to come here and lose to Lynn Vision in your opening game.
Yeah.
I mean, Vitality have all the excuses in the world, rotating roster and whatnot.
Yeah, to be very fair, but that Legacy match, like, they still look great. Like, that's next level. This would be the bottom.
But it's just a
the
pistol
Pico bottom
on map 3, so we can't get too crazy now. csgo is 5-7 with an assist, and it is nice and simple. Body strong out through that tunnel exit. You get in with not enough casualties put up by the 2 Falcons defenders, and no near rotation. These scout and pistols will be more valuable in the next round than a retake attempt.
It's definitely a little bit interesting is, like, they never really were appearing to phone it in throughout the first half of Ancient, and yet they were very concerned about, how badly the half went overall. So both of those pointing to they took it very seriously, and yet they still couldn't end up mounting the close. Now, they did actually have a strong comeback overall. But after winning the pistol, I mean, honestly, they probably should have just been able to close. And that's again, because that wasn't Lynn Vision's pick. Like, there was just no foreshadowing that. That was the bottom of their map pool, and they just got destroyed on their map pick.
There was genuinely nasty individual moments for Lynn Vision across the board. Amelia's time to kill in some of those rounds felt instant. Zacker's op quad to close the map.
That's who's ADR, man. He's still fragging.
Missed scout shot for Monacy. Gonna get just pounced on. Yet again, keeping it simple. B site, B site, B site. And you know damn well that the Falcons just don't have the tools for the job to stop this. They didn't in the last one with the genuine full 5 force buy, so why would they here in this? I don't think Lynn Vision have to play complicated. They've just got to make the right decisions, and so far, 3 hard B commitments, nice and easy.
Well, they got them out of the way. They've pulled this off, so now Falcons have to respect the thought of a B rush. They never use it again. It doesn't matter, because Lynn Vision are 3 for 3. They have already won the rounds in the half. They can take these and go, and they also keep 5 up. 4 up. They're pretty rich.
Terrorists win.
Round 3 ends with Zacher on 9K. See if he'd like an upgrade. Yep.
It's just a great opportunity for early momentum here to Lynn Vision. Cash left over after this buy, which includes a Zacher op. $5,000 on 2. Midline taken, smoke deep doors. And a 3-player long start for Falcons. It's just really going to allow for Lynn Vision to close that early distance in middle. No resistance whatsoever. Monacy's op awaits them. It's well-placed util. Unravels Monacy's opening perch.
It's a real feel-out position for Falcons. Not really playing any committed spots, not pushing anything, just playing standard. They seem to not be clear on what Lynn Visions might want to try, but actually a late long smoke, not a bad idea, is it?
There's a 3-long start for Falcons at the beginning of this round. They've left Kerrigan to his own devices since.
We'll see if he does the pop flash in the doorway. That's what's most important. If Monacy's off this angle,
Yeah, they do. Well placed. Kerrigan sprays away for a kill and a half.
Oh, they're going in for the B walk as well.
Monacy comes over. Bomb is actually here on blue box, though. Bomb charging in. It is Starry to crack it open. Cat players got it going.
What?
Into this split they'll go. Call me Sue. Walk out. Now they've just got to finish off these 2. What a rebound from Kyosuke and Tesses. Bomb picked up 6 seconds. Amelia punching in numbers. He's under threat. The ramp run is there, and what a recovery from Falcons.
Man, Kyosuke there with 3 kills. Wow, that was crazy scary. Kerrigan getting 1 kill and getting flashed was as designed there for Lynn Vision when they came out towards long. Monacy shooting early, not what I expected to see right there, how quickly they pushed that player out into B, but this all happened because they kind of exec too late. They exec too late, which means they're going to be offered up some cool opportunities because Falcons are only going to be half concerned that they'll actually try to go long. But at 30 seconds, you have no business doing a B lurk with a long split and having to cross all the way to the site. So they sort of invited that chaos in.
I want to know how Call Me Sue doesn't get the kill from the B site. I thought both CTs inbound. I thought for sure he had a free one queued up from mid. Because like you said, you know, he walks out into the B play while the bomb hard commits. At a lightning speed, Falcons put 3 frags on that board.
Scary spot for the Falcons for a moment. But I think it bodes well for them that Kyosuke is up to 6 frags at the start of this game. Those weird moments back on Ancient, want to wash that away as quick as you can.
I've never seen someone write Monsane. Those are... They're not donk numbers, but...
No, but they're heavy.
They're Zaiwu numbers.
They are heavy.
So they might be donk numbers this year.
Mm.
It's not as record-setting Dust numbers.
Time will tell. Ooh, just a little bit of mid-action.
They tagged him.
Yep.
They don't want to commit. It was actually still not a bad time to go.
But it's scary. Always daunting.
Very scary.
Just giving that 100% certain confirmation over. Kyosuke, 3 players come through. He just dies with nothing. Damage, sure, on 2.
Keep those flashes coming.
Gonna chuck it over the door. TESS deep into the corner. Cross over to the plat. Great lineup here for TESS. Starry a little labor to get that trade back. He will find it.
What was that?
And now we've got a player to press in through the doors. Kerrigan tries this, tests the waters, gets shut down. Man advantage is taken away. Nico cleans up 1, 30 seconds.
And look who's coming.
Amelia walks up through middle. Soon that door will no longer be smoked, but soon he's got to get this going.
This would be raw out of Amelia. He knows where Nico's going to be, surely.
Nico sat on the plat, ready for the peak. At any point, it could also be tunnels, but no, he's just going to play with the timing, and Amelia feels like he's lost track of it. Oh, he wins! Never mind. Amelia right back to the headshots that he was offering us on Ancient.
Who's the boss now? That HE was insane. What?
Woo, Amelia.
I need to know how much damage that HE lineup does if you're playing there. Oh.
Off the pick.
Uh-oh.
Dude, Lynn Vision.
Yep.
Have a man advantage to go up 5-1 to bottom out the bank accounts of Falcons.
It's looking just like Ancient. Oh, he didn't see anything. No way.
They're already all out long. It is Kerrigan with an MP9 on the other side of this, or Monacy's A1S from Catwalk. Nico's starting to make it move, but they are already well ahead of this. The timing here for Lynn Vision looking better than the last time they tried to overtake this bomb site. They will give themselves the safest passage with that smoke. Kerrigan doesn't dive bomb through. Amelia back-to-back headshots. Sue's got one through smoke. And that is Falcons splattered on the windshield as Lynn Vision put this T-side into 6th gear.
What on earth? Are they really going to beat Falcons?
I mean,
without their map pick?
We have to always wait to see as the game gets close and the reality sinks in and the stress of that situation starts to weigh on you.
It's just looking a lot like Ancient already, that's all.
But it does look fantastic. It's the time to kills they're tapping into. It's how much money they keep floating when they win these rounds. I mean, this 5-player up situation's fantastic. I'm going to say that like Nico doesn't mow them all down.
Terrorists win. I'm not going to sugarcoat this like Nat's desk did, but I'll just say they're not
Sorry, what was that?
Nice! They're not calling an incredibly slick game plan that's super detailed and trying to disorient Falcons or anything. I mean, they're doing what they can, and they're doing it well, right? And they're, most importantly, they're having fun.
Even after that round in the B side, I don't know if it was communications or what it was, but like, dude, you're starting to, I mean, because Amelia's always this ball of energy.
Yeah.
But you can start to see it work down the line.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel real tonight.
It's infectious, that guy.
And you want to ride that energy, but you've also got to keep yourself focused. But this round, I mean, look at the buy that's coming through. We're talking about upgraded pistols on 4 and that one save Nico M4. And Nico's got 1 kill. Monacy's got 0. Why wouldn't Lynn Vision go up 6-1 right here, right now?
Honestly, having an aberration of a series. Back on Ancient. 4 kills in the first half into like 20 in the second. That was a CT side. This is a CT side. No frag so far. Nothing's adding up.
Just a very hot and cold Falcons. Utility interrupts it. Zacker's got csgo dead. Dangerous for Starry to go through that. Somehow jumping.
Yeah, what? I don't even know. Did he jump away?
I guess. And last bullet maybe connects. Either way, he's dead, and it's a tough gun to retrieve. We've got West Melon hanging out in the middle. Kyosuke got his Desert Eagle kill, but Zacker's got that trade frag. So now even the op dominance starting to come through from Lynn Vision. Ooh. Yes, sir, indeed. 6-1, majority alive.
What are they thinking about this right now? This is insane.
You're letting Amelia have a little too much fun. Of course, they had to take a knee there. Falcons back in with a buy in the next one. But Zacher with a multi-kill this round.
Yeah, Mr. Opener.
And let's take some risk. Let's push. Let's do something together, okay? Let's not be static.
Damn, let's do something.
Start taking risks. Start making moves.
Is it a little bit too late for vagaries?
Right?
What's the move? Like, we got any ready?
Yeah.
It's not a trivia moment, you know? Just pick one. If no one else is.
There we go. Monacy into Zacher. There's a whole lot of bodies there. Through the fire. They'll catch 2, but then you've got Kerrigan still up.
Oh, with the bomb.
West Melon catches the headshot. Bombs just working its way through. Call Me Sue's gonna blindside Kyosuke at this rate. He is not ready for this close proximity, and so even with players up on the catwalk, what, 3 Falcons players there?
That West Melon confidence is crazy. He had the bomb on his back.
They took a risk. They made a move right into the hands of Lynn Vision.
How could it be the case that you don't have a move?
They're smoking them, bro. They're smoking them.
They are. They're smoking.
They're not just beating them. They're smoking.
No, they're making brisket out of this team right now.
Bro, Falcon stew.
Where's that a delicacy?
I don't know, but...
You know what? You're right. We need Stewie to join this team. It's the only way.
That flash, dude, the utility. Get him through. I mean, it's a hectic moment for Lynn Vision. You've got everybody's on fire. You're all banking off one flashbang. And then you've got a duel with Kerrigan through the fires at lower HP, but they do it.
Yup, it's a B rush.
Monacy under siege. Good damage from the pistols, though. Car's not going to go down easy. You've got csgo with a rifle as well, so real threat still inside sight. Missed shot from Monacy. Now it's only csgo, and he held his end of the bargain up, but now it's back to just pistols.
Yeah, just 2 Deagles coming in for the retake. They're probably going to try to rush the situation.
Trying to emerge through that smoke, looking to catch them off. Call Me Sue finds the back turn, executes, crushed. 8-1 T-side.
Damn.
Lynn Vision starting to look untouchable.
This is going to be a reference game for Sue. He's had consistency across these maps. This is turning into a very special one out of Lynn Vision. The confidence is meeting the commitment. The game plan is simple, but exactly what they need. And then they have Falcons in the team comms without even an actual idea. Like, no, there's no concrete next move at all.
Yep.
Which is insane to think about, considering the maps they got. And
whoa,
MOUZ has never lost a best-of-3 series to a Chinese team.
I guess that blast one was a best-of-1.
Yeah.
The one with Starry.
Yeah. Well, that was also G2. Oh, right. Sorry, MOUZ is there. Yeah, yeah. No, it said best-of-3 series. And he still hasn't lost just yet. But he's whiffing shots inside that B site, and he's 1-8.
He's playing for it, for sure. Which I also can't really explain. Uh-oh. Kyosuke not really aware of both threats.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lynn Vision ready for that trade. They'll happily sign up for the duel. Starry's got Nico off the ramp, so it's nothing but one and dones. MOUZ's second kill of the map, but MOUZ found that B bomb site player, and it is prime for the taking.
Yeah, a full set of utility for this, an op as well in the back of the site. I'm gonna call this a 70-30 situation here inside of B if they play this correctly. Kit to be picked up. Just make sure you find it on the way in. Might not be necessary. Just comes down to this shot. Fully committed here for Zacher.
Yes,
gotta
sir.
love it, but you gotta hit the shot.
Kerrigan's on the other side, and MOUZ still hasn't picked up that defuse kit. Missed op shot opens the door. Kerrigan got his kill. Still, he scoops up the kit now. Routes down through that door. Tech9 damage in. Dodging shots. It's the pistol to prevail here
He
for
doesn't
MOUZ.
get the kit, does he? Oh, he did.
He grabbed it. 7 seconds to defuse that bomb. He got it. MOUZ wins the sidearm duel and posts Falcons' second round win.
Oh boy. Zacher missed his shot, got his teammate killed. He had the sight, and 1 HP win here for MOUZ for just a second round.
You cannot forget that a 10-2 half back on Ancient still led us to the very end of regulation. Falcons did indeed start to post a comeback. The door's ajar on Dust 2. I'm not saying they should ever be in this position, but it's never over till it's over. And a couple more rounds to attempt to secure, but it is Zacher right back to it. Lineup's good here for Kyosuke. Drops the smoke in front of them, but it actually bounces back out through the tunnels. That's a gap, and Starry's able to punish. Kerrigan's not ready.
Wow.
Nico and MOUZ left to their own devices in a 2v3. They know they've got one long, but there's also this peel back from the B site itself.
And there's a bit of conditioning because they thought it was a full commitment B site hit like we've seen so many times. But this is weird because they might not want to make a move while Amelia is just so far from this since he's also been spotted recently. It really is on him to either get out safely or them to join up with him. It's a very nice pause in the mid-round here for Lynn Vision. And there is a real threat that it could still be A, so Falcons have to respect that for now. Nico is glued to this site. And again, this pause is perfect because they go B and then there's 2 players separated. And if they're going to gamble in one direction, it'd be most likely A, right?
I mean, MOUZ's outside of the bomb site, and we're looking at 2 smoke grenades here for Lynn Vision. If this door doesn't get smoked.
Nico doesn't believe it. He's coming over.
Let that utility trickle down, and you'd think the commitment comes out behind it. Sure enough, MOUZ's going for the window play first. Flash has already popped, though, so MOUZ's right here on the line. Missed again. He throws his own flash out. Nico wants the door, but he's double scoped, so it's an awkward shot, and he whiffs that one too. Nico's only got 12 health. It really had to be MOUZ. And while Starry's hands are now busy, Nico's going to emerge. He gets shut down, and MOUZ has offered nothing from this window. He is gone. And it is Lynn Vision with a 9th round secured as MOUZ whiffs another.
Yeah, they kind of exact in a way to invite MOUZ into an opening instead of walking to the end of the doorway. And I mean, just a chance to try to save this gun, really. And he'll at least be able to do that.
Hangs on to that. That was 4 missed op shots.
Yeah, I don't know.
And what a cool, collected pause in the middle of a round. The difference between letting Falcons back into a half to, let them close in on your gap, or genuinely giving yourself another chance at a 10-2 half.
What a day of Counter-Strike. Group B has winded up being Inner Circle over Vitality. MOUZ hold their own. Legacy beat FUT. And if Lynn Vision defeats Falcons right here, right now, then only one of the three following teams can make playoffs. Vitality, Falcons, FUT. There is a lot on the line for Falcons to try to make this comeback happen, or their job gets real tough.
Something a little different. Man, they found a gap. Wow, unwatched entirely. They smoke behind them as well.
Wow. What's the attention look like? Kyosuke,
They're
A1S,
not
bottom
here
ramp.
to walk into this. They kind of want to wait a little bit.
Player falling back from those A boxes. Okay, Nico keeps eyes on mid. Westmelon gets clipped, and then as the door player comes back, m0NESY's got that one locked off. Nicely done. Now he's hitting 2 back-to-back shots. Shut down this mid crawl. And in the 12th hour of this CT side, we've got Falcons with a convincing victory off of Nico and m0NESY. At least that's the way it feels, but with nothing to lose, Call Me Sue and Amelia are gonna take this attempt up catwalk. 3 defenders on site, ready to hold. Nico and Kyosuke. Rifles in hand, and Amelia's the guy to hit the headshot. Took no damage for that first one. And then it's a Deagle up next. But Kyosuke's got this handled. Finds his double kill, gives Falcons a 3rd round. Call it a lifeline, because Falcons have a lot of work up next.
Nothing quite like Arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show?
Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this.
All right then. How would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude, hold this.
Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously.
I am taking it seriously.
Then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers.
I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro.
You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation.
You can drink it whenever you like.
Just show them, show them.
Power!
Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more.
Ready?
Yeah. Think less, win more.
One for the road there, Falcons, able to catch some good mechanical moments coming into this next one, but we have landed where many thought we never would. Map 3 between Falcons and Lynn Vision, second half of the map, and it's a 9-3 Lynn Vision lead. They had a 10-2 back on Ancient that almost got caught up, but they closed. So let's see what this CT side has in store for us, because it could be Falcons sent to the lower bracket.
Nico as well versus Chinese teams, as we see. A little bit extra on the line.
Monacy fast entry. We saw
we can rush B as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Lynn Vision started their T side, right? 3 consecutive B charges. Bomb down, but will they anticipate a retake? It's a long road for Nico to go compromise the mid control. Nades thrown by Westmelon. And if he gets his nades out, yeah, the headshot's connected. It is only sorry. So 4 up for Falcons. Gonna start this one with the right foot forward.
A lot like Ancient. I mean, with a 1-round advantage. Difference is, though, that it's Lynn Vision switching over to the better side. I mean, CT on Dust 2, that's supposed to be where more of the free wins are at. So, obviously, it still comes down to whether or not they can close. And closing on Ancient is a little bit different, because closing on Ancient earns you a third map. Doesn't just get you the win. It's mentally maybe a little bit easier. Kerrigan knows how to use a little bit of leverage. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get his teams going, but now that there's a potential chance for a loss, we might actually see the best version of the lineup. A lot of CTs over here.
Yep, and no element of surprise either.
Playing default, though, when you could get mollied. We'll see.
Chucking those nades out, jostling them around. Molotov goes to Goose instead. T's give themselves a smoke to emerge with. Still just these 2 pistols here, but it's not been a Kyosuke headshot yet. Now Kyosuke's down to a quarter HP. Finally puts Sue down.
Wait, they're actually not going out mid.
That's a Westmelon CT smoke in the doorway that has Falcons hitting that pause button. Zacker's gonna look for a wide angle, but as he gets off sight, it's a little bit dangerous.
Oh, he's got that 1 kill. Finally, Kyosuke goes down.
But it comes right back at him, and TCEST's Galil's meant to open this up. That's a hell of a headshot through the edge for Starry that could have been a frag, but instead is just TCEST to 12.
Little uncomfortable here for Falcons, down to 15 seconds before they plant. But they get it down, they have 4 up. Still looking a little dizzy right now.
But it's a conversion. It's just the kind of result that makes you wonder, well, what if Lynn Vision were in the gun round? Because that was a timid commitment and just pistols that still got these health bars as low as they are. Falcons through, 4 up. 3 armored pistols at least for the next one, so.
It's just, I mean, with Kerrigan, there's no, like, pretending this is a different situation. If they make it towards the end of this game, they're going to show us rounds that are really impressive. The question is if they make it to the end of the game.
Why can't they just do it now?
It's been the question for Kerrigan forever.
Well, luckily for him.
You know, it made it all the way to the last round when they played against Spirit at Shanghai, right? Obviously, like, that Dust 2 comeback.
Oh, yeah.
Almost entirely complete. But because they had to let the lead go so badly in the first place, you open the door to that. That's what's caused so many second-place exits for him in his career.
Nico hears all that presence tunnels. He'll let the squad know they are free to go take A site, but because there's a bit of a hesitation here, we do get a couple more bodies towards A. It is a rapid headshot by Kerrigan. It just puts Sue down.
Tough to picture a world where these pistols get anything, but Amelia finds CEST, which drops the bomb into the smoke. And that bomb still sits inside that smoke, and now they're boosting over top of it. Spam comes through as the bomb gets scooped back up. Going for the plant in a moment. More and more util just pelting Lynn Vision. They would have loved to have held on to that. Pushed through into the bottom of the ramp, and the climb up caught. So we see these headshots starting to connect for Falcons. Another moment where they could genuinely walk away again with 4 players still up. And all but a 3-round lead between Falcons and Lynn Vision as they're on the brink of their first gun round after having that first 9-round half.
Trying to keep the energy high here for Falcons. So long as they keep Lynn Vision off 10, they also just have some leeway to even lose a round here or there. So Lynn Vision, if they want to strike, they got to do it early before Falcons get too chatty. What we're really looking for Lynn Vision is ideas that keep the round moving forward at all times. If they get a kill, how do they make it worse? If it's on eco like that, not that they're just floating around looking for individual deagle shots, but they're actually working on flanks. That'll pay off a little bit later. Missing that a bit last round. But it didn't take much to push Falcons into time trouble on their anti-eco. I think that's also a concern for them. It's always a sign that the calling's a little foggy when, you know, it gets down to the 10, 15 seconds in a round like that. It's a good commitment, but there are 3 players here.
They get through. Westmelon kills mid. Oh, but they trade places, and Nico's gonna peel it apart. Oh, Monacy gets it, but still.
He got 2.
Yes, Amelia slammed the door shut back onto Nico.
Oh, he hit him. Monacy hit him through the door. What?
Oh, that's a weird back and forth through the smoke. You let Nico go through, he gets a double. Sure, you find 2 of your own, but there was a numbers advantage there because of Monacy, who had to hit that up-close op shot.
It was strange pathing, though, through the lurk smoke, out to the right. And this actually might have secured it for the Falcons, so they get through. Since that smoke was out and they didn't walk out through the left side, there was no sort of trap wire alarm for the guy who was outside to go, okay, we need to watch that. But that's exactly why Falcons did that pathing. When you're on the back of the site, behind Xbox, you're watching the right side of the tunnel. When you're at K-Sharp, you're also seeing that. And I think because someone was playing outside the site, they thought maybe there's no car player. Here's a time to go out this way.
Right, sure. Nico fast enough to catch them both off. It's actually crazy that Amelia winds up with the second. Watch this kill.
Yeah.
In the dying moments before Monacy hits him with the op. 2-round game. Economy back under question for Lynn Vision. A Lynn Vision that is still yet to win a round on the CT side.
Just missed that. To be fair, it was a little awkward. He was boosted up, but he kind of just walked all the way across off the boost.
Awkward. They would have loved to have had that boost up.
Still take that. Whoa.
Crazy shot. Could have genuinely been a 5v4 in a round where this op has to be a part of the solution. Banking on the pistols, unlikely. But we hit the 45-second mark, and there are fresh smokes in front of Falcons.
Yeah, just don't let that clock run dry.
Problem is there's nobody coming to help Amelia. Just Kerrigan showing a bit of skin up catwalk has kept them still so timid on A. This would take a miracle out of a 5-7. Molly spreads as well, so That spells disaster for Lynn Vision. The all-elusive double digits. Round 17 belongs to Falcons, and they've clawed this game back to a single round difference.
I've heard some players say that despite map biases, that if they were to make a comeback, they would much rather do it on T side.
Okay.
More control of the conditioning and how you know, the tempo of rounds and everything like that. So as an IGL, it sort of feels like you have more control if you're confident, obviously. I think Lynn Vision they kind of just need to let it fly here. If they are going to slowly let Falcons back into this game, don't let them do it on their terms. More attempts at opening kills, more flanks and rotations, you know, whether it's pushing long or pushing tunnels, trying to grab up as much space as you can, because they just try to play too simply, like Falcons will, with enough time figure out the solution to the round.
Making Monacy look average.
Full on long control, but no tunnels push, not enough info here for Lynn Vision to do anything. To pull at least a fourth or, you know, even all of their players over, which sometimes is necessary. Going to try to hold on to Cat, but this just kind of leaves their Opper in a position where he has to do everything by himself.
And while he's trying to pluck off these AKs, there's also that Monacy op in pit looking for him. And he just keeps taking these deeper and deeper angles, which is going to give him fewer and fewer shots to prevent them from getting onto ramp. Opper right there. He's, oh, what? Sees the shadow. No way.
And that's kind of the only way they could have stopped this from happening. So
now the site is totally gone because it was all on him, like you set it up. It was all about the Opper getting the job done. What?
I mean, you know, and there's the, you know, the fact that he doesn't shoot at the guy who you can just see his shadow is one thing, but it's also a moment where they're already losing and losing and losing as Falcons get closer. Because where are Lynn Vision going to go? Like, hold on to Cat and wait for their 2B guys to come over? It's just not really productive. So they're unfortunately Lynn Vision right now. They've shown us a great map. They've shown us a great first half to this map, but now they're letting Falcons win.
I'm speechless that he put the op away.
Yeah.
Terrorists win. Tied game at 9-all, still without a round win in the second half. I suppose silver lining here for Lynn Vision's the rebuys made easy. One death, that's it. Such promising showing out of Lynn Vision. God, it's going to be a gut-wrenching waste if they don't even make this competitive.
Yeah, it'll just feel like a waste. You know, like they could lose anyways, but as Falcons start to play better, you want to see them also keep pushing the envelope, take some risks. It's kind of what Sonic, I think, said to Falcons in that first half. No cat starts, no tunnel pushes, no long control, no big flanks. just floating. And once again, every single monicum of pressure is on Zacher again.
Yep. So little to work with. No teammates near bar buying pit.
It's just 2 scaling flashes, and then he'll have no chance to peek. He's out of the round. He hits his first shot.
That's important. If you're going to do anything, it banks on that first one. Puts a bit of timidness in Falcons, but only for a moment. They know we get this bomb down, and it's going to force the Lynn Vision hand at a retake. So they hang on to long control, 3 players moving forward, and nobody back towards mid doors here for Falcons whatsoever. They are very much all stacked up on this shelf.
They're playing the frag, and if there's no pressure on Cat, they're in a really good spot to just keep peeking. At least Lynn Vision have 5 players.
m0NESY just peppering the smoke, trying to find headshots like that. Oh, he's got a kill and an assist, just tapping them out of the round. It's a shooting gallery for the AKs, and it's Zacher with 1 and a second on the departure, but that's it. You gave him the bomb plant, you gave him the post plants, you just allowed for them to get that in with so little fight.
If your main advantage is 5v4, and that's, you know, tips the odds in your favor, putting the bomb down suddenly brings it back to T side, even though they only have 4. If there's no Cat pressure, all these spots across Cat are a nightmare to actually duel versus. Like, you've got Team.CEST, Nico, m0NESY up here on headshot angles, all peeking at the same time. Is that really that nice for you, even though you got your 1 kill?
Safe, safe, safe. Сосать, блядь! Safe last.
That's a lead now for Falcons.
Yes, sir, they've done it.
In cruise control.
Taking control of this game with the T side, flawless on their run.
That's nice.
And m0NESY is going to get active, find a different look from Zacher, not just over towards that A site, but instead posting up at B and trying to find that early pick. It'll cost him his life. But hey, at least this time he doesn't have to sit there on A waiting for the commitment. Got into the action, goes down for his efforts. Lynn Vision required to claw back, but no sir. Kyosuke back-to-back headshots too. And it's now Kerrigan out here floating with that secondary op. Just looking for a bit of impact on the way out. As Lynn Vision totally forego that A site once more. Cat path is totally empty, and we've got Falcons 11-9.
Yeah, I think it's like now also a moment where after all these rounds of having vanilla setups, they finally try to throw in some flavor.
It's way too late.
But now it's way too late. It's way too obvious because, well, Falcons obviously know you have to try to do something like that.
8th round in a row, you finally trying to change up the game. And especially when we already talked about the specialty of Kerrigan being these ones.
Yeah.
You know, like he's not the guy that's going to get caught off by you shaking it up 9 rounds into this half.
Don't let him get to round 20 when he's already got all the information.
Call me Sue will be trying to save. This could be important. Oof. Like, throw this guy out middle, why don't you?
Yeah, let's
shots like this. Cost effective. Falcons still will not be denied that 11th round.
They should really, I mean, Zacher was Mr. Opening Kill in that first half, and that was T side. And here again, they finally try to use him in that way, but there could have been so many more Cat starts, boost to peek into lower tunnel setups they could have pushed into to take control of things. And I suppose there still can be. He's still got an op this round. They have a bye, but this is the final notice. Unfortunately, this is turning into a demo. They'll watch back and be very disappointed in themselves after, you know, all the effort they put into it. That's not to say that they would guarantee a win versus Falcons or anything like that if they tried to go for it, but they'd definitely be more proud of themselves. And for Falcons, they can wipe some sweat off their forehead. Things are starting to go to plan. They finally have rounds to work with.
I feel like they'll still be a bit confused as to why they weren't able to maintain the stomp status that they established on map 1. But pushed to the limit. Almost brought back Ancient. And have now finally posted what is looking like a flawless T side on map 3. Anything different this time around from Lynn Vision?
Just a cat break setup. Not a single player doubled up. Any aggressive spot? And whoa, smelling keeper. Gun open. There we go. Kerrigan goes down. Just a pure walkout mid through the smoke by himself. Spotted and dealt with.
All while Bomb still sits on suicide. Oh, Kyosuke just goes wide up the catwalk, and TCEST wins his duel out long. Now the mid player is going to feel the squeeze, like he's got to get something done himself, and that is Nico well aware of the looming threat.
You get one, we get three.
It'll be Falcons to be taking that 12th round. Looking to embarrass Lynn Vision in the final half of this series. It takes all 6 halves, but this 6th half, 0 rounds, Lynn Vision.
That's tough, man. Not much to talk about either, unfortunately.
Starry forced to make a move here. We saw last round as well. Call Me Sue just fought for his gun. Grats.
Exit highlight reel.
Yeah, awesome. I'm sure it doesn't feel any better for him.
This has become a weird one, eh?
Very weird game at the end of the day. It's one of those odd games where it's like almost both teams wind up being disappointed. There's no way Falcons will be happy with this result because they wanted it in a different fashion. Lynn Vision know damn well they could have won this best of 3. So everybody gets to go home disappointed. Sick.
For once we all lose.
I mean, we could talk about the resilience that Falcons show, and we can praise that, but that's not really a skill set that I think we question.
Yeah, and also they weren't pushed that much here in the second half to really give them a lot.
Exactly. This was a perfect T-side comeback, and every round is clutches, down to the 2v2s. We'd be like, wow, they're gelling, wow, they're growing. But no, you just raffle-stomped Lynn Vision out of the game.
Yeah. And
a CT side that is,
lower tunnels
here we
push.
go. All right, round
Let's
22.
Go.
Make a move, a wise man once said.
They're pushed up on Cat, too.
Honestly, those got the headshot. Falcons looking to keep it as clean as you could possibly do. Zacher tasked to get back into this 3v5. He's going to tiptoe forward and kill Kyosuke. That's something to play off of. But Bomb is still literally in T-spawn with Kerrigan.
That's insane. Minute 20 is on the op.
We're just waiting. The night owl burns the midnight oil. Kerrigan watched long for enough. Joins forces with the players up in tunnels. There were points in this series where Amelia's rifle work was impeccable. His time to kill, world class. He is going to be under threat inside of the B site. He's got to do it once more, and the first one is clean. No damage in response. It's a kill and a half. Zacher on the scene. Missed shot critically. And unfortunately here for Lynn Vision, so incredibly close, but so incredibly flat. Once we switch sides here on map 3, not a single round to their name. You've got a couple players tagged up, so maybe since he's forced to take a swing at this, he'll somehow pull off the miracle, but m0NESY's got his number, creeping up from behind. Falcons with a perfect T-side comeback. A 9-3 deficit that means nothing, as Falcons will indeed avoid that lower bracket, instead sending Lynn Vision to go join FUT and Vitality instead.
Not a single round in that second half won by Lynn Vision, despite having such a phenomenal start. We almost saw it for themselves, but it was like a flash before their eyes, so they could have been staying there in the upper bracket.
I think that's kind of what we expected the second map to look like, where Lynn Vision can put something together. They can have a really solid half of Counter-Strike. They can look impressive at times, but eventually Falcons are going to show up, and they're just better individually. They're better as a team, and they should be taking one of these. They're taking this game home a little more comfortably than they did in this series.
Great to see them just course correct, that is, on that T-side half. It looked a lot better than what we saw earlier in the series, let alone even what they provided in the playoffs of EWC. So glad to see that they went back to the drawing board and cleaned a lot up.
Yeah, a nicer map 3 for themselves. Kerrigan joining us here. How do you keep your composure when a half ends like that, man?
I actually got excited when in some way that now I'm in control of the game and the pace, because I think they had a strange game plan. Normally everybody targets me on long, but that was not the case here. So when we came over, I just said to the guys, we can easily do the same. We've done it before, and we should be able to do against a team like this. And obviously everything went our way. We cut rotations and people got a lot of kills left and right, and just have to finish the job in the end.
Is that one of those aspects that you've been bringing since FaZe, where it just the pressure needs to be cranked all the way up before you guys actually start really playing?
I have to say there's something about it, right? I think maybe it caught me by surprise the way they played Ancient. Should have expected the way they played Inferno was different than what we saw, and what we saw in Ancient was different. And then I knew that some of the prep I had on those two was not about it. So just feel the game, and I think we got into very good situations and managed to outplay them in those micro decisions.
Okay, and I want to go back a little bit to last event, EWC, not going as deep as I'm sure you guys would have wanted. We've always talked about with Falcons that there's a lot of pressure being, donning that jersey from the fans, but also I feel like for an event that's so tied to maybe the Falcons brand, winning it so many times and being a top team in the cup and everything, was there a greater organizational pressure for you for that event?
I don't think so. Obviously, we all know how much it means to Falcons, but maybe we could be under some pressure that the other teams would not have, because at the majors, everyone is under pressure to perform and want to do everything they can to kind of win the event. So what I think happened, we had a terrible off day, and that's still something that I can't fix within a few months. We have to be able to play our B game. The way Vitality wins. When they're not playing their best, they manage to win the game. More like today, we step up on the last half after 3 really bad halves after the first 2. So that's something we need to work on. And Legacy abused that, and I think the only player that really was on the server was Manesi in that game.
Sure. Early on when you joined Falcons, also you guys mentioned, I think it was you in particular, about how the target is Singapore. But you guys obviously got way ahead of schedule by winning Cologne. Do you still think that Singapore, in a way, is when you guys are going to ramp up to being the best version of this 5-man roster?
I think it's a good question. I think we saw when everything came together at the major how good we can be. Obviously, when you are doing that early, you want to replicate it, but you also want to prepare yourself to the bad days and how we can improve small stuff. And what I think we talked about is maybe we tried to figure out how we can improve better instead of working what actually worked really good at the major. And that's what often happens when you win a tournament. Either you just keep going, and now there's a player break. It means we had a lot of time to review all the data we have from 3 events, and maybe we changed a little bit too much to kind of counter ourselves, and we need to go into the feeling we had at the major and still improve long-term for all the protocols and stuff like that.
Can I ask how that player break went? Because there's this idea that maybe there was a long break for you guys after you win the major. Nico's finally got it. Maybe you're taking a long break. Were you putting in a lot of time during that player break?
Yeah, for me, we didn't travel anywhere. I knew after my season, from being in FaZe to joining Falcons, that I was kind of burned out, but I also needed to work on myself. So when I first joined Falcons, I knew that I have no time to individually play. So I tried doing the summer break to actually practice the play a little bit every day, watch the data, and be aware of the season start. But obviously, the season has started as I wanted. But that's part of the journey as well. We are working hard. The coaching staff is doing a lot of stuff for us to help improve, and today I was just happy we showed the fighting mentality, because that's what we had at the major. When the game didn't look good, we could fight our way back into the game, and at EWC that Legacy game, it kind of felt like the fire was not there in the key moments.
So during map 2 in this series, we caught a pause where Zonic says, we've talked about this, let's try and play, I think he said play more set. Is that you're trying to get into more execs to deal with when you're having bad plays coming out of the players?
Yeah, it's a balance when we are talking and taking initiative. What can happen, and the flaw in my system is if people just keep talking but don't keep understanding what the person is saying, we can't connect the dots between each other. And I think one of those games where we just gave information, but actually we didn't use it in either reacting, and I think it was in between, so every time we reacted it was too late. And then my mid-round calls look really bad, and that's the moment where I need to press the brake, that understanding my players are actually just talking, they're not listening to each other. So that was one of the things we said, playing more set, or make sure that we take some zone, and when we take the zone we relax and make sure the enemy is showing their hand, what they want to do, or do a mistake. So I think we were caught a little maybe in between the things we're talking about, and that's part of the journey as well.
And then map 3, we got another pause, and we finally heard in the exact opposite. Do something, guys. It's basically what he was saying. Like, what's the story there?
They must have been on the CT side, right?
Yeah,
I think I'm not sure what happened. There was one of those 2 games where I don't have no idea what's happening, because normally I am target long, right? So that one I have to review. Kind of fell out of it, more so because there's not so much action that's normally on long. I have to rewatch that. I think he just wanted us to react earlier because it looked like they played in a pack a lot. So when they came short, there were 4 guys short. So if you fight them there, they could trade, and they reacted fast. So maybe, again, they changed their game plan a lot compared to what we saw, and we couldn't adjust. But I also think there were some unfortunate situations happening in the rounds, but we didn't give the same medicine on T side.
I want to go back to when you were talking about like trying to get the same feeling as when you guys were playing in the majors together. And I know a common thread in a lot of the interviews you guys gave over there was trying to enjoy the journey a little bit more rather than the end goal. And it feels like you got the dream end goal. You guys ended up lifting the trophy there. Do you think you've stepped away from that, where you're focusing way more on results and the pressure is being put back on now that you had such a successful start with Falcons?
I think that's a great question, because when you are ahead of your journey, like you have the journey, you build up, you have these bad losses, and then it comes together, you win the major in the end. We had really bad loss in CSC, which actually forced us to win the major. I think that final against Legacy, we just choked it. I could see there was something broken within the team. We had a long talk, and that was a catalyst to what happened at the major. We were fighting every game. It doesn't matter what it looked. And one game we were not fighting, we all said we need to keep fighting. That's something I've been used to in FaZe, because our game's never been clean. And EWC, every game was clean. Then we meet Legacy, 2-0 out of tournament. And that's where I'm like, okay, actually, we lost the map here. That means we need to fight from the beginning of day 1 in the tournament. And I think that can help us fuel us. That means we're doing minor details we can fix, but we are constantly mentally there. And I think about the journey part, yes. I think when you reach your goal too early, you start making bigger goals, but you're far away from them. But we also know how good we can be, that we showed at the major, because that was an incredible level of CS.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are also going to be coming up against Legacy in your next best of 3 here, so are you a little bit afraid? Is there maybe a potential of a PTSD of that running back, even though there's a lower bracket to save you?
No, I think Legacy obviously had our number. I think they won 2 out of 3 games against us. So I think, but the point is, this has to spark some eager, and maybe also saying Legacy is a top team. Like, if you look at the ranking, look what they performed. When they're on, they're a really dangerous team. They have maybe one of the most dirty playstyles in CS, and we can embrace that chaos. They're good at controlling the game, but we should be able to play another game as well. If you only one trick pony as our team, we'll never be able to win the major. You have to adapt your style to who you play, and last time we had a different approach, and obviously we reviewed that and trying to figure out maybe what small details can we change to be more prepared. But they're a dangerous team.
I guess one thing I wanted to ask, not really about what's happening right here, but in general for Falcons and your guys' map pool, is you got the best cash player of all time on the team. Nico's got the highest rating in CSGO on it. What's going on there? Maybe you don't have to reel too much too quickly, but I mean, surely you guys should be a good cash team in theory, right?
Yes, in theory.
Yes.
Well, once I'm in a team, the crazy ideas, things and stuff like that happen. So not ready yet, but one day we will be.
Okay. I'll see it.
I hope so.
Then I'll believe it.
Yes. That's the same thing. You can try in the veto if you want. That was the same thing with Overpass against Na'Vi. Nobody wanted to play it.
True.
All right, well, that is going to be all from us here, Karrigan. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to seeing you guys play again in a couple days.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, as always, to be able to get the insights from Karrigan about everything that has happened in the last couple of days since their previous tournament. Of course, getting forced to a map number 3, looking at it in halves and breaking it down as to what went wrong in both of those halves when it came to Ancient, why it was a slow start for them on Dust 2, but honestly, massive props to be able to bring it back. Crazy to think that they were even in that situation, but to bring it back in that final half of Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fight back that Karrigan teams so often have, that they lacked in map 2, they lacked against Legacy rather at EWC, that they always have a chance to fight back. That's why Karrigan, his games are always cinema. They're always so entertaining. They go all the distance so often because they get down, they struggle. He gives the halftime speech like he did on Ancient. It sounded like he gave one on Dust 2 again. Everyone goes, I would follow him into war. And then you win the game. Like, that's Karrigan's special.
I mean, I feel like it is just so classic for a Kerrigan-led team to be back against the wall before they finally show their true fangs, as they did on Dust 2, to just have a flawless T-side there versus a Lynn Vision that looked extremely dangerous going into it. And I was thinking that this was, but that I think actually speaks to kind of how I was setting this up in the pregame, that it's just, to me, on Falcons, if they just want to do it, if they just want to show up and play to the level that they've shown in doses throughout Kerrigan's tenure with the team, then they should be wiping the floor with Lynn Vision, but we only got that one half of pure dominance.
I mean, it begs the question, why aren't individuals bringing it up themselves? Why is it that you have to wait until you're down for a Kerrigan halftime speech to be able to lift you up and put you in that position? But hey, at the end of the day, I'm just here to enjoy some good Counter-Strike. But unfortunately, for day number 2, there isn't any more happening. We're going to be looking at our bracket because now we know who has fallen down to the lower bracket and who will continue on here in that upper bracket of our Group B. Very surprisingly, Vitality going to have to go up against 9Z there. FUT and Lynn Vision in the lower part, where Falcons and Legacy will have their rematch to secure a spot for Porto.
I was so ready to say the lower bracket of this group has Vitality, FUT, and Falcons. It was about to be insane. It's still crazy. I mean, Vitality and FUT are both obviously insane teams. You don't expect generally to see them in the lower bracket.
We also get 9Z versus Vitality, which was obviously tough for Vitality at the recent major as well. They drew blood in that matchup there, 9Z. So that is a really loaded lower bracket right now. I know Lynn Vision doesn't look fierce if you just looked on the name on paper, but the fight that they gave to Falcons here, and how also Kerrigan talked about how they changed some of their game plans, or at least gave them different looks than Falcons expected, shows that they might have a trick or two up their sleeve.
Hey, I think they look quite fierce after that game, all right? That was very impressive from Lynn Vision. It did require Falcons to bring out maybe even their A game to actually pull that one off at the end of it.
I'm telling you, I told you guys you were disrespecting Lynn Vision too hard, saying that the B tier of Falcons. Okay, sorry, Bill. I don't know why I always just assume it's you.
It's always Boo talking trash.
You dead in the eyes too. I'm like, how the fuck dare you, brother? Mally, how dare you disrespect